Chapter 1. The Troubles of Charlotte. What is this Charlotte physique? It is evidently the troubles of Charlotte. Early in the morning, Li Wei lay on a narrow bed, his gaze fixated on the dark brown ceiling, unable to suppress a sigh. It was already the second day since he had crossed over to Chocolate Town, yet his talent remained dormant. No matter how formidable the system, it was of no avail. Contemplating this, he could not help but silently invoke the system's activation, and before him suddenly appeared a virtual panel, the top inscribed with Emperor-level talent system, while several lines of text adorned the right side of the panel. Current talent: Charlotte Lingling's physique. Activation progress: 50. Talent level: none. Talent description: none. Talent skills: 0. Permanent skills: 0. Upgrade method: none. Remaining time: 6 days. Upon seeing this, Li Wei shook his head slightly. As a seasoned fan of the sea, he naturally understood that Charlotte Lingling was the captain of the Big Mom Pirates and the most powerful woman in this world. Throughout the manga, this character also stood out as the most gifted among numerous pirates. With her unique physique, she single-handedly ravaged a giant's village at the tender age of 5, severely injuring the elder of the giant clan. Moreover, upon reaching adulthood, she further ascended to the position of one of the 4 emperors, even while bearing children. This illustrates the sheer might of her physique. Initially, Li Wei had high hopes for the abilities this talent might bestow upon him. However, from yesterday to this morning, the activation progress had stagnated at 50, showing no signs of change. He felt somewhat distressed. How could he activate this talent? Could it be that he needed to meet Big Mom in person? If that were the case, activation seemed an impossible feat. For at this moment, the 4 Emperor Big Mom had only recently departed from Whole Cake Island, preoccupied with pursuing Luffy and his companions, who had caused a ruckus to reclaim Sanji. Since an encounter with the 4 Emperor Big Mom was unlikely, did this mean he would miss out on this talent altogether? Li Wei felt a deep sense of reluctance. To possess a powerful talent he yearned for, yet be unable to utilize it. This discomfort was far worse than having no talent at all. Images from before his crossing flooded his mind. It was the night before last when Li Wei had watched a story about Newton, learning that all of this great man's accomplishments, such as the 3 laws of motion, universal gravitation, and calculus, were completed by him before the age of 25. In light of this, Li Wei couldn't help but lament. The gap between individuals is indeed vaster than that between man and dog. At the same age of 25, a genius had already altered the world, while he remained utterly unaccomplished. Before drifting off to sleep, the melancholic Li Wei had muttered to himself, "I truly wish to experience the flavor of an unparalleled genius." Then, upon awakening, he found himself transported to Whole Cake Island, delightfully bestowed with such a system. Upon discovering the system's name, Li Wei immediately envisioned how he might attain the power of an emperor and effect positive change in this world rife with pirates and celestial dragons. Yet, inexplicably, the system had become stuck. Reflecting on these thoughts, Li Wei glanced once more at the system panel, his gaze lingering on the activation progress line. What could be the matter? Having just crossed over yesterday, the number had begun to increase, yet upon reaching 50, it came to a halt. He had speculated that perhaps only a maximum of 50 could be activated in a day. However, as of this morning, the activation progress remained unchanged. It was evident that, in order to activate the talent, certain additional conditions needed to be met. Li Wei hurriedly recalled the plot of the original work, seeking clues within. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks at the door interrupted his thoughts. Immediately after, he heard an impatient voice. Li Wei, come out quickly." Li Wei was somewhat taken aback, scrambling out of bed to open the door, only to be greeted by a strikingly beautiful girl standing before him. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with long green hair and an exquisite visage. Although she donned a fluffy floral dress, it did little to conceal her incredibly alluring figure. Young female characters typically boasted extraordinary physiques, which was indeed a hallmark of the pirate world. For instance, the once chubby young Big Mom was undeniably a stunning beauty in her youth. Li Wei couldn't help but smile wryly, but soon his expression faded, for he recognized the girl before him as Emily, the goddess whom the original owner had ardently pursued yet never attained. Moreover, She was indirectly responsible for his crossing. Had it not been for his efforts to earn money to please her, the original owner would not have exerted himself so diligently. Sadly, the original owner's relentless toil had only earned him Emily's scorn. What you offer is nothing. He buys me exquisite gifts for every holiday. You're nowhere near that level. Of course, you cannot compare to the son of a billionaire, so you must strive even harder. The only thing you have to offer is your lifespan. I'm not unwanted, you know. If you, as a man, are unwilling to pay even this price, how could any girl ever be interested in you? Under this relentless barrage of emotional manipulation, the original owner sank deeper into despair. Ultimately, he perished on the streets, his lifespan exhausted. His tragic fate left him with nothing but the regret of never having held Emily's hand. These memories surged within Li Wei, leaving him profoundly unsettled. While he harbored resentment towards the original owner for his shortcomings, he also recognized that the fellow likely had an epiphany in his final moments. Otherwise, he would not have crossed over to Whole Cake Island, taking over his body. Chapter 2. The Genius and the Doormat. As Li Wei's expression soured, lost in the original owner's memories, Emily pouted, her brow furrowed in playful annoyance. Oh, so now you're too good for me? You haven't come to see me for 2 days. I thought you had truly fallen ill. How dare you conspire with the Soul Labor Agency to fool me into thinking you fainted? Humph. Upon hearing the mention of the Soul Labor Agency, Li Wei quickly extracted information about the organization from the original owner's memories. Delving deeper, it became clear that the Soul Labor Agency was the true orchestrator behind the original owner's demise. It was widely known that every 6 months, the residents of Whole Cake Island had to pay a month's worth of their lifespan to the Big Mom pirates in exchange for their safety. Thus, in this realm, the currency of soul lifespan was more valuable than gold. While the Emperor Big Mom envisioned a world where all races and beings could coexist without hierarchy, she was, in truth, indifferent to the lifespans of the islanders. Consequently, when homies executed the collection of soul lifespans, they had considerable leeway in their operations. Since no one monitored who paid with their lifespans, as long as the total matched, it sufficed. From a human perspective, everyone fears death, particularly the wealthy inhabitants of the island, who are willing to pay a steep price for someone to take their place. These factors contributed to the emergence of the Soul Labor Agency, a specialized organization. They forged connections with internal members of the Big Mom Pirates and employed violent means to monopolize the market for trading soul lifespans. By acquiring the lifespans of the impoverished at a low price and selling them at exorbitant rates to the wealthy, these individuals amassed fortunes. Yet, even with their wealth, they remained unsatisfied. It was said that to entice more impoverished souls to sell their lives, they resorted to various forms of coercion and inducement, their hands stained with much blood. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Wei quietly resolved, once he activated his talent, he would swiftly eradicate these pests. Then, he heard Emily's voice again. By the way, what about the gift you promised me? Brin out. Li Wei cast a glance at the girl before him, her lips pouting with irritation, and felt a surge of disdain, his heart aching for the original owner. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Emily pressed on. Are you even listening? Where's my gift? Gift? There is none. Li Wei replied bluntly. No gift. That joke is not funny at all. Bring it out. I'm eagerly anticipating it. Get lost. I'm not in the mood for idle chatter with you right now. Li Wei retorted coldly, attempting to close the door, for he still needed to seek clues to activate his talent. Emily looked taken aback, blocking the doorway, her face flushed with anger. How dare you speak to me like that? I was actually considering going out with you today, because you've been decent to me. Don't kid yourself. If I were you, I'd quickly scout for the next fool to take over. In a few days, you'll need to pay your soul lifespan again. You can't afford to miss out on finding another sucker. Li Wei shot back directly. Upon hearing this, Emily's expression shifted to one of disbelief, quickly followed by indignation. She pointed a trembling finger at Li Wei, stammering, You are too much. He'll never speak to you again. Li Wei scoffed derisively, and with a decisive slam, he closed the door. Returning to bed, he disregarded the incessant knocking from Emily. Drawing from the original owner's memories, he knew this girl lacked patience, and would soon depart. Sure enough, after a brief moment, tranquility returned to the world. Li Wei took the opportunity to reflect on all the details since his arrival in this new realm. He recognized the most peculiar aspect was the initial activation of the system. The activation progress had begun to increase, but had since plateaued at 50. This indicated that certain conditions for activating the talent had indeed been partially satisfied at that time. Regrettably, this system lacks sufficient intelligence to directly pose questions and receive answers. Li Wei inwardly cursed, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he grasped certain key points. The talent of this week was Charlotte Lingling's physique, and the Land of Nations was undoubtedly her territory. Clearly, to activate the talent, it was imperative to seek out something associated with Big Mom. Although she was no longer present, there were numerous offspring of hers on this island. Take Chocolate Town, for instance, where her 76th child, Brin, who was also Sanji's fiancée, was stationed. Having obtained a clue, Li Wei was immediately eager to verify it. Time was of the essence. Thus, he promptly rose from his bed and stepped outside. Upon reaching the street, Li Wei quickened his pace, heading straight for his destination. After only a couple of strides, he suddenly noticed a figure obstructing his path. Almost immediately, he heard a languid voice inquire, "Excuse me, young man, do you know how to get to Caramel CAF?" Li Wei was taken aback for a moment. Upon raising his gaze, he found a tall, robust man standing before him. This individual sported a mane of black curls, draped in a dark green overcoat, and adorned with round sunglasses. It was none other than former Marine Admiral Kazan. Beside Kazan stood Van Oga, wearing an odd hat, an eye patch over his right eye, clad in a black cloak, and shouldering a long firearm. In a flash, Li Wei connected the dots with the original storyline and realized that these two were there to abduct Brin. Chapter 3. The Troubling Goddess. You must be from this island, right? Could you guide us to Caramel CAF? Kazan inquired once more. At this moment, Li Wei steadied himself, fully aware that he needed to reach Brin before them, otherwise the opportunity would slip away. His mind raced as he quickly devised a plan. If only someone could recognize these two prominent figures. If he could stir the attention of Big Mom's crew, he could seize the chance to slip away. With this thought in mind, Li Wei intentionally raised his voice. "Are you heading to Caramel CAF in search of Miss Brin? You both look rather familiar. I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." At that moment, he seized a passerby, eagerly questioning, "Do you think they've appeared in the newspapers?" "What do you want?" "I'm quite busy," the passerby replied, casting a wary glance at Li Wei before hurriedly departing. Li Wei scanned the throng of pedestrians again, abandoning this approach. The two men, Kazan and Van Oga, exchanged glances, seemingly sensing Li Wei's unease. Left with no choice, Li Wei shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I know nothing of this AF. You might want to seek guidance from someone else." He resolved to extricate himself from the situation first, then swiftly make his way to the CAF to find Brin and confirm his suspicions. However, at that moment, a familiar voice abruptly rang out. "You're lying." Li Wei turned to see the speaker was none other than Emily, whom he had just encountered. Pointing at Li Wei, she spoke with a tone of triumph. "You've been to Caramel CAF several times before, because I only enjoy their coffee. Whenever I craved it, you would always bring me some." As she continued, Emily casually glanced at Li Wei. "Back then, you were so gentle, far better than him." I was almost swayed. Upon reaching this point, she slightly shook her head, feigning regret. "Of course, I might have been a bit excessive with the trials I set before you. But if you could pass such tests, I would feel much safer. You understand, Li Wei?" This unforeseen turn of events left Li Wei utterly speechless. As a time traveler, he immediately discerned Emily's intentions. She was merely concerned about the possibility of him becoming her backup option, and with the impending protection fee, she was attempting to sweeten the deal. Had it been the original owner of this body, he would have likely fallen for her ploy. While Li Wei mentally criticized, Emily continued to elaborate. "Girls are like that. The more you pamper them, the cuter they become, and the more devoted they are to you." Kazan, evidently unable to endure any longer, interjected, "Wait a moment. This girl seems to know where the CAF is. It would be a favor if you could lead us there." He added, "They'll compensate you for your assistance." However, Emily did not respond. Instead, she turned to Li Wei. "Hey, I'm craving coffee now. Why don't you go buy some for me? Let's go together. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was reminded of the original owner's unfortunate memories of prioritizing Emily's whims over his own meals, and his frustration boiled over, prompting him to retort, "If you want coffee, go buy it yourself." As soon as he uttered those words, Li Wei realized he had overreacted. Yet, he shot a glare at Emily, determined to quickly rid himself of this troublesome woman. Caught off guard by Li Wei's unexpected defiance, Emily wore a look of astonishment. "I came to find you and spoke so much to you. Yet you treat me this way, it's too much, boo-hoo." At last, she succumbed to tears. Akiji furrowed his brow and remarked, "Hey, how can a man bring a woman to tears? Though I may not fully comprehend her words. You ought not to reprimand her in such a manner." Li Wei realized he had inadvertently complicated matters and quickly responded, "You are right. I was in the wrong. You must have noticed I need to pacify her, so perhaps you should find someone else to guide you." With that, he reached for Emily, eager to leave this contentious place. "Don't touch me. Humph. I am now focused on earning money to buy myself a coffee." Curly-haired man. "What you just said holds true, right? You will pay me." Seeing that Emily was about to take the initiative to lead, Li Wei grew anxious, for he did not wish for her to be drawn into this conflict. Thus, he could only suppress his impatience and persuade her, "I am a man. How could I allow you to earn money? Well then, I want coffee right now, and you can conveniently escort them to the CAF." This seemed to be an endless cycle, did it not? Li Wei could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "You speak so much nonsense. If you continue to address me in this manner, I shall ignore you completely. Come, allow me to lead you to the CAF." Frustrated, Emily took the initiative and stepped ahead, determined to guide the way. There was no other option left. Levi could only grasp Emily's hand and pull her back with force. Poor Emily stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Levi had to muster the courage to say, "You are truly naive. Do you really think it would be your turn to earn money? Please, allow me to escort you all to the CAF." In his haste, Levi nearly uttered the name of Qingji, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly and made a sharp turn. However, the unfortunate Emily, having been knocked down, pointed a finger at Levi and exclaimed, You. What do you mean by you? Don't hinder my opportunity to earn." Li Wei chose to disregard Emily. Gazing upward at Akiji and gesturing toward the path ahead, Akiji furrowed his brow, while his companion, Van Augur, muttered, "This is her fate. Let us proceed. Do not forget that another's fate awaits our decision." "Very well, let us go," Akiji replied slowly, signaling for Li Wei to lead the way. "If you dare to leave, I shall truly ignore you from now on." "Humph, that would be for the best." Levi uttered this remark and then departed. Before leaving, he cast a sidelong glance behind him, observing Emily still seated in a daze. A sense of relief washed over him. After all, given the girl's temperament, she might conjure some unforeseen complications. Subsequently, Levi cleared his mind, contemplating how to navigate the impending crisis. Firstly, with the strength and intellect of Akiji and the others. Attempting to employ tricks such as deliberately leading them astray and then seizing an opportunity to escape was virtually impossible. There was no alternative but to proceed to the CAF and act according to circumstances. In his heart, Li Wei pondered deeply, with his thoughts weighing upon him. He led Qingji and the others for quite some time until they finally arrived at the entrance of the Caramel CAF. Li Wei could already glimpse Brin through the glass door. A surge of excitement coursed through him. May his wishes be fulfilled. Chapter 4. The gift has finally awakened. The goal is now within reach. Li Wei unconsciously quickened his pace and hurried into the CAF. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated the system, hoping for fortuitous events to unfold. However, the anticipated occurrences did not materialize. The numbers reflecting the activation progress remained utterly unchanged. It appeared that he would need to seek out additional clues. Li Wei sighed, gazing at the elusive Bruin before him, a wave of melancholy washing over his heart. "Thank you, young man." At that moment, Akiji produced several banknotes and extended them forward. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. He extended his hand to accept the money and cast a glance at the nearby Bruin before turning to exit the CAF. Upon stepping through the door, Li Wei, filled with reluctance, glanced back and then noticed something amiss. Before him, a virtual panel reappeared, and the numbers in the activation progress line began to increment slowly. 505155253. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart. He could finally activate his talent. Just as he intended to step inside and exchange a few more words to buy some time, he abruptly halted his movements, realizing that there was no time left. He could only hope that Bruin could hold on for a minute. Levi turned his hopes towards the notion that this battle would not conclude too swiftly. He estimated the frequency at which the numbers were escalating and anticipated that activating his desired outcome would require a few minutes. Soon, a scream emanated from within, interrupting Levi's contemplation. You are the former Admiral Akiji. What brings you here?" Li Wei recognized the speaker as Brin and noticed a puff of white vapor rising. Likely a result of Akiji using his fruit abilities to freeze the staff members. Shortly thereafter, a gunshot echoed, plunging the CAF into silence. It was evident that Brin was the one who had fired. With her limited strength, there was no need for Van Augur to draw his weapon to handle the situation. Then, Li Wei observed the two individuals emerging once more. Akiji bore a frozen sculpture on his shoulder, which was none other than the ice-encased Brin. Casting a glance at the panicked crowd dispersing in all directions, he murmured, "Mission accomplished, we should take our leave. Otherwise, it may become troublesome when Katakuri arrives." Van Augur chuckled, "Are you still afraid of Katakuri? Haha, it is said that his observation haki allows him to see the future. I am quite eager to encounter him." As he spoke, he placed a hand on Akiji's opposite shoulder, disregarding the onlookers who had hidden behind windows to watch the commotion, and prepared to depart. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Wei quickly realized that Van Augur possessed the ability of the warp fruit, enabling him to facilitate a swift escape. However, his own talent activation progress had yet to reach even 70. Not wishing to forfeit this extraordinary opportunity, he gritted his teeth and stepped out from the corner, exclaiming, "Wait! Don't leave just yet." Akiji quickly recognized Li Wei and, with a hint of bewilderment, inquired, "What do you peculiar fellow intend to do? Are you a member of the Big Mom Pirates?" "No, that cannot be. You are far too weak." Van Augur also displayed a puzzled expression. As the murmurs from the crowd intensified, "Isn't that one? Frequently seen at the Soul Work Agency, trading his lifespan for wealth. I've heard of him. Just days ago, he collapsed on the street. Has he truly lost his wits? Is he trying to intervene against the Blackbeard pirates at this moment?" It seemed that his mind was indeed disordered. Listening to these whispers, Akiji exchanged glances with Van Augur, both unable to fathom Li Wei's intentions. Li Wei was quite pleased that no one pressed him further, allowing him to feign ignorance and remain silent to buy some time. However, as Wang Aoga observed that he was not taking any further action, he began to move toward Qing Ji, intending to place a hand on his shoulder. Thus, Li Wei had no choice but to speak up, saying, "Wait a moment, such esteemed individuals as yourselves would dare to act against a mere young girl. It seems that this three-eyed clan girl, Brin, indeed harbors a significant secret." "Oh, you are aware of this? It appears you are not an ordinary person," Qing Ji remarked. Somewhat surprised, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Li Wei Gang wished to respond, but was preempted by Wang Aojia. If one becomes privy to too many secrets, their fate is inevitably sealed in death. With that, he aimed his firearm at Li Wei, while Qing Ji stepped forward to press down on his companion's long gun. Li Wei secretly sighed in relief, steeling himself to continue. "Please do not be hasty. You are adversaries of the Big Mom Pirates, are you not? I am taking a considerable risk to guide you, so please allow me to finish my words." Akiji smiled faintly, intrigued, and urged, "What is it you wish to say? Speak quickly." However, Wang Ogo appeared somewhat displeased, remarking, "This fellow is merely indulging in theatrics. Must we endure his prattle?" Li Wei revealed an enigmatic smile. "Do you not perceive that my arrival is a design of fate?" Indeed, upon hearing these words, Wang Aoga fell silent. Fortunately, having read the original work, I was aware of this individual's unwavering belief in fate. Whenever the concept of destiny is mentioned, he becomes intrigued and patient enough to listen further. Li Wei anxiously watched the numbers of the system's activation progress increase, pondering how he might introduce another captivating topic to buy himself some time. However, the urgency of the situation left him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the onlookers, initially focused on Li Wei, began to murmur among themselves as he remained silent for an extended period. "What is wrong with this guy? I thought he truly possessed some grand secret. It turns out he was merely stalling. It makes sense. He is just someone who trades in the currency of soul and lifespan. How could he possibly know any profound secrets?" Qing Ji, eavesdropping, suddenly realized the situation and, with a smile, remarked, "So, you really are just buying time. Unfortunately, it is in vain, for there is no one left on this island who can impede our path." Levi feigned ignorance, stating, "I am not procrastinating. It is Kizaru and Bon Clay who intend to abduct Miss Brin. We must not allow them to succeed. Indeed, daring to cause a commotion among nations, they should not blame us for our lack of courtesy. They are Kizaru and Bon Clay. Everyone be cautious. Quickly, inform Lord Katakuri." At that moment, Levi suddenly realized, turning towards the source of the voice, he saw a crowd converging. Splendid. The hobbits from the island, along with the fighters of the Big Mom Pirates, had finally arrived. A grand battle was about to ensue. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Levi hastily departed from the battlefield. Moments later, he finally heard a melodious sound by his ear. Ding! This week's talent has been activated. Success! Li Wei was filled with joy as he observed the virtual panel, where the activation progress had reached a full 100. Furthermore, the text displayed had considerably increased. It was evident that this was a detailed explanation regarding his talents. Chapter 5. The significance of permanent skills. Having accomplished his objective, Li Wei continued to conceal himself, swiftly perusing the system's talent descriptions while keeping a vigilant eye on the battle between Kazan and the Big Mom Pirates. He noted that Kazan and Van Augur fought side by side, appearing to share an unspoken understanding, their roles distinctly defined. Kazan engaged the combatants of the Big Mom Pirates with his fruit abilities, freezing not only his enemies, but also the onlookers nearby. Meanwhile, Van Augur demonstrated the prowess of a quick-draw marksman, taking down the advancing homies with precise shots, allowing no opportunity for the foes to approach. Li Wei finally witnessed the true essence of marksmanship. Beyond 3 steps, the gun is the swiftest, and within 3 steps, it is not only fast but also precise. No wonder he is the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates. Truly remarkable. In contrast, Usopp, also a sniper, falls significantly short in terms of prowess. It remains uncertain how the esteemed Oda-sensei will orchestrate the ensuing confrontation between these marksmen. Li Wei pondered over the original plot, and then his expression froze. The virtual panel glaringly displayed, by rescuing Charlotte Lingling and her children, one can acquire this permanent skill. Permanent skill? Taken literally. This skill should be devoid of any time constraints related to the talent. It could be possessed indefinitely. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei recalled the talent he had just activated and began to contemplate. The system refreshes a brand new talent weekly, yet the talent only comes into effect upon activation. However, activating a talent requires meeting rather stringent conditions. Without the activation of a talent, he was akin to an ordinary person. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, he lacked any means of self-protection, let alone the ability to change the world. With this in mind, Li Wei glanced back at the line regarding the permanent skill, where the number was a stark 0. If he could possess some permanent skills, it would be an entirely different matter. Even during the intervals when his talent was inactive, he would have some means of safeguarding his life. Li Wei immediately realized the significance of permanent skills. However, he also understood clearly that in order to rescue Brin, he would have to confront Aokiji and Wano as adversaries. With his current strength, he was far from being their match. Recklessly stepping forward could very well cost him his life. Li Wei found himself in a predicament, grappling with an intense internal struggle. Should he take the risk to save others, thereby acquiring a permanent skill to prepare for future survival? Or should he prioritize his own safety and wait for other opportunities to arise? Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at the ice sculpture that was once Brin, and as he pondered the system's instructions he had just encountered, a rapid analysis unfolded in his mind. Never mind. To alter the course of the world, one must not be timid and hesitant, one must be audacious. Furthermore, with the endowment of the anti-physique talent, he was not devoid of opportunities. Just as Aokiji and Wano dealt with their adversaries and prepared to depart, Li Wei gritted his teeth and suddenly surged forward. "Do not leave just yet," he interjected, positioning himself before Aokiji and Wano. Aokiji appeared to have anticipated this, slowly remarking, "Indeed, you are one of Charlotte Lingling's followers. It explains the peculiar behaviors you exhibited today. Merely one of the 4 emperors. How could I possibly be her subordinate?" Li Wei responded swiftly, then candidly stated, "Like your captain, I merely wish to take a gamble." "A gamble? Do you even know who we are?" "Of course, I am aware. Aokiji, you have already joined the Blackbeard pirates, have you not? Your captain is Blackbeard Teach, who ascended to the rank of Yonko through sheer fortune. You even know Teach's penchant for gambling. It seems you have been paying considerable attention to the Blackbeard pirates," Aokiji replied with keen interest. On the other hand, Van Augur coldly remarked, "What can a pretender like you, a mere weakling, possibly wager against us?" Li Wei was well prepared, and he resolutely declared, "My strength is lacking. All I can stake is my life. I shall wager my life against Brin's. Your life is of little value, nowhere near that of the old lady's daughter." "Nowhere near? I believe it is your courage that falters. If I recall correctly, you place great faith in fate, do you not? So do I. I trust that I can survive the muzzle of your gun. You believe Brin's fate lies in your grasp, and this is a gamble tied to destiny. Surely, you would not shy away from participating?" Levi seized the opportunity to interrupt Wano, fully aware of the latter's profound interest in the topic of fate. He was confident that his words would not be dismissed. Observing Levi's earnest demeanor, Aokiji solemnly cautioned, "Since you are aware of our identities, I advise you to step aside quickly to avoid attracting unnecessary peril." In response to this counsel, Levi offered a grateful glance, increasingly convinced that Aokiji wished to spare the innocent from harm. In other words, if he could withstand a bullet from Wano, there was a strong possibility he could save Brin. Furthermore, rescuing Brin might bestow upon him a permanent skill. His recently activated talent conveniently possessed the ability to mitigate bullet damage. This risk, when weighed, appeared worthy of the gamble. With clarity in his mind, Levi continued to provoke, "I would rather incinerate the ice encasing Brin. Perhaps her fate has been seized by you, but not today. Do you truly believe you can succeed? At this crossroads of destiny, you have carelessly plunged into the path of death." Wano replied coldly, his gun steadily aimed at Levi. "If you hold faith in destiny, then should I survive this life or death wager, will you allow her to go free?" Li Wei quickly remarked that the pressing matter at hand was to ensure the other party participated in the wager, lest further complications arise. "You cannot possibly be a member of the Big Mom Pirates, can you? Then it would be best for you to refrain from meddling." At that moment, Aokiji approached Li Wei, positioning himself between him and Wano. Li Wei, however, remained ungrateful. He raised his head and, without hesitation, addressed Wang Aojia. "Come on. If you wish to partake in this wager, then fire your weapon." If you seek your demise, I shall certainly not impede you. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Aojia pulled the trigger. With a bang, a plume of white smoke erupted from the muzzle of his long gun. Qing Ji had not anticipated that Wang Aojia would shoot without warning. He watched in astonishment as Li Wei fell backward and lay motionless on the ground. Numerous onlookers sheltered within the nearby houses gasped in shock, but soon fell silent, lest they attract misfortune upon themselves. This was prompted by Wang Aojia, who turned to regard them and coldly remarked, Qing Ji, this is the fate he has chosen for himself. Neither you nor I can alter it. Qing Ji offered no response. He leaped to Li Wei's side, crouching down to assess his condition. Chapter 6. 2 Wagers observing Qing Ji's actions. Wang Aojia spoke in an unperturbed tone. We must take our leave. Teach is awaiting our report. Wait, something is amiss. This young man bears no wounds upon his head. How can this be? Qing Ji's sentence was interrupted as Li Wei rose, grinning as he declared, so this is the sniper of the Yonko pirates? Truly lacking in martial virtue, relying solely on ambushes. Yet, your prowess seems rather unimpressive. You're not dead? Wang Aojia exclaimed, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. The surrounding spectators were equally bewildered. What had transpired? He had clearly been shot, yet remained unscathed. Was this truly the man who would sell his life for the sake of seduction? Had he perhaps acquired an extraordinary devil fruit ability after feigning days prior? It was plausible, for in the vast seas, one could encounter an array of devil fruit powers. Listening to the murmurs, Li Wei feigned nonchalance, asserting, I am a man destined to transform the pirate world. How could I perish here? You underestimate me. Standing tall, he turned his gaze to Wang Aojia. This wager is yours to lose. I trust you won't resort to dishonesty, will you? The sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. The most remarkable aspect of fate lies in its refusal to consistently favor any individual, Wang Aojia replied, attempting to raise his long gun once more to extinguish Li Wei's life. However, Qing Ji was prepared. He swiftly rose and pressed down on Wang Aojia's firearm. Wang Aojia's expression shifted. Qing Ji, what do you intend? Why do you repeatedly thwart me? Wang Aojia, you have indeed lost. As a man, one must not renege on their choices. As he spoke, Qing Ji scrutinized Li Wei closely and inquired, what is your devil fruit ability? I wish I possessed a devil fruit ability, but alas, they are far too costly. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Admiral Qing Ji, since you acknowledge my victory in this wager, would you kindly release Brin from her frozen state? This time, Li Wei edged closer to Qing Ji, evading Wang Aojia's gun barrel. One more shot, and he would truly meet his end. I concede that Wang Aojia has lost, Qing Ji began, but was interrupted by Wang Aojia. Do not forget your current status. Teach is awaiting our return. Allow me to finish. Qing Ji gestured for silence, then turned to Li Wei with a smile. Yet, I do not believe you have truly won. What do you mean? Please speak plainly. Young man, you have merely triumphed over Wang Aojia, but I am still here. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Ji placed his hand on Li Wei's shoulder and asked again, if you can escape my ice sphere, then we shall spare Lingling's daughter today. Wang Aojia, do you concur with my proposition? Ah, I see. Qing Ji, I have no objections to your plan. After all, fate is impartial. It shall not forever favor you, lad. A sudden shock coursed through Li Wei's heart. Just as he was about to voice his arguments, an icy chill enveloped him. In an instant, he too was transformed into an ice sculpture, much like Brin before him. The Admiral's formidable strike had indeed rendered this young man vanquished. Yet, there was a flicker of doubt. He had faced bullets unflinchingly. Perhaps he could yet turn the tide in his favor. Impossible, others murmured. Not even the daughter of a Yonko could breach that icy sphere. This lad surely cannot. The onlookers voiced their opinions, while Akiji, observing Li Wei's immobility, swiftly rendered his verdict. It seems you have lost. Well then, let us depart, added Wang Oga. Wait. Something feels amiss. Akiji's intuition sparked as he gazed at the frozen figure before him. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ice encasing Li Wei, slowly widening as if it were a portent of change. Interesting, I never expected my observation haki to falter, Akiji mused, but before he could finish, Li Wei broke free with a sharp exhalation, flinging the shards of ice from his hands and feet, panting heavily. Phew, truly, he is a former admiral. I nearly succumbed to the frost. The spectators erupted into fervent discussion, bewildered by Li Wei's astonishing feats. Am I mistaken? This is rather peculiar. Isn't it? This young man, isn't he merely a seller of souls and lifespans? Bang! Wang Oga could no longer restrain himself and fired a shot to silence the chatter. Akiji chuckled heartily. Your power has surged remarkably, and your body appears impervious to harm. What fruit grants you such abilities? Li Wei chose not to respond, instead stating, perhaps you should release Brin first. Once the command was complied with, he continued, I am not a devil fruit user, by the way. Shouldn't you also dispel the frost? Hold on, Akiji. A man must stand by his words. This wager belongs to us. Akiji raised his hand to interrupt Wang Oga, then reached out to touch the ice encasing Brin. In an instant, the ice began to melt. As soon as she was free, Brin let out a cry, and a blanket soared towards her. With a swift leap, she ascended into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Is she really fleeing so swiftly? He had not anticipated that despite his relentless efforts, Brin would not even extend a word of gratitude. Well, young man, we have accomplished what we set out to do. Paying no heed to Brin's hasty retreat, Akiji turned his attention to Li Wei and inquired, "What is your name? I am quite intrigued by your fruit ability. As for myself, I am called Li Wei." Li Wei candidly revealed his name, showing little inclination to elaborate on the matters concerning the devil fruit. "Li Wei, is it? I shall remember this name. However, your strength is rather feeble. An excessive reliance on the capabilities of the fruit could easily invite peril upon yourself." After uttering these words, Akiji cast another glance at Wano. The latter, understanding the unspoken cue, sheathed his long spear but reiterated to Li Wei, "One's fate cannot always be favorable. The ebb and flow of fortune is the true norm." With that, he followed Akiji away. Li Wei let out a long sigh of relief as he sank to the ground, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. A sense of secret joy swelling within him. Indeed, Charlotte Lingling possessed an extraordinary physique. This innate talent seemed to confer upon her several unique abilities, appearing to surpass even the original in potency. Quite impressive. After resting for a moment, he intended to depart from this place to thoroughly examine the skill descriptions, when a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Li Wei, are you all right?" Chapter 7. A talent greater than that of Big Mom without needing to turn around. Li Wei recognized the speaker immediately. It was none other than the original owner's goddess, Emily. "You dare to show yourself? What is the matter?" "It's time for you to settle your debts, it? I have expended a considerable amount of my lifespan." Li Wei wished to avoid entanglements with such a girl and swiftly retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Emily, upon hearing his words, stamped her foot in frustration. "Why have you suddenly changed like this?" "No, wait. You only stopped me from coming to the CAF to protect me. They must be formidable pirates to dare cause trouble in Chocolate Town and defeat so many. Li Wei, I am truly grateful to you." As she concluded her statement, Emily became somewhat bashful. Li Wei, however, chose not to utter another word and rose to his feet, departing silently. He had been seated on the ground solely due to his overwhelming weakness. Now that the side effects of his innate abilities had subsided, he seized the opportunity, feeling a slight resurgence of strength, and hastily made his exit. Levi had more pressing matters to attend to. He wished to refrain from squandering his time on trivialities. Observing his demeanor, Emily anxiously exclaimed, "Wait. If you continue like this, I truly shall ignore you." At last, Levi halted in his tracks and turned to face her. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Emily's eyes as she haughtily lifted her chin, seemingly anticipating a response. "Aren't you afraid of being captured by the Big Mom pirates if you linger here?" With that, Levi turned away and departed without a backward glance. Emily was momentarily taken aback, her face once again awash with astonishment and confusion. Meanwhile, Levi paid her no mind and strode away. Upon returning to his chamber, he reclined on his bed and activated the system, meticulously reviewing the description of his talents. This week's talent, Charlotte Lean's physique. Activation progress, 100. With the steel balloon and innate super strength abilities now activated. Talent level, D grade. Talent description, steel balloon. Possesses defensive capabilities comparable to iron at its current level. It can withstand ordinary knife and gun attacks. Innate super strength. At its current level, it grants formidable strength akin to that of an ordinary merman. Talent skills, 2. Unyielding Guardian. A passive skill that activates automatically when fatal damage is sustained, granting immunity to all harm for 10 seconds. Note, this skill may be used only once per day. Raging State. An active skill that, when activated, can amplify one's combat power tenfold. This skill can last for a maximum of 1 minute. Important considerations. The Raging State places immense strain on the user, resulting in a 3-minute state of weakness post-activation, during which movement is impossible. This skill may be activated a maximum of 3 times within a single day. Permanent skill, 1. Strange Sound Attack. An active skill that emits a peculiar sound, disrupting the enemy's ability to act. Against weaker opponents, it can induce immediate unconsciousness, even against formidable foes. It can briefly immobilize them. Upgrading methods. During the activation period of the talent, the steel balloon can significantly enhance its defensive capabilities through the consumption of various delicacies. Innate super strength requires interaction with individuals of different races for advancement. As levels increase, these 2 talents and their associated skills may gain enhancements, with the potential to awaken new talent skills. The talent holder may acquire the permanent skill by rescuing Charlotte Lin and her offspring, which can also be upgraded according to this rule, even after the current activation period concludes. Remaining time, 6 days. After reviewing the system's description, Levi mused, formidable defensive power, superhuman strength, and a peculiar sound. This embodies the talent physique of the Yonko Big Mom mentioned in the original work. Moreover, the talents bestowed by the system come with various skills, surpassing those of Big Mom herself. Levi turned his gaze towards his indomitable skill, contemplating quietly. It bore a striking resemblance to the Berserker's ultimate ability, granting him immunity to lethal damage for a brief period. It was this very skill that emboldened him to venture forth and rescue others. Fortunately, the outcome aligned with his expectations. He emerged unscathed, having withstood a bullet from Wano. It is worth noting that in the modified narrative of the anime, this marksman could incapacitate even the formidable Cookie Man with a single shot, his firepower equivalent to Luffy's Gear 4th. This skill proved to be an exceptional means of self-preservation. After perusing the skill description, Levi proceeded to examine the details of the berserk state. In the original storyline, the formidable Empress Big Mom would succumb to her hunger pangs, entering a frenzied state during which she wreaked havoc indiscriminately, only ceasing her rampage upon obtaining her desired sustenance. Indeed, while Big Mom in her berserk state was fearsome, she was also relatively easy to counter, as her combat intelligence plummeted to 0. Conversely, the system's berserk state skill significantly amplifies combat prowess without causing the user to lose their rationality. Its drawback, however, is the subsequent weakness that ensues. Reminiscent of Luffy's condition after the conclusion of his Gear 4th transformation, Levi was able to break free from the icy shackles of Aokiji by entering a frenzied state, ultimately securing victory in the wager. As for the strange sound attack, Levi has yet to employ it. However, based on its description, it appears to possess a formidable effect of intimidation and control. These three skills encompass defense, offense, and control, each complementing the others, thereby endowing him with formidable combat prowess. Is this the essence of genius? Li Wei was initially elated, yet he soon regained his composure. Despite the formidable nature of the Emperor-level talent system, the recent battle revealed a significant disparity between his strength and that of figures like Aokiji. It was imperative that he promptly elevate his level. Fortunately, the methods for upgrading his talent were rather straightforward. Indulging in exquisite delicacies and mingling with individuals from various races would suffice. These two pursuits posed no substantial challenge in the realm of myriad nations. Without hesitation, he set his resolve to act. Li Wei immediately yearned to venture out in search of delectable treats, eager to explore and seize opportunities to interact with individuals of diverse ethnicities. With his strength on the rise, he felt more assured in his quest to rescue the elderly woman's children. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei set forth once more. Upon arriving at the nearest shop, he beheld an array of chocolates, a veritable cornucopia of delights. Li Wei suddenly had a moment of realization. He found himself on Cocoa Island, an isle themed around chocolate, where the primary merchandise consisted of various chocolate confections. Indeed, even the structures on the island were often crafted from chocolate. Faced with this delightful environment, Li Wei begrudgingly selected a few boxes of chocolate and proceeded to the checkout counter. Is that you, Li Wei? Have you still not come to your senses? Upon hearing these words, Li Wei recognized the speaker's identity. It was William Hanna, a regular patron of the Soul Work Society, much like the original persona. They would occasionally seek to sell their lifespans in exchange for monetary gain. However, unlike the original Li Wei, who exhibited servile tendencies, William's motivations were steeped in desperation. His mother was gravely ill and urgently required funds for treatment. Due to their similar ages, the two quickly forged a friendship. Upon learning the reasons behind the original Li Wei's sacrifices, William often urged him to cherish life and warned against the folly of undervaluing his soul and lifespan merely to win a girl's affection. You've returned to the Soul Work Society? That place is notorious for devouring lives without a trace, William lamented. I had no choice but to go. But why are you so foolish? Amidst his swirling thoughts, Li Wei heard once more the familiar admonition from William, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. He hastily replied, I have awakened. What do you mean by awakened? If my memory serves me well, you frequently purchased these chocolates, claiming that someone only enjoyed this particular brand. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Emily indeed seemed to have a fondness for this particular chocolate. He had merely taken it out of habit, thus unconsciously selecting it again. With a wry smile, he remarked, these chocolates are for my own consumption. Nevertheless, thank you, William Hanna. In due time, you will come to understand that I genuinely have no connection with Emily. Before Li Wei could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sarcastic voice from behind. Oh, isn't this the romantic Li Wei? This chocolate looks quite familiar. I recall now that Emily still has a fondness for this flavor. Li Wei turned around and discovered that it was none other than Emily's affluent and handsome ex-boyfriend, Johnson. He was also the son of the wealthy island tycoon, McGiddy, who was rumored to have ties to the underworld. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with a wealthy rival. Little did he expect that a simple outing to purchase some chocolate would lead him to cross paths with the original owner's rival. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively scrutinizing the individual before him. There stood Johnson, adorned with a mane of vibrant green hair, clad in flamboyant, yet exquisitely crafted attire, towering over 2 meters. His strikingly handsome features marked him as a quintessential tall, rich, and handsome figure. However, at this moment, he regarded Li Wei with an expression of utter disdain. This demeanor irked Li Wei, prompting him to cast a glance at the two imposing bodyguards flanking Johnson. One sported a bald head, while the other bore a prominent scar across his face. Both possessed robust physiques and stood over 3 meters tall, towering more than a meter above Li Wei, exuding an intimidating presence. One could only wonder if they possessed the powers of devil fruits. Li Wei murmured to himself, aware that although he had awakened a formidable talent, it was not the opportune moment to instigate trouble. Thus, he smiled and remarked, "It has been a while, young Master Johnson. You appear to be in good spirits." However, this seemingly simple greeting left William Hanna utterly astonished. Johnson, too, was taken aback by Li Wei's unexpected salutation, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the reason behind their expressions. It was Emily. This woman had perpetually compared the original owner to Johnson, incessantly belittling him in the process. "I am a girl protected by a lion. The opportunity to be close to me is a privilege for you. However, you must strive to improve yourself to be worthy of me. It is merely a matter of lifespan. You wouldn't mind, would you? You are still young. What does it matter? I understand that the lifespan of a soul is incredibly precious, but who told you that you possess such an advantage? He is not much older than you. HMPF. I am not someone who would accept gifts from just anyone. I only spend the money of those I cherish. Yet you can't even bring yourself to buy me something so trivial, and you dare to profess your affection for me? He has showered me with countless gifts, and you fall woefully short." Under this barrage of verbal manipulation, the original owner gradually sank deeper into self-doubt. He genuinely believed that Emily was exceptionally talented, that she had endured considerable hardships and made a significant decision to be with him, leading him to desperately try to meet her demands. Concurrently, he became increasingly aware of the vast chasm separating him from Johnson. The latter loomed like a towering mountain, casting a profound shadow over him. Consequently, whenever the original owner spotted Johnson from a distance, he would retreat to the sidelines, too intimidated to engage him directly. Reflecting on the original owner's actions, Li Wei could not help but scoff. No wonder everyone wears such expressions. This fellow is utterly embarrassing. Yet, a moment of realization struck him. Johnson, the wealthy heir, undoubtedly had frequent dealings with the Soul Work Agency. Perhaps he could unearth some valuable information. With this thought in mind, Li Wei refocused his attention and observed Johnson and William Hanna as they emerged from their state of shock, one perplexed, and the other pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "You actually spoke to me like this?" "Indeed, Li Wei, I never anticipated your awakening. I am genuinely thrilled for you." Li Wei was somewhat at a loss for words. He first offered a slight smile and addressed Johnson's inquiry. "Is there anything wrong with what I said?" "Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met." Noticing that Johnson was momentarily speechless, he continued, "Could it be that your health has taken a turn? Upon closer inspection, you do seem to exhibit signs of kidney deficiency." "You're talking nonsense. I am in perfect health," Johnson retorted. Now, there's no need to be hasty. I am merely expressing concern for you, Mr. Johnson." After saying this, Li Wei turned to William Hanna and smiled. "Rest assured, I have come to realize just how foolish I once was." A sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Only through awakening can one find a future. He then sighed. However, who hasn't experienced youth? If not for the depths of love or the helplessness that accompanies it, who would willingly play the role of a humble jester? Upon hearing such seemingly nonsensical yet, upon reflection, somewhat sensible remarks, Johnson felt a wave of frustration wash over him. You seem to have transformed into a different person." Suddenly, it appeared as if he had unearthed a revelation, his eyes lighting up. "Wait, almost fell for your trick. The chocolate in your hand is Emily's favorite brand, isn't it? I never imagined your resolve would be stronger than your very life. I almost wish Emily could truly forget me and be with you instead. Haha." Li Wei could easily discern that Johnson was mocking him, yet he remained unfazed and retorted directly, "My strongest asset, Master Johnson, is indeed my fist. Shall we engage in a contest?" "Li Wei, do not act recklessly, Master Johnson," urged William Hanna, concerned for his friend's well-being. "He is merely jesting. Do not take offense." William hastily offered an apology, gripping Li Wei firmly, fearful of his impulsiveness. Do you presume I would fear a sprightly octogenarian like yourself? Perhaps your age has already surpassed a century. With a single punch, I could bring you down." As Johnson continued to ridicule his past, Li Wei found it increasingly difficult to contain his frustration and was poised to retaliate. However, William clung to him tightly, softly imploring, "Li Wei, do this for my sake. If things turn messy, I too shall bear the brunt of the blame." Taken aback by these words, Li Wei chuckled. "Very well, then after your shift, let us indulge in some delightful cuisine." William exhaled in relief, nodding in agreement. "The leading lady has arrived. This will be entertaining." Johnson suddenly burst into laughter, pointing behind Li Wei. Following his gesture, Li Wei beheld the newcomer, none other than Emily. Li Wei felt that in just half a day, he had encountered her 3 times, which seemed nothing short of a fateful entanglement. Was this the curse that the original owner had placed upon him? He inwardly scoffed, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. Emily was equally taken aback by such serendipity, finding herself in the presence of both her ex-boyfriend and her current admirer, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. "It has been a while, Emily. You appear to be in good spirits," Johnson remarked with a mischievous grin, echoing Li Wei's earlier greeting while gesturing towards the chocolate in his hand. Emily, who had initially been blushing profusely, was taken aback at the sight of the chocolate Li Wei held, her expression shifting to one of sudden realization. Li Wei felt increasingly despondent. How deeply ingrained was the original owner's image as a sycophant that each of you perceives him in such a manner? Chapter 9. The Unyielding Goddess. With the arrival of Emily, William Hanna subconsciously turned his gaze towards Li Wei. Without offering any explanation, Levi tore open the box of chocolates and took out a piece, promptly placing it in his mouth. The chocolate was rather delightful. Almost forgot, William Hanna. Would you care for a piece? Saying this, Levi placed a piece of chocolate in William Hanna's hand. This is the fruit of my labor. Not something exchanged for my soul's longevity, so please do not be courteous with me. Finally, he turned to Johnson and remarked, you, as a young master, likely would not partake of my offerings, so I shall refrain from further insistence. Li Wei inadvertently overlooked Emily, which left her feeling quite embarrassed. Li Wei, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? She inquired. I am currently preoccupied and lack both the mood and time to deliberately irritate you. Li Wei shook his head and spoke with a blank expression. Upon hearing his words, Emily was on the verge of tears. Her eyes reddened as she stamped her foot in frustration. Johnson stared at Li Wei for quite some time, and upon realizing that he was not merely putting on a brave front, he also furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, William Hanna let out a long sigh. Observing the reactions of these three individuals, Li Wei could only manage a silent, bitter smile. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became charged with an awkward silence. Upon witnessing this, Li Wei was about to depart when he was halted by Johnson, who said, Hold on, I recall that this chocolate is rather expensive. How could you possibly justify purchasing it for yourself? Surely your money was not acquired through dishonest means. What do you imply by that? Levi and William Hanna in unison inquired. Johnson's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Levi, I have heard that recently numerous households have fallen victim to theft. I suspect you might be involved. Upon hearing, Li Wei instantly comprehended the intent of the other party. He turned to glance at Emily. However, Emily merely scoffed and averted her gaze, refraining from divulging Li Wei's scheme to earn money. A look of schadenfreude danced upon her features. Li Wei, your petty thievery fills me with disdain. In the past, despite your poverty and timidity, I genuinely regarded you as a true man. Though you lacked wealth, you were willing to sacrifice your precious soul's lifespan to win a woman's favor. Silence, Johnson. Your unfounded slander against me will lead to your regret. Indeed, Johnson. One must choose their words wisely. Li Wei would never stoop to theft. I can assure you of that. William Hanna also stepped forward, defending Li Wei. If you truly have nothing to hide, then accompany me back for an investigation. Who do you think you are, Johnson? I harbor doubts about your lineage as McGiddy's son. Shall I investigate you as well? Li Wei retorted without reservation, his words immediately striking a nerve. You are courting death. Bring him here. I intend to interrogate him thoroughly. Johnson, in a fit of rage, bellowed as he gestured, prompting two burly bodyguards to attempt to seize Li Wei. William Hanna hurriedly stepped forward but was brushed aside by a bodyguard. A flicker of terror crossed Emily's eyes. She parted her lips, seemingly wishing to utter something, yet ultimately remained silent. Li Wei did not flinch, allowing the bodyguards to grip his shoulders as he fixed a steady gaze upon Johnson. Johnson, unable to maintain eye contact, instinctively averted his gaze, yet quickly recovered with a brazen laugh. Dare to look at me with such defiance? You, a mere thief, are so audacious. It seems I must teach you a lesson about the consequences of wrongdoing. Indeed, you ought to be aware of the repercussions of your misdeeds. No sooner had he spoken than Li Wei exerted a slight force, breaking free from the grasp of the two bodyguards. With two swift punches, he struck them, causing them to clutch their stomachs, saliva spilling from their mouths as they could only emit muffled sounds of discomfort. He then approached Johnson slowly, instilling such fear that Johnson stumbled backward, stammering, What do you intend to do? This sudden turn of events left William Hanna and Emily utterly astonished, rendering them speechless. Levi let out a derisive snicker. Master Johnson, did I not just mention that you must learn the consequences of your misdeeds? Do refrain from reckless behavior. Now hold on. Levi, my father is McGiddy. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go unscathed. I fear neither the blue pheasant nor the Blackbeard pirates. Do you truly think I would be intimidated by a mere wealthy individual? As he spoke, Levi enveloped his left fist with his right palm, exerting pressure until the bones of his fingers emitted a series of ominous cracks, assuming a stance of aggression. Wait, Levi, I was mistaken. I should not have slandered you. I sincerely apologize. Levi, let us not escalate this matter. It would bring no benefit to you. William Hanna, regaining his composure, immediately grasped Levi once more. Li Wei smiled gently and reassured. Do not worry, William Hanna. I am not afraid of reckoning. I shall grant you this favor and spare this coward who fears the strong. As he spoke, he cast another glance at Emily, shaking his head slightly, the expression on his face one of disappointment. Emily hurriedly averted her gaze from Li Wei, her face betraying an indescribable emotion. Levi chose to disregard Emily and Johnson, redirecting his concern towards the illness of William Hanna's mother. At that moment, the commotion drew the attention of patrons in the shop, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Isn't that the son of McGiddy? Why is he crying? Who dares to offend McGiddy? Do they not fear for their lives? Indeed. He is the young man who rescued Miss Brin today. I recognize him. He vanquished the Blackbeard pirates. Before long, a crowd encircled Levi, pointing and murmuring in hushed tones. Upon hearing these remarks, Emily abruptly lifted her head, her expression a mixture of disbelief and scrutiny as she gazed at Levi. Initially, Johnson appeared astonished, but as he recalled the recent events, a glint of hatred flickered in his eyes. He turned to the bodyguard, barking, "Aren't you all leaving yet?" Without another word, he fled the scene. Meanwhile, William Hanna was filled with both surprise and delight. "Levi, is what they said true? How did you suddenly become so formidable?" "Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could I afford to buy chocolate? That's truly wonderful. Just a couple of days ago, I heard you fainted on the street, and I was quite worried about you. It seems you've turned misfortune into fortune." "Thank you, William Hanna." Li Wei smiled gently, a soft grin gracing his lips as he pressed the remaining money into his friend's hands. "As I just mentioned, this money was earned through my hard work. Use it for now, but please refrain from visiting the Seoul Employment Agency again." He insisted, "Accept this, William Hanna. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you, and indeed, all of humanity, will no longer be burdened by the payment of Seoul lifespan." Li Wei spoke with resolute conviction, waving his hand as he declared, "I shall take my leave now. I will seek you out again when time permits." Having uttered these words, he turned around and observed the onlookers willingly parting to create a path for him. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback before striding forward. William Hanna watched his departing figure, glancing at the money in his hand, feeling utterly incredulous. Emily's expression transitioned from confusion to an indescribable countenance. Chapter 10. Brin's hideout on Cocoa Island, within a grand mansion. Brin fiddled with her light brown hair while speaking into a snail phone. "Brother Katakuri, please hurry and protect me. I fear that before long, I will truly be captured by Akiji." "I understand. For now, you should hide well in the Soul Work Society. I will send Cracker to protect you." "Brother Katakuri, the enemy is a Marine Admiral. I will come to you immediately after I finish this matter. No matter who he is, anyone daring to wreak havoc in the world will not escape my wrath." Upon concluding her words, the snail phone emitted a series of beeps. It was evident that Katakuri had already hung up. Brin displayed a look of grievance, murmuring to herself, "If only Sanji were on the island, he would certainly protect me. By the way, who was that person who saved me? I must send someone to investigate, and I must also arrange for protection at my CAF." Thus, she dialed another number and briefly conveyed her instructions. After hanging up the snail phone, Brin could not help but reflect on the events of the day. Her heart filled with trepidation. She swept her hair from her forehead, revealing her peculiar third eye. Could it be that the Blackbeard pirates are after this as well? This hideous eye has truly brought me too much trouble. As she spoke, Brin seemed to recall the moment Sanji first laid eyes on her third eye, and she murmured, "Fortunately, Sanji likes it. I also hope to fully open this eye, to gain that extraordinary power and assist him properly." With that, a blissful smile graced her face. Suddenly, the sound of the snail phone interrupted Brin's reverie. Upon answering, she heard a somewhat weary voice on the other end. "Miss Brin, are you well? Is this President Tinny's?" "I am fine now. Team Leader Aldrich is very attentive. He has taken good care of me." "Thank you all. You are too polite, Miss Brin. Our Soul Work Society stands on the same front as the Big Mom Pirates. If Akiji and the Blackbeard Pirates dare to lay hands on you, it is tantamount to declaring war on us. Yes, I have informed Brother Katakuri about this matter. He will soon arrive at Cocoa Island, and we will teach Akiji a stern lesson." "All right, Miss Brin. I will also be heading to Cocoa Island in a couple of days. You will have to bear with it for a while at the Cocoa Island branch. Rest assured, Aldrich is quite strong, and I have already given him orders to prioritize your safety." "Thank you once again, Mr. Tinnies. It is my duty. However, there is something quite strange. I just received news that the one who rescued you from Akiji seems to be a rather weak individual. What is the story behind this?" "Oh, Mr. Tinnies, do you have any leads on that young man?" "Certainly. I have instructed Aldrich to investigate. It turns out that the young man who saved you is named Li Wei, a longtime patron of our Soul Work Society. He frequently comes here to sell his soul's lifespan. However, he is quite weak and timid. How could he possibly have stepped up to save you? Moreover, how did he manage to survive under one Oga's gunfire and even escape Akiji's freezing? The one who saved me is someone who sells his soul's lifespan? Is that true, Mr. Tinnies?" At first, I didn't believe it either. But Aldrich has assured me that his intelligence is absolutely reliable. Well then, the person who saved me is indeed brave. He is truly formidable." Brin replied softly. Though inwardly she pondered, a soul seller? How could he have become so powerful? I must investigate further. The voice of Tinnies came through the snail phone again. "Well, let's set that aside for now. I will send someone to find him. I believe that once we confront him, we will uncover the nature of his devil fruit ability. That would trouble you, Mr. Tinnies. I also very much wish to thank him in person. It's all my fault for being so frightened today that I only thought of escaping. Miss Brin, you need not blame yourself. Under such circumstances, you have done sufficiently well. All of this falls upon Akiji and Wanoga. I will not let them off easily. Mr. Tinnies, if we join forces, we will surely defeat Akiji. There are only two of them. How arrogant they are. Brin spoke rapidly, yet within her heart, uncertainty lingered. After all, the adversary was a former Marine admiral. That is only natural. Anyone who opposes the Big Mom pirates, regardless of who they are, we shall annihilate them, Miss Brin. I believe in you, Mr. Tinnies. The Big Mom pirates are not to be trifled with. After uttering this, Brin exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up the snail phone. She silently murmured, Li Wei. Is that the name of the one who saved me? Meanwhile, in Li Wei's humble abode, upon returning, he lay on his bed, indulging in a few pieces of chocolate while activating the system to check his talent level, which had shown no change. It seems that leveling up is not as simple as one might imagine. Merely consuming chocolate is insufficient. I must also engage with individuals from other races. Seizing the early hours, Li Wei decided to pay another visit to the Caramel CAF. Aside from the likelihood of discovering other delicacies, more importantly, there was the prospect of encountering Brin. Just the sight of this rare three-eyed mixed-blood girl could potentially elevate his abilities. With his mind set, Li Wei ventured out again, heading straight for the Caramel CAF. As he approached, he noticed a considerable gathering of individuals outside the CAF, armed and vigilant, scanning their surroundings with heightened awareness. The Big Mom pirates truly live up to their reputation as a Yonko-level pirate crew, demonstrating an impressive response time by dispatching so many combatants in such a short span. Li Wei cast a sweeping glance around and noted that all the faces were unfamiliar, presumably the result of Brin's immediate call for reinforcements after his escape. There was no alternative. In the recently concluded skirmish, the combatants from Chocolate Town and Hamets had been vanquished. Yet, before Akiji, the sheer number of adversaries held no significance. His freezing fruit abilities were a formidable weapon against foes. Even the addition of a few offspring of Big Mom would prove futile. Even if Katakuri were to personally intervene, it would merely serve to alleviate the situation slightly. The disparity in strength between the Vice Admiral and the Admiral was simply astronomical. As he contemplated this, Li Wei noticed that those who had been encased in ice by Akiji had vanished, likely transported away to be unfrozen. Meanwhile, the houses near the CAF remained tightly shut, with doors and windows barred. The atmosphere was thick with palpable tension. Li Wei paused, hesitating for a moment. Chapter 11. The Arrival of Baron Egg. At that moment, a figure emerged from the CAF, vocally rallying the fighters. Everyone felt invigorated. Although Akiji was an admiral of the Navy, there was no cause for concern. For our mother was already on her way back. We simply needed to hold our positions and await her return, at which point we could defeat him and the Blackbeard pirates. Li Wei focused his gaze and beheld a figure with a steaming teacup perched atop his head. The individual wore a fitted suit on his upper body, while his lower half was clad in egg-shaped trousers, leaving a lasting impression. The most striking feature of this eccentric character was his long legs, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a compass, which rendered him exceedingly comical. The Baron of Eggs. Li Wei immediately recognized the identity of this individual. If memory serves, he should belong to the Zuchang tribe, making him a suitable candidate to enhance the innate talent of extraordinary strength. Having made up his mind, Li Wei promptly stepped forward, heading towards the CAF. Halt! Who are you? Indeed, after just a few strides, someone shouted to stop him. In quick succession, a crowd gathered, their watchful eyes fixed upon Li Wei. Turning his gaze towards the target, he observed that Baron Dan merely glanced in his direction without approaching, as he continued his pre-battle motivational speech. Alas, it seemed he was underestimated. Li Wei smiled subtly, striking the classic pose of the yellow ape. He raised both hands and, with an air of nonchalance, declared, I am the person you seek. This proclamation detonated like a bomb, instantly captivating the attention of everyone at the CAF. The crowd outside turned their gazes towards Li Wei, engaging in hushed discussions. You are the savior of Miss Brin? How is that possible? Just look at him. So frail, could he truly have vanquished the Blackbeard pirates? Yet, according to Miss Brin, her rescuer was indeed a young man, seemingly clad in similar attire. Amidst the murmurs, a voice of distinct authority echoed. Why do you not disperse him? Akiji and his crew may well return for vengeance. You must remain ever vigilant. The combatants turned to see Baron Egg approaching, prompting an immediate explanation. My lord, we were just about to report to you. This young man claims to have defeated Akiji and Wano. We are currently investigating, which is why we have refrained from taking action. With the main figure present, Li Wei took the initiative to speak. Greetings, Baron Egg. If Miss Brin is indeed in the CAF, I believe that if you escort me to her, we shall have our answers promptly. You know me? I am not from Chocolate Town, Baron Egg remarked, momentarily catching Li Wei off guard. Is your focus not a tad peculiar? Li Wei quickly recalibrated, recalling the original narrative, and replied, although the Big Mom pirates are numerous, few outside the Charlotte family are bestowed with the title of knight. Thus, I surmise that in Whole Cake Island, there are hardly any who do not recognize you, correct? Is that so? A self-satisfied smile graced Baron Egg's face, although he soon regained his composure, fixing his gaze upon Li Wei. Your attire indeed aligns with what Miss Brin described. However, she also mentioned your remarkable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding Wano's gunfire unscathed. As he spoke, Baron Egg drew the slender sword concealed within his cane and added, "In that case, let us engage in combat. Should you triumph over me, you shall naturally be permitted to meet Miss Brin." Li Wei did not anticipate that the other party would propose such a scheme. He swiftly recalled the plot of the original work. If memory served him right, Baron Egg was one of the most formidable fighters within the Big Mom Pirates, boasting a bounty that exceeded several 100 million berries. Given his current combat prowess, it was highly unlikely that he could stand against him. While pondering a strategy, Baron Egg spoke again. "What is the matter? Are you too afraid to challenge me? Just so you know, the one who saved Miss Brin showed no fear even in the face of Admiral Akiji. This was because Akiji would not strike against ordinary individuals." Levi silently scoffed, quickly banishing distractions from his mind as he pondered how to navigate the trials posed by Baron Egg. Meanwhile, those nearby observed his indecision and began to converse amongst themselves. "Indeed, it is the knight who possesses the means. I suspected this fellow was up to something unusual. Certainly, anyone capable of rescuing individuals from the former admiral and the Blackbeard pirates must possess formidable strength. True, those with such prowess would have long since joined our Big Mom Pirates. Not necessarily. Our Soulwork Society boasts several powerful individuals as well. However, this young man does seem rather familiar. It's him. He's Levi, who frequently visits our society to sell souls. Just a few days ago, he fainted in the street." Upon hearing this, several others chimed in. "Now that you mention it, I recognize him too. Levi, you were quite bold to dare to deceive us here in the Big Mom Pirates." Li Wei was taken aback to find individuals from the Soulwork Society present in this place. He glanced at several people pointing at him, yet they left no impression on him. At that moment, Baron Egg frowned and inquired, "Are you certain of what you are saying?" "Absolutely, my lord," one of them replied. "Although many come to conduct transactions with us, this particular individual is remarkably unforgettable, as he is willing to sacrifice a significant portion of his soul's longevity in pursuit of a woman once toyed with by Master Johnson. Indeed, to be so manipulated by a woman is truly foolish." They all erupted into laughter. Their words drew scornful and perplexed gazes from everyone present towards Li Wei. "Oh, the original host. How you have placed me in a precarious position," he lamented internally. Fortunately, he had taken the risk to save Bruin at that time, acquiring the permanent skill of the strange sound attack. Otherwise, this situation would have been utterly embarrassing. Li Wei tapped his forehead with his hand, then abruptly raised his head, taking a deep breath before suddenly shouting, "Silence." The moment his words echoed through the air, the cacophony was instantaneously silenced, and nearby, the glass windows of several houses shattered with a resounding crash. Subsequently, the scene fell into an eerie stillness. Those who had been audaciously mocking Li Wei found their laughter and taunts abruptly halted. Their fingers pointed at him, yet their bodies swayed unsteadily, and with a thud, they collapsed to the ground. Although these individuals had lost consciousness, white foam still escaped from their lips. Levi ceased his shouting and glanced down at the individual sprawled unconscious on the ground. With a smile, he addressed Baron Egg. "At last, it's considerably quieter now, isn't it?" "Baron Egg, do you believe I can rescue Miss Brin?" Chapter 12. The hidden enemy, it must be said. The disconcerting sound attack indeed rendered an extraordinary impact upon the crowd. Even Baron Egg could not resist the urge to probe his ears, subsequently fixing his gaze upon Levi in silence. After a considerable pause, the onlookers emerged from their stupor, rolling up their sleeves and vociferously declaring, "This fellow must be the enemy. We cannot let him escape. Indeed, he is likely affiliated with the Blackbeard pirates. Capturing him will lead us to clues about Akiji and the others." Observing this tumultuous scene, Baron Egg furrowed his brow and shouted, "Hold on. You are not his match. And I have questions for him as well." As a senior combatant, Baron Egg commanded considerable respect among the group, swiftly halting the fervent advances of his subordinates. Noticing the sudden silence, he turned to Levi and remarked, "Your voice bears a striking resemblance to the peculiar sounds made by my mother, yet the lethality is vastly different." Li Wei did not respond. Instead, he turned to glance at the CAF, from which no one emerged. He realized that Brin was not inside. It was to be expected, for this fiancée of Sanji was the type to abandon her rescuer the moment she found herself free, prioritizing her own escape. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Akiji and his companion firsthand, she would naturally refrain from risking herself again. Such a pity. Li Wei sought to enhance his aptitude by engaging with Brin, a member of the Three-Eyed tribe. Fortunately, he also had the opportunity to converse with a member of the Long-Footed tribe. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, I share some connection with the formidable Four Empress. And it is precisely for that reason that I stepped forward to rescue Brin." "Is that so?" However, Miss Brin did not mention that her savior could emit peculiar sounds. "There are too many uncertainties surrounding you." "Oh, Baron Egg, so Brin has recounted the tale of her rescue to you? That is splendid news. I had thought she might have forgotten about it entirely." Li Wei let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, Brin indeed possesses a semblance of gratitude. She must have been influenced, to some extent, by Sanji. Baron Egg hastily replied, "Miss Brin, no. We of the Big Mom Pirates are individuals who repay kindness with kindness and vendettas with vengeance. However, Miss Brin currently finds herself in a perilous situation, as she has come under the watchful eyes of Admiral Akiji and the Blackbeard pirates, so one must exercise caution. It is understandable. If I can articulate the process of rescuing Miss Brin, that should suffice to validate my identity, correct? Levi spoke softly, and upon seeing Baron Egg's slight nod, he paused to gather his thoughts, recounting the entire process of the rescue in meticulous detail. Once he finished, Levi added, "Now can you trust me? The account you provided indeed aligns with what Miss Bruin has relayed. However, this does not definitively prove that you were the one who saved her, as there were numerous witnesses who observed the entire event." Baron Egg gestured towards the houses with tightly shut doors and windows, adding, "Moreover, Qingji and Wang Oga are well aware of these details. They are exceedingly cunning individuals who might very well manipulate the situation to present themselves as Miss Bruin's benefactors, seeking to get closer to her. Well, you do have a point. Given these unusual circumstances, exercising caution is undoubtedly wise." Levi was mentally prepared for such discourse. He was not naive enough to believe that a few words could dispel a pirate's suspicions, as long as you comprehend. Let us proceed to the CAF for a more thorough discussion. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am called Levi. Levi? What you say is indeed true. Previously, I did sell my soul's lifespan for a pittance due to a woman. Leeway smiled and readily admitted it. But then he shifted his tone. Baron Egg, I believe that the trade of soul lifespan should contravene the true intentions of Big Mom. I am merely a combatant and lack the qualification to intervene in such matters. Very well, let us proceed inside. Leeway no longer lingered on the subject. The pressing matter at hand was to enhance his abilities, for otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. However, unbeknownst to him, every move he made was observed by two men lurking not far away. One of them, a scrawny figure with a rather unsavory appearance, inquired with curiosity, "Is this truly the same useless Leeway? Brother Andrew, how has he suddenly become so formidable?" There was indeed something peculiar about it, judging by his demeanor. He seemed intent on sowing discord between us and the anti-pirate crew. We must swiftly relay this information to the branch leader, Audric. The response came from a portly man adorned with an eccentric hat, who stroked the stubble on his chin as he spoke. Brother Audric is right. It appears Leeway has undergone a significant transformation, and there must be something amiss here. Pausing for a moment, the rotund man issued a command, Mose. You go to Leeway's residence and make the necessary preparations. When midnight strikes, employ your fruit abilities to bring him here. I wish to interrogate him thoroughly. Understood. With that, the two men parted ways to execute their plans. Within the confines of the Caramel CAF, Leeway sat upon a wooden chair, his mouth stuffed with cookies. His crude behavior eliciting discontent from the self-proclaimed gentleman, Baron Egg. Do not be so judgmental. I believe the eating habits of the Empress of the Four Sovereigns would be even more unbecoming than mine. As Leeway spoke, he placed a piece of cheese into his mouth and lifted his teacup for a sip. Mind your words. Even if you are Miss Bruin's benefactor, I will not permit you to defame my mother, and you may not even be that. Observing the serious demeanor of Baron Egg, Leeway shrugged and replied with a smile. The mere fact that I am seated here awaiting news indicates that I am indeed the one who rescued Bruin. Since you have already sent my photograph for verification, I anticipate a conclusion will be reached shortly. By tomorrow at the latest, we shall have an answer for tonight. I trust you will manage to stay at the CAF. Leeway glanced at the sky. It was already afternoon. He wished to return once more, but shook his head, saying, I have matters to attend to this evening. I shall return to this establishment tomorrow morning. I would advise you to remain here, Baron Egg remarked. For I suspect both the Soul Workers Guild and the Blackbeard Pirates are searching for you. Upon seeing Leeway rise, Baron Egg offered this caution. Leeway was momentarily taken aback, recalling his predicament. He hesitated, as he did not wish to involve William Hanna in this matter. At that moment, Baron Dandon added, Audrich, like Tinnies, is a very cautious individual. If he becomes aware of your transformation, he will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. It is safer for you to remain here, not to mention the Blackbeard pirate crew. Audrich, the branch chief of the Soul Work Society? Leeway had heard of this name, and then he pondered. Why not seize this opportunity to gather more intelligence regarding the Soul Work Society from Baron Egg? With a plan in mind, Leeway sat down once more and took out some money, instructing Baron Egg to arrange for someone to deliver it to his friend, William Hanna, knowing full well that the latter was in dire need of financial support at the moment. Subsequently, Leeway cautiously inquired. Only with prudence can one hope to unify the trade of soul lifespans across nations. To be frank, I admire the proprietor of Tinnies. He has managed to conduct business with the formidable Four Empress, and his enterprise continues to flourish. I have also heard that he possesses more than half of the world's wealth. Half of the wealth. Do you think such provocations will lead me to divulge any information? Baron Egg scoffed, yet he continued. Very well, I shall impart some intelligence to you. The Soul Work Society operates 5 branches, as they can only engage in this trade across 5 islands. And Audric is the branch leader on Cocoa Island. He is a user of a devil fruit. Audric is a power wielder? What fruit has he consumed? Leeway inquired with keen interest. All I know is that he possesses immense strength. likely being a zoan-type devil fruit user, and several of his subordinates have also consumed zoan fruits. Among them is a user of the mouse fruit. However, the individual you should be most wary of is their president, Teenys. It is said that he once battled Lord Katakuri, who himself acknowledged the complexity of Teenys' fruit abilities, deeming him a formidable adversary. Upon hearing this, Li Wei nodded to himself, increasingly eager to elevate his talent level, for after tonight, he would have only 5 days left to activate this week's talent. Time was of the essence for him to enhance his abilities and vanquish his foes. Chapter 13. Another special paramecia user arrives despite his anxiety. Li Wei understood that this matter must be approached methodically. For the moment, he could only continue gathering intelligence. To his surprise, it appeared that the world government concealed a vice-emperor-level powerhouse, which explained why the Soulwork Society could maintain its stronghold here. Across from him, Baron Egg questioned in confusion, vice-emperor-level powerhouse. What does that mean? Nothing of importance. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback before swiftly returning to the topic at hand, the formidable powers of the devil fruit. It appears that Teenys is likely a paramecia-type user. The fruit he consumed could very well be a rare paramecia devil fruit. However, no one is privy to the specifics of his abilities, as all those who have fought against him, apart from Lord Katakuri, have met their demise. Lord Katakuri has also remarked that Teenys' abilities are even more challenging to confront than his own Machi fruit, a special paramecia user, and one more potent than the Machi fruit. If that is indeed the case, it is highly plausible that Teenys may seize this opportunity to strike. There is no need for you to sow discord between us and the Soulwork Agency. They are merely a subordinate force of our Big Mom pirates. Even in Mama's absence from the island, Teenys would not be foolish enough to betray us. For he is acutely aware that Lord Katakuri's true strength lies not in his devil fruit abilities. Indeed, Katakuri's greatest asset is his foresight, granted by his observation haki. Li Wei recalled the plot of the original work and glanced at Baron Egg, inquiring, "Your egg fruit can certainly be classified as a special zoan type, can it? You seem to possess considerable knowledge about our Big Mom pirates. My suspicions regarding your identity are growing. Are you truly the one they speak of, who sold his soul for a girl at a meager price? Let us not dwell on that matter. Who among us has not experienced the folly of youth? I now recognize how foolish I was in my earlier days." Li Wei smiled faintly and redirected the conversation back to the discussion regarding the Soulwork Society. This time, however, Baron Dan shook his head and remarked, "I have little interaction with them. All I can share has already been conveyed. Nevertheless, I must caution you that the inhabitants of those 5 islands may not necessarily wish for your eradication of the Soulwork Society. You should be able to comprehend this. I understand that, if not driven to desperation, who would willingly sell their soul's lifespan? Yet, how many among them are truly compelled by circumstance? To facilitate such a lucrative enterprise, what nefarious deeds have Teenys and his ilk committed?" At this point, Li Wei refrained from continuing. For the individual before him was a pirate. Discussing such matters with a pirate seemed futile. Indeed, he noticed a look of confusion on Baron Dan's face and thus shifted the topic. "Let us instead converse about cuisine. Are there only these few dishes available at the CAF? You have sampled all the delicacies here, yet I have some milk tea and duck eggs." After a moment's hesitation, Baron Dan retrieved a duck egg from his pocket and set down the cup of red tea perched atop his head. Li Wei's eyes sparkled with delight as he unceremoniously cracked open the duck egg shell. While savoring its contents, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I truly hope to indulge in more delicacies tonight, perhaps some nuts or the like. You shall have your wish fulfilled tomorrow, provided you are indeed the benefactor of Miss Bruin," Baron Egg remarked, casting a thoughtful glance at the young man before him, a smile gracing his lips. "It seems there will be no opportunity to elevate the level of the iron balloon tonight," came the reflective response. Li Wei muttered to himself, and suddenly, a pivotal question sprang to his mind. He hurriedly inquired, "Baron Egg, where is your partner? That fur-clad lion man, where is he now? You must be referring to Bachmus, correct? That fool was imprisoned by Mama for assisting the Straw Hat crew. What has sparked your sudden interest in him? I hold a fascination for individuals from other races. Would you be able to take me to see him tomorrow?" "Not a problem. As long as you are a benefactor of Miss Brin, I shall escort you." "That is splendid." Li Wei pondered once more, realizing he had asked all the necessary questions. The two exchanged an awkward glance, and ultimately, Baron Egg stood up and departed. Now, Li Wei found himself alone in the CAF. He hastily activated the system, only to discover that his talent level had not increased. To his astonishment, despite indulging in an array of delectable treats, chocolate, cookies, cake, cheese, and coffee, and having engaged with members of the Tall for such an extended period, he had yet to achieve an upgrade. What was most frustrating was the absence of a progress bar for the talent level, leaving Li Wei in the dark about how many more delicacies he needed to consume or how many more races he must interact with to attain an upgrade. Although the system was powerful, it lacked the intelligence that could alleviate his irritation. Li Wei, dissatisfied, let out a sigh, and then proceeded to summarize the intelligence he had just gathered. He pondered to himself, relying solely on his own abilities. He could not possibly contend with the Soul Work Society in a mere 5 days. Not to mention the notorious anti-pirate crew, the true culprits behind the Soul Collection. He needed to seek assistance. In that moment, Li Wei thought of the most suitable ally, Akiji. If he could secure the support of the Marine Admiral, there would be a significant opportunity to alter the dire situation of the world. However, how could he persuade Akiji? Li Wei unwittingly fell into a deep reverie, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. That night, within the confines of his home, a furtive figure emerged from beneath the table. Peering intently at the disheveled bedclothes not far away, a frown creased his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, ultimately realizing that the room was utterly deserted. Li Wei is not home. My efforts have been in vain, he muttered to himself. Let this conundrum be resolved by Brother Andrew instead. With that, the figure vanished once more beneath the table. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Li Wei awakened in the coffee shop, instinctively activating the system once again. His talent level remained unchanged, and the remaining time had dwindled to 5 days. He needed to hasten his pace, otherwise, he would squander this extraordinary talent of the 4 emperors. Levi secretly resolved to act decisively. He sprang to his feet and approached the entrance of the shop, where he noticed several members of the Dama pirate crew stationed there. Yet, the elusive Baron Egg was nowhere to be found. You cannot leave. The Baron has commanded you to wait here for a moment, one of the hobbits announced. Levi nodded slightly in acknowledgement and turned back. However, he could not help but mutter to himself, pondering whether a fragment of his soul resided within this hobbit's. Fortunately, after a considerable wait, Baron Egg returned, bringing with him delightful news. I have reported your deeds to Miss Brin. Indeed, you are the one who rescued her. She is eager to express her gratitude in person. However, given the current precarious situation, I understand. I do not hold it against her for abandoning me the moment she was freed. Haha. Levi replied with a smile and then inquired, by the way, can you take me to see that lion man now? You mean Pachmus, right? Of course. That's not a problem. However, based on the information I have, it appears you have no connection with him. Indeed, I have never encountered him, and I harbor many secrets. Your caution is justified. Nevertheless, I assure you, I merely wish to make his acquaintance and will not take any unnecessary actions. Well, I trust you. Having said that, Baron Egg led Levi out of the CAF. Chapter 14. Akiji's plan on Cocoa Island. In a hotel near the Caramel CAF, Akiji and Wang Oga observed through the window as Levi and Baron Egg exited the CAF, exchanging glances. Wang Oga then expressed his speculation. Brin must still be on the island. If she were to leave, that person would certainly inform me at once. The individual you refer to is your mole, correct? Our ability to evade the surveillance of the reconnaissance ships and reach the nation successfully is largely due to him, isn't it? Kazan, refrain from asking such inappropriate questions. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Fortunately, Brin's fate remains unchanged. She will inevitably fall into our hands. Blackbeard Teach is indeed a formidable individual. I never imagined you could embed a spy within the Big Mom Pirates, a Yonko crew bound by blood ties. Let us discuss our next course of action. Naturally, we shall wait patiently. Brin will surely return to the CAF. Moreover, even if she does not visit in the next couple of days, her brother will come to the CAF to protect her. Wang Oga, do you not yearn for a battle with the 3 admirals? You are correct. Fate shall arrange for me a fair duel with him. I trust you shall not interfere in our conflict, Kazan? Of course not. After all, you all are rather weak. With that remark, Akiji continued to gaze at Levi, who was gradually receding from view, murmuring softly, though this fellow is weaker, his fruit ability is quite peculiar. Li Weizheng was elated at the prospect of witnessing the Fur tribe's magnificent Bakamus, blissfully unaware that he had attracted the attention of 2 formidable experts lurking above. One moment. My Lord Baron, Kelly, we have received some critical intelligence that requires your immediate attention, a hurried voice called out from behind. As he turned, Li Wei found himself facing a regular combatant from the Mom Pirate crew. The Baron cast a quick glance at Li Wei and softly instructed, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Very well, I shall, Li Wei replied. Li Wei watched the departing figure, pondering silently. Is it Kureha who comes to the rescue first? It seems that the original story unfolds in a similar manner. However, how could this defeated 3-star general, vanquished by Luffy, possibly stand a chance against Akiji? In mere moments, he was frozen solid. Regarding this segment of the narrative, the anime adaptation has exaggerated it even further. Kureha's biscuit soldiers were effortlessly felled by a single shot from Wang Oga, rendering them utterly feeble. Li Wei, while reminiscing about the original storyline, couldn't help but criticize the anime team's blatant disregard for power dynamics. After all, it was only through the application of Luffy's 4th gear, the King Kong gun technique, that he managed to shatter Cracker's biscuit armor. Ah, so you are here. I have been searching for you with great difficulty, he mused. At that moment, a triumphant voice interrupted Li Wei's thoughts. Following the sound, he turned to see a familiar face, Johnston, the rival of the original protagonist. Accompanying him were 2 bodyguards Li Wei had encountered before, along with a man and a woman who were scrutinizing him with piercing gazes. Li Wei shot back a glare without hesitation, followed by a cold laugh. So it is you, Johnson. Your appearance yesterday resembled that of a stray dog, leaving a lasting impression on me. However, I must say, I prefer the version of you that had the courage to admit your inferiority over this current display of bullying the fewer. Silence. Humph. You made me lose face in front of others last time, and now I must reclaim my dignity. Uncle Snake, this fellow has been tormenting me. Johnson pointed a finger at Li Wei and began to complain. You? The one who rescued Bruley from the clutches of the Big Mom pirates? That's impossible. My observation hockey tells me that your strength is quite feeble. The woman interjected first, knowing I am the benefactor of the Big Mom pirates. How dare you lay a hand on me? Li Wei answered while scrutinizing the girl before him. She had striking crimson hair, seemingly indicative of a fiery temperament, and draped over her shoulders was a red coat, though her upper attire was quite revealing, exposing a tantalizing deep cleavage. This attire caught Li Wei's attention, prompting him to gaze longer than he intended. Perceiving his lingering gaze, the girl's expression soured, and she instinctively tightened her coat around her. Miss Christina, it may be time for a change in your wardrobe. Otherwise, such suggestive stares may frequently linger upon you, remarked the man, stepping forward to shield Christina from view. Li Wei smiled faintly, withdrawing his gaze before lifting his eyes to the imposing figure before him. The man stood over 4 meters tall, his well-defined muscles accentuating his formidable presence, complemented by the peculiar serpentine tattoos adorning his body, an unmistakable indication of his intimidating nature. I was admiring the beauty before me. Yet it was you who marred the scenery. A casually uttered remark by Li Wei provoked intense displeasure from the other party. Johnson, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Uncle Snake, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. You must swiftly show him the extent of your prowess. Li Wei, however, remained entirely unconcerned. He had already observed Baron Egg approaching and smiled as he remarked, Johnson, do you not fear the retribution of the Big Mom pirates should you dare to lay a hand on me? As he spoke, he gestured towards their rear. Johnson and his companions turned to look. At that moment, a woman named Christina whispered, It is Baron Egg, an officer of the Big Mom pirates. How could he be here? It seems the rumors hold truth. You truly rescued Brin from Admiral Akiji. Snake, as he spoke, cast a profound glance at Li Wei. His words left Johnson feeling exceedingly vexed. Li Wei chuckled. Hasn't this matter been common knowledge for quite some time? Well, Johnson, do you still intend to make things difficult for me? Observing the original rival's flushed face, he disdainfully added, Mr. Johnson, I apologize, but your fortunate days are numbered. You are from the McGiddy group, are you not? What? Is there a conflict with Li Wei? Baron Dandon sensed something amiss and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Johnson hastily denied it, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. No, I share a rather unique bond with Li Wei. You might not be aware, but the girl he is currently pursuing happens to be my ex-girlfriend. Li Wei found himself at a loss for words, yet all he could do was shake his head and smile wryly. Who hasn't he encountered a few scoundrels in their youth? Alas, such is the cost of growing up. How amusing. Since there is nothing else at hand, it is time for us to take our leave. Baron Egg was amused. He certainly did not wish for Li Wei, the benefactor of the Big Mom pirate crew, to get into trouble. However, just as they were about to depart, the red-haired woman, Christina, furrowed her brow and interjected, Wait a moment, do you intend to leave so easily? As she spoke, she was cracking her knuckles. Chapter 15. The conflict between two organizations. Oh, do you wish to challenge the Big Mom pirate crew? Baron Egg was taken aback that a mere subordinate of a wealthy individual would dare to obstruct his path in public. Snack, sensing the tense atmosphere, hastily interjected, Christina, apologize at once. He then pulled his companion behind him, his face adorned with a smile. It's a misunderstanding, Baron Egg, merely a misunderstanding. Is it? I can't help but feel that she genuinely intends to take action against us, Baron Egg remarked casually, observing Christina's furious countenance. Christina, unabashed in her wrath, retorted, Of course. That fellow's gaze was utterly detestable. As she spoke, she pointed an accusing finger at Li Wei. Li Wei found himself in a rather helpless situation. He had not anticipated encountering such a delicate creature in the pirate world, one who feared the gaze of the affluent, yet also dreaded the sight of the impoverished. However, he retorted without hesitation, If you dress in such a manner, you ought not to fear being seen. Although Boss McGiddy is wealthy, this broad avenue does not belong to him. Have you forgotten that the Big Mom pirates are the true rulers of this realm? You obstinate individual. Today I shall demonstrate my prowess to you. It was Christina once again, emerging in a fit of indignation, intent on confronting Li Wei. That is enough, Christina. Have you not caused enough commotion? While I understand your desire to better harness your fruit abilities, your actions have placed us all in a perilous situation. The leader, Snake, interjected sternly, subtly indicating to the other bodyguards, who promptly restrained the irate woman. Upon hearing this, Li Wei grew somewhat perplexed. Is this revealing attire truly for the purpose of enhancing her fruit abilities? Could it be that this wicked woman has consumed a fruit akin to Hancock's sweet fruit? Yet, he had no time for contemplation, as Christina struggled fiercely, muttering, "In this current predicament, the Big Mom pirates can barely safeguard themselves. I refuse to believe they would take on further adversaries to protect this insufferable brat." Upon hearing such disrespectful words, Snake bellowed in anger, "Are you all fools? Quickly, cover her mouth." The bodyguards scrambled to comply, yet despite her seemingly frail physique, Christina possessed considerable strength and soon freed herself from their grasp. Fortunately, under Snake's icy glare, she reluctantly ceased her resistance and was led away by her companions. The son of the wealthiest man, Johnson, seized the opportunity to follow suit. Witnessing this farce, Snake quickly offered his apologies. "My sincerest apologies, Baron. You know our boss has always been dedicated to serving Miss Lingling." Christina merely acted out of excessive anger, so please do not take her words to heart. "Snake, as one of Boss McGiddy's 3 chief bodyguards, I am well aware that you speak the truth. Moreover, upon further reflection, your fruit ability is indeed my natural nemesis. Baron, we both understand that there is no hierarchy among Zoan-type devil fruits. Your egg fruit ability boasts 3 transformative states, far surpassing my own. Very well, I shall tentatively place my faith in Boss McGiddy's loyalty. Yet I hope to avoid such incidents in the future. Thank you for your understanding, Baron. To express our contrition, we shall mobilize all our resources to apprehend Aokiji and his companion. Rest assured, Baron Egg, as soon as we receive any leads, we will notify you immediately. You are indeed a wise individual, and on behalf of the Big Mom Pirates, I extend my gratitude for your cooperation. It is our duty. We shall swiftly locate their hideout, for there are numerous inns on Cocoa Island that belong to Boss McGiddy," Snake humbly affirmed. During their exchange, Li Wei gleaned crucial information. Snake was indeed a user of a devil fruit ability, specifically of the Zoan type. He resolved to extract this intelligence from Baron Egg shortly. Meanwhile, Baron Egg glanced at his counterpart before turning to depart. Li Wei hurriedly caught up, and once they had distanced themselves, he promptly delved into the matter at hand. "What are the fruit abilities of Snake, or rather, the 3 formidable guardians of Boss McGiddy? Are you planning to confront them? With your current strength, you are not their match, and I advise you to refrain from stirring up trouble. Otherwise, you may very well lose your life. This is not a dispute I wish to instigate. As you have observed, Boss McGiddy's son and that woman regard me as a thorn in their side. The Soul Work Society, McGiddy certainly enjoys making enemies. I find your intentions somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, I can disclose to you Snake's fruit ability. He possesses the power of the serpent fruit, modeled after a rattlesnake." Li Weiming realized. No wonder you said his fruit ability is your nemesis. Indeed, snakes are the natural enemies of chickens. What about the abilities of the other 2 guards? You must be referring to Thompson, correct? Apologies, he seldom reveals his hand, and I am unaware of his fruit ability. Baron Egg, there are only 2 guards. Does not Mr. McGiddy possess 3 formidable protectors? Additionally, 1 guard perished 2 years ago. I believe his name was O'Neill, and it is rumored that his demise was linked to the Soul Work Society. Previously, these 2 factions clashed fiercely over the lucrative trade of soul lifespans. It appears Mr. McGiddy has a history with the Soul Work Society. Upon hearing this, a thought emerged in Li Wei's mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. McGiddy could be an ally worth leveraging. With this in mind, he paused momentarily before shifting the conversation. Never mind, I shall first explore the legendary fur tribe. Baron Egg cast a glance at Li Wei and chose not to respond further. After a while, the 2 finally arrived before a towering edifice. Upon seeing the imposing black door, Li Wei inwardly mused. Could Brin be hiding within? At that moment, the guard at the entrance recognized Baron Egg and hurried forward to greet him. He explained, "This is Li Wei, the one who rescued Miss Brin from Admiral Akiji. He wishes to speak with Pokemus." After clarifying the reason, the guard at the door scrutinized Li Wei closely, confirming he bore no weapons before they opened the door. "Let us enter. If you have any questions, please ask swiftly. I do not have the luxury of time to linger." Hearing Baron Egg's words, Li Wei smiled gently. "Rest assured, I merely wish to make a brief acquaintance with the fur tribe. It shall not take long." With that, they stepped into the depths of the prison. Chapter 16. The upgrade of talent skills. Upon entering the prison, Li Wei followed Baron Egg's lead, traversing a long, dark corridor before descending a flight of stairs into the subterranean depths. It seems that prisons in the world of pirates tend to be constructed underground. As Levi observed his surroundings with keen attention, he murmured to himself, "Hurry up, the guardians within are formidable, and one must refrain from any unnecessary actions." In response to Baron Egg's caution, Levi chuckled and replied, "You ought to be aware that I am merely an ordinary individual, harboring a mere curiosity for those of other races. Your peculiar penchant is indeed unique. However, the world is not devoid of such individuals." To which he added, "Indeed, for my esteemed aunt is a master philatelist of diverse races." Li Wei laughed heartily, disregarding whether the other person could comprehend him. He then inquired, "If I recall correctly, among the aunt's daughters, there are members of the Serpent Head clan and the Long Arm clan. I truly hope to encounter them. What, pray tell, is your ultimate aim?" Li Wei shook his head and said, "Forget it. Your suspicions are excessive. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I hope you are not deceiving me. We are nearly there. Baron Dan chose not to pursue the topic further, falling silent thereafter. Levi smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, a burst of light surged forth. Catching him off guard, he instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. Observing this, Baron Egg chuckled, remarking, "Are you unable to endure such light? It appears you might benefit from a pair of sunglasses." At that moment, Levi adjusted to the brightness and discerned the scene before him. The surroundings were resplendent with light, and a grand table laden with an array of delectable dishes lay ahead. Had it not been for the iron bars as thick as arms surrounding him, he would scarcely have believed he was in a prison. Amidst his astonishment, a gruff voice echoed from within. "Ah, it's you, Baron Egg. Surely, you haven't come to pay me a visit?" The speaker was none other than Pokemus, confined within, wielding a knife and fork as he indulged in a feast. Baron Egg cast a sidelong glance at his former comrade and coldly retorted, "Of course not. You betrayed your mother to assist the Straw Hat crew. We are no longer allies." He then gestured towards Levi, saying, "This lad has come to see you." "And who might you be? I don't believe we've met," came the reply. "I am Levi, a scholar dedicated to the study of other humanoid races." As Levi fabricated his identity and introduced himself, he scrutinized the furry tribe before him. Much like in the original narrative, Bachmis was a lion clad in a pink outfit, his nose adorned with a pair of sunglasses. Observing Li Wei with a demeanor of seasoned wisdom, "I certainly do not have the time to indulge in your inquiries," he declared. "Do not be like this, dear lion. I hold great admiration for you. You embody loyalty and gratitude." Li Wei spoke with kind words, and indeed, after his eloquent remarks, the expression on Bachmis's face softened considerably. "In light of the joy you have brought me, speak your mind. I only wish to shake your hand." Levi stepped forward and, from across the railing, exchanged a handshake with Bachmis. Witnessing this scene, Baron Egg was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in bewilderment as he gazed at Levi. However, Levi paid no heed to the expression of the other, instead engaging in casual conversation with Bachmis for a few moments. At last, a melodious notification chimed in his ear. "Ding. You have encountered individuals from 3 distinct races. Your innate strength skill has now been upgraded to level C." A surge of joy coursed through Li Wei, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a profound sense of bewilderment. He had only encountered Baron Egg from the Egg Clan and Bachmis from the Fur Clan. Could it be that during this time, individuals from other races had covertly shadowed him, leading the system to conclude that they had interacted with him? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the elation that once filled him dissipated, replaced by a recollection of the events from the past few days. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Upon regaining his senses, he realized he was still grasping Bachmis's hand. The latter was exerting pressure on his grip, indignantly muttering, "What is the matter with you? Are you going to hold onto my hand and not let go?" "My apologies, I may have become a bit too excited." Li Wei, while elucidating, gathered his thoughts. In this situation, it was best to return to the CF before proceeding further. The Baron of Eggs added, "However, your strength is quite commendable. I have only exerted half of my power, and yet you could hardly endure it." Li Wei, aware that his innate strength had significantly increased after its enhancement, quickly shifted the topic. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am the one who rescued Brin from Kizaru. Do not underestimate my prowess." "What? The Kizaru you mention? Could it be the former Marine Admiral?" At this point, Bachmis turned to Baron Egg and inquired, "What is the story here? How could an admiral come to Whole Cake Island? And why would he target Miss Brin?" "He indeed came here. But this matter does not concern you, traitor." Baron Egg did not deny it, yet before he could finish his words, Bachmis interjected, "An admiral has arrived and dares to harm Miss Brin. I must intervene, else how could I face Sanji? You truly have forgotten that you are part of the Big Mom Pirates. Humph. Bachmis, you should remain confined here. I will see to it that the guards revoke your special privileges." The expression on Baron Egg's face was one of utter dismay as he glared at his former ally, shook his head, and turned to walk away. Li Wei assured gently, "Rest assured, I shall protect Miss Bruin." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the table nearby, laden with an array of delectable dishes, filling his heart with delight. He eagerly inquired, "May I partake in those foods?" "Certainly, I cannot leave this place." "Miss Bruin depends on you," was the reply. "No problem. I shall also safeguard the other children of the matriarch." Li Wei shouted towards Baron Egg, and then he accepted the delicacies offered by Bachmis, indulging in them heartily. As he savored the dishes, he remarked, "There is no need to gather so much of each delicacy. What truly matters is the variety." Bachmis, though perplexed by Li Wei's behavior, complied nonetheless. After some time, Li Wei patted his round belly, and once again, the system notification chimed in his ears. "You have consumed 10 different delicacies. The iron balloon skill has been upgraded to grade C. Success." A flicker of surprise passed through Li Wei's eyes, yet his expression remained composed. He smiled and remarked, "This prison visit has proved to be quite fruitful. It is time for us to depart." At that moment, Baron Dandan spoke, then proceeded to walk away without hesitation. Li Wei hurriedly caught up and turned back to say to Bachmis, "Farewell, Lion Man." After departing from the confines of the great ant pirate crew's dungeon, Li Wei returned to the CAF. Seizing the moment while Baron Egg was away, he finally had the opportunity to thoroughly examine his enhanced talent skills. Chapter 17. A reunion with Akiji. Li Wei activated the system, and a virtual panel suddenly materialized before him. He went straight to the point, focusing on the key information. Talent level, C. Talent description, 1. Steel balloon. Possesses basic armed color hockey, providing hardened defensive capabilities and the ability to activate a protective effect over a designated area. The user can absorb damage by touching others, thereby shielding them from harm. At the current level, this skill's defensive power can withstand cannon fire and the assaults of ordinary mid-level personnel. 2. Innate super strength. At the current level, possesses the formidable strength of a 5-year-old. Talent skills. 3. Unyielding guardian. A passive skill that activates automatically when facing lethal damage. Once triggered, it grants immunity to all harm for 10 seconds. Note, this skill can only be used once per day. Soul Pact. An active skill that allows the user to establish a contract with others, enabling them to share the damage endured. The maximum number of individuals with whom a contract can be formed is 4. Berserk State. An active skill that, when activated, amplifies the user's combat power tenfold. This skill can last for a maximum of 3 minutes. Important considerations. 1. The Berserk State imposes a significant burden on the user, resulting in a 5-minute state of weakness post-activation, rendering them immobile. This skill can be activated a maximum of 3 times in a day. Upon reviewing the system description, Li Wei began to contemplate. It was evident that with the upgrade in talent level, his defensive capabilities had significantly enhanced. Most crucially, he had unlocked the area defense effect, which meant he could now protect others. Additionally, he had acquired the new skill of Soul Pact, allowing him to share damage with others, coupled with his already impressive defense. It could be said that very few in the entire realm could inflict harm upon Li Wei. Beyond the enhancement in defense, his strength had also seen a remarkable increase. Levi once again cast his gaze upon the formidable strength of his aunt as he reminisced about the scenes from the original work depicting Aunt Lingling during her childhood. If memory serves correctly, she possessed the terrifying ability to slay a giant bear with a single blow. And what was even more alarming was her unintentional infliction of grave injuries upon the elder of the giant clan, Yulialu, leading to his untimely demise due to the severity of his wounds. Although it is likely that the elder underestimated Lingling due to her youth, resulting in his fatal oversight. Her formidable prowess was undeniably evident. Such immense power, combined with her berserk state, could amplify Levi's own strength tenfold. He felt it was time to undertake the tasks he ought to pursue, such as confronting the Soul Workshop. Without hesitation, Levi disregarded the objections of Homets and the pirates, resolutely departing the CAF, with his destination set on the Cocoa Island branch of the Soul Workshop, a place frequently visited by the original host. However, he had not walked far when a woman's voice called out to him, halting his progress. "Levi, you finally emerged. I've been waiting for you all day." "You again? Emily, why do you persist in following me?" Li Wei found himself at a loss for words, and he spoke candidly. Almost immediately, he noticed Emily's expression of grievance. Her lips pursed as she retorted, "What do you mean by you? I have lost all interest in you. So please do not hinder me from attending to my important matters." With that, Li Wei intended to press forward, for time waits for no one. He needed to eliminate the Soul Workshop before his talent reset. "Hey, your attitude towards women remains as abominable as ever. It truly makes you difficult to like." A languid voice drifted from behind him. Startled, Li Wei turned to see none other than Akiji, the former Marine Admiral. Li Wei glanced around, but did not spot Wanoga. A wave of delight surged within him. What a splendid opportunity, indeed, and he must seize it with utmost diligence. Thus, he began to contemplate how to leverage the formidable prowess of Green Bull. "Hey, it seems your disdain is not solely reserved for women. You also neglect to respond when others engage you in conversation. How exceedingly impolite of you. First and foremost, I am not He, I am Li Wei. How can you presume to criticize others for their manners when you cannot even remember a person's name? Secondly, my demeanor is not unfriendly. I simply prefer to avoid any further entanglements with this woman. As for you, making malicious assumptions about our situation without understanding the context is far more reprehensible. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Wei spoke in a rapid succession, leaving Qingji momentarily taken aback. He instinctively opened his mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by Emily's assertive interjection. "This is a matter between Li Wei and myself. It does not concern you, so do not interfere." Qingji's face betrayed his astonishment. He was merely defending the girl, yet found himself reproached instead. Just as he grappled with his confusion, Li Wei coldly retorted, "I have already reiterated several times that I will not undertake any further obligations for you. Therefore, Emily, consider this my request. Do not trouble me any longer." At this juncture, he turned his gaze towards Qingji. "However, I believe there exists a potential for collaboration. Surely, you two desire to improve the lives of the people of the world government?" "Oh, Li Wei, I believe you're mistaken. My purpose in coming to the world government is solely to capture Brin. Do not delude yourself, Qingji. Although you have departed from the Navy and joined the Blackbeard pirates, your true objective is to investigate Blackbeard teach dual devil fruit abilities, is it not?" "You're mistaken. My decision to join the Blackbeard pirates stemmed from my disdain for the celestial dragons. My interest in you is solely to acquire information about Brin. Information about Brin. You say? I may know her whereabouts. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Li Wei understood that captivating a master like Qingji was no simple task. The immediate priority was to secure an opportunity for a private encounter. Oh, where is she? Just tell me directly, and do not force my hand. Indeed, Qingji had already assumed a stance of combat. Levi remained unperturbed, although he was not yet capable of matching the might of an admiral. He was far from immediately succumbing to defeat. More importantly, Akiji expressed a keen interest in his fruit abilities, a potential advantage to exploit. Reflecting on this, Levi chuckled heartily. Let us engage in a contest, so you may witness the prowess of rapid advancement. Be cautious, Levi. He is an admiral of the Navy. And you are no match for him, Emily said, her expression laced with concern upon hearing Levi's intent to battle an admiral. Levi paused momentarily at her reaction. Yet recalling the original owner's experiences, he sighed. Had you expressed such sentiments earlier, perhaps there might have been a chance for redemption. Alas, your transformation has come too late. We truly share no bond now. To the girl, Levi remarked. I believe it would be prudent for you to step aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire of our clash. Akiji seized upon the conversation, scrutinizing Levi once more. And added, your strength appears to have surged significantly. What fruit ability have you consumed? Indeed, I am a genius, Levi replied. Just as he noticed Emily dejectedly retreating to the side, he then raised his right arm, clenched his fist with a resounding crack, and shot a provocative glance at Akiji. Chapter 18. This is the essence of basic armament hockey. Your strength is feeble. I find myself intrigued by your fruit abilities. Akiji observed Levi, his expression betraying no emotion. Li Wei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being underestimated once more. He swiftly retorted, what if that is the case? As he spoke, a swift sound emanated from his body, and his skin took on a gray hue, a manifestation of utilizing the basic form of armament hockey. Armament hockey? As Li Wei had anticipated, Akiji's face registered surprise, but he quickly shook his head, stating, however, I am still far from your level. At this moment, I cannot compete with you, but grant me 2 or 3 more days, and I shall certainly astonish you. Pausing briefly, Li Wei perceived the skepticism in Akiji's eyes and added, do you doubt me? Then come, test my strength. No sooner had he spoken than he bellowed, everyone, step aside. Lest I inadvertently harm you. Since mastering the peculiar sound attack technique, his voice had grown considerably louder. Indeed, upon hearing his exclamation, the onlookers turned their attention, quickly discerning the situation and engaging in fervent discussion. Isn't he the notorious pirate who abducted the daughter of one of the 4 emperors? Someone queried. Not just any pirate. He is the former Marine Admiral Akiji. Are these individuals preparing for battle once more? The rumors proved true, as Li Wei had rescued Miss Brin from Akiji's grasp. Is it truly Li Wei? Has he become so formidable? Another voice chimed in. I heard he sold his soul and lifespan to please a girl. Who knows? As long as there is entertainment to behold, that is sufficient. The crowd of onlookers murmured incessantly, instinctively distancing themselves from the 2 men. Meanwhile, Emily regained her composure. Her gaze shifting towards Li Wei, filled with mixed emotions upon hearing the gossip. In contrast, Li Wei, observing the vacant space around him, turned his attention back to Akiji and declared, shall we begin? Very well, Akiji replied, his expression tinged with resignation. Li Wei smiled faintly, clenched his right fist, and leaped forward, aiming a punch directly at Akiji's face. With a resounding thud, Akiji's left arm bent and crossed in front of his forehead, effortlessly blocking the blow and forcing Li Wei to retreat. Yet, amidst this exchange, Akiji's thoughts were tranquil. How has this young man grown so powerful? He could not help but voice his curiosity. Li Wei observed a flicker of surprise in Akiji's eyes, and he realized he must seize the moment. With a faint smile, he remarked, truly worthy of an admiral, let us attempt this maneuver once more. This time, he initially activated his berserk state, instantly amplifying his strength severfold. He then executed a sweeping kick with his right leg aimed at Akiji's abdomen. As Li Wei had anticipated, Akiji did not evade. Instead, he continued to raise his left arm in a defensive gesture. Seeing this, Li Wei's heart leaped with joy, knowing his strategy had succeeded. Indeed, Akiji's expression abruptly shifted, and he instinctively took a step back. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Wei exclaimed, come again. He retracted his right leg and forcefully propelled himself off the ground, leaping into the air, and then launched a kick with his left foot, aiming for his opponent's head. Naturally, Akiji would not allow himself to be struck so easily. He slightly turned his body to evade the attack. Due to inertia, Li Wei surged forward a short distance before swiftly halting his momentum and glancing back. His adversary had already leaped into the air, adopting a counterattack stance. Ice hockey. Akiji shouted the name of his technique, crossing his arms to unleash ice pillars shrouded in mist, directed towards Li Wei. Li Wei did not flinch. He resolved to endure the attack, allowing himself to be encased within a colossal sphere of ice. Akiji returned to the surface, calmly observing Li Wei trapped within the icy orb. At that moment, a cracking sound emanated from the sphere, and soon after, with a resounding bang, Li Wei raised his arms triumphantly, breaking free from the confines of the ice. Gazing at the shattered fragments strewn about, he laughed heartily. Akiji, have you underestimated me? This trivial sphere of ice cannot contain me. There was a hint of pride in his words, as he recognized the validity of his battle strategy. During their recent encounter, although Li Wei had activated his berserk state, he had not unleashed the full extent of his tenfold power. It was precisely for this reason that Aokiji had miscalculated once more. The sphere of ice he had created was not particularly large, with a mere radius of approximately 10 meters. Li Wei seized the opportunity to extricate himself from his predicament. Casting a provocative glance at Aokiji, upon hearing this, scrutinized Li Wei from head to toe before responding, "Just now, your strength has notably increased. Much like when you broke free from my icy grasp yesterday. Is this a manifestation of your devil fruit ability? Yet, I am not a wielder of such powers. Rather, I am a prodigy of martial arts." Li Wei, having demonstrated sufficient prowess, promptly shifted to the crux of the matter. Hearing this, Aokiji repeated the question, "A martial arts prodigy?" "Indeed, to illustrate my point vividly, I am akin to your Navy's Kobe, whose strength grows exponentially. No, my innate talent surpasses his. Aokiji, from our encounters, you should be able to discern it, right? Today, I am at least tenfold more formidable than I was yesterday. Are you aware of Kobe? Has he gained such renown already? No, you, a commoner in a distant land, are not a pirate. How could you be so well versed in the affairs of the Navy? I am also privy to numerous tales of pirates, such as the fact that Big Mom and Kaido were once members of the Rocks Pirates, as well as the truth surrounding the Rocks incident." Levi paused slightly at this point, observing the serious expression on Green Pheasant's face before continuing, "Information is power, and combined with my innate talents, what do you think? Shall we join forces? Who do you intend to use me against? It cannot possibly be the Big Mom Pirates, can it? After our alliance, I shall certainly disclose to you the identity of my adversaries. Rest assured, although I rescued Bruley, I am not affiliated with the Big Mom Pirates. My intentions are rather straightforward. I merely wish to improve the living conditions of the people of Whole Cake Island, nothing more. Improve their lives? I believe the greatest suffering of these people lies in the fact that they are compelled to surrender their soul's lifespan every 6 months, is it not? I am aware that in a couple of days, after I enhance my strength, I will persuade Katakuri to abolish the mandatory soul lifespan contributions before Big Mom returns to Whole Cake Island." Li Wei spoke with unwavering confidence, momentarily rendering Qingji speechless. After a brief pause, the onlookers erupted into a flurry of discussions. "Did you hear that? Li Wei claims that the Big Mom Pirates will abolish the soul lifespan tribute. That's impossible. How could he possibly contend with an emperor? I too believe he is merely indulging in fanciful dreams. However, no, let us refrain from further comments." Someone interjected, pointing out the vigilant Homets. The crowd, astute to the situation, promptly fell silent. Yet, their gazes upon Li Wei shifted, revealing a collective hope that this young man might indeed achieve such a remarkable feat. Chapter 19. Qingji is truly powerful. Kakuri is formidable, you know. Your strength still falls considerably short. Seeing that his performance had failed to impress Qingji, Li Wei patiently elaborated, "My greatest asset is not merely my current strength, but rather my potential, specifically, the extent of my progress. Compared to yesterday, I have undeniably advanced significantly, especially when paired with my intelligence-gathering abilities. In the face of absolute power, potential and intelligence are trivial matters. Let me allow you to experience the disparity in our strengths." Before he could finish his sentence, Qingji vanished from Li Wei's sight. "Oh no, it's the Marine's 6 powers, shave." Li Wei quickly regained his composure, entering a defensive stance and bracing himself for the impending blow. In an instant, Aokiji materialized before him. Almost immediately, Li Wei felt a powerful kick to his chest, the immense force propelling him through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby building. A sense of dread washed over him. The structure was bound to suffer damage. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he attempted to harness his strength to stabilize his trajectory. Yet, Aokiji reappeared before him, delivering a swift downward kick that altered Li Wei's course. With a thunderous impact, he struck the ground, creating a cloud of dust and debris. The onlookers, initially taken aback by what seemed a friendly sparring match, now stood in stunned silence as the scene escalated into a fierce confrontation. As the dust settled, they beheld Li Wei sprawled out on the street in a large crater, the edges of which were fractured and crumbling. His body appeared embedded in the ground, his eyes tightly shut, utterly still. Could it be that this young man had perished? Surely, even if he lived, he must be gravely injured. After all, his opponent was an admiral of the Navy. Li Wei was still too young. Amidst the murmurs of concern, he lay motionless, unresponsive. "Come now, don't pretend. Your acting is commendable, but I have seen through it. You just let your hockey dissipate," Aokiji remarked. At this, Li Wei's eyes flew open, and he slowly began to rise, a sense of trepidation in his heart. Fortunately, Aokiji had shown restraint, and the upgraded steel balloon indeed possessed commendable defensive capabilities. As Li Wei stood up, seemingly unfazed, the crowd was left in awe. One acquaintance, incredulous, exclaimed, "Has he truly become so formidable? Is this still the same timid fellow we once knew?" Aokiji dismissed the spectator's remarks, fixing his gaze on Li Wei and slowly stating, "It seems I may have underestimated you. Let me test this technique." With that, he adopted an attacking stance, and an ice sword materialized in his hand. Li Wei would certainly not shy away. He yearned to further augment his combat experience. After this encounter with Qingxi, he realized that the talents bestowed upon him by the system were indeed astonishingly powerful, enabling him to swiftly attain formidable strength. However, this also revealed a significant weakness in his lack of combat experience. Unfortunately, prior to his transmigration, Li Wei was merely an ordinary individual, and the original host was an even greater coward, both of whom could be described as utterly incapable of defending themselves. Li Wei gang sought to launch an offensive, yet, regrettably, his berserk state could only endure for a mere 5 minutes. An overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him, and with a resounding thud, he fell back into the very pit he had just emerged from. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. Akiji, equally perplexed, stared at Li Wei with his mouth slightly agape, and cautiously inquired, "Is this the price of your recent surge in power?" "Indeed, for the next 5 minutes, I shall be in a state of considerable vulnerability. You must safeguard me, Akiji." Li Wei responded weakly. Upon hearing this, Kizaru stroked his chin, approached Li Wei, and assessed his condition. Upon discovering that the young man was indeed merely fatigued, he curiously remarked, "Your technique bears a striking resemblance to that of a certain pirate. You are referring to Monkey D. Luffy, aren't you?" After utilizing his Gear 4th technique, he becomes incapacitated for 10 minutes and unable to employ haki. Li Wei picked up the conversation and recalled how Luffy later managed to mitigate his weakened state by intermittently employing Gear 4th. Thus, he added, "In a couple of days, I should be able to address this side effect." "Indeed, you must resolve this dilemma. Otherwise, when you unleash that technique, your adversaries may simply retreat and wait for you to enter a vulnerable state before delivering a lethal blow." Akiji offered sage advice, but then a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "You seem quite certain that I won't seize this opportunity to eliminate you. Is it because I was once a righteous Navy officer?" "Righteous Navy officer? If the Navy were truly just, why did you depart from it?" "I trust my instincts. Although you have joined the Blackbeard pirates, I am confident you would never stoop to the same level as Blackbeard teach. I believe even he is aware of this. You are indeed an intriguing young man. Though your strength may be lacking, your heart is not unkind. Just moments ago, when I sent you flying, you were concerned about damaging the surrounding structures and attempted to stabilize your fall." Levi was taken aback by Kizaru's perceptiveness. A flicker of joy ignited within him. "So, can we collaborate? If you can ascertain Brulee's whereabouts, I might consider an alliance with you." Kizaru, however, remained unfazed. "Please, propose another condition. Though I am keen to harness your strengths for certain objectives, I shall not compromise my principles. While I harbor disdain for some actions of the Big Mom pirates, I still hold a modicum of affection for Brulee." Kizaru's response was curt. "I am sorry." He turned to leave but paused, sensing something amiss. He turned his head slightly and halted in his tracks. Not far away, amidst a throng of onlookers, a portly figure adorned with an eccentric had abruptly ducked his head to evade Kizaru's gaze. After a moment, he murmured, as expected of an admiral, "Your observation haki is remarkably keen." Beside him stood a lanky, furtive individual who also bowed his head, replying in hushed tones, "What a pity. Otherwise, this would be an opportune moment to eliminate Levi." "Patience, Moss," the rotund man encouraged, patting the thin man's shoulder. "We have gleaned a significant weakness of Levi. Though he can unleash formidable power, your fruit ability is ideally suited for concealment, providing perfect countermeasures against him. Brother Andrew, you are correct. While Levi surpasses me in both defense and strength, his speed is lacking. Should I face him, even without evasion, I would remain unscathed." "Indeed, you make a valid point. However, I believe he possesses another critical vulnerability we must exploit. Moss, this time, you shall not return empty-handed." With that, the portly man cast a final glance at Kizaru and Levi, a cruel smile gracing his lips before he added, "Let us depart." Chapter 20, Brulee and Armand. "Thank you, Kizaru." After a considerable interval, Levi felt his strength renewed and sprang to his feet. "Since you have recovered, it is time for me to take my leave. Farewell." As Kizaru prepared to depart, Levi seized the opportunity to make one last appeal. "I believe the Blackbeard pirates are eager to capture Brulee to decipher the true history, are they not?" Kizaru's expression shifted to one of surprise, but he quickly resumed his usual demeanor and shook his head. "I am indifferent to Blackbeard's motives for abducting Brulee. After all, they are pirates. Almost forgot. I am a pirate as well. Pirates are not all the same. Take Luffy, for instance. He is a pirate, yet has vanquished many of his kind and performed numerous good deeds. Alas, what can one expect when he is the protagonist? Luffy is the protagonist?" Li Wei paused momentarily, hastily shifting the conversation. "This is not of paramount importance. What I wish to convey is that while the majority of pirates are indeed irredeemable villains, there exists a select few among them who are virtuous. I believe that even if you were to find yourself within the Blackbeard pirates, you would undoubtedly emerge as a commendable pirate." He chuckled. "I never imagined there could be good-hearted individuals among pirates. Alas, I must take my leave. Wait a moment longer." He continued, "Although we have not reached a consensus regarding cooperation, I feel compelled to disclose my adversaries to you." Approaching Akiji, he lowered his voice and said, "I intend to eradicate the Soulwork Society on this island. Their heinous acts, driven by the desire to purchase souls at a meager price, are utterly abhorrent. The Soul Work Society? Akiji mused. I have heard your tale. After acquiring your power, your aim is to exact revenge on this organization, is it not? Otherwise, I would surmise that your primary target should be the Big Mom Pirates, as they are the principal architects of the Soul Work Society's misdeeds. Indeed, I am well aware that the Big Mom Pirates are the true culprits, Li Wei replied. As I mentioned earlier, I too aspire to transform this island. Let us address that once you have dealt with the Soul Work Society, Akiji stated, ignoring Li Wei's further attempts to engage, and departed without another word. Observing the retreating figure of the former Marine Admiral, Li Wei sighed deeply, realizing the considerable challenge of persuading a top-tier powerhouse. He glanced at the crowd of onlookers nearby, their faces reflecting astonishment and confusion. Instinctively, they yearned to discuss the unfolding events, yet, constrained by the presence of numerous spectators and the watchful eyes of the Big Mom Pirates' hommets, they seemed to have reached a silent consensus, choosing instead to disperse gradually. Without uttering a word, Li Wei did not linger for long. His audacity in expressing his ambitions to Qing Ji stemmed from both his faith in the latter's character and his indifference to the Soul Work Society discovering his intentions. After all, he had but 5 days remaining of his talent this week. Contemplating this, he lifted his gaze towards the imposing edifice in the distance. The headquarters of the Soul Work Society established on Coco Island. It was time to unleash a grand upheaval. Li Wei strode purposefully toward the towering edifice, oblivious to the fact that several individuals within a nearby building were observing him from an elevated position. Among them, a woman with flaming red hair remarked with a smirk. This young man is gravely mistaken. Does he truly believe he can defeat the members of the Soul Work Society with such feeble strength? Indeed, Miss Christina. Your assessment is spot on. This young fellow, Li Wei, seems utterly unaware of his limitations, responded a handsome young man, none other than Johnson, the former boyfriend of Li Wei's goddess, Emily. At that moment, a figure adorned with serpentine tattoos, known as Snake, interjected with a differing perspective. Do not underestimate Li Wei. While his haki may be lacking, his true strength is formidable. I believe he may not necessarily be outmatched by Odric. Uncle Snake, how could Li Wei possibly be that powerful? Questioned Johnson incredulously. I am not exaggerating. Just moments ago, Li Wei demonstrated remarkable strength by shattering an ice hockey puck. Snake asserted. Christina, noticing Johnson's displeasure, quickly added, Sir, I share your disdain for Li Wei, but if he dares to confront the Soul Work Society, we ought to be pleased. Brother Snake, should we not lend him our support? She proposed. Patience. The Soul Work Society currently possesses greater strength than we do. It is unwise to confront them directly. Our priority should be to enhance our own powers, Snake advised. I concur with Uncle Snake. It would be ideal if Li Wei and the Soul Work Society could mutually exhaust one another. In that case, we would avoid the need to invest heavily in. Sir, you are speaking rather too freely, Snake interjected, his expression darkening as a cold glint of menace flashed in his eyes. Johnson faltered, hastily apologizing. I admit. I have spoken too much. Forgive me. I shall seek my own amusement. With that, he departed briskly, while Christina attempted to follow but was halted by Snake's call. What do you mean by that? Christina inquired, her brow furrowing. Brother Snake, are you still wary of me? Do not overthink it. I merely have a task for you. He clarified. What task? She pressed. If you dismiss my concerns, I may very well turn and join the Soul Work Society. You need not threaten me. While we indeed require your fruit abilities, we are not entirely dependent on them, Snake retorted sharply. Perceiving a slight softening in Christina's demeanor, he adopted a more conciliatory tone. You witnessed earlier that Andrew and Moss are plotting something detrimental to Li Wei. I need you to investigate their motives. You wish me to handle such a trivial matter? She scoffed. This is far from trivial. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. We must assist Li Wei at the opportune moment, enabling him to focus on the Soul Work Society. Should we significantly diminish their strength, it is likely that Boss Tinnies will promote you to a personal guard. You should realize that one position among the 3 elite guards is currently vacant. I trust you would not refuse. Very well. I genuinely wish to assist Boss Tinnies. I hope that upon completing this task, you and Thompson will truly accept me. With that, Christina took her leave. Behind her, a cold smile crept on Snake's face as he muttered to himself, Truly accept you? Humph. Meanwhile, at the Caramel CAF, an elderly woman resembling a witch expressed her dissatisfaction. Baron Dandon, where is Brin now? And what of the one who rescued her? Miss Brin has not disclosed her whereabouts. As for Li Wei, my subordinate reports that he has just departed, Baron Dandon responded. Before he could elaborate, a frantic subordinate rushed into the CAF. Have you found Li Wei? Dandon inquired. Yes. He just engaged in a fierce battle with Green Pheasant, the subordinate reported, relaying the details of the encounter. Is that so? This Li Wei is rather audacious. Thinking he can defeat Brother Katakuri? I shall pay him a visit, Blade declared angrily, retrieving a mirror from her garments. A woman adorned with an eccentric hat stepped forth. I shall accompany you. Very well, let us proceed, Sister Amond. Blade responded swiftly. Chapter 21. challenging the Soul Work Society, drawing upon the original owner's memories. Li Wei swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Soul Work Society on the island. It must be noted that several imposing guards stood sentinel at the entrance. And upon spotting Li Wei, they erupted into laughter. "Ah, if it isn't young Li Wei, we haven't seen you in days. I thought you had ascended to paradise." "Indeed. Neither have I spotted you. Your absence has deprived me of sleep." Another chimed in. "Without you, I have lost my appetite for food." They continued to mock. And amidst their derision, islanders selling soul lifespans joined in the laughter, as if Li Wei's presence could alleviate their own suffering. Li Wei felt a sense of helplessness, yet he did not linger on his predicament. He strode directly towards the guard who was laughing the loudest. "You move so swiftly. Are you eager to barter your soul's lifespan for coin to curry favor?" Before the guard could finish his retort, he suddenly clutched his abdomen. A grimace of agony adorning his face, his eyes wide with shock, drool escaping his lips. This was the consequence of Li Wei's fist striking his midsection, accompanied by a disdainful smile, a bully relying on his status. "What are you planning, Li Wei? Are you declaring war on the Soul Employment Agency? You useless wretch must have taken the wrong medicine before venturing out." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the guards hastily brandished their weapons, encircling Li Wei. Meanwhile, the others at the entrance discreetly retreated to the sidelines. At that moment, someone unexpectedly interjected. "I have heard that Li Wei recently consumed a devil fruit and has greatly enhanced his power. I have heard that he rescued Miss Brin from the clutches of the Blackbeard pirates. Not only that, he just recently engaged in a fierce battle with Admiral Akiji, and neither could gain the upper hand." Upon hearing these discussions, the guards exchanged glances, astonished that this so-called waste had managed to consume a devil fruit, an oceanic treasure valued at 100 million berries. Expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of the crowd. Li Wei, growing weary of further conversation, turned away and strode towards his fellow guards, his countenance radiating an aura of menace. "Humph, what a worthless fool. Even with the powers of a devil fruit, how formidable could he truly be? Indeed, let us confront him together. What have we to fear?" The guards, not easily intimidated, took the initiative to launch their assault. Armed with an array of sharp blades, they descended upon Li Wei with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Li Wei stands resolute, confronting every assault head-on without flinching. With such meager prowess, he dares to stir trouble at the Soul Work Society. But wait, he remains utterly unscathed. Li Wei was undoubtedly aware that with his current defensive prowess, the mere blades of ordinary individuals could scarcely inflict any harm upon him. Amidst the astonishment of his guards, he dispatched them one by one with a single punch, swiftly toppling all in a chorus of gasps. How formidable is this? Is this the true power of the devil fruit? Speaking of the abilities granted by the devil fruit, there are indeed numerous users within the Soul Workshop. We are in for quite a spectacle. Li Wei, with overwhelming prowess, vanquished the guard, astonishing the onlookers. However, they were acutely aware that the sentinel stationed at the entrance was merely an ordinary guard, representing the most rudimentary tier of the Soul Work Society's combat strength. Consequently, a crowd of spectators watched with keen interest, eager to see how Li Wei would confront the organization. "Ah, so you are the troublemaker," Li Wei, possessing quite the audacity. At that moment, a rugged voice echoed through the air. Turning to investigate, Li Wei beheld a long-haired man donning sunglasses. This individual was clad in attire identical to that of the guards, and was scrutinizing the young man before him with an appraising gaze. Li Wei nonchalantly shot back a glance. "You must be the captain of the guards, correct? Where are Tinnies and Aldrich? I suggest you summon them, for you are far too weak to be my opponent." Witnessing Li Wei's audacity, the captain, though incensed, refrained from acting impulsively. He instructed his subordinates to enter and report while keeping his gaze fixed on his adversary. At that moment, the guards sprawled on the ground grew agitated, struggling to sit up as they began to shout. "Captain Cucock, please avenge us. This brat is utterly intolerable. Captain, you too possess the power of a fruit user. You cannot possibly lose to him. Indeed, seize him and inflict upon him unspeakable torment. I want him to experience a fate worse than death." The captain of the guards, Cucock, appeared somewhat displeased and quickly interrupted their outburst. "Silence, you bunch of useless fools. You cannot even fend off a single brat. Why don't you give it a try? Perhaps you too would find yourselves unable to withstand me." Li Wei, with a provocative demeanor, slowly approached Cucock, pondering the nature of his opponent's devil fruit abilities. Regrettably, the original host had always hurriedly visited the Soul Work Society, where he was swiftly deprived of his lifespan by Homets, only to spend the meager earnings on gifts to win Emily's favor. Thus, he remained oblivious to the various abilities that existed within the society. Nonetheless, Li Wei was acutely aware that he possessed strength surpassing even that of the formidable Big Mom at the age of 5, and dealing with a branch should pose no challenge. Observing Li Wei's self-assured demeanor, Cucock could no longer maintain his composure. "Do not be too arrogant, Li Wei. You, a mere newcomer who has just consumed a devil fruit, dare to confront us? Allow me to demonstrate a taste of your own medicine." As he spoke, his physique began to enlarge, two long, pointed horns sprouting from his head, and the brownish-gray stripes emerged on his face, transforming him into a goat-like figure. While his original arms morphed into slender, elongated hooves, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief upon realizing that Qukok possessed a devil fruit akin to that of a goat, thus making it imperative to be wary of his horned attacks. With this thought in mind, he swiftly transitioned into his steel balloon form, continuing to provoke. So, you are the one with the little fat sheep fruit ability? It seems rather incongruous for a herbivorous creature like you to linger in a soul workshop that devours humans without a trace. What little fat sheep? I consumed the antelope fruit. Qukok could no longer contain his frustration. He assumed a poised stance, then propelled himself towards Li Wei with a powerful leap. Come forth. Let me shatter your horns. Li Wei positioned his right foot forward, bending it at a right angle, while his left foot exerted force backward. His hands crossed over his chest, bracing to withstand the impending impact. Upon observing this stance, Qukok's anger intensified. How dare you underestimate me? I shall create a hole in your chest. He first retracted his hands, which bore hard hooves, and then launched a powerful strike aimed directly at Li Wei. With a resounding bang, the onlookers instinctively covered their ears, yet their curiosity regarding the outcome compelled them to fixate intently on the duel. Qukok's hooves remained poised on Li Wei's body, yet Li Wei stood resolutely still. Silence enveloped the arena, creating an eerie atmosphere as neither opponent uttered a word. Chapter 22. The Antelope Fruit User Takes Action. Ah, is this truly your attack? So feeble and lacking in strength. Li Wei scoffed coldly, swinging his fist with such force that Qukok was sent hurtling through the air. Thud. Qukok crashed against the door, splintering the frame, the fallen debris burying his body beneath it. It took quite some time for the onlookers to comprehend the scene. Li Wei had indeed triumphed over Captain Qukok. Had he truly become this formidable? The injured guards, disregarding their wounds, struggled to rise, eager to distance themselves from this perilous individual. How unforgivable! With a sudden shout, Qukok emerged from the rubble, his body cloaked in dust and blood streaming from his fists. Coupled with the horns atop his head, he appeared quite fearsome. You as guards have shamefully abandoned your posts. Upon his emergence, Qukok noticed the guards attempting to flee the battlefield. In a fit of rage, he charged towards the one who had run the farthest. With a swift motion, he lifted his head and impaled the unfortunate soul with his sharp horn. Thud! The unfortunate guard fell heavily to the ground. A gaping wound opened on his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He struggled momentarily, unwilling to yield, and raised his right hand to point weakly at Qukok. You! At last, that hand fell limply. Qukok looked upon his fallen subordinate with no trace of compassion, turning his threats upon the remaining guards. Cowards must pay the price. If you do not wish to share his fate, then take up your weapons and defeat Li Wei. Captain, we are no match for Li Wei. We refuse to fight. The guards spoke in quivering tones, their legs trembling as if they were leaves in a storm. Witnessing this, the surrounding spectators displayed expressions of terror and anger, yet none dared utter a word. Seeing this, Li Wei bellowed, Do you see clearly now? This is your captain, a coward who only bullies those beneath him. Do you still pledge allegiance to him? He felt no sympathy for these guards. They were complicit in oppression and deserved their fate. However, inciting discord within the Soulwork Society could prove advantageous. Yet, the guards, being spineless and timid, greatly disappointed him. Time was of the essence, and he approached the enemy once more. Do you truly believe I would succumb to you? I have yet to unleash my ultimate technique. As he spoke, Qukok's form began to transform into that of a quadrupedal antelope. Shouldn't he, the strongest form of a Zoan-type ability user, be the hybrid form? Li Wei stared in astonishment at the imposing antelope before him, which had already charged in his direction. He swiftly assumed a solid stance, his fists tightly clenched, ready to engage in combat. This time, he was determined to break Kokochi's horns. As Kokochi rapidly approached, he propelled himself forward, his razor-sharp horns aimed directly at Li Wei. Seizing the moment, Li Wei unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist towards the approaching horns. With a thunderous crash, their clash echoed, and Kokochi was sent hurtling away. Accompanying him were two indistinct objects that, with a swift whoosh, lodged themselves atop the entrance, Kokochi's horns. Ah, my horns! This cannot be. Kokochi crashed heavily to the ground, staggering to his feet, having reverted to his human form. With his hands clutching his head, blood streamed down, a sight truly ghastly to behold. Do you understand why your horns shattered? Because the forces at play are reciprocal. Levi spoke these words with utmost seriousness, while Qukok was lamenting in agony. Oblivious to this widely known piece of common knowledge among the blue-skinned folk, the onlookers were equally perplexed by the meaning of his statement, their gazes fixed on Levi, their faces betraying expressions of fear. The cacophony was overwhelming. Li Wei advanced towards Qukok, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. Having dealt with one adversary, Li Wei peered through the doorway, resolute in his intent to step inside and eradicate this nest of vermin once and for all. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air behind him. I advise you to refrain from any rash actions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your friends. Li Wei abruptly halted his steps, casting a glance back to behold his dear friends William, Hannah, and Emily. Beside them stood two individuals brandishing daggers. One of them, a rotund figure adorned with an eccentric hat, smirked and inquired, "Surely, you do not wish for these two to perish because of you? Therefore I implore you." The other, a gaunt and lecherous man, interjected, wielding a dagger and gesturing menacingly towards Emily's face. He threatened, "Do not dare to move, or your life shall be forfeit." Poor Emily trembled, nodding in fear, her eyes pleading for assistance from Li Wei. How despicably vile it is to take hostages. Upon witnessing the situation, Levi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The last thing he desired was for William, Hannah, and Emily to become entangled in this predicament. Yet, he recognized the necessity of maintaining composure to devise a strategy. Andrew, the corpulent individual, observed Levi's remarkable tranquility and couldn't help but smile faintly. "You were able to defeat Cucock solely because he underestimated your strength and defensive capabilities. This fool has always prided himself on his sharpness, refusing to engage in cerebral combat. He will inevitably pay the price for his arrogance. Do not assume that vanquishing such a character is a monumental achievement." At this juncture, Andrew surveyed the attentive onlookers and continued, "I have witnessed your battle against Akiji, and I am acutely aware of your vulnerabilities. Mose, it is your turn to take the stage. Show him that mere power is far from sufficient. Rest assured, Brother Andrew, had it not been for Akiji's interference, I would have already dispatched him," the lean and scrupulous man declared with confidence. Upon hearing these words, Levi paused momentarily, then comprehended the gravity of his recent brush with death. Had it not been for Akiji's protection, he would have succumbed to these two individuals while in a weakened state. Li Wei felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, silently resolving that while the state of berserk power was immensely potent, its accompanying side effects were equally perilous. He must wield it with caution. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he cast another glance at his two adversaries, one stout and the other slender, and mused that, given his defensive capabilities, they should be unable to breach his guard. The pressing concern was to devise a plan to rescue William, Hannah, and Emily as swiftly as possible. Just as Li Wei focused his thoughts, the rotund Andrew spoke once more. "I advise you to direct your full efforts against Moss. He is far more formidable than Cucock. If you allow distractions, you may very well lose both of their lives." With that, he suddenly produced an hourglass. "Our Soulwork Society has always prided itself on fair dealings. Here's the deal. If you can defeat Moss within 10 minutes, I shall release them." Upon finishing his statement, Andrew flipped the hourglass, and the fine sand began to trickle down. "The countdown has commenced. Moss, do not let me down." Chapter 23. The Powerful Talent System. Rest assured, Brother Andrew, not only 10 minutes, but even if given 10 hours, he would not lay a finger on me. Moss replied with a triumphant laugh, clearly exuding confidence in his ability to triumph in this confrontation. Levi was caught off guard by the enemy's unexpected request, and he quickly discerned the underlying trickery. Wait a moment, this fellow is so slender, he clearly excels at evasion. Given the vastness of Cocoa Island, should he make a run for it, I might not be able to catch up with him within 10 minutes. At this juncture, Levi shifted his tone. Your Soulwork Society revels in conducting such seemingly equitable transactions that are, in reality, devoid of fairness. The trade of soul lifespans stands as the most quintessential example. Upon hearing this, many among the onlookers, who had also contemplated selling their own soul lifespans, shared a silent understanding and rallied in support of Levi. Indeed, his words resonated with undeniable truth. The prices for soul lifespans were rather undervalued. Unfortunately, in this entire realm, only he was permitted to engage in such dealings, leaving us with no room for negotiation. I am indifferent to this, as I merely believe that resorting to flight to confront Levi's challenge lacks merit. Thus, therein lies the unfairness. Levi is correct. The Soulwork Society does not engage solely in fair business practices. They acquire our soul lifespans at low prices and resell them for profits that multiply by dozens or even hundreds. Andrew cast a disdainful glance at the spectators. Yet he proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be hasty. The transactions conducted by our Soulwork Society are fair and just. You exchange your lifespans for money. It is a mutually beneficial agreement, one willing to sell and the other willing to buy. Consider if we did not exist. When you find yourselves in dire need of funds, your only recourse would be to seek a loan from Boss McGiddy. You are undoubtedly aware of the exorbitant interest rates he imposes, are you not?" His tone, although measured and unhurried, effectively drowned out all discussion. In response to his words, the crowd found themselves momentarily speechless. Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at the hourglass, still trickling sand, and hastily resorted to provocation, whether fair or unfair. "Each of us possesses an internal scale of justice. The misdeeds you have committed are far too numerous. What does one more matter? If this were a truly equitable contest, then this scrawny fellow would not be permitted to flee. Rest assured, Li Wei, Mose will not stray beyond 10 meters of you. Surely, that is acceptable? However, in turn, you too must refrain from employing any weapons, including these stones and such. This arrangement constitutes an equitable duel, does it not?" Andrew, the stout one, spoke with unwavering confidence, effectively dispelling the doubts of the onlookers. Then, with a tone laced with menace, Andrew added, I strongly advise you to focus on the duel. Do not entertain thoughts of direct intervention, for the firearm in my possession does not discriminate. Li Wei cast a glance at the ashen-faced William, Hannah, and Emily, reluctantly nodding in acquiescence. He had indeed contemplated utilizing a peculiar sonic attack to incapacitate the adversary and subsequently rescue the hostages. However, this permanent ability had yet to be upgraded, rendering its power rather limited. Moreover, the hefty assailant was positioned too close to the captives in light of the enemy's vigilance. Attempting to directly stun him without allowing him to fire his weapon would be an insurmountable challenge. Just as Li Wei succumbed to his musings, he suddenly became aware of a voice resonating in his ear. It was a grave transgression to lose focus during combat. Li Wei's spirit jolted as he noticed the slender figure of Moss approaching him, only to swiftly retreat moments later. Indeed, this fellow possessed remarkable agility. Evidently having identified Li Wei's most significant weakness, it is worth noting that this weakness also applied to Big Mom, among the formidable ranks of the four emperors. Her corpulent physique undeniably appeared cumbersome. You seem quite enraged. Why not come and strike me? Moss scoffed, gesturing dismissively at Li Wei. In response to this provocation, Li Wei merely smiled faintly. I shall momentarily place my trust in your society of soul workers and their integrity. While I may lack agility, I am fortunate to possess immense strength. Thus, in terms of speed, I shall not be outmatched, for the application of force is reciprocal. As soon as his words left his lips, he propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, charging directly at Moss. Taken aback by Li Wei's sudden and rapid advance, Moss reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the impending strike with ease. However, consumed by the desire to vanquish his opponent at maximum speed, Li Wei lost control of his momentum and collided headfirst into a wall. Boom. The wall crumbled instantaneously. Once more, Levi did not take much time to rest. Like a rampaging bull, he charged at Moss. The latter effortlessly evaded his assaults. Undeterred, Levi continued his reckless onslaught, battering the walls at the entrance of the Soulwork Society, leaving them pockmarked and battered. The once resplendent gates now resembled a dilapidated ruin. Your speed is far too slow. After a series of attacks, Moss began to pant. Seizing the moment when Levi paused, he taunted back. Andrew, observing this, furrowed his brow and cautioned, be careful, Moss. Levi's strength is no trifling matter. Although you've avoided his strikes thus far, a single hit could spell your defeat. He has to land a hit first. I am an animal-type ability user. In terms of endurance, I shall not falter, Moss retorted. He intended to say more, but Levi launched yet another charge, compelling him to silence and concentrate on evasion. Gradually, Moss sensed that Levi's speed was increasing, and evading became increasingly strenuous. In contrast, Levi was elated. His suspicions were proving correct. He possessed a royal-grade talent system. As the name suggests, the system not only bestowed formidable skills but likely also enhanced his comprehension and learning abilities. After all, talent determines one's potential. Every individual who stands atop the world must possess exceptional learning capabilities. Thus, Levi relentlessly attacked, gradually mastering the control of his body through each collision. His agility and speed were visibly improving. What a peculiar young man. Andrew observed Levi's transformation and promptly offered his tactical advice. Moss, enough of this play. It's time to unleash your fruit ability. Is it really necessary, Brother Andrew? I'm enjoying myself, Moss replied. Underestimating your opponent is a grave mistake, Moss. Remember, if you lose, it's not just your face that's at stake, but the reputation of our entire Soulwork Society, Andrew stated, his tone brooking no argument. Chapter 24. The Rodent Fruit Ability. User, my apologies, Brother Andrew. The Soulwork Society cannot afford any failures, and I will not allow anyone to underestimate us. Moss spoke sincerely, his earlier mockery replaced by a resolute demeanor. Humph. Joining an organization of common folk and acting proud, truly hopeless. Levi scoffed at Moss's change in attitude. He rubbed his calf and added, you will soon find yourself defeated, but I must thank you. You have significantly accelerated my speed. No sooner had he spoken than Levi charged once more, confident that even if Moss managed to evade this strike, he could swiftly alter his direction to land a hit. However, unexpectedly, Moss did not dodge as he had before. Instead, he vanished from the ground altogether. Li Wei abruptly halted his steps and turned around, only to discover a mysterious black hole where Moss had been standing. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Moss peeking out from a distance. Haha. This is the power of my fruit ability. I have consumed the mouse fruit, exclaimed Moss, revealing himself as a creature capable of burrowing. The adept of the mole form. Upon hearing Moss's explanation, Li Wei comprehended that the mouse fruit user mentioned by Baron Egg was none other than him. However, the ability to dig holes posed quite a challenge. Li Wei hesitated momentarily before dashing forward. Although his speed had significantly increased, Moses' ability to dig was equally swift, causing him to vanish in an instant. Moments later, he re-emerged behind Li Wei, laughing heartily. No matter how fast you are, you cannot surpass my ability to burrow and evade. Before Mose could finish his sentence, Li Wei turned and sprinted away once more, but regrettably, he was still a step too slow. Thus, The onlookers watched as Li Wei flitted about like a headless fly, desperately attempting to strike Mose, yet failing to connect once again. Levi had not anticipated that what began as a straightforward confrontation would devolve into a game of whack-a-mole. He felt a sense of exasperation, yet refrained from acting impulsively. He realized that his priority was to contemplate a strategy for the situation at hand. Levi, you must exert yourself. Only 2 minutes remain, Andrew remarked, lifting the hourglass to indicate the dwindling time. Huh, is this truly your strength, Levi? Even if your power surpasses mine, what can you accomplish? Moss chimed in, seizing the opportunity to mock him once more. The crowd surrounding them began to murmur, observing that while Levi possessed strength, he failed to land a blow on his adversary, revealing a significant vulnerability. It seemed evident that his capabilities were inflated when compared to the likes of Admiral Akiji. How could Levi possibly hope to touch him with such agility? While this reasoning held merit, the two young men found themselves in dire straits, having been taken hostage due to their association with Levi. If this situation continued to escalate, they risked injury or even death. Amidst the chatter, Emily's complexion grew increasingly pale as she began to plead for mercy. Please, sir, I merely know Levi. I implore you to spare me. Upon hearing her words, William Hanna sneered disdainfully. He has spent a considerable sum on you, and you dare to claim you merely know him? I do not wish to die. Emily sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Cease your weeping. Time is of the essence. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire toward Levi, who instructed him to overestimate his own abilities and challenge us from the Soul Work Society. Andrew said slowly, casting a confident glance at Levi. Moss, equally convinced of his victory, leaned against the entrance, half of his body protruding. Come on, come and strike me, he taunted, while remaining vigilant for any sudden approach from Levi. Through their previous encounters, Moss had learned that Levi's speed had escalated alarmingly. However, in the face of their provocations, Levi did not charge forward. A mysterious smile graced his lips, as if he had discovered a solution to the predicament. The shift in Li Wei's expression sent a jolt through Andrew's heart. Meanwhile, Moss resumed his taunting demeanor, remarking, Are you still smiling? It seems you have forsaken your friend's life. Enough with the idle chatter. Beware of Li Wei's ambush. Upon hearing Andrew's warning, Moss had no choice but to obediently conceal himself within the hollow, cautiously peeking out with just his head. Li Wei paid no heed to his opponent. Instead, he turned to the collapsed ruins, hastening forward to grasp a hefty chunk of wall, weighing it in his hands. Do not forget the terms of our wager. Should you strike Mose with that stone, the gun in my hand will surely pierce the bodies of these two individuals, Andrew interjected urgently. Li Wei smiled faintly, saying, There is no need for you to be overly anxious. If I intended to hurl stones, would I truly select such a vast wall? As he spoke, he swiftly cast his hands, and the wall soared forward with remarkable speed. Levi's action startled Moss greatly, prompting him to instinctively retreat into the burrow, only to cautiously peek out moments later. He soon realized that Levi's trajectory did not aim at him. Moss intended to speak further, yet Levi's relentless motions did not cease. He hurled debris against the wall in rapid succession, swiftly obstructing the very entrance Moss had just excavated. The onlookers observed Levi's actions with bewildered expressions, their minds racing with conjectures. What could his intentions be? Was he attempting to seal the entrance? Yet, would such an endeavor prove effective? That formidable ability user was adept at digging, making it unlikely that a mere barrier could suffice. Who could say? Perhaps Levi was merely striving for a final stand. Andrew. 2. Discern Levi's intent. Moss, be cautious. He has blocked the entrance you excavated with the wall. To seal the entrance with a wall was to underestimate my prowess as a burrower. Although Moss remained hidden, a sense of relief washed over him. A mere wall could not rival the strength of the ground beneath, and would not hinder his digging capabilities. Indeed, you excavate swiftly, but alas, these very tunnels shall become the key to my victory, rendering you the architect of your own demise, Levi softly remarked, lightly clapping his hands as if to brush away the dust clinging to them. Observing Levi's composed demeanor, Moss paused momentarily before scoffing. You enigmatic fool. You are on the verge of defeat. In just 30 seconds, you shall be collecting the remains of your two friends. 30 seconds? Levi retorted. Defeating you will require merely 3. Li Wei approached as he spoke, all eyes in the room fixated on his every movement. Even Andrew displayed a look of concern, gripping his gun tightly as he cautioned, Mose, you need to be careful. This fellow seems rather off. Chapter 25. Enhanced sonic assault caution proved futile. Levi bellowed with fervor as he surged forward, charging towards Moss. Moss, anticipating the move, retorted, You are still too slow, before retreating into the cave. Observing Levi's actions, Andrew exhaled in relief, realizing that this fellow was merely posturing, almost falling for the ruse. However, he could not have anticipated Levi suddenly crouching down, taking a deep breath, and then unleashing a thunderous roar into the dark abyss. Li Wei unleashed a formidable sonic assault. Andrew had no time to react. He was suddenly overwhelmed by a deafening cacophony, leaving him momentarily dizzy. However, the sensation of vertigo quickly dissipated, and he instinctively covered his ears. a foreboding sense of dread rising within him. Does Levi possess such a sonic assault? Is he not merely boisterous? Mose is on the verge of collapse. Andrew hastily searched for his companion's whereabouts, silently praying that he would not emerge. However, not far away, a scrawny figure leapt from the hole like a mouse electrocuted. Heedless of the danger. This is dire. A weight settled in Andrew's heart as he witnessed Levi, without hesitation, charge forward and deliver a punch towards Mose. Bang. Poor Mose was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, his body rebounding like a deflated ball, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Curiously, throughout this ordeal, Mose emitted not a single sound, as if Levi's assault was entirely inconsequential to him. Levi leapt forward, approaching Mose, only to discover that the adversary had long since lost consciousness. Grasping the slender figure as one would a trophy, he addressed Andrew with a scoff. Such an easily defeated foe. I had presumed you had cultivated formidable defenses. However, no one responded to his words, as many onlookers had succumbed to unconsciousness. Those with slightly superior physical constitution could still maintain awareness, yet they sat incapacitated upon the ground. As for the most formidable of them all, Andrew had regained his composure, brandishing a gun pressed against William Hanna's temple. Observing this scenario, Levi furrowed his brow and remarked, "This wager has been lost by you, according to our agreement. It is time for you to release the hostages. What trickery is this?" The force seems modest, yet it compelled Mose to flee from his refuge. Upon hearing this inquiry, Levi couldn't suppress a smile. Did I not mention earlier? The hole dug by the rat has been of tremendous assistance to me. Alas, knowledge is indeed power. He felt a surge of gratitude, recalling the tales of Newton he had encountered before his journey, which had rekindled his understanding of the principles of sound propagation. The hole excavated by the rat functioned akin to a grand megaphone, amplifying the potency of the peculiar sonic assault. Prior to the attack, Levi had taken care to seal off other apertures, aiming to achieve an echoic effect. More crucially, the rat's abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Thus, when subjected directly to the bizarre sound attack, it would not be instantly incapacitated. Yet, coupled with its heightened auditory sensitivity, the effect of dizziness was significantly exacerbated. Consequently, it sought to escape the opening with fervor. As thoughts raced through his mind, Levi turned his gaze back to Andrew, who still held his weapon firmly. Therefore, he hastily exclaimed, "Is this what your soul work society deems a fair exchange?" At that moment, the dazed individuals began to awaken one by one, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Clearly, Levi had triumphed. Yet the members of the Soul Work Society were still refusing to release his friend. This was utterly outrageous. The most egregious aspect was that this individual had initially presented himself as a proponent of equitable combat. Indeed, I had placed my trust in his deceitful words. It seems Levi was correct in his assessment. The Soul Work Society has committed numerous unscrupulous acts. Levi remained silent, his mind consumed with thoughts on how to ensure his friend's safe escape. In truth, he had long been mentally prepared for the current predicament. After all, how could one expect the members of the Soul Work Society to be trustworthy? It was a pity for Emily, whose tear-streaked face revealed her fear at this moment. She dared not utter a word, terrified that Andrew would end her life with a single shot. Though William Hanna did not shed tears, a look of concern etched itself onto his features. The rotund Andrew-esque expression darkened as well, and finally, in a fit of rage, he shoved Emily aside. Laughing maniacally, "You have indeed triumphed, so I shall release this girl. Now be gone." Emily was taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune. She scrambled and stumbled towards the crowd, fleeing without a backward glance. The onlookers did not mock her disheveled state. After all, it is understandable for someone who has narrowly escaped death to appear anything but graceful. Once Emily had departed, Andrew surveyed the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "We, the Soul Work Society, keep our promises, do we not? Levi has only defeated one person, thus I shall release one in return. Fair, is it not?" The spectators exchanged glances, and after a moment, one muttered, "What kind of fairness is this? It is simply despicable." However, Andrew did not respond. Instead, he pulled William Hanna close, pressing the gun to his temple, and with a smile, said, "Silence. It is you who should be quiet. Now tell me, whom must I defeat for you to release William Hanna?" Li Wei, undeterred by the need for verbosity, directly posed his question. "Indeed, Li Wei, with your current prowess, it suffices to vanquish one more opponent. Although the Soul Work Society may lack reason, as long as there exists a method to save others, we shall serve as the arbiters." Upon witnessing Li Wei's formidable strength, the onlookers surprisingly rallied to encourage him. Li Wei chuckled softly. Yet as he glanced back at the imposing door, a peculiar thought crossed his mind, despite the considerable commotion he had stirred. No one from the vast Soul Work Society had emerged. This seemed rather unusual. However, he chose not to dwell on this anomaly, for the pressing matter at hand was the rescue of William Hanna. Thus, Li Wei turned his gaze towards Andrew. Andrew, of course, comprehended Li Wei's intent and laughed heartily. "From the very beginning, I stated that in business, it is a matter of mutual desire to buy and sell. I suggested your duel with Moss to determine a man's fate, and you consented. Hence, this wager, or more precisely, this transaction, was indeed viable. At this juncture, Andrew abruptly interjected, however, with regard to this man, the business I wish to conduct is not one of combat. I could release him, but you must ensure the freedom of both myself and my companions. Are you begging for mercy? Such a course of action. Levi spoke with a tone of disdain, only to be interrupted by Andrew, who, after all, was the one begging for mercy. Your arrogance might just intimidate me. If my hand trembles, that bullet could very well. Just as Andrew was speaking, he suddenly noticed Levi lunging forward, prompting him to instinctively pull the trigger. Bang! The bullet was fired. Chapter 26. The might of the iron balloon. One must admit, Levi's speed had indeed increased significantly. Before Andrew's gun had even discharged, Levi's hand had already made contact with his friend William Hanna's shoulder. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. After firing his pistol, Andrew immediately shoved William away and took a step back, wishing to distance himself from Levi. He continued to loudly assert, "This is all you're doing, Levi? You have brought death upon your friend." Simultaneously, Andrew fired in rapid succession, employing every means at his disposal to thwart Levi's relentless pursuit. Witnesses gasped in horror, taken aback by Levi's sudden impulsiveness. Was he truly willing to endanger a hostage's life? Yet, Levi did not continue the chase. Instead, he embraced the wounded William Hanna and, like Andrew, leaped backward. The spectator's expression shifted from sorrowful astonishment to perplexed confusion at this unforeseen turn of events. Andrew, in the wake of his momentary tension, found himself bewildered by Levi's intentions. He knew that a mere bullet could not harm the remarkably resilient Levi. However, his friend was merely an ordinary man. A bullet striking him in the head would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet, why was the hostage not crying out in agony? A sense of dread washed over Andrew as he observed William turn his head, though his expression bore signs of pain. There were no marks of a bullet wound on his head, nor was there a single drop of blood. Before long, the onlookers began to realize the same. After a momentary silence enveloped the scene, fervent discussions erupted once again. Levi had truly saved his friend? How was this possible? I distinctly saw the agents of the Soul Working Society fire their weapons. At such close range, evasion seemed impossible. Indeed, how had he accomplished this? Amidst the clamor of speculation, Andrew wore a puzzled expression, warily regarding Levi, and directly inquired, "My bullet should have struck your friend? Is this your devil fruit ability?" Levi smiled enigmatically, expressing his gratitude. "I owe much to your assistance. Without your support, my speed would not have improved so remarkably, and I would not have been able to save William Hanna." At this juncture, he glanced at the virtual panel before him, feeling fortunate that, following the enhancement of his innate abilities, the iron balloon now possessed area-based defensive capabilities. Moreover, with the increase in his speed, he had managed to protect William Hanna at a critical moment. Leeway admitted to having taken a gamble, yet fortuitously, he had wagered wisely. Naturally, he would not divulge the intricacies of his skills to his adversaries. Instead, he attributed his success in rescuing others solely to his swiftness. Upon hearing this explanation, Andrew, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "Are you suggesting your speed surpasses that of a bullet?" "No, you did not make any attempt to intercept the projectile. There must be some hidden secret. Perhaps you should contemplate how to extricate yourself from this predicament. Your actions against my friend are utterly excessive, and I shall not let you escape unscathed." Leeway approached slowly, while Andrew raised his gun once more, intent on firing a shot. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that he had just emptied the magazine. "You must also be a fruit user, right? Show me your abilities." Leeway approached Andrew with a relaxed demeanor. Yet his mind remained vigilant against any potential ambush from his adversary. After all, as the captain of the Rat Men, Andrew's strength could not possibly be inferior to that of the Rat Man himself. "Humph, my fruit ability? Allow me to demonstrate it to you." With a sudden leap, Andrew made a bid for escape, prompting Leeway to spring after him. However, to his astonishment, wings sprouted from Andrew's back, propelling him higher into the sky. He stood dumbfounded. This hefty individual was, astonishingly, a user of the bird fruit? No one could have anticipated such a revelation. The onlookers were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, clearly unable to reconcile the notion of flight with someone of Andrew's stature. Suspended in midair, Andrew gazed down upon the crowd and remarked, "I never imagined I would be forced to this extent by someone like you. This is my first time showcasing my powers in front of such a large audience. I never expected a hefty individual could take to the skies." Leeway responded without hesitation. As a vivid scene from Stephen Chow's film The God of Cookery flashed through his mind, depicting Tang Nyo soaring through the air with grace. Quickly shaking his head, he inquired, "The bird fruit user indeed possesses remarkable abilities. However, I presume you consumed a less potent form, did you not? As for my strength, I managed to escape your grasp. Though your power is formidable, you were unable to capture me. Perhaps you should focus on safeguarding your friends. Otherwise, our Soul Work Society shall not relent in pursuing them." Hovering above, Andrew shifted to a threatening tone, inciting discontent among the onlookers below. Unfazed, he continued, "Silence. Leeway intends to dismantle the Soul Work Society. You should contemplate a future devoid of the ability to trade your meager soul lifespan for wealth." At this proclamation, The crowd fell into a hushed stillness. A middle-aged man turned to Li Wei and remarked, "I believe the existence of the Soul Work Society is not without merit. Wouldn't you agree? While their methods may be despicable, there is no coercion involved. We willingly sell our soul lifespans." Li Wei, I understand your intentions are noble, yet we have our own struggles. William Hanna quietly interjected, Li Wei, I am genuinely happy to see you awaken and grow so powerful. However, you are aware of my family's circumstances. Li Wei had anticipated their responses and addressed Andrew in the air. Revolution cannot be accomplished in a day. My first step will be to establish a new soul work society, offering 10 times the price for souls. Many affluent individuals would surely be inclined to do business with us. You possess such wealth? Andrew scoffed. You sustain yourself by selling souls. And in the grand arena of nations, can you truly defeat the likes of Big Mom? Can you vanquish Lord Katakuri? Taken aback by Li Wei's audacious strategy, Andrew soon grasped the crux of the matter and raised a question. Indeed, the Big Mom pirates are supporters of the Soul Work Society. While your methods may seem promising, they are unlikely to succeed. In fact, they are destined to fail. Many organizations have attempted this venture, yet only Tinny Soul Work Society has succeeded, and even he could only operate within 5 islands. At Andrew's suggestion, expressions of reluctance surfaced among the crowd. Not necessarily. Our boss will support financial matters, chimed in a red-haired girl who stepped forth from the throng. Levi glanced over and recognized the individual who held a grudge against him, Christina. Chapter 27. He intended to establish a new soul workers society. It's you. The subordinate of McGiddy, isn't it? Otherwise, you would never utter such words, Andrew remarked condescendingly, quickly identifying Christina. In a tone laced with veiled menace, he continued. I suggest you return and consult McGiddy. He understands our relationship far better. Humph. You merely rely on the strength of the Ant Pirate Group. Otherwise, where would you find refuge in this world? Christina retorted sharply. I too have a suggestion for you. Be gone. Upon hearing this, Andrew observed the crowd below, their faces lighting up with delight. He realized they relished the prospect of a clash between the two factions, and the rabble even began to murmur among themselves. Levi joined in the applause, exclaiming, Well said. The Soul Workers Society should vacate this realm. Don't you all agree? Yet, his words elicited no response, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Andrew, however, directed his ire at Christina, exclaiming, You two young ones must temper your fervor. Red-haired maiden, it would be wise for you to return. Inquire of McGiddy and Snake. They will know the proper course of action. I stand here, publicly declaring war against you. This is clearly under the orders of McGiddy, and your doom is imminent. Andrew could no longer contain himself. Foolish woman, do you not realize we, the Soul Workers Society, fear not your usurious gang? Speaking of which, do you remember Edwards? He was one of McGiddy's 3 great guardians. Yet he was ultimately vanquished by us. Do you dare mention Edwards? McGiddy has never forgotten our grievances. We shall avenge Edwards, Christina declared defiantly. You are but a mere lackey. I shall not hold you accountable. However, should you dare oppose the Soul Workers Society, I will spare no mercy, regardless of who you are. Levi, you too. Andrew issued his final warning. Upon hearing this, Li Wei seized the opportunity to interject. I have long been at odds with the Soul Work Society, yet I have not faced any repercussions from you. He then turned to the red-haired girl, Christina, and continued, Since Boss McGiddy is also intent on taking down the Soul Work Society, we shall be allies. Once we defeat them, we can monopolize the trade of soul lifespan. As he spoke, Li Wei noticed a flicker of disdain in her eyes, recalling their previous misunderstandings. He simply smiled in response. Christina quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile. Indeed, together we can surely eradicate the Soul Work Society. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. Christina, you are merely an ordinary officer, lacking the authority to make such decisions for us. Li Wei recognized the speaker as Snek, one of Tinny's 3 elite guards, without needing to turn around. As expected, Andrew in the air chimed in, Snek, are you intent on provoking a conflict between our factions? Snek, this individual is overly arrogant, Christina began, but Snek raised a hand, silencing her. He then addressed Li Wei. You dare to venture into the Soul Work Society alone. Impressive. I have long disapproved of their actions. With a mere 100,000 berries, they can acquire half a year's lifespan from others, only to resell it for millions. It is utterly despicable. Li Wei promptly replied, steering the conversation back on track. Mr. Sneak, I believe you two wish to rid yourselves of the Soul Work Society, given that we share a common adversary. Under the mediation of the Anti-Pirate Group, we are no longer enemies with the Soul Work Society. Sneak responded nonchalantly, interjecting, Our 2 organizations each handle different businesses. We do not interfere with one another. Hearing this, Andrew in the air chuckled with satisfaction, remarking, Sneak truly understands the bigger picture. However, you should discipline this woman. Reckless words can lead to trouble. Christina, eager to retort, fell silent upon meeting Sneak's gaze. In response, Sneak smiled and countered, You needn't concern yourselves with our affairs, Soul Work Society. Your immediate priority should be resolving your conflict with Li Wei. Upon hearing these words, Li Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. He genuinely wished to incite a war between Boss McGiddy and Tinnies. As long as they were at each other's throats, he could conserve his own energy. With these thoughts in mind, Li Wei expressed his stance. The enmity between us cannot be resolved. We must determine a victor. Yet, he continued, sneak. Have you truly no interest in collaborating with me? Look at the state I've left the Soul Work Society in. No one has stepped forward to intervene. It seems they are facing significant troubles. Stop spreading rumors. Leader Aldrich is merely attending a report meeting at headquarters, Andrew replied with disdain. Otherwise, would you have the opportunity to cause a ruckus here? Li Wei clearly disagreed with this explanation. So, you only have such a small contingent on Cocoa Island? That puts my mind at ease. Shouldn't you be seeking reinforcements soon? You won't be able to flaunt your arrogance for long. Andrew ignored Li Wei's provocation, focusing instead on the McGiddy gang. Sneak, if you could assist us in dealing with Li Wei, the Soul Work Society would certainly reward you handsomely. Sneak responded. As I mentioned earlier, our boss McGiddy is in the business realm. Violence and bloodshed are not our intent. Moreover, you, Andrew, are merely an ordinary cadre. If help is needed, it should at least come from someone of Aldrich's stature. Seeing Sneak's unyielding words, Li Wei felt a surge of hope. There seemed to be an opportunity. Seizing the moment, he stoked the flames further. I can surmise Andrew's intentions. Although he is an ordinary cadre of the Soul Work Society, he holds a rank equivalent to your second-in-command at McGiddy. He burst into laughter, casting a sidelong glance at Sneak. Li Wei, your instigation is too overt. I must reiterate, our boss McGiddy is a businessman. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not become enemies with you or the Soul Work Society, Sneak stated with a smile. He then shifted the conversation. However, from your recent dialogue, it appears you, Li Wei, have a significant business proposition you wish to discuss with us? Chapter 28. Allies arise. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon clarity dawned upon him, and he eagerly nodded, stating, indeed. I am very keen to conduct business with Boss McGiddy. Snake, as you know, I aspire to establish a new Soul Work Society, which necessitates a significant amount of initial capital. Just so, we at McGiddy are particularly fond of resolving others' dilemmas through lending. Li Wei, this soul trade is indeed a lucrative venture. I shall take the liberty of deciding. How much do you require? We shall lend you that amount. And as for the interest, we can certainly negotiate amicably. Then I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to Boss McGiddy and Big Snake. He chuckled. Levi smiled as he extended his right hand towards the other party. Snake was momentarily taken aback, but reciprocated the gesture with a smile, clasping Levi's hand. Their handshake seemed to herald the successful culmination of their business dealings. This abrupt turn of events left Christina momentarily stunned. Conversely, the onlookers quickly grasped the implications of this development, buzzing with excitement like ants in a boiling pot. It was splendid. With McGiddy's sponsorship, Levi might truly establish a new Soul Work Society. Indeed, just moments ago, Levi had mentioned significantly raising the price of soul longevity, heralding better days ahead for them. However, the Soul Work Society of Tinnies is backed by the formidable Big Mom Pirates, which complicates matters. After all, Levi had rescued the daughter of the Yonko, and thus, the Big Mom Pirates might extend even greater support to him. Upon hearing these remarks, Levi felt a sense of helplessness. His original intent was to eradicate the very existence of this trade in soul longevity. Yet, judging by the demeanor of the crowd, it seemed they would rather sell their soul's longevity than truly embrace life. He could not help but envision Lu Sun, realizing that to effect genuine change in public perception was the only way to make the world a better place. The road ahead was arduous, and this formidable challenge could not simply be resolved through the royal-level talents bestowed by the system. Li Wei was lost in deep thought, while Andrew, suspended in midair, discerned Snake's intentions. He hastily interjected with a warning. Snake, your financial backing of Li Wei signifies a declaration of war against us. I advise you to reconsider. To which Snake retorted, I suggest you refrain from advising, Andrew. Or perhaps you would dare to descend, so we may engage in a proper discussion. Li Wei interrupted the conversation, turning to Snake and remarked, this fellow, relying on his ability to fly, is exceedingly noisy. Sparrows are indeed such raucous creatures. Sparrow? Andrew. It turns out, consumed the bird fruit, a sparrow-themed devil fruit. This plump little sparrow is rather amusing. So that is why Andrew enjoys accompanying Moss so much. One soars above, while the other burrows below. They are a match made in heaven. However, both of their strengths are rather lacking, relegating them to petty misdeeds. Noticing that Snake was aware of his fruit abilities, Andrew's expression shifted, and he chuckled. So, you have long desired to oppose us, have you? It makes sense. 2 years ago, when you fled in disgrace, I suggested we eradicate you completely. Yet, Lord Katakuri deemed you to retain some usefulness and spared your lives. Indeed, we owe our thanks to Lord Katakuri. We are merely merchants, and any disputes you have with the Soul Works Agency do not concern us. However, I am quite curious when you will finally meet with Boss McGiddy face to face, considering you seek a substantial loan. In response to Snake's remarks, Li Wei confidently patted his chest and declared, once I have eradicated the Cocoa Island branch, I will promptly seek out Boss McGiddy. I believe he would hesitate to risk lending me money without witnessing my true capabilities. Then I wish you swift success, Sneck replied. Exchanging a glance with Christina before they departed, Levi gazed at their departing figures, contemplating his next course of action. He would certainly not pursue a confrontation with the owner of McGiddy's prior to the festival, as he had no intention of establishing a new soul-work society. However, in light of today's events, he might incite a conflict between McGiddy and Tinny's. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he raised his gaze to Andrew in the sky and said with a smile, "Now that McGiddy's men have departed, aren't you going to call for reinforcements?" "Humph. If you're so eager to meet your demise, I shall gladly oblige." Andrew retrieved a telephone bug and dialed a number. Below, Levi refrained from launching a surprise attack. For while he possessed commendable strength and defensive capabilities, his agility had also seen improvement. Regrettably, his aim left much to be desired. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to expend energy on a futile endeavor. Seizing this moment, Levi finally found the opportunity to console William Hanna. His friend, William, who had been present throughout their conversation, sensed Levi's seriousness and inquired with concern, "Levi, are you truly going to take on the Soul Work Society? Rest assured, I shall eliminate them, and you need not worry for your personal safety. I will propose to the anti-pirate crew that you temporarily stay with Emily at Bruin CAF. I believe the Soul Work Society lacks the audacity to target you." Upon seeing William nod in agreement, Levi scanned the crowd in search of Emily. But finding no trace of her, he shifted his gaze back to Andrew. At that moment, Andrew had put away the telephone bug, expressing his frustration. "Consider yourself fortunate. Leader Aldrich will not return until tomorrow." "Humph. Then I shall return tomorrow to deal with you all," Levi retorted. Leeway refrained from idle chatter and promptly took William Hanna away. He needed to find Emily quickly, as the situation could deteriorate rapidly otherwise. Nearby, in a lavish hotel, Green Pheasant and Wang Ogo were keenly observing every move made by Li Wei. With extraordinary strength, bizarre sounds, and an impenetrable defense, this individual resembled a veritable replica of Charlotte Lingling. "Green Pheasant, we must exercise caution," Wang Ogo remarked. "Are you concerned that Li Wei might become our adversary?" "I believe you are overthinking," Green Pheasant replied. "Nevertheless, his strength has escalated at an alarming rate. In just this one battle, his speed has significantly increased. It appears he has not deceived me. His talent is astonishing. Let us remain prudent, Green Pheasant. Brin is of utmost importance to us. If that is the case, we must take action." No sooner had he spoken than Green Pheasant turned and departed. Wang Oga, somewhat perplexed, then heard Li Wei's voice. "The Soul Work Society is rather peculiar. There is evidently a powerful individual within that establishment, yet they allowed me to wreak havoc without interference." "I see." Wang Oga followed closely behind. In Chapter 29, the encounter unfolded between the user of the brown bear fruit and Green Pheasant. Within the opulent confines of the Cocoa Island branch of the Soul Work Society, a burly man with short brown hair and a scruffy beard was speaking into his snail phone. "President Tinnies, we have encountered an emergency situation." "Audric, you are not suggesting that Brin has been located, are you?" "Not at all. She is currently safe. As long as Brin is unharmed, that is what matters." "Now, what transpired?" "I just received a call from Andrew's snail phone. He confirmed that Li Wei is indeed the young man who rescued Miss Brin from Green Pheasant, and he has caused quite a commotion. Furthermore, Li Wei intends to establish a new Soul Work Society, challenging us directly." "What? This boy possesses such formidable strength? Did you not inform me just yesterday that he was merely an oddity of a devil fruit user, and that both you and Green Pheasant underestimated him, which allowed him to rescue Brin?" "I indeed investigated Li Wei. Prior to yesterday, he was a mere wastrel, frequently selling his soul's lifespan for money to win the favor of girls. Then how did he manage to defeat Kokoki?" According to Andrew, Li Wei's strength has surged at an unprecedented rate. In just one day, he seems transformed, and he does not appear to be a devil fruit user. A meteoric rise in talent from a wastrel. Do you truly believe this assertion, Audric? You continue to investigate this matter thoroughly. I have a nagging feeling that Li Wei has support from others behind the scenes. President, you are correct. Just moments ago, Snake publicly declared his intention to fund Li Wei's establishment of a new Soul Work Society. Maggoty? It seems he genuinely believes that our previous defeat was due to assistance from the Big Mom pirates. President, should we take the initiative? Maggoty is merely an inconsequential figure. My greater concern lies with the stance of the Big Mom pirates in this affair. The coincidences are too striking. Are you suggesting that Li Wei is acting under the orders of the Yonko Big Mom, or rather, Katakuri? That cannot be right. The Big Mom pirates are currently at their most critical juncture, and we have not betrayed them. Indeed, that is precisely what perplexes me. Very well, Audric. I will send Elgis to assist you. Understood, President. I will keep a close watch on Li Wei and ensure Miss Brin's safety. Yes, conduct a thorough investigation, and seek opportunities to glean Brin's sentiments regarding the Big Mom pirates. If it transpires that Li Wei has not secured their support, then we must eliminate this young man post-haste. As the conversation concluded, Audric noticed the president hang up the snail phone. He stood up and began pacing, muttering to himself about the president's thoughts. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Come in, Andrew. Before Audric could finish his sentence, the door swung open with a bang, and he saw a crystalline object hurtling towards him. Is that an ice ball? You are Green Pheasant? Audric reacted swiftly, evading the surprise attack and discerning the nature of the object. You are indeed hiding here. I am curious, with your strength, why did you allow Li Wei to cause such disorder without intervening? Are you protecting someone? As he spoke, Green Pheasant, with his raven curls, and Wang Oga, adorned with a peculiar hat, stepped into the room. Audric's expression shifted, but he soon erupted into laughter. Green Pheasant, I too am intrigued. Why would a marine admiral consort with the Blackbeard pirates? Unwilling to answer? Then I shall resort to force to extract the truth from you. Green Pheasant exhaled, and an ice dagger materialized in his hand. Audric bellowed in response, then let me witness the true strength of a marine admiral. As he spoke, Audric's form rapidly expanded. His head grew broad and rounded, muscles bulging in his shoulders and neck, as brown fur sprouted across his body. Audric had transformed into a colossal brown bear, his hands morphing into thick, black pads, with his nails elongating into sharp claws. Audric, the Cocoa Island branch chief of the Soulwork Society, user of the brown bear fruit in bear form, Wang Oga remarked leisurely. A flicker of surprise crossed Audric's eyes, quickly replaced by a grin. Your intelligence operations within the Blackbeard pirates are commendable. No wonder you ascended so swiftly. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his massive bear paw aimed at Wang Oga. A resounding crash echoed as Audric sensed something amiss and turned to find Wang Oga had already appeared behind him. Your opponent is Green Pheasant. Destiny foretells that you shall meet the same fate as your subordinates, Wang Oga declared, reclining in a chair upholstered in exotic fur, a relaxed demeanor adorning his face. Audric's fury ignited upon seeing Wang Oga seated in his chair. You should be more concerned about your own fate. You still have the leisure to chat while battling me? Green Pheasant executed a shave, instantaneously appearing beside Audric, thrusting the ice dagger directly towards his chest. With a piercing sound, Audric was caught off guard. The dagger piercing his chest, blood gushing forth. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, retaliating with a powerful swipe. Green Pheasant, unable to withdraw the embedded ice dagger in time, leapt aside to evade the bear's strike. After forcing Green Pheasant back, Audric attempted to charge at Wang Oga again. But as he took a step, he sensed an unusual shift and turned around. Green Pheasant hovered in midair, arms crossed before his chest, white mist swirling around him, transforming into two pointed ice spears. 2-point spears, Green Pheasant announced, launching the ice spears towards Audric. Audric sought to dodge the attack, yet his bulk proved a hindrance, and he was pierced by the ice spears. Ah, that hurts. Green Pheasant paid no heed to Audric's cries of agony, drawing closer and softly uttering, frozen moment. In an instant, a chill enveloped the air, and the unfortunate Audric was transformed into a frozen sculpture. At that moment, a girl with light brown wavy hair appeared at the doorway. She was the target of Qingxi's mission, Brin. Upon realizing the perilous situation, Brin immediately turned to flee. Fate has brought us together again, Brin. The once seated Wano Gaz vanished in a blink. Chapter 30. The cooperation of the three sisters. No one can escape the arrangements of destiny. Surrender, Brin. No matter how you evade, you cannot elude our pursuit. Wang Ogaz declared slowly, observing as Brin abruptly halted, casting a glare full of animosity in his direction. This is the design of fate, one that none can resist. He added, approaching Brin with an air of nonchalance. Naturally, Brin would not submit easily. You shall not capture me, she retorted fiercely. With that, she drew her pistol and unleashed a flurry of bullets at Wang Ogaz until the magazine was empty. However, for one endowed with the ability of the shifting fruit, such an onslaught was futile. Wang Ogaz deftly maneuvered, evading each bullet, and soon found himself beside Brin. Yield, he urged, raising his long gun to aim at her. Yet, Brin hesitated, glancing around before disregarding the threat and bolting away. A gunshot rang out as Wang Ogaz, momentarily faltering, squeezed the trigger, the bullet striking Brin's foot. With a thud, she stumbled and fell. Wang Ogaz shook his head slightly. Why do you refuse to heed the call of destiny? Suddenly, sensing something, he leaped backward. A tall, slender woman dressed in a flowing gown and wide-brimmed hat emerged abruptly from a mirror, wielding a long sword that she swung toward him. Wang Ogaz, anticipating the attack, easily dodged, leaving a deep gouge in the ground where he had stood. Seeing her strike fail, the woman shielded Brin. A thin smoke curling from her lips as she calmly remarked, "You are quite nimble, Wang Ogaz. Lady Charlotte Armand, what brings you here?" Before Wang Ogaz could finish his thought, another woman resembling a witch crawled out from the mirror, revealing herself as Blay, the mirror fruit user. Noticing Brin's injury, she hurried to her side, supporting her with concern. "Are you all right? Sister Blay, I've only sustained a minor injury, but you must be cautious. This man is formidable. Leave this to me, Blay. Take Brin and get her to safety," Armand declared confidently, her sword at the ready. At this crossroads of fate, you have all chosen the wrong path. Wang Ogaz, somewhat irked, retorted, "You cannot escape your fates." With a swift motion, he vanished once more. The narrative unfolded slowly. Armin's sword strike appeared deliberate, yet precisely aimed at Wang Ogaz, who, forced into a defensive position, blocked the attack with his firearm before leaping backward to create distance. Go now, Armand urged, her tone somber, as she prioritized the protection of her sisters. Brin, we must leave. Blay quickly responded, crafting a large mirror with a circular gesture of her hands. Supporting the injured Brin, they stepped through the mirror, entering the mirrored realm. During this time, Wang Ogaz fired rapidly, but all bullets were intercepted by Armand. Once Blay had successfully departed, Armand expelled the smoke from her mouth, executing a slow, horizontal slash with her sword. This maneuver compelled Wang Ogaz to cease fire. While I am here, you shall not harm my sister, Armand stated firmly. Wang Ogaz, your fate is about to take a turn for the worse, he replied coldly, stroking his firearm. At that moment, Qingji arrived, observing Armand. I warned you long ago. Your reliance on your fruit abilities and shooting skills is excessive. Qingji, do not interfere in our battle. Do as you wish. After all, Brin has already escaped. However, I advise you to conclude this fight swiftly, for we are still on the territory of the Big Mom pirates. Rest assured, Brin's fate remains unchanged. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ogaz vanished once again. On Cocoa Island, within a modest and somewhat shabby dwelling, Li Wei observed Emily's pallid complexion, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Had it not been for his burdens, she would not have experienced such terror. Emily, please heed my words. Let us take refuge in the Caramel CAF. Li Wei, being a benefactor of the anti-pirate crew, believed that under their protection, the soul workers would not dare to harm them again. William Hanna, somewhat anxious, interjected, yet it was evident that Emily remained unresponsive. Lost in thought with her arms wrapped around her knees, silent. What should they do now? William Hanna was at a loss. While Li Wei furrowed his brow and gently advised, Emily, I understand you are frightened, but hiding here is perilous. Li Wei, do you think I am merely a superficial and cowardly girl? You must look down upon me, Emily asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Her voice tinged with vulnerability and despair. Levi was taken aback by her sudden inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, you must think me vain. An ordinary daughter preoccupied with the desire for new garments. Furthermore, I have exploited your affection for me. Just moments ago, in a desperate bid for survival, I uttered that I merely knew you. It is worth noting that you fainted in the street after selling your soul's lifespan to purchase gifts for me. Emily spoke in a breathless rush, her face reflecting a pallor of despair. Drawing from the original owner's memories, Levi spoke earnestly, I have indeed harbored disdain for you. And I believe I have regretted the feelings I invested in you. However, that chapter has closed. I am genuinely pleased that you have come to recognize your true self. Do not forget your aspiration to become a teacher. After saying this, he felt a surge of introspection. While Emily's actions may have been excessive, it truly takes two to tango. The original owner had also reaped what they sowed. Do I wish to fulfill the dream of becoming a teacher? Levi, thank you for recalling my ambition. I nearly forgot it myself. Sensing a shift in Emily's mental state, Levi seized the moment. Indeed, now that we have a dream, we must strive to achieve it. You and William Hanna, we cannot allow ourselves to perish at the hands of such a vile organization as the Soulwork Society. With that, Levi resolved firmly, no matter the challenges, I shall not abandon my dream of transforming the pirate world. William Hanna, too, felt a stirring within. Yes, Levi, you are right. I must rely on my own efforts to earn money and cure my mother's illness. At this, he patted Levi on the shoulder. As your friend, I will wholeheartedly support your quest to dismantle the Soulwork Society. Indeed, I will strive to ensure a happier existence for the people of the nations. Li Wei spoke loudly. Upon witnessing his fervent demeanor, Emily momentarily felt disoriented, but she quickly shook her head, a complex expression of regret and reluctance flashing across her face. Chapter 31. The Attitude of Kelly Jia on Cocoa Island, at the Caramel CAF. The spacious establishment was devoid of patrons, save for a robust man towering over 3 meters, engaged in conversation through a peculiar device. What? Tinnies, are you saying someone has declared war on your Soulwork Society? Indeed, Kelly Jia, just moments ago. I received a call from Audric, who informed me that Li Wei has caused quite the uproar, leaving our branch on Cocoa Island in utter disarray. Who is Li Wei? Is he associated with the Blackbeard pirates? Kelly Jia, you have not heard of Li Wei? He is the one who rescued Miss Brin from Akiji and Wano. It was also he who consecutively defeated several of my subordinates, and he even claims to be forming a new Soulwork Society in collaboration with McGiddy. Li Wei, the savior of Brin? I recall now. Since he is our benefactor, I would hope you could overlook his rude behavior, Tinnies. Kelly Jia abruptly interrupted the voice emanating from the device, scratching his head nonchalantly. Kelly Jia, this is inappropriate. Li Wei openly provoked us in front of many. I shall not let him off lightly. Tinnies, are you contemplating betrayal against our Big Mom pirates? You are aware that I have an aversion to traitors. I harbor no intentions of opposing the Big Mom pirates. Otherwise, I would not have reached out to you. I understand what you wish to express. Tinnies, I have already made my stance clear. Li Wei is the savior of my sister, and our Big Mom pirates have always believed in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. Thus, I believe Li Wei's favor is sufficient for us to shield him from conflict with you. I comprehend. Let this be the one time, Kelly Jia. Should Li Wei continue to act against us, I will not let him escape justice. Very well, Tinnies. We are not unreasonable. Li Wei saved my sister, yet this time, you shall spare him because of us, effectively nullifying our previous debts. That is acceptable, Kelly Jia. When do you intend to retrieve Brin? Bri has already gone to fetch her. I believe they will return shortly. All right. Although you have arrived, Akiji and his companion are formidable adversaries. Do not concern yourselves with that. I shall ensure the safety of my sisters. At this juncture, Kelly Jia suddenly lifted his head, noticing his subordinates ushering in several unfamiliar faces. Tinnies, I must attend to our benefactor. Farewell. With that, Kelly Jia terminated the call. And just as he was about to speak, Li Wei preempted him. You are Kelly Jia, one of the 3 sweet commanders? Your biscuit fruit abilities have been developed quite impressively. Li Wei smiled as he spoke, simultaneously scrutinizing Krija's appearance. He observed that Krija possessed a head of purple hair, with 3 tufts situated atop his head and at the back of his skull. The hair on top was shaped like a long loaf, while the tips of the 2 tufts at the back sparked with energy. A scar adorned Krija's right eye, enhancing his visage with a more menacing aura. He wore a pink cloak decorated with white spots, and on his right shoulder, he donned a vibrant pink shoulder guard. A large sword was sheathed at his waist. It appeared that after being defeated by Luffy, Krija no longer resorted to utilizing the powers of the biscuit fruit to disguise himself as a tall, bearded middle-aged warrior. Upon reaching this conclusion, Li Wei heard Kli Jia inquire with curiosity, "How do you know about my fruit ability? Have we met before?" To which Li Wei responded, "In a sense, Kli Jia, these details are of little significance. However, your presence here is fortuitous, as I was just seeking you." Before Levi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Cracker. "Levi, I was just looking for you. Surely, you must be in dire need of assistance from our Big Mom pirates, am I right?" Indeed, the Soul Work Society had proved to be utterly shameless, leaving him with no choice but to remain silent. "Enough, Levi. The Soul Work Society is an organization under our command. Anyone who dares to harm them will be opposing the Big Mom pirates." Upon hearing this, Levi was momentarily taken aback, and Cracker continued, "However, since you saved Bruley, you are regarded as a benefactor of the Big Mom pirates. Therefore, I just spoke with Teenies, and he has decided to let you off this time. But this is the only exception. Should you continue to provoke Teenies and his crew, we will not hesitate to take action against you." Realizing the implication, Levi understood that Cracker intended to convey that the Big Mom pirates had already repaid his kindness in rescuing Bruley by thwarting the Soul Work Society's retaliation. Furthermore, Cracker was issuing a warning. Do not oppose the Soul Work Society again, or they would remain indifferent to his plight. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Levi glanced at his companions William, Hannah, and Emily, and with a smile remarked, "Cracker, you have misinterpreted my stance. I am not afraid of the Soul Work Society's vengeance. On the contrary, I eagerly await their approach." "Huh, Levi, what do you mean by that?" "What I mean is, if you truly wish to repay my kindness, then please take good care of my friends here." Li Wei pointed at the 3 individuals beside him, his expression resolute. "As for the Soul Work Society, I shall eradicate them completely." "Li Wei, do not act impulsively. We must find a way to conceal ourselves," William Hanner interjected, urging caution. With a smile, Li Wei interrupted his friend's words and turned to Kelly Jiao, saying, "I believe this request is not unreasonable, is it? You have come here merely to leverage the favor of saving Bruin in exchange for our protection of these 3 individuals? Indeed, I wish that my conflict with the Soul Work Society would not extend its ramifications to these 3. It is utterly shameless of the Soul Work Society to attempt to use them as leverage against me, leaving me with no choice. I urge you to contemplate this carefully. Our ant pirate crew is quite discerning when it comes to debts of gratitude. Since you have made a request and we have acquiesced, then we no longer owe you any favors. In other words, I cannot ignore what you have done previously regarding the Soul Work Society. There is no need for further deliberation. However, it would be even more advantageous if you could provide some additional financial support. As you can see, my friend's mother is in poor health and urgently requires funds. Li Wei, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Kelly Jiao reiterated emphatically. Li Wei responded without hesitation, asserting his unwavering certainty. His resounding reply left Emily momentarily taken aback, prompting her to cast a lingering glance at her backup. "No worries. I will make the necessary arrangements. Now that our grievances have been resolved, do not be surprised if we also take action against you. Are you prepared?" With this declaration, Kalia drew his knife from his waist and pointed it menacingly at Li Wei. Chapter 32. A battle for culinary delights. Upon witnessing Kalia assume a threatening stance, a horde of pirates wielding weapons surged into the CAF, among them the hastily arriving Baron Egg. Although he could not comprehend the rationale behind waging war against Li Wei, he regarded his benefactor with a gaze filled with hostility. The other pirates, led by Hamets, similarly directed their weapons toward Li Wei. This sudden turn of events momentarily caught Li Wei off guard. He had not anticipated Kalia to turn against him so swiftly. More importantly, Li Wei was acutely aware that, given his current strength, he likely stood no chance against Kalia. Although the user of the biscuit fruit possessed a notable weakness of being particularly sensitive to pain, His biscuit soldiers were remarkably resilient, capable of enduring even Luffy's fourth gear to shatter them. Levi quickly analyzed the situation. Even if he were to enter a frenzied state and gain tenfold the strength of a 5-year-old, he might still be unable to defeat a cookie soldier. Not to mention, Clea could endlessly produce a multitude of cookie soldiers, and Levi realized he would struggle to even approach him. Consequently, a grave expression settled on Levi's face. He needed to devise a strategic plan. Clea, noticing the change in Levi's demeanor, chuckled and suggested, "What do you think? You still have the option to reconsider. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to leave the CAF." "No, thank you." Li Wei resolutely declined, fully aware that in order to vanquish the Soul Work Society, the involvement of the Grandma pirate crew must be avoided at all costs. Thus, the battle was inevitable. If only he could elevate his talent level. With this thought in mind, Li Wei hurriedly scanned his surroundings and soon spotted an array of delectable dishes laid out on the tables within the establishment. A quick count revealed more than a dozen varieties. Such a vast selection of culinary delights should suffice to elevate the iron balloon's level once more. A surge of joy welled up in Li Wei's heart. It seemed that Baron Egg truly spoke the truth. He had indeed brought forth a feast for him. Thus, Li Wei first addressed Baron Egg, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for preparing such an abundance of delicacies for me. You are a gentleman of your word." He then turned to Kelly Jia and remarked, "Before we engage in battle, I wish to indulge in some of this exquisite fare. You see, I have just emerged from a fierce confrontation with the Soul Work Society, and I find myself quite famished. Surely, you would not take advantage of my predicament, as that would tarnish the esteemed reputation of your formidable Madam Pirate crew." Kelly Jia replied, "Li Wei, I believe you are mistaken. You are currently our adversary. Why would we extend assistance to an enemy? Therefore, do not expect to partake in these culinary delights." The one responding was none other than Baron Egg, who positioned himself protectively in front of Li Wei. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting his own naivety. After all, his opponent was a pirate devoid of any sense of morality or righteousness. "Li Wei, it would be wise to reconsider your stance. I recognize your current strength. Yet the adversary before you belongs to the formidable Big Mom pirates. It is unwise to oppose them. Moreover, you need not fret about our safety. We are capable of safeguarding ourselves." William Hanner expressed his concern once more for the well-being of his friend. Li Wei shook his head, assuring, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter." "How intriguing. Would you rather sacrifice yourself to protect a friend? I am beginning to develop a fondness for you. Thus, I shall grant your wish." Li Jia sheathed his great sword and assumed a combat stance. Observing this, the pirates and hommets who had encircled them turned their gazes towards Li Wei. In their eyes, he was already a dead man. "Wait, Li Jia. My dealings with your Big Mom pirate crew must be settled one by one, in order." As he spoke, Li Wei turned to Baron Egg. "Let us first address our grievances." "What do you mean? We have no personal enmity, do we?" In response to Baron Egg's confusion, Li Wei could only resort to flimsy reasoning. "Who says there is none? You promised to bring me delicacies, yet you have gone back on your word. So you wish to fight me?" Baron Egg scoffed. "I have indeed heard of your victory over Kokoki and the others, but they were merely ordinary members of the Soul Work Society. Spare me the pleasantries. Let us wager instead. After all, it was through betting that I once saved Brin from Akiji and the Blackbeard pirates." Levi hastily articulated his intentions, fully aware that such a declaration would elicit no refusal from the other party. Indeed, Baron Egg promptly acquiesced, exclaiming, "You wish to wager on those delicacies? It appears you are quite the glutton." With that, he sought his superior's approval. "Lord Kriega, may I engage in combat with this fellow first?" "Very well, Baron Egg. But do exercise caution. Levi is no weakling. Rest assured, Lord Kriega, I shall give it my all." With his cane in hand, Baron Egg approached Levi, advising, "You still have time to reconsider. The members of the Ant Pirate crew are truly peculiar, each one more fussy than the last." No sooner had he spoken than Levi took the initiative to strike. Drawing upon the techniques he had recently mastered in battle, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, surging toward Baron Egg with the swiftness of lightning. "Come forth and experience my Benedy leg." Baron Egg, pivoting around his upper body, executed a rapid spinning kick aimed squarely at Levi's face. Bang! Li Wei could not restrain his body and could only endure the heavy blow. He was kicked away and crashed violently against the wall, breaking through it. William Hanner gasped in shock and rushed outside at once. Meanwhile, the other members of the Big Mom pirates erupted in cheers. Truly, the Baron was impressive, dispatching Li Wei with a single move. Li Wei was either dead or gravely injured. After all, he had shown no sense of gratitude despite the numerous chances granted to him by Lord Clea and the Baron. He mistakenly believed that our Big Mom pirates were on par with the Soul Work Society. Just as they were speaking, their chatter suddenly ceased. Two figures entered through the main door. It was Li Wei and William Hanner. "That was quite a powerful attack, Baron Egg. My face still stings," commented Baron Egg, feeling a jolt of surprise upon seeing Li Wei unharmed, for his move had severely wounded Pedro. Li Wei continued, "Indeed, you possess a slight edge over the abilities of the Soul Work Society's practitioners. However, you are still no match for me." With that, He directed his friend William Hanna to return to Emily's side, before he leisurely approached Baron Egg. Let us proceed. It is your turn to attack, and I shall respond in kind. How intriguing. Baron Egg unsheathed the slender sword concealed within his cane, preparing for combat. Chapter 33. The abilities of Baron Egg. Observing this, Li Wei assumed a firm stance, readying himself for defense. As his visage, arms, and indeed his entire form transformed into a shade of gray, Kalia was momentarily taken aback. Hockey of armament? At such a tender age, you have managed to envelop your entire being in armament hockey. What remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, the subordinates of the Big Mom pirates exchanged glances, questioning their own capabilities in comparison. However, Baron Egg merely scoffed. Though you have enveloped yourself entirely, such rudimentary armament hockey cannot withstand my sword strikes. With that declaration, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword directly at Li Wei. Let us see how you fare against it. Levi stood his ground, resolutely absorbing the attack from Baron Egg. The sound of impact echoed as the Baron's slender sword struck Levi's arm. Emily and William's mother shut their eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight of blood spattering. However, to everyone's astonishment, Levi's arm remained unscathed. Despite the Baron's sword bending at an exaggerated angle, resembling a crescent moon, it still failed to pierce Levi's skin. Baron Egg paused momentarily, incredulous as he gazed at Levi, pondering the extraordinary strength of his defenses, reminiscent of a mother's protection. Yet, the Baron was not one to concede easily. He prepared to intensify his assault, determined to breach Levi's defenses. Just then, Levi initiated his counterattack, fists clenched and body poised. He summoned all his strength and launched a powerful punch aimed squarely at the Baron's face. With a resounding thud, it was now the Baron who was sent flying, tumbling across the ground and crashing into several tables and chairs before finally coming to a halt. As he soared through the air, Levi noticed an egg-shaped object emerge from the Baron's abdomen, realizing that Baron Egg was about to transform. The spectators were taken aback by the sheer force of Levi's strike, their mouths agape in stunned silence. Moments later, Baron Egg emerged from the debris, having shifted from his humanoid form to that of a chick. His skin had taken on a yellow hue akin to a chick's, his arms now resembling wings, and his attire transformed into a yellow suit with white trousers. Well done, Levi. I never anticipated you could push me to this extent, Baron Egg remarked. Before he could finish, Levi interjected. Is there really time for so many words during a battle? Are you trying to rap, you little chick? Li Wei once again exerted himself, harnessing the formidable force of his own momentum as he charged towards Baron Egg. This maneuver proved ineffective against me. The Baron leapt gracefully into the air, effortlessly evading Li Wei's assault, and then retracted his right leg, delivering a powerful kick towards his opponent. Li Wei had long been prepared, blocking with his arm and successfully forcing Baron Egg to retreat. Your strength has significantly increased. I have even transformed into the form of Earl Chick. Yet you still managed to withstand my kick? Baron Egg found himself perplexed. Just moments ago, in his Baron Egg form, he could easily send Li Wei flying, and logically, with his current enhanced strength, the same kicking technique should possess even greater lethality. However, he was thwarted by the opponent's defense. Be cautious, Baron Egg. My observation hockey indicates that this fellow's strength has markedly improved. Upon hearing Kelly's warning, Baron Egg suddenly understood. It appeared that Li Wei had the ability to instantly gain formidable power. He wished to speak further, but confronted with Li Wei's fist, which was as large as a cooking pot, he could only dodge once more. Simultaneously, Baron Egg felt a tinge of frustration. This lad seemed to be one who relished conversation, yet now he had fallen silent. Levi was undoubtedly eager for a swift resolution. He had unleashed his berserk state. If he could not defeat Baron Egg within 3 minutes, he would assuredly face defeat. Fortunately, the enhancement of his strength not only granted him greater speed, but also augmented his control over his own body. In contrast, Baron Egg found it increasingly arduous to evade Levi's strikes, and ultimately, he could not escape the force of Levi's fist. Bang, bang, bang. Upon striking his opponent, Li Wei immediately launched a relentless series of attacks, intent on defeating Baron Egg in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, his aspirations did not come to fruition. Now, Li Wei, prepare to experience my ultimate Beniti kick. At the sound of these words, an ominous feeling surged within Li Wei. The onomatopoeia indicated that Baron Egg had transformed into his most formidable form, the Rooster Count. Without hesitation, he fortified his defenses, bracing himself to withstand the impending damage. However, this time, Baron Egg executed a powerful downward kick, forcefully propelling Li Wei's head towards the ground. Bang! Li Wei felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his face, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. Immediately thereafter, he sensed a tightness in his chest, followed by another severe blow to his back. Li Wei could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. You have finally sustained an injury, Li Wei. Ultimately, you lack your mother's resilience. Upon hearing these words, Li Wei rose from the ground and beheld the final form of Baron Egg. His appearance had transformed into that of a white rooster, clad in a pale pink suit, with muscles that had become remarkably exaggerated, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Baron Egg truly lived up to his reputation as a senior officer within the ant pirate crew, possessing formidable power. Then let us engage in a direct confrontation, he declared. And as he regained his composure, Li Wei rushed towards Baron Egg once more. However, this time, Baron Egg evaded the attack again without countering. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, yet he pressed on with his assault, only to have each strike deftly evaded. Forced to halt his offensive, he spoke with a tone of disdain. What is the matter, Baron Egg? Despite having attained your ultimate form, you still hesitate to engage me in battle? I have a conjecture. The formidable power you wield must come with a time constraint, and I suspect it is accompanied by significant side effects. Hence, your reckless attack on me just now. Baron Egg's words ignited a fervor among the onlookers, particularly Emily and William Hanna, whose faces reflected deep concern. They had witnessed Li Wei in a state of weakness before. Their expressions did not escape Baron Egg's notice, and he smiled slightly. It appears my conjecture holds true. Your friends are indeed worried about you. This remark further incited the raucous crew of the Dama pirates. Haha, our victory is assured. Li Wei, your friends have unwittingly aided us greatly. You intended to protect them by saving Miss Brin, yet they have revealed your greatest vulnerability. I almost feel pity for you. Indeed. But alas, it is too late now. It is a shame we cannot witness Lord Krika in action. What are you thinking? Does Li Wei even require Lord Krika's intervention? It seems I was mistaken, haha. Upon hearing these remarks, Emily and William Hanna could hardly contain their feelings of shame. Seeing this, Li Wei bellowed, silence. They are not like you treacherous pirates. It must be said that his voice was indeed formidable, cutting through the clamor of the raucous discussion among the pirates, leaving them momentarily stunned. Levi smiled as he comforted his friend regarding his former goddess. Rest assured, I will conquer Baron Egg. You all know I have yet to reveal my trump card. Chapter 34. The tide has turned. Although Levi's momentum was impressive, silencing the crew of the anti-pirate gang momentarily, they soon regained their composure and resumed their mockery. Humph, Levi's weaknesses have been laid bare. His defeat is inevitable. Even before his downfall, he puts on a brave front. This lad possesses remarkable mental fortitude. No wonder he dares to oppose the Soulwork Society. Yet, with such limited strength, can he truly contend with Lord Tinnies? He is a formidable opponent, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Lord Katakuri. Regardless, if Levi loses this duel, he may well forfeit his very life. One must not indulge in unrealistic aspirations. Upon hearing these remarks, William Hanna felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and shame. He dashed towards Clyke, sinking to his knees in fervent supplication. My lord, I no longer seek your protection. Levi, spare him, for he has saved your sister. Haha, I shall grant you one more opportunity, Levi. Clyke chuckled heartily before continuing. Indeed, you are quite formidable. However, no matter how strong or diligent you are, there will always be those you cannot surpass. Only by grasping this truth can you achieve true growth. I concur with your sentiment, while effort determines your lower limits. Your upper potential is undoubtedly dictated by innate talent. Li Wei's candid words momentarily startled Kelly Jia. Your level of awareness is indeed commendable. So, have you changed your mind? How could that be possible? I am an unparalleled genius and would never yield to a senior member of the Big Mom Pirates. Until the world changes, I shall never be defeated. Li Wei replied emphatically, turning to his friend and stating, a man's worth is measured by the value beneath his knees. William Hanna, your actions have truly disappointed me. He continued, rise, believe in me, even if I were to lose. The anti-pirate crew would never surrender me to the Soulwork Agency, for I still possess my own worth. Though Li Wei encouraged his friend with words of motivation, a veil of dejection lingered upon his countenance. He sighed, abandoning any pretense. Your ability to discern my vulnerabilities so swiftly is indeed remarkable, Baron Egg. I must admit, I underestimated you. Your power is undeniably formidable, had it not been for the unique capabilities of the egg fruit. Allowing me to recover and grow stronger through evolution after sustaining damage, I would have already succumbed. However, your current agility is lacking, rendering you incapable of striking me. No matter how great your strength may be, it is of little consequence, thus leading to your defeat. Li Wei observed Baron Dandin speaking leisurely, unusually refraining from interrupting or launching a surprise attack, seemingly conceding defeat. In reality, however, he was biding his time, awaiting a crucial opportunity, one that would ensure his victory. The impressive performance of his subordinate greatly pleased Krija. Well done, Baron Dandin. You have not brought shame upon our Big Mom Pirates. After defeating Li Wei, you shall escort him to Tinnies. Understood, Lord Krija. No sooner had he spoken than Baron Dandin noticed Li Wei slumped on the ground, akin to a deflated balloon. With great effort, Li Wei attempted to raise his right hand, wanting to speak, yet not a word escaped his lips. Witnessing this scene, Emily could not restrain her gasp. Li Wei. She moved to assist the former sycophant, only to be obstructed by the subordinates of the Big Mom Pirates, who erupted in mocking laughter. This is the price you pay. Now that you are immobile, you might as well wait for your demise. One could only say that only a madman, or rather a fool, would resort to such techniques, for if one cannot vanquish the enemy, one is destined to be vanquished. Indeed, who would? Krija, unable to suppress his fury at his subordinates' remarks, roared, "Silence, you ignorant fools." Upon witnessing their leader's displeasure, the pirate lackeys fell silent, their bravado extinguished. Krija glanced at Li Wei once more and commanded, "Baron Dandan, swiftly deal with Li Wei. We have urgent matters to attend to. Bruley has yet to return, and I fear she may be in peril with pudding." Understood. Baron Dandan remained wary of Li Wei's potential trickery, keeping a vigilant eye for any sudden attacks. However, upon hearing Krija's urging, he cautiously approached, ever ready to retreat if necessary. He believed that with his current agility and preparedness, he would not fall victim to any ambush. Yet, Baron Dandan miscalculated. Despite his vigilance, he did not foresee that Li Wei had yet to reveal his trump card. Li Wei appeared to weaken, but in truth, he was merely luring Baron Dandan into range. Stealthily inhaling deeply, he unleashed a powerful shout. "Ah!" Baron Dandan felt as though he had been struck by a sudden blow. Stars dancing before his eyes, plunging him into a fleeting daze. Realizing the danger, he instinctively retreated, yet despite his quick reflexes, he was still a moment too late. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Boom! Li Wei's fist struck the Baron of Eggs squarely in the abdomen, causing him to clutch his belly in agony, drooling uncontrollably. Devoid of any semblance of gentlemanly composure, Levi furrowed his brow, while the pirates remained in a daze. He refrained from launching further attacks and instead wiped the drool from the corner of Baron Egg's mouth. Soon after, Levi truly exhausted the duration of his berserk state and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. This scene was entirely witnessed by Kligger, who appeared somewhat perplexed, yet revealed an expression of astonishment and admiration. As the surrounding pirates regained their senses, they noticed Baron Egg had straightened up, while Levi lay on the ground. They paused momentarily before erupting into a chorus of cheers. "Marvelous! Lord Baron has triumphed. I almost thought he would lose. This lad is indeed cunning, yet ultimately, he is outmatched in strength. What a joke! Lord Baron Egg is a high-ranking combatant. How could a mere Levi possibly be his adversary?" William, Hannah, and Emily, upon hearing these remarks, turned pale, just as they were about to plead once more. They were preempted by Baron Egg's voice. "You are a true gentleman, Levi. In this duel, I concede defeat." These words left the cheering pirates in stunned silence, as they struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Just as they were about to inquire further, Kligger chuckled and added, "Baron Egg, you performed admirably. I bear much responsibility for your defeat. Had it not been for my underestimation, perhaps you would not have lost." This left the pirates even more bewildered. What is happening? Li Wei has emerged victorious? Was he not lying on the ground? Chapter 35, The Steel Balloon Upgraded. Upon hearing the words of Baron Egg and Kelly, Li Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The anti-pirate crew still possessed their own sense of pride. Otherwise, he would not have performed such an act moments ago. Observing the corners of Li Wei's mouth lift into a warm smile while he remained on the ground, Baron Egg was momentarily taken aback. "I have already declared you the victor. Do you still wish to feign?" "I am not feigning. My berserk state can only be sustained for a brief period before succumbing to weakness." Li Wei could only manage a wry smile as he cast a glance at the nearby Kelly Jia. Just as he had anticipated, Kelly Jia's expression shifted, as if haunted by unwelcome memories. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Wei mused to himself, fortunately, he was well acquainted with the original storyline and aware of Krija's tendency to underestimate his opponents. Moreover, his recent display of weakness bore a striking resemblance to Luffy's appearance after employing his gear third, which inevitably would evoke memories in Krija of the recent occasion when Luffy had triumphed over him. Consequently, Krija would undoubtedly urge Baron Egg to hasten the conclusion of this battle. Thus, even if Baron Egg were to exercise utmost caution, he would be rendered incapable of defending against the peculiar sound attacks, all due to the advantages conferred by the narrative foresight. Li Wei nodded slightly, yet his face bore no trace of joy, as he remained motionless on the ground. At that moment, William Hannah hurried over, assisting him to sit up. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just need a few minutes to recover." "You have truly impressed me, Li Wei. The transformation in you is like night and day compared to before." William Hannah spoke earnestly, then turned to seek Emily's opinion. "Isn't it so? Li Wei has changed remarkably. Indeed, it's as if Li Wei has become an entirely different person." Emily responded after a brief pause, her expression a mixture of bittersweetness and joy. While the three engaged in their quiet conversation, the bewildered pirates remained oblivious to the unfolding scene. "Why aren't you hurrying to assist Li Wei to that table over there?" Baron Dandan remarked with some irritation. A few perceptive pirates promptly stepped forward, aiding William Hannah in escorting Li Wei to a table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Li Wei responded, "Thank you. Baron Dandan, you are a true gentleman. Had I not employed a strategy to lure you in, you would not have been defeated. Engaging in a duel with a formidable opponent like you, even in defeat, is far preferable to facing a lackluster challenge, which is truly distasteful." Baron Dandan laughed heartily, but then turned to Lord Kelly Jia with an apologetic tone. "I regret disappointing you. Nonetheless, I wish to contend with a figure like Li Wei. His techniques bear an uncanny resemblance to those of my mother." Lord Kelly Jia remarked, "Indeed, I too sense this similarity, his formidable defense, immense strength." Coupled with a peculiar ability to influence others' movements, Li Wei's physique is strikingly akin to that of my mother. Ah, this is indeed intriguing. However, he shall not triumph over me, Lord Kelly Jia declared with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, Li Wei continued to savor the exquisite delicacies, inviting William, Hannah, Emily, and William's mother to indulge in the feast. It must be said, these culinary delights were nothing short of divine, eliciting radiant smiles of joy from William and his mother. Are you Li Wei? A friend of William, Hannah? Thank you. I have never tasted anything so delectable in my life. Indeed, Li Wei, I cannot thank you enough. You are all too gracious. William, I must also express my gratitude to you. Your willingness to sacrifice your dignity to rescue me reminds me of a duo destined for greatness. Li Wei waved his hand and replied with a smile. Yet in his heart, he couldn't help but recall the scene from the original work where Zoro, in his quest for strength to better assist Luffy in his ambition to become the Pirate King, did not hesitate to kneel before Dracula Mihawk. This profound bond of friendship deeply moved Li Wei. At that moment, a melodious system notification echoed in his ears. You have consumed 10 new types of food, and the iron balloon has now been upgraded to be rank. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart as he swiftly activated the system to examine the description of his newly acquired talent skill. Iron balloon. Possessing a mid-level armed color hockey that envelopes and hardens for defensive capabilities, it features a counterattack effect, allowing 30 of the damage received to be rebounded to the attacker. Additionally, the protective range of this skill has been enhanced, currently capable of safeguarding objects within a radius of 10 meters from the user. At its current level, the iron balloon's defensive power can withstand attacks from formidable blades and harm inflicted by high-ranking individuals. After a cursory glance at the introduction, Li Wei felt a surge of excitement. The most formidable aspect of the newly upgraded iron balloon was undoubtedly its counterattack ability. This capacity perfectly exploited the weaknesses of Krija. As a quintessential figure of offense over defense, Krija was most fearful of those who could reflect damage. However, conversely, Li Wei was also reluctant to face opponents with overwhelming offensive power. He was not so arrogant as to believe that he could endure the assaults of a 3-star general merely relying on the defense provided by mid-level armed color hockey. This represented a direct confrontation between spear and shield. One misstep, and Li Wei's proud defenses could be breached. At that point, he would find himself either gravely injured or dead. After conducting this analysis, Li Wei concluded that the utmost priority was to devise a strategy that would prevent Krija from unleashing his most powerful attacks, allowing him to leverage the counterattack to inflict pain upon Krija, ultimately compelling him to retreat. After all, this adversary was most averse to pain. But how could he achieve this? Levi fell into deep contemplation, involuntarily pausing his actions. It seems you have recuperated, Levi. Now, the time has come for our contest, Kleka declared as he unsheathed his long sword with a grin. His words ignited cheers among the crew of the Ant Pirate gang. Lord Kleka is about to make his move, Levi. Your streak of good fortune is coming to an end. Indeed, although I cannot fathom why Lord Baron would concede. I am absolutely convinced that he cannot defeat Kleka. Of course, for Lord Kleka stands as one of the 3 generals, second only to Lords Katakuri and Smoothie. A mere boy like Levi will surely fall within 3 moves. 3 moves? You underestimate Lord Kleka far too much. I believe he could eliminate Levi in a single encounter. As Levi overheard the pirates belittling him, a thought crossed his mind. Given Kleka's propensity for underestimating his opponents, perhaps he could exploit this to his advantage. Just as he was about to speak, Baron Egg interjected, Lord Kleka, do not underestimate Levi. His abilities are exceedingly peculiar. Do I need your reminder? I am not foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice, Kleka replied solemnly, fixing his gaze on Levi. I will give it my all. Do not expect to outwit me as you did before. Li Wei found himself in a predicament, lamenting that this solitary opportunity had slipped away. What was he to do now? Chapter 36, A Reunion with Brin. Li Wei could only reconsider his battle strategy, with his current capabilities. He was utterly unable to triumph over the relentless Krija. Nevertheless, even while pondering, he continued to stuff his mouth with food, muttering, I am still hungry. You wouldn't want to defeat me in a less than optimal state, would you? Your attempts to stall are futile, no matter how hard you try. You cannot conquer me. Krija furrowed his brow as if a thought struck him, and added, I shall grant you one more minute. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Li Wei yearned to make one last effort, but upon perceiving the expression on his opponent's face, he resigned himself to inaction. He forcefully cast aside distracting thoughts, striving to calm himself in order to contemplate better strategies for confrontation. At that moment, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him, followed by the voice of a girl playfully exclaiming, finally back to Caramel. Thank you, Sister Blay. Your mirror fruit ability is truly remarkable. Turning around, Li Wei beheld 2 figures materializing within the shop. One was a petite girl with wavy light brown hair, unmistakably Brin, who had narrowly escaped capture by Akiji the previous day. The other bore an uncanny resemblance to a wicked witch, with a prominent, crimson hawk-like nose, a tall stature, and long lavender hair, complemented by elongated fingernails, a mouth painted with purple lipstick, and a sinister scythe in hand, exuding an aura of malevolence that was utterly repulsive. It was needless to say that this individual was Blay, the wielder of the mirror fruit. Upon hearing her sister's praise, she emitted a peculiar giggle. This sudden spectacle rendered everyone present momentarily speechless, their expressions a tapestry of confusion as they regarded the two newcomers. Particularly for Li Wei, who had long desired to meet Brin. He was on the verge of approaching her, eager to establish contact, hoping to elevate the level of his innate strength. However, Blay soon noticed the gathering crowd, all fixated on her with peculiar gazes, causing her laughter to abruptly cease. "Brother Kreja, you are finally here. With you around, we can breathe easy," Brin exclaimed, her face lighting up as she spotted her second powerful brother. Seeing his two sisters safe and sound, Kreja exhaled in relief. But his thoughts quickly shifted. Where is Amond? Blay, you haven't carelessly left her behind again, have you? Brother Kreja, Sister Amond is in danger, facing Aokiji and Wang Oga alone to save us. We need to rescue her immediately. Brin interjected, tugging at Kreja's hand and shaking it eagerly. Truly, Brin was the epitome of charming persuasion. Observing this interaction, Li Wei couldn't help but scoff internally. Yet he was compelled to temporarily set aside his intentions of engaging with them. Don't rush, Brin. Speak slowly. Weren't you hiding with Audric? How did Aokiji discover you? Kreja gently reassured his sister while casting a glance at Blay. The latter, fearful of incurring punishment, averted her gaze, leaving it to Brin to recount the events. It appeared that Aokiji and his companions had already vanquished Audric. Kreja reached this conclusion and shot a glance at Li Wei. Upon hearing Brin's account, Li Wei felt a surge of joy. However, in this moment, he could only shrug innocently. I have no association with the Blackbeard pirates. Yet, Kreja disregarded Li Wei, instead issuing orders to Blay. We must hasten to rescue Amond. Your mirror fruit ability can swiftly transport us back. Indeed, although Aokiji is formidable, we hold a numerical advantage. We must act before they depart and save Miss Amond, Baron Egg promptly added, recognizing this as an opportune moment for a senior cadre to take action. However, Blay still seemed taken aback, and seizing the moment, Li Wei stood up hastily. Wait a moment. Kreja, our contest must be postponed. I need to rescue Amond first. Perhaps I can assist you. That's unnecessary. Our Big Mom pirates have not stooped to the level of relying on hostile forces. Since we are enemies, do you honestly believe I would allow you to go save someone? Li Wei, at this juncture, I advise you to refrain from meddling. Observing Baron Egg's anxious demeanor, Li Wei merely smiled. I fully comprehend the importance of rescuing others, which is precisely why I wish to lend my aid. Kreja, you should trust me. If I was able to rescue Brin, surely I can save your other sister as well. As he spoke, Li Wei pondered inwardly. If memory serves, Amond belonged to the Serpent Head clan, making her a prime candidate for upgrading his innate strength. Moreover, rescuing Big Mom's children would elevate his monstrous sound attack level. It was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. Suddenly, he felt an inkling and turned around, only to find Brin gazing at him with curiosity. Li Wei seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and spoke. Miss Brin, I am genuinely delighted to see you unharmed. I must express my gratitude to you. I knew at that moment how fortunate it was that you fled immediately. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. Your quick response is commendable, truly. You are worthy of being Sanji's fiancée. Had it been me, upon breaking free from the frozen state, I might have collapsed onto the ground. Levi responded swiftly. Indeed, the mere mention of Sanji elicited a bashful smile from Bruley. Observing the timid girl before him, he began to contemplate. This could be considered a connection with the Three-Eyed tribe. However, the last encounter had involved the Long-Legged tribe, the Mink tribe, and an enigmatic race, which had elevated his innate strength to C rank. Thus, merely engaging with the Three-Eyed tribe might not suffice to elevate his innate strength to B rank. Yet, setting aside Aokiji for the moment, the sharpshooter from the Blackbeard pirates was not to be underestimated. Given his current defensive capabilities, he may not withstand the onslaught of gunfire. A solution was still required. As his thoughts raced, Levi was interrupted by Cracker's voice. All right, we must depart now, Bruley. How long do you intend to daydream? Cracker admonished his careless and fearful sister. Very well, I shall activate the mirror world now. As she spoke, Bruley conjured a massive mirror with her hands. But Levi positioned himself in front of her, reiterating his request to join the battle. Lord Cracker, Levi means well. We should not squander time on such matters. He can indeed be of some assistance, Baron Tamago interjected hastily. Cracker's expression softened somewhat. Fine, he conceded. He then addressed his subordinates, instructing, ensure you protect Bruley and Brolin well. Let us proceed. With that, Cracker boldly stepped into Bruley's mirror first. Levi and Baron Egg exchanged a glance, and he waved his hand at William Hanna and the others before stepping into the mirror. Chapter 37. The Cautious Blue Jay. Upon entering the mirrored realm, Levi found himself in an otherworldly space filled with mirrors, his feet shackled with leg irons and a heavy iron ball. As he looked around, he noticed that aside from Brule, both Clea and Baron Egg were similarly burdened, each encumbered by an iron ball. This reminded him of the original story's premise. In the mirror world, only the ability holders could traverse freely, while others would be restricted in their movements. However, The mere presence of leg irons and an iron ball posed only a minor hindrance. They could not truly confine the three of them. Brule quickly inquired about Armin's whereabouts. Clea promptly reminded her again. Brule then faced one of the mirrors and described Armin's appearance. Soon, a mirror in the distance began to shimmer with light. She pointed, saying, "We should head toward that mirror." Following Brule's direction, Levi and the others swiftly approached the glowing mirror. At that moment, Brule hesitantly spoke up. "Clea, I suppose I need not accompany you, right?" "Yes, you will remain in the mirror world. Once we rescue Armand, you must act immediately to bring us back." Clea responded without reproach to his sister. He stepped forward first, leaning into the mirror and departing from the mirrored realm. Li Wei also followed suit, passing through the mirror and returning to the realm of reality. Upon emerging, he immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings and discovering that he had arrived within a building. Judging by the design style of the room, it appeared to be the edifice of the Soul Work Society. Li Wei immediately made a judgment. What Brin had stated was true. He voiced his thoughts, and Kalia nodded in agreement. "Let us split up to search for them. Qingji and the others could leave at any moment, so we must locate them swiftly. The two of you, upon discovering any trace of the enemy, must sound the alarm, and I shall rush over at once." "Understood, Lord Kalia. Our primary objective in this endeavor is to rescue," Baron Dandin also reminded him. Thus, the three individuals proceeded on their separate paths. After parting ways with Kalia and Baron Dandin, Li Wei speculated that the enemy might have sensed their arrival through Kinbunchika Haki. Yet he remained unruffled, advancing at a deliberate pace. After all, Li Wei possessed the unwavering skill of protection, which ensured that even if he were struck by a sniper from the Blackbeard pirates once more, he could remain immune to all damage for a span of 10 seconds. Before long, Li Wei found himself before an opulently adorned door. He hesitated briefly before attempting to push it open. However, the door only swung halfway before becoming lodged, seemingly obstructed by some unseen object. Li Wei did not hesitate. He forcefully yanked the door outward, completely dislodging it from its hinges. What greeted his eyes next was an enormous ice sphere. Encased within this icy orb was the colossal form of a great bear, its body punctured by numerous long and sharp ice spears, blood oozing from its wounds, creating a scene that was truly horrific. Li Wei cast a cursory glance and discerned the identity of the imposing figure before him through his attire. He was none other than Aldrich, the president of the Cocoa Island branch of the Soul Work Society. "Haha, Kizaru has indeed been quite helpful, sparing me a considerable amount of effort." Li Wei smiled brightly, but suddenly he felt a sense of recognition and turned to see a familiar figure. It was Kizaru, adorned with black frame glasses, his curly hair neatly styled, and wearing an eye mask on his forehead. Clearly, Kizaru had not anticipated Li Wei's presence here. After a moment of surprise, he greeted him. "Li Wei, it appears we are quite fated to meet." "Indeed, Kizaru, it is a pleasure to see you again." After discerning each other's identities, Li Wei scanned the surroundings. Noticing the absence of others, and breathed a sigh of relief, he was fortunate. Before setting out, he had hoped to encounter Kizaru first, as it would bolster his confidence in accomplishing his mission to rescue someone. Observing Li Wei's demeanor, Kizaru inquired, "Have you come in pursuit of the brown bear fruit user?" "Unfortunately, he has been defeated by me. I owe you my gratitude. You have eliminated an adversary on my behalf." As he spoke, Li Wei swiftly turned his head, realizing he must seize the moment to propose collaboration with Kizaru. However, Kizaru gazed upward at the ceiling and remarked, "No need for thanks. Farewell then." He began to turn away. "Wait a moment, Kizaru, do you not wish to witness my current strength?" Li Wei hurriedly stepped forward, obstructing the opponent's path. Qingji cast a glance and shook his head, saying, "Your strength has not increased. I have no interest." "Indeed, my strength has not grown, but my defensive capabilities have significantly improved." Li Wei was acutely aware that Akiji's observation haki could discern his strength, yet it could never unveil his defensive capabilities. This was his point of leverage. As expected, Akiji furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Has your defensive strength increased?" "Indeed. It is worth noting that you have consistently employed only the ice ball technique against me. I must express my gratitude for your restraint." "Li Wei, since you have perceived this, you should step aside. Akiji, please do not underestimate me any further. In your estimation of my observation haki, who do you believe is superior when compared to Aldrich?" "Aldrich, are you referring to that user of the brown bear fruit? I am aware that your might rivals that of a monster, yet he possesses strength that is not inferior to yours. While you may have a slight edge in agility, his combat skills far surpass yours. Therefore, as it stands, you cannot defeat this brown bear, Li Wei." "You are mistaken, Akiji. My greatest asset lies in my defensive prowess, and it is a form of defense that can shield others. A defense that protects others? I am aware of this. I witnessed your battle with the sparrow fruit user. You seem capable of absorbing damage for others through touch, a commendable ability indeed. However, with so many individuals on this island, how many can you truly protect?" "Oh, so you are aware of this. Yet, you still underestimate my talent. Consider that 2 full hours have elapsed since that battle. I am now able to protect others without the need for physical contact." "Oh, is that so? Nevertheless, I must reiterate, Li Wei, I harbor no interest in your ambitions. My defeat of this brown bear is solely due to his desire to protect Brin. Thus, I recognize that given our strengths and positions, it would be exceedingly challenging to discuss cooperation. I merely wish to establish a contractual relationship with you. Li Wei hastily interrupted Akiji's words, inquiring, what contractual relationship? What contract? Akiji paused for a moment, then swiftly responded with a question. Li Wei, while searching around, hurriedly replied, it is the soul contract. Rest assured, as long as you establish a soul contract with me, my defensive capabilities will reach their utmost potential. I shall safeguard many more individuals for you. In his words, he also sensed the skepticism in Qingji's eyes and quickly added, I am aware that you have not forgotten your original intentions. You still care for the common people. Otherwise, you would not have intervened when Admiral Zephyr sought to annihilate the island. You know of this matter? Li Wei, do you know the Straw Hat Pirates? Qingji inquired. As far as I am aware, they recently caused quite a commotion in the land of Wa. You are mistaken. I have not encountered the Straw Hat Pirates. However, I possess extensive knowledge about Luffy and his crew. Should you wish to gather intelligence about them in the future, feel free to seek me out. You must be quite curious about their current endeavors, am I correct? Li Wei once again cast a tempting bait, fully aware that it might not sway Akiji. In truth, Akiji mentioned Luffy and his companions primarily because they were the only witnesses to his fierce battle with Zephyr. Indeed, Akiji promptly declined with a polite refusal, never mind. I am no longer a Marine, and the Straw Hat crew has no relevance to me. I am more curious about how you came to know of my connection with Master Zephyr. At that time, there was no one else present. Not only do I know about Zephyr, but I am also aware of your past with Robin, he added. I believe I once mentioned that intelligence is another formidable weapon of mine. However, rest assured, I harbor no hostility towards you, Akiji. You should be well aware of that. Such a terrifying capability for gathering intelligence. I nearly forgot about Nico Robin myself. Upon hearing this, Li Wei refrained from pursuing the topic further and shifted to the main point. Time is of the essence, so I shall speak plainly. I can protect any individual or object within a 10-meter radius of myself, provided that the attacks do not exceed my defensive capabilities. As he spoke, he gestured towards a porcelain vase not far away. If you doubt this, feel free to attempt an attack on that vase. Very well, Gale Kick, Akiji declared, executing a swift kick that unleashed a sharp slicing wave directed at the vase. Li Wei assumed a defensive stance. He was certainly capable of withstanding the damage from a mere technique of the Marine 6 styles. With a resounding thud, the slashing wave struck the porcelain vase, producing a notable sound. However, the vase merely swayed slightly, remaining intact and not even toppling from its shelf. Observing this, Li Wei wore an expression that conveyed he had anticipated the outcome. What do you think? My defensive capabilities are quite admirable, aren't they, Akiji? You should now believe that I can accomplish what I profess. Akiji shook his head in response, instructing, you may lower your defense now. Subsequently, he executed a flying kick once more, shattering the vase into fragments. Since when did you become so cautious, Akiji? Li Wei replied with irritation. However, Qingji responded nonchalantly, indeed. It is quite an intriguing ability. Very well, I accept your covenant. That's splendid. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart as he swiftly activated the soul contract skill. Instantly, a luminous white orb materialized in the palm of his hand. By accepting this orb, one would signify the activation of the contract, which would automatically expire after 5 days. Until that time, one could also choose to annul the contract at will, resulting in its immediate dissolution. Holding a luminous orb, Levi approached Akiji and began to elucidate. Akiji scrutinized the orb before inquiring, what must I do once the contract takes effect? You need not do anything, Levi replied. But you shall bear half of the damage inflicted upon me. In other words, when I shield the innocent, half of the harm I endure will be your burden. Of course, should I manage to find another individual willing to forge a contract, the damage I sustain will then be evenly distributed among us all. An intriguing ability. I shall place my trust in you, Levi. Thank you immensely. Levi swiftly replied, and immediately thereafter, he infused the luminous orb into Akiji's being. Chapter 38, The Archery of Wang Oga. Observing the orb vanish within him, Akiji meticulously examined his body, only to find nothing particularly unusual, save for a seemingly invisible chain entwining his heart, the other end of which pointed towards Levi. This prompted him to exclaim, is this the effect of a contract? Such an extraordinary ability. I am quite curious about the fruit of your powers. It resembles the surgical fruit somewhat. Rest assured, I am not a user of any fruit powers. Furthermore, Akiji, you are a good person, and I have no intention of deceiving you. Li Wei smiled as he explained that he was just about to leave when he suddenly realized that the recently established soul contract had vanished. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. You are indeed quite cautious, Akiji. This world is filled with a myriad of bizarre abilities. If I were not careful, I would likely have perished in the depths of the ocean long ago. Li Wei, you have certainly not deceived me. If we could cultivate a bit more trust and sincerity, this world would undoubtedly become a much better place. Li Wei spoke earnestly as he employed the soul pact skill once more, swiftly establishing a contractual bond with Qingji. After completing this, The two were about to part ways when suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed from the upper floor. Li Wei hastily inquired, "Is Wang Oga upstairs?" "Indeed, there are two. No, three formidable individuals above, and Wang Oga is certainly among them," replied Akiji, attentive to the conversation. Li Wei waved his hand and hurried upstairs, closely followed by Qing Ji. The two arrived at the room where the gunshot had been fired almost simultaneously. Inside, there were three individuals. Among them, Wang Oga held the front of a long gun with his left hand, gripping the butt with his right, the stock resting against his shoulder. Poised in a stance of imminent attack, the barrel still emitted wisps of smoke, aimed directly at Kelly Jia. Scattered around Kelly Jia on the floor were crumbs of biscuits, suggesting he had just attempted to fend off the gunfire using the hard biscuits as a makeshift shield. Behind Kelly Jia, Baron Dan covered his left chest with his hand, appearing to have been shot, as blood continued to drip from his body onto the ground, indicating a serious injury. Li Wei stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Baron Egg. "Li Wei, fate has brought us together once more. But this time, will you stand in our way?" "Of course," replied the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates. Before Levi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Krija, who declared, "Your opponent is me, Wang Oga." As he spoke, he clapped his hands vigorously, and instantly, a multitude of cookie crumbs filled the air. These crumbs swiftly transformed into towering, middle-aged warriors wielding great swords and sporting long beards. Seeing his army of cookie soldiers take shape, Krija boasted, "Your doom is at hand." With a wave of his hand, the cookie soldiers surged toward Akiji and Wang Oga. Akiji and Wang Oga simultaneously launched their attacks. One conjured a massive wave of cold air, which morphed into an icy bird that soared toward the cookie soldiers, freezing everything in its path. In an instant, a large number of cookie soldiers were turned into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the other unleashed a rapid barrage of bullets, producing a cacophony of gunfire. And before the cookie soldiers could reach Wang Oga, they were shattered into crumbs. Although the cookie crumbs quickly reformed, Wang Oga's bullets were swifter. Consequently, Krija's army of cookie soldiers was soon vanquished. In a fit of rage, Krija clapped his hands again, continuously conjuring more cookie soldiers. Witnessing this scene, Levi was momentarily stunned. Cookie soldiers that even Luffy needs to use gear force to defeat are so easily dispatched before them. As an admiral of the navy, Akiji naturally dispatched high-ranking officers of the four emperors with ease. However, Wang Oga, also a high-ranking officer of the four emperors, seemed to possess astonishingly formidable power. While Levi was musing on this, Krija was already panting from exhaustion. Though capable of producing cookies in limitless quantities, it drained his stamina significantly. "Krija, you are destined to lose, and the fate of having your fruit taken awaits you." "Not a chance, Wang Oga." Krija clearly refused to concede, yet in his frustration, he had lost his composure. Brandishing his famous knife, the pretzel, he aimed to attack Wang Oga. However, before he could make his move, Akiji seized the fleeting opportunity. He performed a shave and instantly appeared beside Krija, then executed an ice age, freezing Krija into an ice sculpture. After dispatching Krija, Akiji swiftly moved to Baron Egg, transforming him into an ice sculpture before the latter could react. Thus, the duo from the Big Mom Pirates, sent to rescue Armand, was defeated. Having accomplished this, Akiji and Wang Oga turned their gazes toward Levi in unison. "Let us speak amicably. I am not a member of the Big Mom Pirates." Li Wei locked eyes with the two formidable beings before him, and with a tone laced with mockery, he spoke. Wang Oga sheathed his long spear, declaring, "Fate has brought us together once more, and here you stand at yet another crossroads of destiny. What will you choose? To save a life, or to turn away?" "Of course, saving a life is the only option," Li Wei replied candidly. "I harbor no particular fondness for the Big Mom Pirates. However, rescuing them would ultimately benefit me and the entire nation, so I find myself compelled to act." "I had not misjudged your intentions," Wang Oga remarked. "Yet, Li Wei, it is impossible for you alone to effect their rescue." "That may not be the case," Li Wei countered. "The sharpshooters of the Blackbeard pirates are undeniably formidable, especially you. Your prowess has reached an epic level. I never anticipated that the bullets you fire could pierce through the biscuit soldiers of Cracker." Li Wei sighed deeply, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. "Nevertheless, I have grown considerably stronger. Perhaps we could engage in another gamble with fate. I am indeed contemplating this." He continued, "But allow me to remind you that fate does not always favor an individual, Li Wei." With a chuckle, he added, "In truth, I do not believe in fate. I much prefer this saying. Life is an excuse for the weak, while luck is a modesty for the strong. My destiny is determined by me, not by the heavens." Upon hearing these words, a peculiar glint flashed in Qingji's eyes, and he unconsciously murmured the phrase Li Wei had just uttered. However, Wang Oga scoffed derisively. "Those self-righteous individuals who deny fate invariably meet their demise. If I perish here, it shall merely confirm that I am a man of this limited caliber." Levi responded with unwavering conviction, adding, "Our wager remains the same as before. You may fire bullets at me, and if I withstand their damage, then you shall release Clea and Baron Eggman. That is acceptable, but this time, I shall not limit myself to a single shot. Do not expect to evade the consequences as you did previously. Suit yourself. You may fire an unlimited number of bullets. Yet correspondingly, the stakes you must wager will be greater. If I can endure 30 of your shots, then I request the release of Armand as well. That is agreeable. Kizaru, this is a gamble between Levi and myself, so do not interfere. Wang Oga, I have no interest in your affairs, yet I suspect you are likely to lose. Silence, Kizaru. Wang Oga once again assumed an aggressive stance, his weapon aimed directly at Levi. Li Wei firmly established his stance, prepared for defense. Come. Let me show you what an indomitable steel balloon truly is. Before he could finish his assertion, his opponent, Wang Oga, once again disregarded the rules of engagement and launched a direct assault. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive bullets struck Li Wei's forehead, heart, and vital points. The immense force compelled Li Wei to stagger back a few steps, a wave of excruciating pain surging through him. Yet, he gritted his teeth in silence, secretly relieved that establishing a soul bond with Akiji had mitigated the damage by half. Otherwise, he would have faced defeat. Naturally, Li Wei would never concede verbally. You still relish the art of ambush, I see. Akiji, caught off guard, let out a long exclamation but quickly regained his composure. Your defensive capabilities have significantly improved. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary, having enhanced his strength considerably since yesterday. However, no matter how powerful one might become, surpassing Korea was an unattainable feat now. Experience my technique. Rapid fire. With that, Wang Oga unleashed the same tactic that had previously vanquished the cookie soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of attacks surged towards Li Wei once more. This time, Li Wei was prepared. He firmly planted his stance, crossing his arms over his chest to shield his heart and head, bracing himself to absorb the onslaught of bullets. Nevertheless, Li Wei had underestimated both Wang Oga's marksmanship and the lethality of the rapid-fire technique. His opponent managed to direct the bullets with such precision that they struck the same spot repeatedly, creating a cumulative effect of damage. Ultimately, the bullets pierced through Li Wei's arm, and by the time the 20th bullet had been fired, his hands and legs bore the marks of gunfire. Blood seeping from the wounds inflicted, Li Wei was injured. Due to the bond of the soul contract, Akiji was also affected, compelled to envelop his entire body with haki to withstand the onslaught. However, Akiji's defensive capabilities ultimately prevailed, and thus he emerged unscathed. Wang Oga, initially focused solely on Li Wei, failed to notice Akiji's peculiar behavior. Yet, upon witnessing Li Wei's injury, he was about to speak when, suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through him. What is happening? It was then that Wang Oga noticed wounds appearing on his arm and thigh, and he instantly comprehended the situation. You can reflect damage? Haha, indeed. Bring it on. Don't you have 7 bullets left? Fire them at my head or heart, and let us see who succumbs first. Li Weiqiang stood upright, his gaze fixed coldly upon Wang Aoja, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 39. Another weakness of the anti-physique. In the mirror world, Buell leaned closer to a luminous mirror, straining to listen intently for any sounds emanating from within. However, despite her efforts, she could only discern a few distant gunshots. She silently prayed that Brother Kelly would hasten to rescue Sister Amand. Though filled with concern, she lacked the courage to venture outside for a closer look. Finally, she uttered, "Mirror, oh mirror, how I wish to see the mirror nearest to Sister Amand." As soon as her words faded, she noticed that the mirror before her no longer shimmered. While not far away, another mirror gleamed brilliantly. Her heart leaped with joy as she hurried towards it, peering through the glass to discern the scene within. It revealed a room in disarray. Soon, Buell spotted Kelly, frozen into an ice sculpture, alongside Amand and Baron Egg, as well as Li Wei, who was covered in blood. Opposite them stood Wang Aoja, leaning against a weapon, and Qingji, wearing an expression of calm. What should she do? Buell was in a state of frantic anxiety, yet with formidable foes before her, she dared not step forward. Meanwhile, the shifting expressions on Buell's face were clearly reflected in Li Wei's eyes, for the mirror she faced was the very one he had brought with him. Just moments earlier, while Li Wei was enduring the pain of bullets, he had seized the opportunity to discreetly retrieve the mirror from his pocket, blending it among the similarly glimmering shards of ice. Levi's intention in this matter is to illuminate the battlefield for Buell, as her hidden presence may prove pivotal at a critical juncture. However, Levi is acutely aware of the original plot's trajectory and understands Buell's rather careless and cowardly disposition, which often leads her to unwittingly assist the enemy. Fortunately, she remains fiercely loyal to Big Mom and her family. Levi does not harbor any expectations that Buell will miraculously emerge to rescue the 3 companions who have been encased in ice, utilizing the spatial abilities granted by the mirror fruit. Instead, he raises his gaze towards Wang Oga, grinning as he inquires, "Why haven't you fired yet? Are you afraid, sniper of the Blackbeard pirates?" Wang Oga suddenly responds, having recovered from his excruciating pain. He retracts his long rifle and casts a glance at Levi, beginning to elucidate. "I still have 7 bullets left to fire. You must concede that under the assault of these 7 bullets, your life would be forfeit, correct? Of course. Your unique ability might allow you to reflect the damage, potentially leading us both to mutual destruction. Thus, I shall refrain from firing. and our wager remains either a stalemate or still unresolved. Upon hearing this reasoning, Levi ponders deeply and finds himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Nevertheless, he is indifferent to the outcome of the wager, instead questioning the matter that truly concerns him. A stalemate? Is there such a thing in the gamble of fate? If you are willing to release Krija and the others, that would be a different story. Levi, since it is a stalemate, you cannot claim all the stakes for yourself. Among these three, aside from that worthless egg fruit user, you may only choose to grant freedom to one of the remaining two. That seems quite fair, does it not? It appears to be quite equitable. However, considering that you and Krija's group are all pirates, I surmise that what you truly seek is freedom rather than fairness. Therefore, I shall rescue all three of them. Li Wei spoke solemnly, expressing his conviction that he was still gambling on the fact that Wang Aojia would not risk his life in this endeavor. Their mission in the myriad nations was to capture Brin, who possessed the unique abilities of the three-eyed tribe. As for the others, they held no value in their eyes. Indeed, Wang Aojia fell into deep contemplation, his mind wrestling with inner turmoil. Hey Li Wei, I'm still here. Even if you manage to best Wang Aojia, you must consult me before releasing Charlotte Lingling's family. The green pheasant suddenly interjected, prompting Wang Aojia to react instantly. Huh, Li Wei, what sort of wager do you wish to engage in with the green pheasant this time? Naturally, it is a contest between spear and shield, green pheasant. Use the technique you employed to vanquish Odric against me. Li Wei was aware that the green pheasant would undoubtedly intervene when it came to rescuing Brin. And having recently forged a soul contract with the latter, they would share the burden of harm. Thus, he promptly put forth his proposal. However, the green pheasant shook his head. You mean my two-pronged spear, right? Yet, I believe we ought to establish a more equitable wager. It cannot be dictated solely by you. Green pheasant, you intend to capture Brin, do you not? You wouldn't be suggesting that you reveal her hiding place to me, would you? If so, I could release these three individuals right now. Green pheasant, you know very well that I will not. Li Wei, why not listen to my wager? The green pheasant interjected, waving his hand to interrupt Li Wei. In truth, have you not realized that you possess a particularly fatal weakness? In comparison, your lack of agility is merely a trivial flaw. What weakness? Li Wei cast a fleeting glance at the several ice sculptures behind him, a vague understanding stirring within him. However, Akiji did not provide a direct answer. Your power possesses a defensive capability that reflects damage, coupled with a bewildering sound that can induce dizziness. These are indeed formidable abilities, and they have granted you considerable strength. Yet, should one manage to circumvent these advantages, you would become akin to a beast ensnared in a cage. No matter how great your strength or how sharp your teeth and claws, you would be powerless to harm others. At that moment, Li Wei comprehended fully. His greatest vulnerability lay in his fear of being controlled. Akiji's freezing fruit, without a doubt, conferred the most potent control ability in the world of pirates. Wang Oga also realized, so it is, Li Wei. Your reflective defensive power indeed counters my shooting capabilities. However, Akiji's freezing powers are your arch-nemesis. You are destined to lose this wager. With a note of apology, Akiji uttered this remark before vanishing in an instant, only to reappear and envelop Li Wei in an embrace. Li Wei reacted swiftly, retreating at once, yet Akiji remained closely attached to him. In that frozen moment, Akiji's body had transformed into an ice block, and the chilling aura he emanated rapidly encased Li Wei, rendering him a frozen statue. The battle had concluded, and Akiji mused. No matter how formidable your strength may be, you cannot possibly melt a body encased in ice. Akiji gazed at Li Wei and softly spoke. Wang Oga interjected, remarking, what a tenacious adversary he is. His fruit ability is so peculiar that perhaps Blackbeard would be intrigued. As far as I know, Li Wei is not a user of a devil fruit. No fruit exists that simultaneously enhances strength, boosts defense, and produces strange sounds, does it? Akiji immediately discerned Wang Oga's thoughts and, while speaking, lifted Li Wei's ice sculpture with his hand. Wang Oga's expression soured, regardless of whether Li Wei is a devil fruit user. I merely need to return him to the hive so that Captain Teach can take a look. Moreover, even if this lad is not a user, his talent and capabilities have significantly augmented our strength, Akiji. Such is his fate. The simplest method to ascertain if someone is a fruit user is to throw them into the sea, isn't it? No sooner had he spoken than Akiji hurled Li Wei's ice sculpture with considerable force. Wang Oga had initially considered using his teleportation fruit to alter the trajectory of the ice sculpture, but ultimately chose to watch as Li Wei plummeted into the ocean. Akiji, you clearly do not wish to join us. I shall inform Teach of this. Very well, Wang Oga, we must now capture Brin, which is the true purpose of our endeavor. However, Akiji disregarded Wang Oga, turning and striding out of the room. In his departure, he kicked aside the mirror that Li Wei had brought. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Oga followed closely behind. Shortly after their exit, a figure emerged from the floor. Unsurprisingly, it was Brule, who had been hiding within the mirror world. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was present, and promptly stepped out of the mirror. hastening to Armin's side before carefully relocating the ice sculpture into the mirror world. Subsequently, Brule transported Clit and Baron Egghead away. Once this was accomplished, she seemed to recall something important and hurriedly extracted a snail phone, dialing a number. Brule, you must hurry into the mirror world and have someone shatter all the mirrors. Akiji and his companions are on their way to capture you, Brule exclaimed urgently. Almost immediately, she heard Brin's voice. Understood, I shall go at once. Upon hearing the beeping of the snail phone, Brule sighed in relief and approached the window. Casting a glance in the direction where Li Wei had been thrown before turning and entering the mirror world, Brule still needed to rescue Clit and the others. Within the mirror world, Brule soon encountered Brin. The two joined forces to transport 3 sculptures through the mirror to a bathroom, where they placed the ice sculpture into a bathtub filled with warm water. In no time, the ice sculpture melted, and Clit, Armand, and Baron Egghead were revived. Brule quickly recounted the details of the recent battle. Upon hearing the account, Clit wore a solemn expression. Li Wei managed to withstand Wang Oga's gunfire? Lord Clit. Should we send someone to search for Li Wei? Baron Egghead suggested cautiously, feeling that Li Wei would not perish so easily. There's no need. We have more pressing matters at hand, Clit replied with a shake of his head, then added. We must prevent Akiji and the others from advancing and adequately protect Li Wei's companions, for that is what he would wish to see. With that, he emerged from the mirror world, returning to the Caramel CAF. Chapter 40. The gang in action in the mirror world, as Clit and Brule busied themselves. 2 new individuals arrived at the Cocoa Island branch of the Soul Workshop. The leader among them was a middle-aged man with short yellow hair and sharp eyes reminiscent of an eagle, accompanied by a prominent beak-like nose, lending him a striking appearance. At that moment, he spoke into a snail phone. President Tinnies, the Cocoa Island branch has been completely annihilated. He then recounted the events surrounding Audric and his subordinates being turned into ice sculptures by Akiji. To my astonishment, the rumors were true. I had long heard that McGiddy was planning to ally with the Blackbeard pirates, if it were not for their interference. How could Akiji and Wang Oga have evaded the surveillance of the sea slug and stealthily arrived at the Land of Wonders? Tinnies responded affirmatively from the other end, adding, Elgis, you must be cautious. Our enemies are not merely Li Wei. Of course, I will also inform Katakuri of this matter promptly. At this juncture, Tinnies appeared to recall something significant. Elgis, how many men did you bring to Cocoa Island? I am concerned that McGiddy and his crew may seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Soft Island branch. Rest assured, President Tinnies. I brought only Daguerre with me. Soft Island is guarded by Ramper and Dumas. I believe they will manage quite well. They are far superior to the likes of Kikochi. Moreover, with my fruit ability, I can return to support them in merely 2 hours. Well done, Elgis. It seems fortune still favors us. We underestimated the enemy's strength, thereby avoiding granting them an opportunity for exploitation. Indeed, I am determined to capture Li Wei during this expedition to Cocoa Island. Regardless of the circumstances, he bears significant responsibility for the current dire state of Cocoa Island. We shall certainly not let this Li Wei slip through our fingers. However, Elgis, if you encounter the Blackbeard pirates, please prioritize your escape. While you are indeed strong, you are still no match for Akiji. Furthermore, we need not engage with such a formidable foe on behalf of Katakuri. I understand, President Tinnies. I am well aware that our true enemies are Li Wei and that scoundrel McGiddy. Your understanding is commendable. Proceed diligently and inform me of any developments at the earliest opportunity. With that, Tinnies ended the call. The sharp-nosed Elgis glanced at Audric, trapped within the massive ice sphere, and frowned. Daguerre, take this behemoth away. Understood, Lord Elgis. A slender man with long hair emerged, adorned with extravagant sunglasses and a pink scarf around his neck. His attire decidedly avant-garde. This man, named Daguerre, approached the ice sphere, extending his hands and forming a rectangle with his thumbs and forefingers, positioning it before his eyes while softly uttering, click. The colossal ice sphere in the room vanished in an instant, and a paper-like object drifted down from the air. Daigle approached and picked it up. It turned out to be a photograph depicting the enormous ice sphere encasing a giant bear. He then retrieved an album from his bag and placed the freshly captured photo within its pages. Witnessing this scene, Elders couldn't help but exclaim, Your fruit ability is indeed remarkably useful. Personally, I believe it rivals Charlotte Mondor's book fruit. However, Daigle, you must dedicate some time to training. Overly relying on your fruit ability could be detrimental. Elgers, I have no desire to waste time on training. My only wish is to capture more beautiful photographs. Come now. You haven't forgotten our main objective, have you? Of course not. I have prepared ample bombs. Elgers, as long as we join forces, no enemy will stand a chance against us. Indeed, our fruit abilities make for the perfect partnership. As they spoke, Elgers and Daigle ascended to an upper room, the very place where Levi and the others had previously battled. There are still so many ice shards and cookie crumbs here. Could it be that Krija and Akiji have already clashed? Elgers quickly deduced. He approached the shattered window and gazed down at the scene below. The big mom pirates were likely in dire straits. Meanwhile, in a lavishly adorned room on Cocoa Island, the snake-tattooed snake, The red-haired woman Christina and a young man sporting a red hat and blue overalls stood rigidly in line. Before them was an immense table, behind which sat a man clad in a sharply tailored suit, sporting slick-back hair and a cigar in his mouth. It was the mafioso magnate, McGiddy. McGiddy took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a plume of white smoke as he spoke in a steady tone. Akiji and Wang Oga have conveniently dealt with that unfortunate Odric, and with elders now on Coco Island, this presents an excellent opportunity for us. Do you mean we should eliminate the Soul Work Society's base on Soft Island? Snake inquired. Precisely, Snake. You shall lead this operation. If you adeptly utilize Force fruitability, you can eliminate the Soft Island branch before elders even suspects a thing. McGiddy extinguished his cigar and addressed the young man in overalls. Force. The success of this mission hinges on you. Not a problem, McGiddy. You are my savior, and I will give it my all. Once we eliminate the Soul Work Society, the people of the world will no longer have to sell their soul's lifespan at such low prices. The young man replied eagerly, I can hardly wait to set out. Uncle Snake, let us depart. Be swift and return promptly. I shall await your good news here. Teenies offered a warm smile. Fours, you will achieve great merit for us. And I believe the world will be grateful to you. Upon hearing this, Christina's eyes flickered with disdain, yet she patted Fours on the shoulder and smiled faintly. Let us go. Finally, Snake led the way, bowing to McGiddy before departing with several companions. After watching them leave, McGiddy muttered to himself, Christina. Chapter 41. The Sun Pirates make their entrance the following midday, in a dilapidated old factory on Coco Island. A wave of intense hunger jolted Levi awake. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly recalled the events of the previous day, feeling a twinge of confusion. After a brief contemplation, he realized he must have been rescued. Though he was unaware of his benefactor's identity, he was grateful to have been granted a second chance at life. More importantly, the wounds inflicted by Wang Oga's gunfire had completely healed. Li Wei was somewhat astonished, merely after one night. The wound that was deep enough to expose the bone had healed. Truly, it is the talent of a royal general. Li Wei pondered to himself as he rubbed his growling stomach, lamenting, such digestive prowess can indeed be considered a perfect inheritance from my aunt's constitution. Subsequently, he activated the system and observed that the remaining time for his talent this week had dwindled to 4 days. Time was of the essence. He needed to upgrade his talent swiftly. Thus, Li Wei sprang up and exited his room, eager to seek sustenance. Young Li Wei, you are awake. Upon hearing someone speak, he quickly looked up, his heart soaring with joy, for he recognized the voice of the one who had rescued him from the depths of the sea. It was none other than the Sun Pirates, a crew composed of merfolk and fishmen. In Levi's mind, the narrative of the original work immediately resurfaced. Ever since the first captain, Fisher Tiger, succumbed to his disdain for human blood and, despite his severe injuries, refused a transfusion, ultimately perishing from excessive blood loss, the Sun Pirates welcomed their second captain, Jinbei. In a bid to safeguard Fishman Island, Jinbei led the Sun Pirates into an alliance with the Big Mom Pirates, seeking refuge. However, following the tumultuous events instigated by Luffy and his crew at Whole Cake Island, Jinbei formally joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Reflecting on this, Levi scanned the gathered fishmen but did not spot the current captain of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin, who was also Big Mom's son-in-law. Just as Levi found himself lost in contemplation, a fishman with 2 small braids, an oval face, and notably thick lips approached. Adorned with a sun emblem on his chest and dressed in a black karate uniform, he spoke up. Your recovery is quite impressive. Your wounds have already begun to scab. It's nothing serious, just a mere bullet wound. I truly must thank you. Otherwise, I would have drowned in the sea. Levi regained his composure and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Finally, he inquired, by the way, have you not departed from the land of nations? If I recall correctly, Luffy and his companions had safely retreated long ago. What keeps you here? This is of little consequence, Barnes replied. Rather, I am curious how you have attracted the attention of Akiji and the Blackbeard Pirates. Upon hearing Barnes's question, Levi did not withhold the truth, briefly recounting his encounters with the Soul Society, the Big Mom Pirates, and the Blackbeard Pirates. As Barnes listened, he exchanged glances with his comrades. Eventually, he summarized, you are a forthright young man. Stories of your exploits have been circulating on the island these past few days. It is said you intend to dismantle the Soul Society and liberate the people of the Land of Nations from the burden of sacrificing their lifespans. Indeed, that is my intention, but my time is running short, Levi replied, shifting the conversation. I genuinely did not expect you to remain here, especially with Jinbei absent. We have unfinished business, Barnes interjected. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Barnes, a fishman of the grouper species and the ship's doctor of the Sun Pirates. He patted his chest and proceeded to indicate his companions, introducing each in turn. Li Wei once again greeted his savior and then inquired, what of your Captain Aladdin and his wife? They are currently engaged in important discussions with Boss McGiddy, Barnes candidly replied, though he refrained from elaborating further. Li Wei remained oblivious to these matters. Through the course of their brief conversation, he heard the familiar chime of the system notification, ding. You have encountered 3 new human races, and your innate strength skill has been upgraded to level B. A surge of joy filled his heart, His talent had finally ascended. However, at that inconvenient moment, his stomach let out a rumble. Barnes quickly noticed this and, with a smile, remarked, "It seems your stomach is growling. We happen to have some food. Why not satisfy your hunger first?" "Thank you," Li Wei replied. "I truly hope to indulge in some delicacies from the Fishmen Island." Li Wei expressed his hope that he could once again enhance the talents of the iron balloon through the enjoyment of exquisite cuisine. Meanwhile, Barnes, while instructing his companions to prepare a feast, chuckled and remarked, "Regrettably, we cannot be of much assistance to you. By the time the captain returns, we shall almost be ready to depart from the land of nations and return to Fishman Island. You have already saved my life. And that is a tremendous act of kindness." Li Wei earnestly stated that he had also activated the system to examine the description of his innate abilities. Innate might. At the current level, he possesses the formidable strength of a 15-year-old Big Mom. After reading the description, Li Wei hastily correlated it with the original storyline to analyze his own prowess. Even at the tender age of 5, Big Mom could severely injure the elder of the giant clan, suggesting that by the age of 15, her strength was at least at the level of a vice admiral. He believed that with his current strength, a full-powered strike should be sufficient to repel Aokiji. More importantly, the enhancement of his strength had also significantly accelerated his speed. In other words, Li Wei's capabilities had been substantially augmented once again. Just as he intended to close the system and indulge in a feast to further elevate the level of his iron balloon, he suddenly noticed that the talent skill bar below seemed to have accumulated a considerable amount of text. Li Wei quickly scrolled down and, as expected, with the elevation of his talent level, a new skill was activated, increasing his repertoire from 3 to 4. Before Li Wei could contain his excitement, he swiftly reviewed the description of his new skill. Power borrowing. This ability allows the user to harness the strength of others to enhance their own capabilities. The prerequisite for borrowing power is the consent of the individual from whom the strength is drawn. A maximum of 10 individuals can be tapped for their power at once, with a borrowing duration of up to 5 minutes. It is important to note that during this period, the donors will experience significant fatigue. This is truly formidable. While the Soul Pact, which allows one to share damage with others, is already quite powerful, it pales slightly in comparison to the ability to borrow strength. Li Wei once again marveled at the formidable power of the Emperor-level talent system. The newly acquired skill bore a resemblance to the Spirit Bomb from Dragon Ball, albeit in a more impoverished form. He believed that if he could harness the strength of some top-tier warriors, he could dominate the entire realm of nations. As his thoughts raced, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. "Why do you wear such a peculiar smile? Have you lost your mind from hunger?" Levi came to his senses just in time to see the fisherman approaching with an abundance of delicacies. He shook his head, saying, "In the presence of such culinary delights, I genuinely feel a sense of bliss." With that, he began to indulge heartily in the feast. Chapter 42. The malicious syndicate observing Levi devour his meal with fervor. The fishermen and merfolk erupted into hearty laughter. Barnes even jested, "I once heard Mr. Magidi speak of you. You truly resemble Big Mom from the Four Emperors, particularly in your manner of eating. It's almost identical." Upon hearing this, Levi grasped a crucial piece of information and cautiously inquired, "Have you had dealings with Mr. Magidi?" "As far as I know, humans in the pirate world often harbor a deep-seated prejudice against the merfolk. Indeed, that is the case. However, Mr. Magidi is unlike other humans. Speaking of which, our ability to hide here is indeed thanks to his kindness. Barnes, your captain hasn't gone to meet them, has he?" "Young Levi, you are quite astute. Let us be frank with you. Our evasion from the Big Mom pirates is due to his protection. The place we currently inhabit is one of the abandoned factories owned by Mr. Magidi several years ago." Now it all made sense. Li Wei began to grasp the situation. Aside from engaging in lending, Boss McGiddy owned numerous hotels and inns throughout the nation, particularly on Cocoa Island. However, with the rise of the Soul Work Agency, McGiddy's business faced significant challenges, which explained his opposition to Tinny's. This led Li Wei to entertain a bold thought. If McGiddy dared to save the Sun Pirates, he might be targeting more than just Tinny's Soul Work Agency. This tycoon, with connections to the underworld, likely aimed to topple the Big Mom pirates. After all, 2 years prior, the Soul Work Agency had swiftly consolidated the market for soul lifespan trading with the backing of the Big Mom pirates, emerging as the second most formidable power in the nation. If this line of reasoning held, then Aokiji and Wang Oga's smooth arrival in the nation was likely facilitated by McGiddy as well. Given that Wang Oga had not fully developed his teleportation abilities, he should not yet be capable of traversing between islands. With this in mind, Li Wei inquired, "Did Boss McGiddy wish to ally with you against the Big Mom pirates?" Indeed, he harbored such intentions. However, Captain Aladdin had politely declined, as we still hope to return to Fishman Island promptly. "I see, but Barnes, did you not mention that Boss McGiddy assisted you greatly?" "He indeed offered substantial help, yet we have already repaid that favor." Aladdin understands that while Praline has decided to withdraw from the Big Mom pirates, she does not wish for us to confront her mother directly. It was for this reason that they both personally visited to clarify matters with Boss McGiddy. I believe he is the type to comprehend our predicament. Upon hearing the name Praline, Li Wei immediately recalled that she was Aladdin's wife and the daughter of the Yonko Big Mom, renowned for her enchanting singing voice. In the original narrative, Praline used her voice to lure away all the sea slugs, aiding the Straw Hat pirates in evading surveillance and successfully escaping the nation. Thus, Li Wei deduced that Akiji and his companions' infiltration of the nation might also have been orchestrated by Boss McGiddy to address the monitoring issues posed by the sea slugs. Having pieced this together, Li Wei contemplated the words spoken to him by Snake yesterday. He considered that collaborating with Boss McGiddy might prove advantageous. With these two malevolent forces engaged in mutual destruction, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate them both. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a familiar voice resonated from outside the door. "Barnes, are you still settling in here?" Following the voice, Li Wei beheld Boss McGiddy's son, Johnson, accompanied by two unfamiliar burly men. One sported an outrageous afro, a sharp face, narrow eyes, and a nose ring, his attire adorned with metal buckles, an odd sight indeed. The other was bald and corpulent, gnawing on a large chicken leg, yet what was most unsettling were his arms, which were riddled with unsightly wrinkles. At that moment, Johnson caught sight of Li Wei, pausing momentarily before greeting him with a smile. "Li Wei, you've become quite the sought-after figure on Coco Island. Who would have imagined that just days ago, you were an oblivious youth on the brink of demise for selling soul lifespan? Mr. Johnson, it seems we share a remarkable fate. Your rapid growth in these past few days is evident. Your current bodyguard is undeniably stronger than the previous one," Li Wei retorted sharply, leaving Johnson momentarily speechless. At that moment, Barnes intervened to ease the tension. "Oh, so you two are acquainted. That's splendid. By the way, Master Johnson, where's our captain? Why did they not return with you? As for Aladdin and Praline, under my father's persuasion, they have decided to change their minds. I came here to share this news with you. Captain Aladdin has resolved to unite with us and declare war on the Soul Work Society." "Are you saying that Captain Aladdin intends to abandon Fishmen Island?" Barnes asked incredulously, while Li Wei, sensing something amiss, cast a questioning glance at Johnson. Johnson merely smiled and replied, "Indeed, we eliminated the Soul Work Society's branch on Soft Cotton Island yesterday, and with Green Bull having dealt with the Coco Island branch. This leaves Teenies with only 3 branches remaining, granting us a significant advantage." He paused for effect before continuing. "Now is the opportune moment to dominate the nations. As long as we eradicate the Soul Work Society, and with the absence of the formidable Big Mom pirate crew, our strength alongside the Blackbeard pirates makes the conquest of the nations a mere formality. Given the favorable circumstances, Aladdin has decided to join us. Once we drive out Katakuri and Teenies, there are 34 islands within the nations, rendering your return to Fishman Island unnecessary." As Johnson articulated his grand vision, Barnes and the others exchanged uncertain glances. Observing their hesitance, Johnson further incited, "Aladdin and his spouse have accompanied Uncle Thompson to confront the Jam Island branch. He has also requested that I lead you all to Nut Island to eliminate the Soul Work Society there. This would leave Teenies as a mere figurehead." "You are lying." "Johnson," Li Wei interjected with a resolute tone, "are you attempting to deceive others into having Barnes and his associates serve your interests?" Chapter 43, The Power of the Needle Fruit. Levi's words detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting a wave of tension throughout the room. Barnes and his companions cast wary glances at Johnson and his associates. However, Johnson remained unperturbed, countering calmly, "Do not heed Levi's incitements. We have always enjoyed a fruitful collaboration. Without our assistance, I dare say the anti-pirate crew would have located you long ago." Upon hearing this, the taut expression on Barnes' face softened slightly as he inquired, "Levi, how did you discern that Master Johnson was lying?" "It's quite simple," Levi replied. "Those who deceive exhibit distinct behavioral traits. Recall, just moments ago, Johnson's eyes were evasive, and he touched his nose several times, all indicative of deceit." "Haha, I expected some substantial evidence, yet it appears to be mere conjecture," Barnes retorted. "Surely, you do not believe Levi's malicious speculations?" At this, Levi smiled faintly. "Proving whether you are lying is quite straightforward, Barnes. Simply inquire with Captain Aladdin." "Indeed. I shall contact the captain at once." As he spoke, Barnes produced a snail phone, but just as he was about to dial, a swift sound cut through the air. The snail phone was struck from his hand, a slender, elongated black needle piercing its body and embedding itself in the ground. Witnessing this act, the Sun Pirates immediately seized their weapons, aiming them squarely at Johnson and his 2 companions. Levi furrowed his brow. That needle appears to have been fired by that explosive-haired individual without any visible motion to draw it. He likely possesses the powers of a devil fruit. "Cardinal, you are far too impatient," Johnson remarked with a smirk. "However, it matters not, with Aladdin and his partner in our grasp. These lowly creatures will have no choice but to comply." His words ignited fury among the Fishman pirates. "Weren't we allies? Why are you holding our captain hostage?" one of them exclaimed. "Isn't it obvious? McGiddy and his crew merely seek to exploit us. Fortunately, Levi has seen through their ploy. However, with our captain in their clutches, we must rescue him. Why waste words? Let's confront them directly." Some Fishmen, unable to contain their rage, armed themselves with various weapons and charged towards Johnson. Upon witnessing this, The individual named Cardinal reacted swiftly, swinging his arms to unleash a barrage of long needles, hurtling towards the advancing fishmen's faces. Li Wei promptly activated the system, deploying the iron balloon in an attempt to shield against the piercing spears. However, some of the fishmen surged too far forward and sustained injuries. Barnes and his companions, undeterred, rushed to retrieve their fallen comrade and reassured everyone, urging them to remain composed. Observing their adversaries being repelled, Johnson smirked disdainfully and remarked, "You ought to conserve your strength for confronting the Soul Work Society. Otherwise, you shall never lay eyes on the captain and the captain's lady again." Clearly, he perceived this cadre of fishmen and merfolk pirates as mere pawns, destined to follow orders and serve as fodder to deplete the Soul Work Society's forces. Subsequently, Johnson addressed two of his subordinates, saying, "Cardinal, you must refrain from engaging. The lethality of your fruit ability is too great and could result in casualties. With Halmont present, they cannot approach us." "Understood, Mr. Johnson," came the reply. At that moment, Barnes was the first to react, noticing several comrades impaled by long spears, bleeding profusely. He raised his right hand, signaling for calm. "Everyone, let us maintain our composure." He then glared at Johnson, demanding, "What have you done to Captain Aladdin?" "Huh. He and Praline are currently guests in my abode. As you know, guests must bring gifts. And Aladdin has promised to present the eradication of the Soul Work Society's Jelly Jam Island branch as a token for my father. You, Barnes. We should not squander time. You are well aware that your group alone cannot vanquish us." At this juncture, Johnson chuckled again. "Rest assured, as long as the Soul Work Society on Jelly Jam Island is dealt with, I guarantee that the Aladdin couple will return unharmed." Mr. Johnson has made significant progress. This time, although your gaze still wanders, you have refrained from touching your nose. Levi interrupted his words and turned to address the pirates behind him. "Do not be deceived by this fellow's fabrications. Their adversaries are not merely the Soul Work Society, but the formidable Big Mom pirates. Until we have thoroughly conquered Whole Cake Island, you must contend with their enemies." "Haha, Levi. Do you wish to confront the Soul Work Society as well?" "We ought to join forces," Johnson replied. "I initially intended to ally with you to eliminate the nefarious Soul Work Society. For the strife between you would only serve to weaken both sides and spare me some trouble." Levi added, "However, your actions are utterly detestable. How dare you lay a hand on my savior? I cannot allow you to escape unscathed. Is that so? Do you believe that defeating a few ordinary operatives of the Soul Work Society equips you to challenge us?" "How now, V.E. Johnson scoffed. "As for the previous incident, Uncle Snake merely wished to avoid provoking the Big Mom pirates while utilizing you as a pawn, which is why he let you off the hook. Surely, you do not think yourself truly formidable? You will soon discover my true capabilities. I suspect that once I capture you, Boss Majid will release Captain Aladdin. For you are his only son." Upon hearing Levi's words, Barnes and the others' eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again. Johnson is right. They are utterly incapable of overcoming one another. Continuing this battle will only lead to our own injuries. Li Wei keenly observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of the Sun Pirates and smiled reassuringly. "Please do not lose heart. I possess a strategy to contend with these two fruit users. As for Johnson, he is merely a fool." No sooner had he spoken than Li Wei stepped forward, his gaze laced with derision, provocatively challenging the adversaries before him. Although Barnes and the others were somewhat skeptical, they had no choice but to place their trust in Li Wei at this juncture. Thus, they all nodded in agreement. However, Johnson retorted with renewed mockery. "Are you trying to lead them to their demise, Li Wei? Cardinal, show him the true power of the needle fruit." Chapter 44. Fighting alongside the fishmen. Witnessing Johnson's disdainful demeanor, Barnes and the Fishman pirates displayed a mix of anger and concern, their expressions betraying their unease. A few even parted their lips to voice their dissent, yet ultimately, no words of opposition emerged. Li Wei was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those behind him. With a nonchalant gesture, he spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "Come forth. Let us see whether your needle fruit is mightier or my defenses are more formidable." "Haha, Li Wei, I am well aware of your impressive defenses, indeed. Cardinal's long needles cannot harm you. Yet, have you considered that the Sun Pirates number in the dozens? Can you truly shield them all from every long needle?" As Johnson's words echoed, Cardinal stepped forward, raising his hands in a commanding manner, and declared the name of his technique, Rain of Needles. In an instant, Cardinal's hands unleashed a barrage of slender black needles, resembling the rapid fire of a machine gun. He deftly maneuvered his arms, directing the onslaught of needles straight toward Li Wei and the merman behind him. "Everyone, remain calm. I can withstand these black needles." Li Wei was well prepared. He let out a mighty roar and activated the system, employing the iron balloon skill. Thanks to the protective capabilities of this skill, the black needles seemed to strike against an invisible shield, producing a series of resounding thuds before shattering into fragments that fell to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Johnson and his companions were left in utter astonishment, while Barnes and his allies beamed with delight, engaging in animated discussion. What extraordinary ability is this? Capable of deflecting so many black needles from afar? Young Li Wei, you are truly formidable. These lethal needles did not even graze your body before disintegrating into pieces. I previously questioned how you managed to rescue Miss Bruin from the hands of Qingji. It appears I was mistaken. I too erred, as I had contemplated withdrawing just moments ago. Amidst the chatter, Li Wei merely smiled, keeping his primary focus on guarding against potential ambushes. For Johnson still wore that disdainful expression on his face. It was evident that this group had further tricks up their sleeves. Indeed, Cardinal hesitated momentarily, ceasing his barrage of long needles, and glanced at Li Wei. Your defensive prowess is remarkable. Not only can you create a protective barrier to withstand my attacks, but you can also rebound the damage. Fortunately, my own defenses are commendable as well, or I would have fallen victim to my own technique. After uttering this, Cardinal rubbed his shoulder and revealed a sinister grin. However, can your shield withstand my next move? Hell of needles. No sooner had he spoken than he crouched low, pressing his hands against the ground, causing the floor ahead to protrude suddenly, transforming into an array of long needles extending several dozen centimeters. These needles appeared almost animated, spreading towards Li Wei and his companions. Is that all there is? I was led to believe you possess some truly formidable technique. Upon witnessing this, Levi let out a sigh of relief. It was evident that this individual had misjudged the situation, believing that his protective shield was effective solely against aerial assaults. Subsequently, the long needles of Cardinal, as if haunted, veered away from the vicinity of Levi and then extended menacingly behind him. In no time, Levi and the members of the Sun Pirate crew found themselves encircled by a dense array of long needles, yet they remained unscathed. Your protective shield can actually withstand subterranean attacks? This time, a look of utter astonishment graced Cardinal's face as he stood upright, speaking in a tone of disbelief. Li Wei cast another glance at Johnson, noticing that the young man still wore an inscrutable expression. Inwardly, he marveled at how this affluent heir managed to maintain his composure, suggesting that they still had trump cards up their sleeves. Meanwhile, the fishmen of the Sun Pirates felt a chill of apprehension at the sight of the sharp needles not far away. Was this the power of the needle fruit? The ability to launch long needles and induce their emergence from the ground was indeed formidable and difficult to defend against. Yet, shouldn't they be more astonished by Li Wei's remarkable defensive capabilities? Fortunately, he was present, sparing them from harm. Enough chatter. Our crisis is far from over, Barnes quickly interjected, realizing that Johnson exhibited not a trace of panic. He thus alerted his companions. Unexpectedly, there were indeed astute individuals among the fishmen. You don't think our strength ends here, do you? Johnson casually ran his fingers through his hair, adopting a knowing demeanor. Li Wei, I've uncovered two of your weaknesses. Your defensive abilities seem to have a range effect, shielding a specific area from harm, while ordinary individuals might rush to breach your protection. A shift in perspective could render the task quite simple. For instance, we could drive these people out of your protective zone, leaving them at our mercy. Indeed, Master Johnson. I comprehend now. Judging by the distribution of these black needles, it appears your maximum defensive range is merely around 10 meters. If we can force this group of fishmen beyond that radius, victory will be ours. Upon hearing Johnson's words, the despondence on Cardinal's face vanished, and he regained his vigor. As for Barnes and the others, a flicker of concern crossed their features, but they soon regained their composure, for thus far, Li Wei had saved them twice. More crucially, while Li Wei displayed an expression of surprise, he remained unfazed as he remarked, Johnson, I didn't expect this affluent heir to possess a modicum of cleverness, discovering my flaw so swiftly. However, it seems you've overlooked the fact that we are on solid ground. At most, you can only damage the roof. Even if it collapses, I believe my protective shield will mitigate the damage. In conclusion, Li Wei added, do feel free to unleash whatever tactics you have left. His words instilled confidence in the crew of the Sun Pirates. Yet Johnson, with a smile, replied, hold your horses, Li Wei. I haven't yet revealed your second weakness. It appears your shield can only withstand physical attacks that inflict damage. Upon witnessing Li Wei's slight pause, he continued, it's your turn now, Heilmott. Your fruit ability is perfectly suited for this scenario. Understood, Master Johnson. I thought I was merely a means of transportation. The portly figure responded in a leisurely manner, glancing at Li Wei before fixing his gaze upon Barnes. I am a jet human, having consumed the jet fruit, and I can unleash fierce winds. You shall be blown out of your protective barrier and subsequently pierced by Cardinal as long needles. Thus, it would be wise for you to surrender. I have no desire to transport the wounded to confront the formidable souls of the Soulwork Society. Jet human? Li Wei immediately discerned Johnson's thoughts. He swiftly turned his mind to devise a counter-strategy. Meanwhile, the expressions of Barnes and others behind him reflected renewed concern. Chapter 45. The jet-propelled chubby man, well said, Heilmott. I almost forgot the pressing matter at hand. If these fishmen sustain injuries, we shall have no choice but to assault the Soul Workshop ourselves. Johnson chuckled merrily, seemingly unfazed by his subordinates' inadvertent revelation of their fruit abilities. On the contrary, he added, however, with Li Wei as our capable ally, we are all the more confident in our ability to vanquish the Soul Workshop. As he spoke, Johnson gestured toward Li Wei with an air of arrogance, saying, surely, you wouldn't want these fishmen to be battered and bruised, would you? Therefore, I entrust this to you. Levi was taken aback to hear such lines in this setting. He paused for a moment, and then a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, as if he had conceived a plan. Why not give it a try? It might yield unexpected results. Resolutely, Levi feigned a look of indignation, delivering a fierce kick that sent a stone flying in one direction, only to land with a resounding thud on the ground. Witnessing this, Levi felt a surge of joy. His intuition had proven correct. Meanwhile, Johnson and his companions were startled by Levi's sudden movement, but upon realizing that it was merely a display of impotent rage, their amusement grew. Huh. Your defenses seem less formidable than you claimed. Did this statement truly unsettle you? Young Master Johnson exclaimed. I almost thought Levi was about to launch a sneak attack. But I've heard he couldn't even hit a sparrow. What a worthless fool. In response to the unabashed mockery from their adversaries, Barnes and his comrades displayed expressions of anger. Yet soon, he noticed that Levi's countenance had reverted to a calm demeanor. This unexpected shift prompted Barnes to inquire, Levi, are you all right? If necessary, we can engage in a proper battle against the Soul Work Society, as they are indeed the foes you wish to confront. Rest assured, Barnes, I am fine. My desire to eradicate the Soul Work Society is genuine, but it must stem from my own volition. No one can compel me. Li Wei spoke with unwavering conviction, yet soon broke into a smile. Fear not, for I have devised a brilliant plan. None of these individuals shall escape. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Barnes felt a surge of reassurance. That's splendid. As long as we can capture Johnson, we shall reclaim our captain. Li Wei. McGiddy has already become an adversary of our Sun Pirates. The Fishmen companions around him echoed in agreement. Indeed. We shall make that old fool McGiddy understand the meaning of regret. Although we are no longer under the banner of the Big Mom Pirates, Sister Pudding is, after all, the daughter of the Empress. To dare to provoke the Big Mom Pirates is akin to courting death. Johnson could hardly believe that these fishmen, facing imminent peril, still dared to be defiant. He cast a wary glance at Li Wei, an ominous premonition rising within him. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure as he issued commands. Helmont, blow these ignorant fishmen out. Cardinal, use your long needles to give them a chilling surprise. No problem. Master Johnson, came the reply. As he spoke, the rotund Helmont took a deep breath, his body expanding rapidly like an inflating balloon, yet he continued to inhale. Growing larger still, gradually, he began to float upwards. Throughout this, Cardinal remained vigilant, watching for any signs of attack from Li Wei and his companions. Johnson, meanwhile, grasped Helmont to prevent him from drifting away. Witnessing this entire spectacle, Li Wei couldn't help but comment. This fellow's lung capacity is truly astounding. It seems he's been inhaling for several minutes now. At this moment, he finally understood why this portly individual was so wrinkled. It was evidently a side effect of deflating to lose weight. Seeing that Helmont was nearing readiness, Johnson issued a final ultimatum. Li Wei, Barnes, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Surrender now while you still can. Nearly forgot the important matter. Barnes, aside from possessing tenfold the strength of a human, are you fishmen also quite resilient? I mean, if you were to fall from several meters high onto this bed of long needles, would you sustain any injuries? Li Wei, what exactly are you trying to ask? Barnes inquired. Johnson, sensing the shift in tone, hastily interjected. Li Wei, do you still not grasp the situation? Helmont will blow these lowly fishmen out of your protective range, turning them into mere targets for Cardinal's needles to pierce their bodies. Barnes, do answer my question directly. Li Wei interrupted Johnson's words, turning to ask once more in a grave tone. We are all armed, and even if we were to fall from the sky, we could brace ourselves with our weapons. Well then, I shall deal with the long needles shot by that explosive-headed individual. Li Wei spoke with confidence, gesturing towards Johnson. Come. Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes the mightiest defense. Helmont, Cardinal, unleash your full potential. With Johnson's command, Helmont loudly proclaimed the name of his technique, then forcefully expelled a gust towards Barnes and his companions. A fierce wind surged forth, compelling the fishmen led by Barnes to shield their eyes, bending their bodies as they braced themselves against the onslaught. However, the gale was overwhelmingly powerful, and the fishmen were pushed back uncontrollably. This is disastrous. We cannot withstand this. Li Wei, it's all up to you now. As these words were uttered, the fishmen of the Sun Pirates were swept up, lifted into the air amidst a flurry of sharp needles. Now is the moment. Needle storm. Cardinal had already raised his hands, fingers splayed wide, and unleashed a torrent of long needles. These needles fell like a torrential downpour upon those who were unable to maintain their balance in the air. You fishmen are about to become hedgehogs. Johnson laughed heartily, initially believing Li Wei might possess a means of counteraction. However, witnessing the unfolding chaos in the absence of any defensive maneuver on the part of his adversaries, he felt a surge of relief, laughing almost maniacally. Wait. My needles are being deflected? Johnson suddenly sensed something amiss. Cardinal's needles had not even reached their target. They had all snapped mid-flight. What is happening? Barnes and his fishmen have clearly been blown out of Li Wei's protective range. Both he and his two subordinates wore bewildered expressions. Meanwhile, Li Wei, while resisting the fierce wind, softly uttered, when the wind ceases, it shall be my turn to counterattack. Chapter 46, a defense resembling a birdcage before long. Hideout ceased his wind blowing, reverting to his original, somewhat portly form. Cardinal, panting heavily, halted the barrage of needles, leaving behind a scattering of broken projectiles. As for Barnes and his companions, as he had predicted, some agile fishmen propped their weapons against the ground to avoid being impaled by the falling needles. Others, however, took a more direct approach, clearing a safe space with their weapons before landing. In this manner, no one was injured. Seeing that everyone was safe, Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief and cast a glance at the dazed Johnson, a spark of joy igniting within him. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. With that, Li Wei leaped into action, swiftly charging towards Johnson. Needle battle garb. Unfortunately, the explosive-haired Cardinal reacted swiftly, shielding his head with his hands as sharp needles sprouted from his body, creating a protective barrier before Johnson. Be cautious, Master Johnson. The stout Hideout also seized Johnson, utilizing the powers of the jet fruit to evade rapidly. Observing the failed ambush, Li Wei showed no fear of the long needles. With a powerful punch, he struck fiercely, sending Cardinal flying. The impact echoed. Due to the long needles, Cardinal was firmly pinned against the wall. However, the needles embedded in his arms and chest were shattered by Li Wei's fist, rendering him unconscious. Such a feeble defense dared to confront gunfire. It is no wonder that McGiddy's subordinates displayed unwavering loyalty, and it is understandable why he would harbor resentment towards Tinnies. Li Wei praised with a hint of irony. Gesturing towards the now focused Johnson, it is unfortunate that the son of the McGiddy boss is rather unremarkable, losing his concentration amidst the battle. Johnson chuckled, suddenly filled with rage yet laughter. Indeed, I have let you down. Young master, are you all right? Asked Helmut. Thank you for saving me just now, and you too, Cardinal. With allies like you, we shall surely triumph over the grandmother pirate crew and the Soulwork Society. Johnson waved his hand dismissively, signaling his subordinates to remain untroubled. At that moment, Li Wei was astounded to observe a transformation in the demeanor of this privileged youth. He paused, pondering, could it be that this fellow has experienced a breakthrough? Just as his thoughts raced, he was interrupted by the murmurs of the Fishmen pirates behind him. Humph, is this kid out of his mind? Even at this juncture, he still harbors dreams of conquering the nations? Setting that aside, he recalled almost sustaining an injury earlier. Capturing him could be the key to rescuing Aladdin and Praline. Before that, however, he intended to teach him a lesson. Ultimately, it was the steadfast Barnes who spoke up. Everyone should remain vigilant. Johnson appears quite composed, and we must be wary of what trick he may employ next. As he spoke, he and his companions moved closer to Li Wei, casting wary glances at Johnson. Nevertheless, Johnson regarded them with indifference and turned his attention back to Li Wei. I concede that I underestimated you. Yet I still fail to comprehend how you managed to counter Cardinal's needle storm. Why should I divulge that information to you? I am not your rotund companion, eager to reveal my devil fruit abilities. However, once you find yourself as a hostage, perhaps I shall enlighten you in exchange for the Aladdin couple. Levi shrugged and responded with a smile. Yet he could not help but murmur to himself. He had not anticipated that the defensive capabilities of the steel balloon could be utilized in such an inverse manner. It was precisely this insight that allowed him to encompass the abilities of the needle fruit user within the defensive perimeter, thereby preventing their long needles from extending beyond a range of 10 meters. Prior to this, Levi had conducted a small experiment. He had initially kicked a stone, only to find it shattered upon contact with the protective shield. This revelation led him to understand that the steel balloon's skill possessed characteristics akin to Doflamingo's birdcage, capable of thwarting attacks from both within and without. It was for this reason that Levi dared to take a bold risk, ultimately achieving success. Faced with formidable adversaries, he did not relent, cautioning his companions. Everyone should remain vigilant. That rotund individual possesses the jet fruit, and he may very well escape with Johnson, akin to an airplane. What is an airplane? Barnes asked, utterly bewildered. Li Wei shook his head and remarked, never mind. Everyone should be cautious of his potential escape. However, that rotund fellow seems to require inflation before he can take flight, so we need not be overly vigilant. As he spoke, he noticed Johnson still deep in contemplation and added with a chuckle, stop overthinking it. No matter how hard you ponder, you won't arrive at a solution. If you had that much time to spare, you might as well call your father now and release Aladdin to spare yourself the torment. You make a valid point. Johnson conceded, yet he continued, it appears you have overlooked something. I am not actually captured by you. Moreover, I neglected to mention that I too am a user of a devil fruit. Upon hearing this, Barnes and the others were momentarily taken aback. But Li Wei had anticipated this revelation. Ever since our last encounter, I suspected you had consumed a devil fruit. After all, while such a fruit is valued at 100 million berries, it is hardly a steep price for someone of your affluent background. Are you not curious about my fruit's abilities? I am not particularly interested. However, given your disposition, I assume you have consumed either a Logia or a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. These two categories of fruits are the most effective for enhancing one's strength. Levi asserted with conviction, internally scoffing at the notion that a wealthy heir would squander time on training and honing his devil fruit abilities. Johnson, however, did not refute this. I never imagined you, a child of poverty, possess such profound knowledge of devil fruit abilities. You are correct. I indeed consumed a natural-type devil fruit. Yet, there is one aspect in which you are mistaken, and thus, do not harbor hopes of capturing us. Before he could finish his sentence, Levi beheld a vast expanse of white mist suddenly materializing behind Johnson, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. This was disastrous. It was smoke. And the smoke fruit was presumably the domain of Smoker. As Li Wei spoke, he charged towards Johnson, propelled by a surge of energy. With those words, he was met with a resonant hum, soon followed by a mocking laughter that reached his ears. Haha, you misjudged the capabilities of the Hailmont fruit. He merely requires a moment to gather strength for his jet propulsion, yet can unleash it directly upon takeoff. After Johnson finished his explanation, he added, I must also express my gratitude for your assistance in pinning Cardinal against the wall. Otherwise, I would not have been able to rescue him. Given your substantial help and the enjoyment you've afforded me, I shall reveal to you the nature of my fruit ability. I am the mist fruit user, the one who embodies haze. Before Johnson could complete his statement, Li Wei swiftly unleashed his peculiar sound attack, producing a deafening roar that sent the fishmen behind him into a state of dizziness. If he could manage to incapacitate both Johnson and the hefty fellow, his mission would be accomplished. In his heart, Li Wei silently offered a prayer. Chapter 47, The Enemy Beneath the Dense Fog. However, events did not unfold as Li Wei had anticipated. He heard Johnson's triumphant voice echoing through the air. Haha, Li Wei, I have been awaiting your move for quite some time, but alas, we have already donned our earplugs. Having uttered these words, he commanded his portly subordinate to hastily retreat. Li Wei had no choice but to abandon the Sun Pirates for the time being. Following the sound, he hurriedly pursued. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, allowing him to maintain his course. However, the dense fog obscured his vision, rendering even nearby figures indistinguishable. Li Wei pursued for quite some time, only to find the fog thickening and the enemy retreating further into the distance. Reluctantly, he halted his steps, contemplating the necessity of developing a long-range attack. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air. At last, I've found you, Li Wei. Though obscured by the dense fog, Li Wei could not discern the enemy's identity or their numbers. However, he was aware that they were positioned above him. Abruptly, a shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively sensed impending danger. He immediately shielded his head with both hands, entering a defensive posture. With a resounding crash, Li Wei felt a large stone plummet from a great height, striking him directly. Ha ha, the voice taunted, truly deserving of your ironclad defense. To be struck by this granite and emerge unscathed, Li Wei was once again startled by the piercing sound. It dawned on him that the enemy was capable of disregarding the thick fog and accurately targeting him. It seemed highly likely that they were a user of a devil fruit ability. At that moment, another voice softly inquired, Brother Elgus, please tell me where to throw it. Are there two enemies? Li Wei quickly comprehended the situation and realized the identity of the adversary. It was none other than the members of the Soul Work Society. Dagger. Do not be anxious. Li Wei will not engage in a long-range assault. We are, in effect, impervious to defeat. Moreover, with this inexplicable dense fog, they are powerless against us. A shrill voice pierced the air once more, yet the individual swiftly revealed Li Wei's location. Soon after, Li Wei heard the whistling sound of something slicing through the air, and moments later, a massive rock plummeted from the heights, hurtling towards him. Thanks to the formidable defense of the steel balloon, Li Wei emerged unscathed from the impact. However, almost immediately, a barrage of large stones began to rain down in succession. Levi could only curl his body, allowing the stones to strike him, yet his mind was abuzz with thoughts. Such large boulders must weigh heavily. How did the enemy manage to first elevate them to such heights, and then unleash them upon me like a barrage of missiles? Regrettably, the thick fog remained unyielding. With this in mind, Levi shouted, Master Johnson, you are truly despicable. Your father, Mr. McGiddy, has repeatedly professed his intention to support me in vanquishing the Soul Work Society. Yet you conspire with them against me? What? Is it true that this fog was conjured by McGiddy's men? In no time, the adversaries of the Soul Work Society began to react, unable to suppress their inquiries. Meanwhile, Johnson seemed to have heard Levi's voice. He merely scoffed, offering no reply. Li Wei could only ponder how to execute a ranged attack, while continuing to provoke. Johnson, I am aware of your envy towards my talents and gifts, but I did not anticipate that you would resort to such despicable and shameless actions. You approached me today, claiming to join forces with me and the Sun Pirate crew to eliminate the Soul Work Society and the Big Mom Pirate crew. Yet, after merely hesitating for a moment, you swiftly allied with the Soul Work Society? Are you attempting a coup? Poor McGiddy, in all his precautions, never expected the greatest threat would come from his own son. Silence. How could I? Johnson could no longer contain himself and hurriedly interrupted Li Wei's slander. However, he was unable to finish his sentence before urgently warning, Helmont, be cautious. That eagle is attacking us. Young Master Johnson, you should disperse the fog. I can see nothing clearly, Helmont replied as he ascended. But shortly after, he screamed, I've been injured. Hearing these exclamations, Li Wei's heart soared with joy. He now understood that the enemy sent by the Soul Work Society was a user of the eagle fruit. More importantly, they were directly engaging with Johnson and his group. The sight of two flying foes locked in battle was undoubtedly favorable news for Li Wei. Helmont, are you all right? I can barely hold on. Young master, we must descend. Helmont said, frustration evident in his voice. Curse that Soul Work Society, and that detestable Li Wei. Johnson spat, but at this juncture, he could only command his subordinates to retreat to the ground, while simultaneously dissipating the fog. As the mist cleared rapidly, Li Wei regained his vision, no longer rendered blind to his surroundings. He first observed the area, littered with shattered boulders, deeply embedded in the earth, a testament to the immense force of the recent impact. Then, he looked up and indeed spotted a colossal eagle circling above, with a long-haired man occasionally peering down at the scene below. Though the enemy from the Soul Work Society had been identified, a more pressing question occupied Li Wei's mind. What had become of the stones that had just fallen? It appeared that the long-haired man possessed a rather unique fruit ability. He quickly concluded this, then scanned his surroundings, yet could not find any sign of Johnson and the others. Li Wei soon spotted a house not far away, likely a refuge. Just as he was searching, he noticed a large shadow charging towards him. Looking up, he realized it was yet another massive boulder. Perfect. I had just been contemplating employing this technique. This time, he did not evade. Instead, he rapidly shook his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped wave of white light, emanating a blue glow, burst forth from his foot, striking the colossal rock directly. With a resounding crash, the boulder did not shatter, but the force of the wave altered its trajectory, causing it to land beside Li Wei. He had succeeded. Li Wei couldn't help but nod. Although he had just recalled the plot of the original work, he understood that to execute the gale kick, one must skillfully utilize the muscles of the legs, rapidly contracting and extending them to generate kinetic energy, followed by a swift leg extension to surpass the speed of sound, creating air compression in front of the leg, thereby unleashing a sharp cutting wave. Logically, with the strength of a 15-year-old, performing the gale kick should pose no challenge. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction at successfully executing the gale kick on his first attempt. Meanwhile, the eagle and its companion, suspended in midair, couldn't restrain their curiosity and simultaneously inquired, "Is this the Marine 6 styles? How could Li Wei possibly employ a technique from the Marines?" Levi smiled faintly and proclaimed loudly, "I have always said that I am a genius. The mere 6 styles of the Navy? That is but a trivial skill to master." Chapter 48. The might of the Navy's 6 styles near the seaside, in an abandoned house. Johnson gazed at Levi in the distance, perplexed. Could he truly be a genius? He pondered, only to shake his head in disbelief. Impossible. Anyone who would willingly sell their soul and lifespan to please a girl cannot possibly be a genius. I refuse to be outdone by such a worthless fool. After uttering these words, Johnson took a deep breath, allowing the fury and resentment on his face to fade. He re-entered the room, finding Catanol still unconscious, while Helmont clutched his abdomen, blood oozing from the wound, clearly unable to take flight any longer. Yet, Johnson did not betray any signs of disappointment. Instead, he expressed concern. "I have already contacted my father through the phone bug. He will soon send reinforcements." "My apologies. Master Johnson, it's all my fault for being so weak," Helmont interjected. "Do not speak yet, Helmont. None of us wished for this to happen. However, you need not worry. Levi's battle with the Soul Work Society will not conclude anytime soon, which provides us an opportunity. I have thought of a brilliant hiding place that Levi, that fool, would never suspect." With unwavering confidence, Johnson supported Catanol and exited the room alongside Helmont. At the same time, Levi took a moment to glance at the house, fully aware that he could not apprehend anyone until he dealt with the airborne adversaries. Fortunately, Levi had already mastered the gale leg technique and was presently unleashing a series of slicing waves. To evade the onslaught, the eagle fruit user, Elgus, was forced to alter his direction continuously, which prevented Daguerre from attacking as he clung tightly to his brother's collar. "This kid is incredibly bothersome. Elgus, I must make him feel the force of my explosives," Daguerre exclaimed. "Hold on. Levi's relentless attacks will soon exhaust him." "I have heard that the Navy's 6 styles consume a significant amount of stamina," Elgus replied. As the two conspired in the air, Levi continued to attack with his gale leg, while recalling the principles behind the remaining 5 techniques of the Navy's 6 styles. He first remembered the description of the moonwalk from the original story. If he could master this technique, he would gain the ability to fly and perhaps defeat that detestable eagle. As a knowledgeable traveler of the narrative, Levi understood that the moonwalk, like the gale leg, primarily relied on leg strength to execute its attacks. The moonwalk involved forcefully stepping on the air to generate substantial buoyancy, thereby enabling one to traverse the skies as if walking upstairs. After the description of the moonwalk flashed through his mind, Levi calculated, "With my current strength, it should not pose a problem." Contemplating this, he temporarily ceased his gale leg technique, instead channeling his power into his feet and leaping forcefully into the air. Noticing this, the eagle soared higher, while the long-haired man behind him provocatively taunted, "Levi, your strength is indeed remarkable. You can leap so high, but you cannot fly. How could you possibly catch us? Enough chatter, Daguerre. Use your powers to attack Levi immediately. Do not forget that one of the Navy's 6 styles allows for flight. Understood, Brother Elgus. At the moment their dialogue reached its peak, Levi, as the upward momentum faded, forcefully pushed down with his right foot, creating a resounding thud as he halted midair. I've done it. Levi once again marveled at the formidable talent bestowed upon him by the system. However, momentarily distracted, he suddenly realized he was plummeting once more, prompting him to hastily pedal a few times to regain his balance. Once he adapted to the force and mastered the art of control, Levi immediately soared toward the direction of his adversary. To his surprise, he discovered that the eagle was also approaching head-on. How fortuitous. Leeway was troubled by the fact that although the moonwalk technique allowed him to fly, its speed was far too slow to effectively catch his adversaries. At that moment, however, the enemy took the initiative to engage, which made things easier for him. Levi swiftly entered a state of combat, poised to deliver a fatal strike as the enemy drew near. During this interval, he executed the moon step technique, allowing himself to hover in midair. However, he couldn't help but mentally scoff at its ineffectiveness. It was no wonder that, upon acquiring a combat suit capable of invisibility and flight, Sanji abandoned the painstakingly honed technique he had practiced for 2 years. Suddenly, Levi noticed the enemy ascending, positioning themselves directly above him. This momentary surprise was quickly replaced by an understanding of their intent, and he thought to himself, come on, let's have some fun. Moments later, he heard an arrogant voice from above. Ha ha, let me show you the power of a bomb. No sooner had the words left their mouth than he saw a long-haired man on the back of an eagle toss a piece of paper into the air. The paper floated down gently, and with a sudden bang, it transformed into a bomb with its fuse ignited. What kind of fruitability is this? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, hastily employing the moonwalk technique to alter his trajectory in an attempt to evade the impending explosion. However, it was too late. A thunderous blast erupted, and a colossal shockwave surged towards Li Wei, rendering him unable to maintain his balance. He was swept away like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting rapidly downwards. Bang! Levi struck down fiercely, creating a vast crater on the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Haha. I believe Levi must be seriously injured this time, said Degale. Brother Aelgus, as long as we join forces, no one can stand against us. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, Degale. Levi possesses formidable defensive capabilities. It is said that even the sharpshooter Van Oga of the Blackbeard pirates could not breach his defenses. The great eagle spoke as it circled the massive pit left by Levi's descent. After a prolonged wait, it still saw no sign of him. A fall from such heights, compounded by the blast of bombs, I surmise even the formidable Big Mom would sustain grave injuries. Brother Aelgus, you are overestimating Levi's strength. It is wise for us to remain cautious. Degale, unleash another boulder, or rather, use explosives on the spot where Levi landed. Very well, but I do not have many explosives left. The long-haired youth Degale muttered, scattering the remaining explosives from his hands. In the air, these transformed into boulders, timber, and bombs. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, sending a massive cloud of dust into the atmosphere. Once the dust settled, the eagle gazed down, observing that the pit Levi had created had grown larger, surrounded by shattered stones and splintered wood, a scene of utter devastation. The battle has concluded, Brother Aelgus. We should descend to retrieve Levi's body and then capture McGideon's son. There is no rush, Degale. Let us wait a moment longer. Levi is quite cunning. Alas, your photo fruit cannot capture seawater, or else we might ascertain whether Levi is luring us back to the ground. Brother Aelgus, never mind. I shall refrain from speaking. Degale replied, a hint of exhaustion in his tone. Thus, the eagle soared for a while longer, and upon seeing the ground still and silent, he finally returned to his human form. The two approached the crater and began to search meticulously. Suddenly, Aelgus shouted, Be cautious, Degale. Before he could finish, a figure erupted from the pit, hurtling toward them. Bang! Bang! It was Levi, who had awaited this ambush opportunity for quite some time and unleashed his full strength in a decisive strike. The long-haired man was struck directly, sent flying, and rolled several times before coming to a stop. Although Aelgus sensed the impending danger, Levi's speed was too overwhelming. He was forced to block with his hands. Yet, he still underestimated Levi's power. In that singular blow, Aelgus felt an excruciating pain, realizing his right arm was broken, hanging uselessly at his side. Seizing the opportunity from his surprise attack, Levi intensified his assault. He had painstakingly lured his enemies to the ground and would not grant them another chance to ascend into the skies. Aelgus, having missed the initial opportunity and now wounded, could only adopt a defensive stance. Li Wei, undeterred, grew increasingly formidable in battle. He needed to swiftly vanquish these two adversaries and subsequently capture Johnson, employing the strategy of exchanging hostages to rescue the Aladdin couple of the Sun Pirate Group. As the tide of battle shifted, it wasn't long before Li Wei delivered a powerful punch that struck Aelgus squarely in the face. Staggering, Elgis barely had time to react before Li Wei delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Wei, unabashed, advanced with determination, unleashing a barrage of punches upon his adversary, rendering him bloodied and unconscious on the ground. Satisfied with the defeat of this foe, Li Wei proceeded to drag over the long-haired man who was not far away, arranging them both neatly. After accomplishing this, he mentally reviewed the recent skirmish, recognizing that his victory over these two opponents stemmed not only from the formidable defensive capabilities bestowed by the system, but more significantly, from his cunning strategy. From the outset, Li Wei understood that it was only on the ground that he could hope to vanquish the flying eagle. The young man with long hair, capable of hurling massive objects, sparked a sudden epiphany within him, leading to a most plausible rationale. Thus, Li Wei resolved to temporarily master the moon step and ascend into the air, intending to entice the long-haired man to launch various large items, allowing him to feign defeat and lure both adversaries back to the ground. As his thoughts raced, he was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice. "Are you all right?" Levi turned to see the newcomer was Barnes along with several companions. He quickly shook his head and recounted the recent battle in brief. So it was Aelgus and his group. Aelgus, the leader of the Soul Workers Society's Soft Island branch, had been defeated by you. Truly impressive. Despite Barnes's admiration, Levi hastened towards the house. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Barnes left a few companions to guard the unconscious enemies while he followed closely behind with a group of mermen. Chapter 49, the eerie hideout. Moments later, Levi and the others arrived at their destination. He pushed the door open, only to find the interior deserted. Had Johnson and the others not taken refuge here? Levi frowned at Barnes's words. I must not have been mistaken. Johnson did not leave through the air. I suspect that the rotund fellow was injured by the eagle fruit user and is now unable to fly. However, this area contains only this one building. Levi, you can see that the surroundings are merely a beach, with no place to hide. I understand your point, Barnes, but before the thick fog dissipated, I distinctly heard the fat man's cries. Shortly thereafter, Johnson withdrew the fog, and since then, I have not seen anyone ascend into the sky. They must be hiding nearby. Li Wei spoke with unwavering certainty as he approached the wall of the room, where a considerable amount of sand had been scattered. Look, these bloodstains must belong to the corpulent man. Johnson and his companions indeed spent some time in this room, and in order to avoid detection, he covered the blood with sand, attempting to obscure the evidence. Indeed, you make a compelling point, Barnes concurred, joining him to sift through the sand. He discovered red liquid intermingled within it, aligning with Li Wei's assessment. However, he raised a pertinent question. Where could Johnson be hiding? It is essential to note that he is not particularly strong. In fact, one might say he possesses little strength, making it improbable for him to escape far with two injured companions. Let us set aside these concerns for now and split up to search. Once we locate them, please issue a warning immediately. Although Johnson is not formidable, his mist fruit ability is well suited for concealment. Levi decisively issued commands to the Sun Pirates. A few fishmen exchanged glances and split into pairs, each scattering to search for signs of the enemy. Levi stepped out of the dwelling, gazing at the distant waves shimmering under the sun. Due to their proximity to the shore, numerous rocks jutted out nearby. Johnson and his two subordinates, all possessing devil fruit abilities, were unable to swim and could not hide in the ocean. Barnes followed Levi, aligning his gaze with Levi's towards the sea, and offered his thoughts. Li Wei nodded slightly. Not being able to swim and a fear of the sea stone, these are the only two vulnerabilities of the capable ones. However, a glance at the beach reveals that it offers no concealment. As he spoke, he bent down and gestured towards the sand on the shore, continuing, moreover, it is even more peculiar that the fat man's bloodstains vanish at the water's edge. Upon hearing this, Barnes paused momentarily, crouched down, and sifted through the sand. Your observation is indeed meticulous. It is quite strange. Yet, wouldn't he venturing into the ocean be tantamount to courting death for the capable? When all implausible factors are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how unreasonable, must indeed be the truth of the matter. Levi suddenly uttered this famous line, gesturing toward the sea, adding, moreover, not everything upon the ocean is merely seawater. It became evident that he possessed not only formidable strength but also remarkable intelligence. Levi, Barnes, realizing the gravity of the situation, stood up and, with a splash, leapt into the ocean. Not far away, Johnson, concealed behind a nearby rock, observed someone diving into the sea and swimming toward the rocky outcrop. He could not help but mutter, curse it, how did they deduce our hiding place? Beside him, the severely injured Helmont whispered softly, young master, why not let me have a piece? We still have time to escape, to leave this place. Levi cannot fly. No. Johnson replied, we must wait a little longer. This area is filled with rocks. Even though the fishmen are adept swimmers, searching will require time. Johnson declined his subordinate's request and produced a small vial, scrutinizing the few blue pills contained within. He then said, unless absolutely necessary, we cannot consume this lethal medicine. The side effects are too severe. But, Master Johnson, they will eventually find us. By then fear not, Helmont. My father has already dispatched someone to summon force. once located. With his fruit abilities, we can depart immediately. Thus, our sole task now is to wait, patiently wait, and we must not lose our composure. Johnson's resolute expression invigorated the tense Helmut. You know, young master, I initially opposed your undertaking such a perilous mission, believing it unnecessary. Yet, it appears the boss's arrangements were indeed wise. In this brief span of half a day, you have achieved significant growth. I believe that with time, you will be able to accomplish even more for the boss. Helmut, my father is right. One must endure hardship to mature. I regret not assisting my father sooner. Thankfully, with the support of capable partners like you, my father has not been crushed by the devastating defeat from 2 years ago. Johnson patted Helmut on the shoulder. You must take care to recover. The world comprises numerous islands, and to manage such vast territory after defeating the Big Mom pirates and their minions, we will rely on trusted companions like you. We shall do our utmost, young master. I believe the unconscious Cardinal shares this sentiment. We do not wish to remain beneath others for long. The portly Helmut nodded solemnly. Johnson wished to offer further words of encouragement, but at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from above, a gang devoted to nefarious deeds, evoking such sentimentality. I am at a loss for words. Levi, how did you get here? Johnson looked up, his expression transforming into one of dread upon seeing the last person he wished to encounter. Helmut, equally astonished, exclaimed, You can fly too? Is that the moonwalk from the Marine 6 styles? When did you learn it? As Levi kicked his feet to hover in midair, he gazed at the wealthy hostage with a faint smile. You mean the moonwalk? I just learned it moments ago. Being a genius allows me to grasp things swiftly. He paused briefly, pointing at Johnson. You have indeed made rapid progress. You can now paint illusions. If you were to abandon your dark ways, given time, you would surely become an extraordinary individual. Alas, you villains will never comprehend this. Let me speak of something more pertinent. Rest assured, I shall not harm you, for I still require your assistance to exchange for the Aladdin couple. With that, Levi called out loudly, Barnes, everyone, come here quickly. I have found Johnson and the others. Chapter 50. The effects of the lethal medicine. Upon hearing Levi's words, Johnson turned to gaze at the shore, where the fishmen, still scouring the beach, swiftly plunged into the sea, following Barnes toward the rocky refuge. Johnson, hiding among the rocks was indeed a clever tactic, but now that I have uncovered your ruse, you shall not escape. I am aware that your mist fruit ability is ideal for concealment, yet this expanse is all ocean, and as abilities users, should you fall into the sea, it would be certain doom. As Li Wei spoke, his gaze remained fixed on every movement of Johnson and his portly subordinate. He issued another warning. Moreover, let me impart some disheartening news. In addition to the moonwalk, I have also mastered the gale kick, a technique capable of long-range assault. Should you contemplate a retreat through the skies, I strongly advise against it, for you may find yourself inflicting further harm upon yourself. Upon hearing these words, an expression of rage intertwined with disbelief spread across Johnson's face. Observing this reaction, Li Wei refrained from further provoking the affluent heir, understanding that, given his nature, Johnson would likely refrain from any futile struggles, as they were unnecessary. For Li Wei, inflicting injury upon Johnson was not his desire, after all. He needed this hostage to negotiate the freedom of Aladdin and his wife. With these thoughts in mind, he could not help but divert his attention towards the approaching sun pirates. At that moment, Li Wei suddenly heard a commotion below. He swiftly redirected his gaze to the reef where Johnson stood, only to be astonished to see the previously unconscious user of the needle fruit stirring back to consciousness. Needle rain. With the incantation of the technique, the explosive-haired Cardinal, reclining upon the rocks, raised both hands, unleashing a barrage of long needles. This is troublesome. Li Wei's mind jolted as he hurriedly shielded his eyes, channeling his steel balloon skill to withstand the piercing pain of the long needles. Master Johnson, hesitate no longer. This is our final opportunity. Helmut, we shall rely on you from here on. Master, hand me that deadly potion. The stout man had yet to finish his sentence when he witnessed Johnson twist the cap off the vial and pour the contents into his mouth in one swift motion. That's the spirit, master. Hold steady. As Helmut grasped Johnson firmly, he soared upward. Just as he left the rocky outcrop, a flurry of crescent-shaped slashes came hurtling towards them. Boom. The rocks shattered into fragments, and the unfortunate Cardinal was struck directly, plummeting into the abyss of the sea. Cardinal. Master, Cardinal has fulfilled his duty. We must not squander his efforts, Helmut murmured, his eyes transforming into a striking red with white pupils. Blood oozed profusely from the wound on his chest, trickling down his arms in a crimson stream that fell into the ocean. Despite the excruciating pain, Helmut felt an unprecedented surge of vitality, propelling him to increase his speed. Below, Johnson clutched Helmut's hand tightly, glancing up at the horrifying amount of blood spilling forth. As the wind whipped past his ears, a peculiar thought emerged in his mind. Is this the true power of the deadly potion? Yes. It is truly terrifying. Yet, he was deeply concerned that Helmut might falter, prompting him to inquire, Are you all right? Do not fret. Like Cardinal, I will ensure your safe passage, even at the cost of my life. As he spoke, Haomont glanced back and saw that Li Wei had been left behind. Yet he was still pursuing them with remarkable agility. Johnson noticed this too, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this is all Li Wei's fault. I shall not let him escape. Indeed, Master, Li Wei is the murderer of Cardinal, just as he was responsible for the demise of the Soul Workshop of O'Neill. He is our adversary. I know, and I will not let him evade justice. He shall experience the torment of 1,000 cuts, Johnson declared vehemently, extending a hand to staunch the relentless flow of blood from Haomont's wound. Once we surpass this ordeal, I shall repay your bravery. This is my duty, Master. Haomont began to sway, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Panic flickered in Johnson's eyes, but he quickly turned back and said, Haomont, there's a grove ahead. Hold on a little longer. Once we reach the forest, I can obscure our presence with the mist fruit ability. Very well, once we are within the forest. You must flee first. Master, I can barely muster any strength left. If you carry me, Li Wei will surely catch us. As Haomont spoke, he exerted every ounce of energy to continue flying. Once they arrived above the depths of the forest, he finally descended. Upon reaching the ground, Haomont reiterated his stance. But Johnson remained resolute in his refusal to abandon his comrade. I cannot forsake my ally. When the fog envelopes us, I will call my father. Once Force arrives, we will be safe. In conclusion, Johnson sought to uplift their spirits. Haomont, I will not allow you to perish here. Remember, Li Wei awaits your vengeance. We must avenge the grave injustice of Cardinal's burial in the sea. Moments later, a dense fog enveloped a vast expanse of the forest. Li Wei ascended above the thick fog, gazing down upon the forest, only to find that visibility was utterly obscured. What should Li Wei do now? Upon hearing Barnes's voice, Li Wei decided to return to the ground. He noticed a fishman apprehending a man with an explosive hairstyle and quickly inquired, surely, this user of the needle fruit hasn't suddenly awakened, has he? Rest assured, Li Wei, Barnes replied. He has been submerged in the sea for so long that he has long since lost his strength. After considering Barnes's explanation, Li Wei scrutinized the situation and nodded before posing another question. I find it rather puzzling how that rotund individual is flying with such speed. He hardly appears injured. Oh, it seems he has consumed some pills. What he ingested might very well be the lethal drug. Lethal drug? You mean the kind consumed by the new Fishmen pirates? Li Wei, your knowledge is impressive. It is likely that these substances were procured from Captain Aladdin, who was previously our ship's doctor. After Jean Bei and the young Luffy defeated Hody Jones, they took these drugs with them. Upon hearing this, Li Wei realized, if he had indeed taken the lethal drug, it meant that the rotund individual was now genuinely incapable of flight. By the way, Li Wei, while we are aware that Johnson is concealed within this forest, the dense fog renders him elusive for the moment. Regarding Johnson's predicament, Li Wei glanced at the accompanying fishmen and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I believe we shall locate Johnson swiftly. Chapter 51. The importance of physical knowledge. Li Wei, we must act with urgency. To my knowledge, under the command of Boss McGiddy, there exists a user of the pipe fruit who possesses the ability to create a conduit to any location. If he arrives, we will undoubtedly lose track of Johnson and his companions. Such a fruit ability truly exists? Li Wei was taken aback by the revelation. Such spatial abilities possessed by fruits are among the most formidable adversaries. For instance, the door fruit wielded by Bruno of CP9, as well as the mirror fruit utilized by Bruley of the Big Mom Pirates, both instilled a profound sense of dread. Naturally, powerful fruit abilities are often consumed by individuals of lesser intellect. Observing that Li Wei recognized the urgency of the situation, Barnes hastily added, thus, we must swiftly apprehend Johnson, lest he elude us. Relying solely on the needle fruit user is unlikely to secure the freedom of Captain Aladdin and Sister Pudding. At that moment, his fisherman comrades behind him began to express their anxiety. However, the vast expanse of the forest, compounded by the dense fog obscuring visibility, rendered the search for that individual quite challenging. We ought to venture in quickly to locate him, or we shall truly run out of time. Li Wei, you must devise a clever plan post-haste. Ah, indeed. Li Wei is exceptionally astute. He surely possesses a solution. As the members of the Straw Hat Pirates turned their eager gazes toward Li Wei, even Barnes was no exception. Faced with such scrutiny, Li Wei scratched his head and glanced toward the fog-laden forest not far away. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. At this juncture, our only recourse is to set the mountain ablaze. We shall ignite a fire along the periphery of the fog, allowing the flames to advance inward, thereby compelling them to emerge. After all, Johnson is accompanied by an injured hefty fellow. If he wishes to avoid becoming a roasted pig, he will have no choice but to reveal himself. Excellent idea, Li Wei. Let us proceed with this course of action. The fishmen swiftly dispersed to prepare for the fire. Barnes approached and inquired, while igniting a fire is indeed a commendable strategy, our numbers are limited. Johnson may still exploit the fog to escape, and there is a risk that the inferno could claim Johnson's life, inadvertently endangering Captain Aladdin. The flames will not consume Johnson. They will merely disperse the fog. Thus, fret not, Barnes. With an air of confidence, Li Wei declared that prior to making the decision to set the mountains ablaze, He meticulously applied his knowledge of secondary school physics and explored the causes of fog formation to devise a method for dissipating it. Naturally, Li Wei was acutely aware that in the world of pirates, myriad supernatural abilities existed, rendering conventional reasoning inadequate. Before his transmigration, he often lamented that Uncle Oda, as a mere comic artist, lacked a grasp of physical principles, which led to his blunders, such as the absurdity of magma's temperature being lower than that of fire, yet still introducing the magma fruit as a superior power. Additionally, Enel's rumble fruit, capable of melting gold, seemed paradoxically subdued by Luffy's rubber fruit. These whimsical maneuvers by the esteemed Oda nearly caused Newton's coffin to tremble. Amidst this whirlwind of thoughts, Li Wei was interrupted by Barnes. Li Wei, why do you wear such a peculiar smile? Furthermore, what did you mean by your earlier remarks? Li Wei regained his composure and noticed a merman in the distance had already ignited a flame. He hurried to explain. What we refer to as fog is essentially water vapor in the air that condenses into minuscule droplets or ice crystals under specific conditions, suspended in the atmosphere. What are you talking about? I can't comprehend a word of it, came the response. Never mind, Barnes. A great fire will heat the air, surely. You can grasp that concept. Once the air is heated, it will cause the fog droplets to evaporate and vanish. If you doubt me, just observe. Li Wei believed that imparting knowledge of physics could not compare to the immediacy of first-hand experience. Thus, he pointed toward the source of the fire. Following Li Wei's gesture, Barnes beheld the thick fog gradually dissipating as it was consumed by the flames. Although bewildered, he exclaimed, Indeed, Li Wei, you are a young man brimming with wisdom. It is you who lack common sense. In his heart, Li Wei silently cursed, but upon witnessing the thick fog gradually dissipating, he felt a weight lifted from his chest. Fortunately, the fog in this realm adhered to the principles of physics. After his moment of grumbling, Li Wei observed Barnes lending a helping hand as well. He leaped with force and activated the moonwalk, pausing mid-air. Taking a deep breath, Li Wei called out loudly, Johnson, if you wish to avoid a fiery demise, you had better emerge quickly. He paused for a moment before adding, fire is the arch-nemesis of the fog. You must have realized that the mist you unleashed is vanishing, leaving you with no escape. Indeed, before long, Li Wei heard a panicked voice nearby exclaim, You're ruthless. Li Wei, we are here, please come and rescue me. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart as he swiftly descended to the location where Johnson had called for help. Indeed, he found Johnson, covered in dirt and ash, assisting the nearly unconscious heavy-set man, who was desperately trying to extinguish the flames with a branch. Let us go, he urged. Li Wei refrained from unnecessary chatter. With one hand grasping Johnson and the other holding onto the rotund figure, he propelled himself with force, soaring once more into the air. Subsequently, he called out loudly, Everyone, return. Johnson has been found. Li Wei returned to the ground and cast a glance at the portly figure before him, noting the deep lines etched across his face, a clear indication that the side effects of the potent drug had begun to take their toll. He couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. What a pity this is. Master Johnson, you brought this upon yourselves. Humph, spare me your airs of triumph. The outcome between us has yet to be determined, Johnson retorted. In response to Johnson's words, Li Wei merely offered a cold smile. Is that so? Then you ought to feel fortunate that you still possess some value. Otherwise, the victor would have already been decided. You, what of it? We should pay a visit to your gangster father. Upon observing that the members of the Sun Pirates had gathered, Levi promptly interrupted his discourse. Barnes, upon spotting Johnson, felt a wave of relief wash over him. The other fishmen displayed long-lost smiles, with a few of them expressing their anger by remarking, We never anticipated this young master could be so troublesome. Fortunately, with Levi's presence, they were spared the distress of allowing this fellow to escape. Indeed, thank you, young Levi. Li Wei waved his hand and spoke. We should be on our way. Captain Aladdin has grown quite impatient. After uttering these words, he turned to Johnson and added, Quickly contact the user of the pipe fruit ability. We must expedite the exchange of hostages. Chapter 52. The Power of the Pipe Fruit on Cocoa Island. In an opulent chamber, a man with slicked back hair and a cigar perched between his lips sat in a spacious leather chair. Adorned in a sharply tailored suit and draped in a black fur coat, his features bore a striking resemblance to Johnson. He was none other than the renowned tycoon, McGiddy. At that moment, McGiddy was conversing with a telephone bug on the table before him. What, Snake? Are you saying you have not located my son, but instead encountered the defeated Elges and Daigle? Indeed, Mr. McGiddy, Elges and his companions have been rendered unconscious. And with the spoils of our ambush yesterday, the Soul Work Society's branch on Soft and Flabby Island has been utterly annihilated. It appears that Li Wei is indeed a formidable adversary. However, Snake, what is of utmost importance now is to locate Johnson and his group. Rest assured, I inquired with the merman guarding Elges, and he mentioned that young Master Johnson does not seem to have fallen into the hands of the Sun Pirates. Upon hearing this, McGiddy's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Just as he was about to respond, an urgent voice interrupted from the other end. What? Force, did you say young Master Johnson has contacted you again? He has fallen into Li Wei's grasp? Snake, what on earth has transpired? McGiddy inquired, his anxiety palpable. Moments later, he received Snake's reply. Young Master Johnson has been located by Li Wei, who demands a trade of the young master for the Aladdin couple, Mr. McGiddy. I shall proceed at once. Go, Snake. Ensure young Master Johnson's safety and bring Li Wei to me. My interest in him grows ever stronger. Understood, Mr. McGiddy. As the conversation concluded, McGiddy carefully set down the telephone book. Rising to his feet, he mused aloud. Does Li Wei truly possess the power and defenses of Charlotte Linlin? Yet, in terms of strength, I shall not be outdone. On Cocoa Island, within a forest adjacent to the seaside, Li Wei once again beheld the serpentine-tattooed figure of Snake, the fiery-haired woman Christina, and a young man clad in blue overalls and a red cap. He pointed at the young man he had encountered earlier and directly inquired, You are the one endowed with the abilities of the pipe fruit, are you not? Before the young man could respond, Christina interjected, Foals indeed consume the pipe fruit, Li Wei. Just yesterday, you expressed your desire to collaborate with us. What has prompted this sudden shift in your demeanor? To his surprise, he found the beautiful woman quite adept at feigning ignorance. Li Wei cast another glance at Christina, causing her to immediately tighten her grip on her clothing, her anger flaring as she retorted, If you keep staring, I shall gouge out your eyes. All right, Christina. We have more pressing matters to attend to, Snake interjected, fixing his gaze upon Li Wei. Although the Fishmen possess formidable strength, they are often not endowed with intelligence, rendering them mere cannon fodder for assault. You have chosen your allies poorly. His words incited an immediate stir among the Fishmen pirates behind Li Wei. Snake, you venomous serpent. What do you wish to convey? Do you truly believe yourself to be astute? It became evident that he had been exploiting them all along, a despicable and shameless human. Observing the commotion among his comrades, Barnes raised his hand, urging everyone to calm down. Before he spoke with a smile, We are not lacking in intelligence. Rather, we simply do not resort to coercive tactics. In my view, what McGiddy has done is far more egregious than anything Tinnies could conceive. Nonsense. Boss McGiddy will lead the nation to glory, retorted Fours, clad in suspenders, his face alight with indignation at Barnes' remarks. Indeed, McGiddy is a man of great ambition. Only by vanquishing the Big Mom pirates and the Soul Workshop can the people of this nation hope for a brighter future, Snake continued, redirecting the conversation as he looked at Li Wei. You must concur with my perspective, do you not? The plight of the inhabitants of this island is primarily due to the periodic tribute of their soul's lifespan. We share a common enemy and should indeed collaborate. Yet you are also my adversary. I find the act of coercing others to be utterly disgraceful. Your struggle against the Big Mom pirates and the Soul Workshop is merely a battle for territory. Why must you shroud it in noble pretenses? Such justifications can only deceive the ignorant youth like him. Li Wei spoke earnestly, gesturing towards Foals, who appeared quite unconvinced. You have misunderstood us. Our ultimate aim is not to dominate all nations, but rather to enhance their well-being. However, to achieve such a grand objective, one must be willing to make certain necessary sacrifices, for success cannot be attained without them. Upon hearing Snake's words, Foals nodded in agreement. Li Wei let out a derisive laugh. The mafia is not fearsome. What truly terrifies is a cultured mafia. No matter how much you attempt to justify your actions, it does nothing to alter the essence of your criminality. Prior to this, you have committed numerous wrongdoings, and now you suddenly transform into the champions of justice? With that, he pointed once more at Foals and advised, You ought to grasp two fundamental truths. First, never indulge the illusion of discovering treasures amidst refuse. Second, when assessing a person's character, do not heed their words, but rather observe their deeds. Upon the utterance of these words, silence enveloped the gathering. Among them, Foals' face was marked by shock and confusion, while a peculiar glint flickered in Christina's eyes. Well, I have no interest in your mafia affairs, after all. I shall inevitably drive you away. Now, it is time for us to negotiate the exchange of hostages. As Li Wei realized the conversation had strayed from the main topic, he quickly sought to redirect it. Fours, take your time to contemplate my words later. Young man, you must cultivate your own discernment regarding what actions are appropriate and which are not. Oh, Fours snapped back to attention, instinctively glancing at Snake, yet reconsidering. He chose to remain silent. This left Snake somewhat taken aback. However, Fours paid no heed. He approached Li Wei and drew a circle in the dirt with his hand, adding, I wish to be by the side of Boss McGiddy. In an instant, the circle transformed into a dark, ominous pipe. Observing this, Fours proclaimed, Let us depart. He then leapt into the pipe, vanishing from sight in an instant. Levi bent down to scrutinize the pipeline, glancing at Snake and instructing them to proceed first. Christina cast a fleeting glance at him before leaping down alongside Snake. Subsequently, Levi exchanged a few words with Barnes and his companions, who were escorting the hefty man and the one with the explosive hair, closely following behind. Finally, he firmly grasped Johnson and plunged into the pipeline. Chapter 53. The Aladdin couple. Upon entering the pipeline, Levi found himself enveloped in utter darkness, gripping Johnson tightly, fearful of his escape. As the sound of rushing wind filled his ears, an unexpected brightness greeted him as he emerged into a lavishly adorned chamber. Within the room, two distinct factions stood clearly delineated, the the Sun Pirates, who had arrived first, and the ever-prepared McGiddy crew. After Li Wei emerged from the conduit, he observed Furs bending down, wiping the dark, murky pipe with his sleeve as if erasing a chalkboard. Such a remarkably convenient ability is akin to Doraemon's anywhere door. Levi gasped in astonishment, then composed himself and stood beside Barnes. At that moment, a figure rose from the chair across the way and spoke. "You are the Levi who defeated Elgis? I must express my gratitude for the contributions you have made for the people of the world." As he spoke, he approached and extended his hand in greeting. However, Levi did not extend his hand to the other party. Instead, he remarked, "You must be the owner of McGiddy, correct? I had considered collaborating with you to confront the Soulwork Society, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. My primary purpose for coming here is to exchange Johnson for Captain Aladdin of the Sun Pirates and his wife. Levi, you have misunderstood. In truth, the Aladdin couple are our guests." "Guests? Then why did Master Johnson say that if we wanted Aladdin to remain alive, we must obediently accompany him to attack the Soulwork Society? It is a misunderstanding. We merely wish to eradicate this swarm of pests more swiftly. I had assumed the Sun Pirates would ally with us, given that they are already enemies of the Big Mom Pirates." Alas, McGiddy shook his head in regret. He then raised his hand, and someone behind him departed, subsequently opening the door through which several tall, burly men ushered in Aladdin and his wife. Upon seeing their captain, Barnes and his companions displayed expressions of surprise, yet they were acutely aware that danger still loomed, prompting them to fix wary gazes upon McGiddy and his subordinates. Seizing the opportunity, Levi scrutinized the Aladdin couple. As depicted in the original work, Aladdin sported a black, sky-high ponytail and a long beard, with the letters 1TC tattooed on his left arm, trailing a lengthy, purple fishtail. His wife, Praline, had a head of yellow hair styled in an eccentric bun, her face adorned with freckles, and her eyes painted in purple, complemented by red lipstick. She donned a blue dress embellished with pink roses, and her lower half resembled a shark's tail. Upon noticing their companions, the couple also displayed expressions of astonishment. Aladdin directly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Captain, we have come to rescue you," Barnes promptly replied, gesturing towards the hostages grasped by his companions. It is worth mentioning that capturing them was all thanks to Levi. "They are Johnson and McGiddy's subordinates?" "Indeed, Captain Aladdin. With them, we can exchange you and Sister Praline. Then we truly owe our gratitude to you, young Levi." As Aladdin finished speaking, his wife Praline added, "Indeed, we must thank you, Levi. You saved my sister. It is merely my duty." As Li Wei spoke, his mind was occupied with thoughts. Saving the daughter of the formidable for emperors should surely allow him to enhance his skill in the peculiar sound attack. With this in mind, he cast a glance at Majidi, who would soon understand, to release Aladdin and Praline. Following this, Aladdin and his companions slowly made their way back towards Li Wei. During this time, the members of the Sun Pirates remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on Majidi and his companions, gripping their weapons tightly, wary of any underhanded maneuvers from the gangsters. It was not until their captain returned safely that they finally exhaled in relief. However, Li Wei felt a twinge of disappointment, for he had not heard the melodious chime of the system notification. "Now, it is your turn to release my son and my subordinates," Majidi stated, his expression remaining impassive. Li Wei shook his head, saying, "This is your stronghold, after all. If we release someone, how can we possibly escape? What exactly are your intentions?" "Li Wei, do not push your luck," Snick admonished in a stern tone, but he was interrupted by Majidi. "It seems your biases against us run deep. Why can't you comprehend my urgent desire to eliminate the Soulwork Society?" "Spare me the theatrics, Majidi." Levi quickly interjected, turning to Folzer, and said, "I must trouble you once more to utilize your fruit ability to return them to the seaside." Folzer bluntly declined, noticing the displeasure on Levi's face. He hastily explained, "My ability with the pipes does not extend to any location. I can only memorize 5 specific places, and unfortunately, the seaside stronghold of the Sun Pirates is not among them. Only 5 fixed locations? That seems rather inadequate, doesn't it?" Li Wei blurted out. However, Furs became a bit anxious, who said my fruit ability is weak. I can only remember up to 5 locations, but I can also contact someone through a telephone bug, thereby establishing a new channel to connect to that place. That's quite impressive. My apologies, your fruit ability is indeed formidable. With proper development, it can yield unexpectedly marvelous applications. Li Wei quickly offered his apologies and then turned to Barnes and Aladdin. They swiftly grasped Li Wei's intentions and seamlessly took over the conversation. "That works perfectly. I still have a companion by the seaside. I'll contact him right away." As he spoke, Barnes produced a communication device and dialed a number, subsequently handing it over to Folzer as per his request. Folzer then crouched down and drew a circle, declaring, "It is done. You will soon return to the seaside." Barnes first instructed his companion to release the plump Helmont and the explosive-haired Cardinal, before one by one leaping into the pipe. Before long, only Li Wei, Barnes, and Aladdin remained. "You two should go ahead," Barnes urged. Levi resolutely declined, saying, "You two should leave first. I still hold some value. McGiddy will not impose excessively upon me. for he has no desire to create another formidable adversary. After this exchange, Barnes left with a cautionary remark, "Take care." Levi nodded. Watching as he and Aladdin leaped into the pipe, the members of the Sun Pirates were safe. Observing Levi as he contacted Barnes through the transponder snail to confirm their arrival at the seaside, Snake hurriedly urged him on. "No problem, young Master Johnson. Farewell." Levi released Johnson and turned, intending to leap into the pipe. "Wait a moment, Levi," a languid voice called out from behind McGiddy. Liwei was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the speaker as Akiji. Chapter 54, The Gambit with Akiji Resumes. In the fleeting moment of Li Wei's hesitation, Johnson urgently shouted, "Fours, why are you dawdling? Quickly wipe the pipeline clean and do not let Li Wei escape." However, Fours disregarded his command, instead narrowing his brows as he cast a disdainful and incredulous glance at his young master. "Master Johnson, it is good that you have returned. I am aware of the hardships you have endured, but let me assure you that we honor our word and would never engage in such treachery. Please bear this in mind. Furthermore, while we may let this brat go this time, he shall not be so fortunate in the future." Snake stepped forward to shield Johnson, patting Fours on the shoulder. This gesture softened Fours' expression considerably. Li Wei disregarded their remarks and provocatively addressed Akiji. "I never expected a formidable figure of the admiral rank like yourself to ally with such petty underworld scum." "Admiral rank? What does that even mean?" Akiji retorted. "Boss McGiddy is no minor player. He commands a substantial share of the entire world's industries and is indeed an ally of our Blackbeard pirates." As others looked on in bewilderment, the nearby Wano interjected promptly. Akiji shrugged nonchalantly, "I came here solely for Brin. Though she has a remarkable talent for evasion, far surpassing her siblings. Li Wei, you are quite impressive yourself. I had assumed you'd met your demise at sea. Yet here you stand," Akiji continued. At that moment, Li Wei noticed Akiji gesturing with his thumb behind him, revealing several colossalized sculptures, namely, Koreha, Bruli, and Armand. Akiji added, "I recall you boasting about your intelligence-gathering prowess. I trust you possess some leads. To have achieved this for Blackbeard Teach is truly remarkable." Li Wei was greatly perplexed. He had always believed that Akiji was an undercover agent within the Blackbeard pirates, meticulously surveilling Marshal D. Teach in a bid to uncover the secrets behind the consumption of dual devil fruits. After all, he was now a member of the Blackbeard crew. Capturing Brin would allow him to report back successfully. "How about I exchange these individuals for your intelligence?" he proposed. Upon hearing Akiji's explanation and suggestion, Li Wei candidly replied, "Since Bulei has also been captured by your group, it indicates that Brin is not hiding in the mirror world, and I shall need to exert some effort to locate her. Very well, think it over. Should you acquire any information, feel free to contact me through this snail." As he spoke, Akiji extended a transponder snail toward him, a gesture that left Johnson and the others utterly astonished. He opened his mouth as if to speak, only to be silenced by his father's stern gaze. Li Wei answered the call and stated his purpose. "Akiji, I will be in touch with you. Moreover, since we seldom have the opportunity to meet, why not engage in another wager? The stakes, I propose, are these exquisite ice sculptures, as they hold little value for you. Mr. Akiji, I kindly request that you hand over Kizaru and the others to me." Finally, McGiddy spoke up, fully aware that Kizaru, as one of the three admirals, possesses formidable strength. Should he return unscathed to the Big Mom pirates, he would undoubtedly become a significant adversary. Li Wei had anticipated this. "Akiji, you cannot truly be following the orders of Boss McGiddy to apprehend Krija and his companions, can you? Li Wei, do not attempt to sow discord between me and the Blackbeard pirates. They are my esteemed guests," replied McGiddy. "I dare say you regard Akiji as merely one of your subordinates," Li Wei countered. At that moment, Wang Oga stepped forward. "Mr. McGiddy, do not be in haste. It seems that Li Wei may have a detrimental impact on your fate. Thus, this wager might indeed serve you well." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Wang Oga?" "Fate will reveal the answer to you, Boss McGiddy. Enough of your bickering. Li Wei, propose your wager," Akiji finally interjected. Having sensed through his observation haki that Li Wei had grown considerably stronger, igniting his curiosity once more. Li Wei smiled once more, saying, "By your words, you have agreed to my wager. The stakes, as I just mentioned, remain unchanged from yesterday. This time, I shall not be transformed into an ice sculpture." "Oh, within less than a day, you have discovered a means to unravel the frozen moment?" Akiji questioned skeptically. His words provoked a reaction from Johnson, who could no longer contain himself. "How presumptuous, Li Wei. Do you truly believe that having defeated the cadre of the Soulwork Society makes you a rival to the Navy Admiral?" "My instincts were correct, Li Wei. That young man was right. You vastly overestimate your abilities. Yet, this is merely the hand of fate. I have previously warned you that a person's fortune is not perpetually favorable. I trust you have not forgotten? This time, once you become an ice sculpture, no one shall come to your rescue." Upon hearing Wang Oga's remarks, McGiddy's eyes sparkled with insight, and he added, "I see now. My room is indeed lacking a few ice sculptures. Mr. Akiji, regardless of the cost, no, I shall mobilize everyone, even if I must search every corner of the world. I will ensure you find Bruin, provided you leave these for ice sculptures to me." Oh, then I thank you, Mr. McGiddy. Akiji glanced at McGiddy before slowly approaching Li Wei. Have you made your decision? This wager does not seem to favor you. Fear not, Akiji. I have assured you before that my most formidable talent lies in my unique technique, which cannot be employed against me twice. Li Wei spoke with a resonant confidence, while Johnson scoffed beside him. However, upon seeing the expression on Li Wei's face, he paused momentarily, only to shake his head and mutter, "A frog in a well." Believing himself to be a genius, soon, you shall come to realize this truth. Nevertheless, neither Li Wei nor Akiji heard these words, as the two exchanged glances for quite some time. Ultimately, it was McGiddy who interjected, "It seems your wager is about to commence. Come, Akiji, let us see how you will counter my frozen moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, Akiji executed a swift move, appearing before Li Wei in an instant, placing his hand upon the latter's shoulder. Immediately, a torrent of frigid air emanated from Akiji's hand, rapidly transforming Li Wei's shoulder into a glistening mass of ice, the cold quickly spreading until, within moments, Li Wei became a radiant ice sculpture, rendered immobile. Upon witnessing this, a look of surprise flickered across McGiddy's face, while his son Johnson and Christina could hardly contain their delight. Force, on the other hand, displayed a hint of disappointment, though he soon regained his composure. Akiji gently patted the freshly formed ice sculpture, yet a grave expression settled upon his countenance. Chapter 55. The escalation of acoustic assaults. Before long, everyone present heard a series of cracking sounds emanating from the frozen Li Wei. Quite intriguing. I hadn't anticipated that one could employ rapid muscle contractions to stave off true freezing. However, to resist my cold, considerable strength is required, Akiji mused, stroking his chin as he observed the trembling, fissured ice sculpture before him. Wang Oga, standing nearby, clearly recognized that Li Wei's escape was merely a matter of time. Compared to yesterday, this lad's strength has indeed surged significantly. He increasingly resembles Charlotte Lingling. Truly a remarkable genius. McGiddy and Snake exchanged glances, each discerning the same sentiment in the other's eyes. Li Wei was a formidable adversary. Johnson, feeling aggrieved by the reactions of the seasoned warriors, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "What genius? He*s merely a waste. Bartering his soul and lifespan for a girl I didn't want." Johnson, hold your tongue, McGiddy interjected hastily, not wishing to embarrass himself before so many guests and foes. At that moment, the ice encasing Li Wei began to shed, his form gradually returning to its original state. I've finally broken free. Truly commendable. To have withstood such a formidable attack, ordinary techniques proved to be quite challenging. As Li Wei emerged, he could not help but exclaim in admiration, while secretly reflecting, "Fortunately, I had previously mastered the gale kick and moonwalk from the Navy's 6 style, which provided me with valuable insights into the techniques of exerting force through my body. After all, both of these techniques necessitate rapid contraction and extension of the muscles to generate kinetic energy. During high-speed movement, the body inevitably produces heat. As long as there is sufficient warmth, even if one were to be frozen into an ice sculpture, recovery would still be possible. This is also the reason why Li Wei felt emboldened to propose this wager. As his thoughts swirled, he reined in his mind and prepared to claim his spoils. Akiji, this time, I have triumphed in the wager, and I intend to take these 3 ice sculptures with me. After making this declaration, Li Wei could not resist taunting McGiddy. Apologies, but some ice sculptures are far too precious to be displayed in just any room. McGiddy, however, remained unfazed and replied, I have a penchant for valuable items. Li Wei, do propose a price. Li Weigang was about to retort when Wano interrupted, saying, Hold on. I'm still here. Don't you want to engage in a game with me? Humph. We have yet to determine the victor from our last wager. I have no desire to play with someone who resorts to underhanded tactics when the odds are against them. Li Wei had anticipated this, and thus responded with a cold smirk. However, Wang Oga seemed unfazed. Are you not willing to wager with me? If not, these 3 ice sculptures will have to be entrusted to the collection of Boss McGiddy. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Wang Oga and Mr. Kizaru, haha. Upon hearing McGiddy's hearty laughter, Li Wei turned to the recently involved Kizaru and asked, as someone who has served as an admiral, surely you wouldn't resort to dishonesty. Would you? A true man must take responsibility for his choices. Kizaru shook his head repeatedly, but then shifted his tone. Nevertheless, these 3 ice sculptures owe much to Wang Oga's efforts. So how about this, Li Wei? You may select one of them. I suggest you choose Bruli. I believe you would have a keen interest in her mirror fruit, a spatial type ability. Snake immediately offered his suggestion. In response, Li Wei scoffed. Are you hoping I would choose the weakest among them? It is rather absurd how you all fear the offspring of the Empress, yet dare to confront the Big Mom pirates. Upon hearing this, McGiddy and the others appeared as though their innermost thoughts had been exposed, their expressions shifting instantly. Li Wei, however, chose to disregard the matter at hand, as he contemplated within himself. Given the current circumstances, it seems impossible to rescue the 3 individuals without defeating Wang Oga. Having already saved Aladdin's wife, Praline, who happens to be the daughter of the formidable four emperors, if he could manage to rescue another. It might elevate the level of his unique skill, the Sound of Monsters. After all, he had previously activated the permanent talent skill of the Sound of Monsters merely by saving Brin. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei pointed to the ice sculpture and declared, "Very well, I shall take this strongest one. He is now yours." Akiji readily acquiesced, gesturing for Li Wei to come and claim it. Li Wei unceremoniously took away the ice sculpture from Krija, yet a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed his eyes. He still had not heard the melodious notification from the system. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Majidi exchanged a glance with Sneak, who promptly understood and approached Wang Oga. "Gentlemen, I kindly request that our boss be allowed to collect these ice sculptures." Before Qingji and Wang Oga could respond, Li Wei regained his composure and decisively inquired, "Wang Oga, are you not eager to wager with me?" Upon hearing this, Qingji and the others were momentarily taken aback, and then Wang Oga adjusted his eye patch, replying, "Certainly, the stakes need not be mentioned, but I believe I should dictate the terms of this wager." "No problem, I agree. The terms of the bet shall be determined by you." Without a moment's hesitation, Levi declared. Having just conducted an internal analysis, Wang Oga was aware that bullet attacks would not only fail to harm him but would, in fact, result in self-injury. Given this understanding, it was reasonable to assume that this individual would propose an alternative method of competition. However, these considerations were trivial. What truly mattered was that once the wager was accepted, there would be a justification to continue the previous contest. Soon, Levi remarked, "This time, the terms of the wager shall be determined by you. Nevertheless, you must remember that our previous bet remains unresolved. Before we proceed, I believe it is imperative that we first establish a victor. So, you still wish to rescue the child of Charlotte Lingling, do you? I am beginning to suspect you might be affiliated with the Big Mom Pirates. But that is of no concern to you now. What do you say, sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates? Fire away, using the very bullets you excel at." Li Wei pointed at his own forehead, emanating an air of provocation. His brazen demeanor irked Johnson greatly, while McGiddy and the others were filled with both astonishment and delight, fully aware of Wang Oga's lethal prowess. If anyone else had acted in such a manner, it would have been tantamount to courting death. However, Wang Oga merely shook his head slightly. "My bullets can indeed bring about your demise, but I too would suffer injuries in the process. Never mind. Let yesterday's wager be considered my defeat. Thus, this ice sculpture of Armand shall be mine." Li Wei unceremoniously relocated the beautiful ice sculpture adorned with an oversized hat, not neglecting to shrug provocatively at the owner, McGiddy. "By the way, we have merely confirmed the wager you won. Yet we have yet to clarify the penalty you shall incur should you lose," remarked Wang Oji. Li Wei, however, remained unresponsive, for at long last, he had awaited the sound indicating an upgrade in his skills. "Ding. You have rescued 3 of Charlotte Lingling's offspring, and the monster sound attack skill has now been elevated to grade C." He hastily skimmed through the skill description. Monster sound attack, an active skill that emits a bizarre sound, causing dizziness or minor damage to enemies who hear it. The effects of dizziness and damage are contingent upon the strength of the adversary. The mightier the foe, the less effective this skill becomes. Note, the skill user can concentrate the monster sound attack on a single enemy as needed. When directed as a single target attack, the resulting dizziness and damage will be significantly enhanced. After perusing the description, Li Wei felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This skill had transcended mere control capabilities. It could now execute single target strikes as well as inflict area damage, proving to be even more advantageous than the Conqueror's Haki. If memory serves, only red-haired Shank's Conqueror's Haki is capable of inflicting physical damage. Just as Li Wei was lost in contemplation, Wang Oga and McGiddy exchanged puzzled glances, ultimately prompting Akiji to nudge him. "What is the matter with you? Are you so lost in thought while speaking?" Li Wei returned to his senses and smiled, remarking, "Geniuses often possess peculiarities, much like your idol, Carp, who can doze off even while engaged in conversation. You certainly know an impressive amount." Akiji paused for a moment, then slowly replied, before gesturing towards Wang Oga, "All right, please continue." Levi cast his gaze towards the scene, eager to discern what wager the marksman would propose and what stakes would be involved. Wang Oga adjusted his long rifle and began. "Let me first outline the cost of your defeat, lest you feel undue pressure. If I emerge victorious, all that is required of you is to accompany me to meet Captain Teach." "Wang Oga," replied McGiddy, "we both understand that this young man possesses immense potential. His destiny is to become a member of our Blackbeard pirate crew. Moreover, by taking him away, I can alleviate one of your pressing concerns." Wang Oga explained with a smile. "I must commend your discerning eye. You are indeed a senior officer among the 4 emperors, far superior to those who merely seek to exploit others. However, this price is rather steep for me. Joining the Blackbeard pirate crew is a dream cherished by many. Additionally, I can assure you that regardless of the outcome, I shall present you with this ice sculpture of a witch." Seeing that Wang Oga continued to extend goodwill, Levi could only nod in agreement, as he had a faint understanding of the wager's nature. Given the effects of the permanent skill he had just acquired, he felt he might not actually lose. At that moment, Wang Oga continued, "The terms of the wager are quite simple. As you know, I am a marksman, and my sole expertise lies in shooting. Therefore, we shall compete in accuracy." Upon hearing this, Force could not help but interject, "Accuracy? Isn't that blatantly unfair?" "Silence, Force," Johnson chimed in, a smile gracing his face, fully aware that Levi had no proficiency in shooting. His aim was abysmal. Otherwise, he would not have been helpless against the airborne Andrew and Elgis. McGiddy and Snake shared similar sentiments, and in a bid to compel Levi to acquiesce, they harmonized their encouragement. "Levi, you have already consented to this wager. Thus, you cannot retract your words." "Snake, what nonsense are you uttering? Levi is a prodigy and would never act in a capricious manner." Li Wei chuckled softly. "Very well, you have determined the stakes of the wager, so I shall dictate its form. Is that agreeable?" With that, he raised his head to address the proprietor, McGiddy. "To conduct this wager, we will require your assistance, along with your entourage." Chapter 56. The fly swatting contest. "Who are you calling a fly?" Johnson retorted, his temper flaring at once. Anger flickered in the eyes of McGiddy and Snake, but they quickly regained their composure. However, Li Wei paid no heed to the gangsters. Internally, he felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he had upgraded his strength attack skill, enabling him to perform single-target strikes, which would prove invaluable. With these thoughts in mind, he turned to Wang Oga and smiled faintly. "I am aware of your exceptional eyesight, capable of discerning targets several kilometers away, and your marksmanship and weaponry are indeed top-notch. Thus, I shall not engage you in a contest of long-range shooting. You possess quite a wealth of knowledge. After all, Qingji mentioned your remarkable intelligence-gathering abilities. And I must admit, I was initially skeptical. It appears I was mistaken. However, let us dispense with the pleasantries and clarify the specifics of our competition." Upon hearing Wang Oga's words, Johnson finally found a point to mock. "Indeed, Li Wei, cease your procrastination. In any contest related to marksmanship, your defeat is assured." "What a bothersome swarm of flies. I truly detest flies," Li Wei retorted without hesitation, swiftly adding, "Let us engage in a contest of fly swatting." "Fly swatting? Indeed. As the marksman of the Blackbeard pirates, do you not think that striking a fly is a true test of marksmanship? It is well known that flies, being diminutive in size and remarkably swift in flight, are notoriously difficult to hit. Moreover, flies are among the most detestable creatures. Eliminating them could be seen as a service to humanity, thus achieving two objectives with one action." Li Wei responded with a hint of implication, his suggestion momentarily leaving everyone present in a state of astonishment. Wang Oga furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are we to determine victory or defeat by mere numbers?" However, the room was devoid of flies, yet there were indeed several individuals who resembled them. At this juncture, Li Wei's words were left unfinished as Johnson erupted in a fit of rage, bellowing, "Who do you dare to call a fly? You worthless being who only trades in the lifespan of souls. I shall see to your demise." McGiddy interjected loudly, interrupting his son. Observing the fury etched across Johnson's face, he calmly replied, "Johnson, remember this. Never allow anger to take hold, never issue threats, and particularly, never harbor hatred towards your adversaries, for it will cloud your judgment." Truly, he was a figure of remarkable sagacity. In his heart, Li Wei silently complained, then turned his gaze towards Wang Oga, responding to the inquiry, "Indeed, a competition of numbers is the simplest form. To showcase the finesse of our marksmanship, I propose we aim solely for the heads of flies. Is that acceptable? As for the flies themselves, let us leave that matter to Boss McGiddy. As the host, he ought to contribute in some capacity. Shooting the heads of flies. How intriguing." Wang Oga nodded in agreement and then looked at McGiddy and the others. "We shall entrust this task to you, Boss McGiddy." At that moment, Snake unexpectedly interjected, "Christina, if memory serves, you should have flies for sustenance, correct?" "Ah, uncle, please be clear in your speech. I do indeed keep a considerable number of flies as food. But that is because I have several chameleons." Upon hearing this, everyone present displayed expressions of sudden realization, especially Li Wei, who was quite taken aback to learn that the beautiful woman before him actually consumed flies. Disregarding the banter from his subordinates, Snake began to assign tasks. "Force, take Christina with you and use your pipe abilities to visit her home, Boss McGiddy. How does that sound?" "Well then, I appreciate your efforts, both of you." Following the orders, Force drew a circle and departed the room with Christina. The issue of flies resolved, Li Wei, what about your weapon? "I do not require a weapon. Rather, I would say my mouth is my weapon, as I can produce sounds that accurately strike the heads of flies." "Sound attacks? Li Wei, you indeed possess a physique akin to Charlotte Lingling. However, such an area of effect capability hardly qualifies as marksmanship, does it?" Upon hearing this, Johnson scoffed. "No wonder, with your accuracy. You dared to challenge Mr. Wang Oga. It appears you were merely attempting to deceive. Li Wei, under this competition format, Mr. Akiji's ice powers could instantaneously eliminate all the flies in the room." "Silence, Johnson. If you do not comprehend, refrain from speaking out of turn." McGiddy once more halted his son's ignorant remarks. Akiji added, I cannot merely target the heads of flies. How about this? Once the red-haired beauty returns with the flies, she could mark a few of them. Amidst a swarm of flying flies, we can then aim to strike the heads of the marked ones within a stipulated time frame. Surely, that would be feasible? Li Wei pondered for a moment before increasing the difficulty. Upon hearing this, Wang Aojia no longer opposed and suggested that Li Wei take the first move. Li Wei readily acquiesced, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "There is no need for you to intervene, for I shall compel you to withdraw." Meanwhile, Qingji and the others displayed expressions of skepticism. Unable to fathom that Li Wei could indeed achieve such a feat moments later, Fours and Christina returned, bearing a glass box that contained a considerable number of flies. Observing these insects, Snake elaborated on the format of the competition between Li Wei and his opponent. Upon hearing this, Christina cast a disbelieving glance at Li Wei and replied, "There is no need for markers, as I possess some red-headed flies here. Let us proceed thus. I will count 10 red-headed flies amidst this swarm, and we shall see which of you can swat down these 10 flies in the shortest time. It is a most equitable method." Li Wei acquiesced, casting a glance at Wang Oga, who nodded in agreement. He then added, "Let me take the first turn. I require merely 5 seconds to swat 10 flies." How boastful. Before he could finish his declaration, Johnson abruptly fell silent, silenced by a stern glare from his father. Nonetheless, the wealthy scion's lips continued to move, suggesting he was still murmuring something under his breath. While McGiddy managed to prevent his son from further embarrassing himself, he shook his head slightly, as if mocking Li Wei's ludicrous claim. Meanwhile, Qingji, despite narrowing his eyes, revealed a glimmer of anticipation. As the challenger, Wang Oga raised an eyebrow and remarked, "If you can indeed accomplish what you assert, then my fate shall be to concede. Let us commence without delay," he concluded. Li Wei ceased to indulge in trivialities. His sole desire was to expedite his mission of saving lives, with only 4 days remaining. Chapter 57, A Testament of Strength Following McGiddy's Lead. The group arrived at a spacious courtyard. As Li Wei beheld the verdant trees, flourishing flowers, and the exquisite architecture meticulously scattered throughout the area, he could not help but exclaim, "This environment is truly remarkable, McGiddy. I must extend my sincerest apologies. I should not have referred to you as flies." McGiddy and his companions displayed expressions of bewilderment, while Johnson seized the moment to mock. "Now you realize that you are the fly, feasting amidst the refuse, aren't you?" "Such insolence, Johnson," Li Wei retorted coldly. "Yet, it is your ilk that resembles mosquitoes, siphoning the lifeblood of the world's people alongside the Soul Work Society. Otherwise, you could not have constructed such a resplendent courtyard." Li Wei offered no opportunity for a counterattack. He swiftly added, "Had I known it would come to this, I ought to have proposed a contest to shoot the heads off mosquitoes. In truth, I have nurtured quite a few mosquitoes myself, as I have been raising several chameleons, which have a penchant for consuming flies and such diminutive insects." "Li Wei, perhaps I should make another trip," he suggested. However, Christina interjected at an inopportune moment, only to fall silent after receiving a stern glare from Snake, demonstrating her awareness of the situation. Levi had not anticipated the presence of a witty counterpart, and he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Johnson instinctively yearned to retort, yet under the stern gaze of his father, he could only part his lips without uttering a single word. Ultimately, it was Green Bull who spoke, saying, "Levi, your duel with Wang Oga is about to commence." "Oh, indeed, I cannot afford to squander any more time." Li Wei immediately redirected his attention, casting a glance into the box containing the flies. Upon recognizing the situation, he instinctively stepped back a few paces, signaling to Christina to release the flies. "Once they disperse, I shall issue the command to begin. To preserve the integrity of this contest, I kindly ask everyone to position themselves behind Li Wei to avoid obstructing his view." Christina, having assumed the role of the referee, began arranging the spectators accordingly. Sneak, with an air of annoyance, remarked, "Mind your own business." "Very well," Christina replied with a compliant demeanor, bending to lift the lid of the glass box. Due to her revealing attire, she inadvertently showcased her alluring figure as she leaned over. Swiftly, she adjusted her clothing and glanced up at Li Wei, only to find him deliberately turning his head away. This unexpected gesture sparked a flicker of surprise in Christina's eyes. Had she misjudged him? However, Li Wei remained undistracted, intensely focused on the swarm of flies. His keen gaze fixated on the few red-headed flies. As soon as Christina announced the start, Li Wei slightly parted his lips and emitted a sound of moderate volume. "Ah." In that instant, all present witnessed the red-headed flies, which had been flitting about, plummeting one by one to the ground. The spectators exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Their heads were gone. All 10 red-headed flies met this fate. How had Li Wei achieved such a feat? Christina approached to examine the situation more closely, exclaiming loudly. Upon witnessing the completion of the task, Li Wei hastily proclaimed his triumph. "It's done. I believe it hasn't even been 5 seconds, has it?" Moreover, these pesky flies did not explode simultaneously. "Wang Oga, you must have nothing to say now?" Though his expression remained serene, a tempest roiled within him. The effects of the upgraded sound attack were indeed remarkable. Admittedly, in its current form, the skill lacked substantial lethality, yet its precision was astonishing, and the control was exceedingly simple. One merely needed to fixate their gaze upon an object and silently invoke the desired effect to unleash the assault. This bore some resemblance to the attack pattern of Apu, the user of the sound fruit. Just as his thoughts raced, Li Wei suddenly sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere. Not only was there no applause, but no one responded to him at all. The scene had descended into an eerie silence. Li Wei hurriedly glanced over and saw that Megiddo and the others were wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Wang Oga adjusted his eye patch, and a peculiar smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even Akiji was taken aback for a while before regaining his composure, casting a curious and expectant glance at Li Wei, observing the reactions of those around him. Li Wei felt a surge of satisfaction and clapped his hands vigorously. Hey, is it really necessary for you all to be so astonished? It's merely a matter of swatting a few pesky flies. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Li Wei, I never anticipated you possessed such remarkable skill. Decapitating flies is no extraordinary feat. However, achieving the feat of consecutively eliminating 10 flies in rapid succession is something even I cannot accomplish, Wang Oga remarked, leisurely sheathing his rifle. He then added, Indeed, you are a prodigy, perfectly suited for our Blackbeard pirate crew. As for joining you, I shall refrain for now, but when you engage the celestial dragons, do feel free to call upon me for assistance. Li Wei candidly expressed his opinions regarding those in positions of privilege. His words momentarily stunned McGiddy and the others, with Johnson even mumbling, So this person is a fool, daring to confront the celestial dragons. By the way, Wang Oga, since you admit your inability, that signifies my victory. I shall rescue this Buell. Levi returned to the main topic, and upon seeing the other party nod, he made no further ado. He lifted 3 ice sculptures and, under the scrutinizing gazes of others, departed without hesitation. After watching Levi leave, Akiji slowly remarked, We should attend to our own business now. He then took Wanoga with him. The spacious courtyard was left with only McGiddy and his group. Suddenly, Snake inquired, Christina, you should be able to accurately hit a fly in mid-flight, shouldn't you? Your eyesight is 10 times that of an ordinary person. As for me, I can indeed achieve that, much like Wanoga. However, Levi has managed to hit flies consecutively, a feat I have yet to accomplish. Christina pondered briefly before replying truthfully. The recent memory of Levi turning his head, coupled with his series of unexpected remarks and actions, led her to perceive him as extraordinary. Snake was about to ask more questions when McGiddy interjected, Let us not provoke Levi for the time being. He is currently of great importance to the Blackbeard pirates. Our adversaries are the Big Mom pirates and the Soul Society, and it would be unwise to create another formidable enemy. Very well, Mr. McGiddy, Snake concurred. Giving a knowing glance to Johnson, we might as well utilize him to eliminate the Soul Society personnel. But, McGiddy interrupted, there is no but, Johnson. We must distinguish between primary and secondary matters and avoid acting on impulse. Enough, Snake. You must sternly guide my son. I believe Thompson should be returning soon. Let us hope he brings good news. With that, McGiddy turned and left. Chapter 58. The arrival of the soy sauce star at Cocoa Island, in the Caramel CAF. A somewhat anxious female voice filled the air. Are you saying that Cracker, Amanda, and BRLE have been captured by Akiji again? Yes, Miss Smuggy. We attempted to protect their escape at the cost of our lives, but alas, Akiji is too formidable. We were all frozen by his fruitability. Apologies for my tardiness. By the way, what about BRLE? Was she also captured? Only Miss BRLE managed to escape safely, which is a small blessing in this misfortune. All right, I understand. The speaker was none other than Charlotte Smuggy, one of the 3 sweet commanders. She waved her hand, allowing her subordinates, recently released from their frozen state, to leave. Soon, the CAF was left with Smuggy alone. She took out a transponder snail and dialed a number, but no one answered. I hope BRLE is safe, Smuggy muttered to herself, just as the transponder snail emitted a series of beeps. Upon connecting, a man's voice emerged. Miss Smuggy, I finally managed to reach you. I have been searching for Cracker and Katakuri, but I cannot locate them. Tinus, it seems you have an urgent matter to discuss with us. Indeed. Do you remember McGiddy? He has become increasingly arrogant lately. I received intelligence that the Blackbeard pirates managed to infiltrate Whole Cake Island due to him. McGiddy, the gang leader who lost to you 2 years ago? Surely he wouldn't engage in such self-destructive behavior? Smuggy, I am not slandering him. Audric, our branch leader on Cocoa Island, was defeated by Akiji. Additionally, I have heard that McGiddy has colluded with the Sun Pirates, aiding Akiji and Wanoga in evading surveillance from the ships and sea slugs. The Sun Pirates? I see. It seems Praline's song can indeed enchant the sea slugs. Precisely, Smuggy. The situation is dire. Although McGiddy is not particularly strong, should he ally with the Sun Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, it becomes a significant threat. Furthermore, add Levi into the equation. Levi? Is he the young man who rescued BRLE from Akiji? He is indeed a benefactor to our Big Mom pirates. Levi did save Miss BRLE. And I am well aware of that. However, you have already repaid his kindness. He used that life-saving grace to request protection for a few friends from the Big Mom pirates. Thus, you no longer owe him a debt of gratitude. Is that so? Let me confirm. Smuggy promptly summoned her subordinates who were stationed at the CAF. After verification, she addressed the transponder snail. Indeed. You may proceed to deal with Levi and Mac Giddy. As for the Blackbeard pirates and the Sun pirates, we shall handle them. I trust you can manage this matter? Under normal circumstances, that would be no issue. However, Akiji and Levi have already eliminated our 2 branch leaders. And with Mac Giddy launching a surprise attack on the Jam Island branch last night, I currently have only 2 branch members available for deployment. I see. Then rest assured to tackle Mac Giddy. Leave Levi to us. Is that acceptable, Tynus? That would be best. I will ensure Mac Giddy learns the consequences of provoking me. I hope to hear news of your victory soon. Just as she spoke, Smuggy noticed a subordinate rushing in, and she frowned, turning to him with an inquiring gaze. Levi. Levi has arrived. The subordinate gasped, and upon hearing this, Smuggy revealed a confident smile. Tynus, I must go deal with Levi. Farewell. After hanging up the transponder snail, she listened as the reporting subordinate completed his statement. Levi has come, bringing Lord Cracker, along with Miss Amanda and Miss Bre. At this, Smuggy's expression shifted from confusion to seriousness. Just then, Levi pushed open the door, quickly spotting the formidable woman known as the soy sauce star. It must be said, Smuggy is a striking beauty. She possesses a tall stature, brown skin, and blue eyes, complemented by full lips and flowing silver waves of hair, leaving a lasting impression. Li Wei scrutinized Smuggy, when suddenly he heard the latter inquire in a hostile tone, How did Kalia fall into your hands? It seems Tinny's intelligence was accurate. You are indeed in league with Akiji, aren't you, Li Wei? Why is it that I saved the children of the 4 emperors' Big Mom from Akiji and Wang Oga? Li Wei collected her thoughts, placing the ice sculpture aside as she addressed the matter directly. There was no choice. She was eager to engage with Armand, a member of the Serpent clan, to enhance her innate strength. She wished to avoid any further complications. However, Smuggy clearly doubted Li Wei's words. Akiji is a vice admiral of the Navy, and even Kizaru cannot contend with him. How could you repeatedly rescue people from his grasp? There must be something amiss. I suspect that your ability to save Brin a few days ago was due to Akiji's deliberate action. Our argument here serves no purpose. Once we rescue Kizaru, the truth will be revealed. If I recall correctly, those frozen by Akiji retain their consciousness, meaning Kizaru should witness my wager with Wang Oga. This indeed is a splendid idea. After hearing this, Li Wei finally exhaled in relief, grateful that this long-legged beauty possessed a sense of reason. Soon, several members of the anti-pirate crew hurried into the CAF, frantically bringing in large buckets of hot water and submerging Kizaru and the others within. Under the influence of the hot water, Kizaru was the first to be unfrozen. He leaped out of the wooden barrel and approached Li Wei, gazing intently at her as he spoke. You managed to withstand Akiji's freezing powers? Levi was taken aback that this fellow was concerned about such a matter right away. It took him a moment to realize. Vibrations cannot be frozen, so as long as one possesses formidable strength and induces vibrations within the body, one can evade being encased in ice. All right, Clea, now that you have emerged, do enlighten us. Was it indeed Levi who rescued you? Smuggy promptly interrupted Levi, casting a glance at her brother. It was he who saved us. Levi vanquished Akiji and Wang Oga, Clea stated without hesitation. Phew. Levi finally felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. Although this stellar being feared pain, he was indeed forthright. Chapter 59. Smuggy's attitude upon hearing this response. Smuggy refrained from further questioning Clea. Instead, she regarded Levi with curiosity. You saved Clea, yet you opposed Tynus. What is your true aim? I merely aspire for the people of the world to lead better lives. Levi responded with a glance, unwavering in his resolve. Smuggy, clearly struggling to comprehend Levi's words, did not delve deeper but instead articulated her purpose. You are indeed a peculiar individual. However, the Soul Work Agency is an organization under our banner, and opposing them equates to opposing the Big Mom pirates. Smuggy, Levi has saved several of us. Hold your tongue, Cracker. I will handle this matter, Smuggy interjected, her tone taking on a menacing edge. Levi, although you are our benefactor, anyone who stands against us and the Soul Work Agency becomes our adversary. If you cease your opposition to them, I may consider overlooking your past actions. That is unacceptable. I am destined to eradicate the Soul Work Agency, and my resolve to oppose the Big Mom pirates remains unaltered. Levi, I advise against impulsiveness. Cracker seized the opportunity to interject. If you wish for a better life for those here, why not join us? Your abilities resemble those of Mother. The Big Mom pirates would be your ideal sanctuary. Resemble Mother's abilities? Indeed, Smuggy. Levi possesses an ironclad defense, immense strength, and a disorienting peculiar sound. I have never encountered anyone more akin to Mother than he. Cracker replied swiftly, casting an expectant glance at Levi. However, Levi waved his hand and smiled, saying, I will not join the Big Mom pirates. Cracker, do you not see? This fellow seeks to ally with Majid, aiming to usurp us. Smuggy, do not fret. Levi would never ally with Majid, for he, too, regards Majid as an enemy. Cracker speaks the truth. Majid is also my foe. As I just stated, my goal is to ensure a better life for the people of Whole Cake Island. Both the Soul Work Agency and Majid are blights upon the populace, and I shall not let them go unpunished. Are you not in league with Majid? Smuggy, Levi is indeed an enemy of Majid. How shall I put it? He is an oddity, a peculiar individual with a constitution reminiscent of Mother. Cracker concluded his statement and cast another glance at Levi. After a moment's contemplation, Smuggy slowly replied, very well, considering you are not an ally of Majid, we shall, in the spirit of gratitude, refrain from pursuing the matters concerning your dealings with the Soul Work Agency. Merely refraining is insufficient. I hope the Big Mom pirates will not interfere in my affairs with the Soul Work Agency or Majid, for I fear conflict may arise. Li Wei articulated his intentions, having fully prepared himself for a confrontation with Samuji and Kelly. Indeed, the expressions of the brother and sister shifted, caught off guard by Li Wei's provocative stance. Finally, they emerged, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Bulei, you are quite loud. At that moment, Bulei and Amanda had also been released from their confinement, emerging from the wooden tub to discover that everyone's gaze was fixed upon them. At last, you have made your appearance. Li Wei responded swiftly, eagerly approaching with a warm greeting. Armand, clearly aware that it was Li Wei who had rescued him, replied slowly. Thank you for saving me. It was my pleasure. I am truly glad that you are safe. As Li Wei responded, he gazed at the slender beauty before him, her neck sinuous like that of a serpent. Internally, he mused that mere interaction with the Serpent clan was insufficient for his advancement. He must find a way to engage with the long-armed clan, the little people, and the giants. Particularly the giants, for if memory serves, this race was utterly absent from the entirety of the myriad nations. As his thoughts raced, he was abruptly drawn back to reality by Smuggy's words. Although Li Wei has rescued a few of you, he remains our adversary, for he intends to strike against the Soul Work Society. Smuggy, we must deliberate further on this matter. Kreja, have you lost your senses? We must remain merciless towards our foes, Smuggy declared sternly. Then turned her attention back to Li Wei. If you could relinquish your opposition to Tinny's, there might still be a chance for reconciliation. Very well, regardless. I am destined to battle you all sooner or later, so let the confrontation commence from this moment forth. Li Wei was well prepared, adopting an aggressive stance. Smuggy also drew his long sword, remarking, it has been a long time since I last engaged in battle. I hope you will not disappoint me. Wait a moment, Smuggy. It should be me who faces Li Wei. Furthermore, our immediate priority is to locate Brin, is it not? Noticing the intense killing intent radiating from the two, Kelly hurriedly attempted to divert their attention. Moreover, Li Wei, your friends who scattered during the assault by Aokiji are still missing and unaccounted for. If our adversary is indeed Aokiji, then William and Hannah should be unharmed. Li Wei confidently responded that he still had great faith in the character of this former naval admiral. Smuggy called out loudly, I've already arranged for someone to find Brin. Kreja, I believe that our foremost priority is to defeat Li Wei. Otherwise, our Big Mom pirates will become a mere laughingstock. Very well, I'll take on the challenge. Li Wei, I had intended to compete with you last time, but it was regrettably interrupted. No problem, Kreja. But I must clarify that I do not engage in endeavors without benefit. If I defeat you, you will refrain from meddling in my affairs with the Soul Workshop, correct? Of course, Kreja, just hold on for a moment. Suddenly, the silent, ghostly lady, Armand, spoke up. I believe it would be better for Smuggy to take the field. You should be aware that Li Wei's defenses can reflect damage, and he possesses intelligence capabilities that even Aokiji finds astonishing. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a pang of regret in his heart, though his expression remained impassive. Is that so? Then Kreja, you should step back. You are the most averse to pain. Smuggy stepped forward, drawing her sword once more and pointing it at Li Wei. Come, let us settle this once and for all. To be honest, I am not fond of violence. Why don't we engage in a wager instead? Li Wei had already prepared his thoughts. It is worth mentioning that my ability to repeatedly save the children of the formidable 4 emperors, Big Mom, is also attributed to the gambling stakes. Chapter 60, Smuggy's Juicing Attack. Gambling stakes? Smuggy inquired impulsively. Li Wei nodded and said, Indeed, Smuggy. Allow me to elaborate on the terms of our wager, after which you may decide whether to engage in this gamble with me. The stakes, of course, pertain to the Soul Work Society. Should I emerge victorious, your Mama pirate crew shall cease to interfere in my affairs with the Soul Work Society. Conversely, if I am defeated, I shall refrain from provoking the Soul Work Society henceforth. This wager appears quite reasonable, does it not? Very well. Please describe the terms of the gamble, Smuggy replied. Excellent, Smuggy. The conditions of our contest are rather straightforward. If memory serves me right, you are indeed a user of the juice fruit, capable of extracting moisture from your adversaries through mere touch. Noticing the astonishment on Smuggy's face, Li Wei continued. Let us base our wager on your fruit's ability. If you can drain my moisture within 3 minutes, I shall concede defeat. Otherwise, I shall claim victory. Hold on. Do you comprehend the implications of draining? If you were to extract all the liquid from my body, it would result in my demise. I am acutely aware of that fact, which is precisely why I must prevail in this confrontation. Otherwise, death would be a more favorable outcome. Li Wei spoke with unwavering conviction. I desire for the people of all nations to thrive, and this sentiment is not merely for show. Without embracing a belief in inevitable demise, how can one possibly succeed? If you are determined to court death, do not blame me. Upon uttering these words, Smudgy observed a look of sudden realization dawn upon the faces of Kalia and others. She swiftly inquired about her lingering doubts. What is it? Does this fellow possess a method to withstand my juicing ability? It is difficult to ascertain, yet Li Wei had previously withstood Akiji's freezing moment ability. Perhaps he can indeed achieve it. Armand, is what you say true? Smudgy pressed. Indeed, Smudgy. I have reiterated this several times. Li Wei possesses a physique akin to that of his mother. His bodily resilience is comparable to steel. Not only can he endure Akiji's freezing moment, but he can also withstand Wang Oga's rapid-fire barrage. It is noteworthy that even my cookie soldiers cannot withstand these two techniques. In conclusion, Kalia used himself as a testament to Li Wei's prowess. After hearing the words of her older siblings, a serious expression graced Smudgy's face for the first time. She cast a deep glance at the man who stood shorter than herself. In truth, Kalia's remarks were somewhat exaggerated. My defensive capabilities are indeed commendable. Yet I possess a significant vulnerability. In Akiji's terms, I am particularly susceptible to control-type abilities. In order to persuade Smudgy to promptly agree to this wager, Li Wei chose to reveal his shortcoming, especially when it comes to abilities that manipulate fruits. As for my ability to withstand Akiji's freezing moment, it is due to having previously fallen victim to this very technique. I pondered for a long time before discovering the means to counter it. Li Wei, cease your display of weakness. Your aim is merely to compel Smudgy to consent to the wager, so as to secure victory. Kalia, do you also believe Smudgy would lose to me? It seems that after consecutive defeats to Akiji and Wang Oga, your confidence has taken a severe blow. Li Wei gently shook his head and remarked, in the world of pirates, losing faith is tantamount to succumbing to death. Your mental fortitude seems rather lacking. After all, it is merely a few defeats in battle. How can you lose the courage to confront your foes? You, Kelly Jia, he continued, are indeed correct. Although you previously tended to underestimate your adversaries, that was also a manifestation of your confidence. I have agreed to this wager. Smudgy readily acquiesced, fully aware that even in the event of a loss, it would merely mean severing ties with the entanglements between Li Wei and the Soul Work Society. On the contrary, if Kelly Jia continued to wallow in despair, he would forfeit a significant source of strength, especially now, when the world stood at a precarious juncture. With no maternal figure to provide guidance and the Blackbeard pirates lurking menacingly, while Magidi and others awaited their moment to strike, the situation was undeniably dire. Reflecting on these thoughts, Smudgy couldn't help but steal a glance at Li Wei, silently expressing her gratitude for his candid acknowledgement of Kelly Jia's inner turmoil. Li Wei remained oblivious to the psychological intricacies of the soy sauce star. He merely nodded and said, "That is good. Please proceed." "Then be cautious," Smudgy replied, slowly approaching him. Utilizing her height advantage, she placed her hand on Li Wei's shoulder and announced the name of her technique, juicing. She then activated her fruit ability, intending to extract all the liquid from his body. In that moment, Li Wei simultaneously unleashed his steel balloon and natural strength talents, rebounding the damage from juicing while employing intermediate armament hockey to shield against it. Although only 30 points of damage were reflected, the relaxed expression on Smudgy's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a frown and an expression of anguish. All around, the spectators were transfixed by the duel, and soon whispers began to circulate. "Look, Miss Smudgy's juicing technique appears to have no effect. This is the first time I've witnessed such a phenomenon. Indeed, Li Wei is truly formidable. I've heard he is not even a fruit user. This is the essence of genius. Awakened talent is indeed terrifying." Hearing the murmurs of his subordinates, Clea interjected angrily, "Silence. You bunch of fools." He then turned to Smudgy, bellowing, "Use all your strength. If you hold back any longer, you shall suffer a humiliating defeat." "Enough, Smudgy," he cautioned. "Continuing this battle will only lead to mutual destruction. You must have sensed that Li Wei's techniques possess a rebound effect. The greater your offensive power, the more damage you will incur. We have no significant conflict with him, and there is no need to fight to the death." However, Armand held a differing view. She glanced at Clea and smiled, saying, "Brother, I appreciate your previous words, but our current adversaries are the Blackbeard pirates and Magid. We should let this matter regarding Li Wei rest." Upon hearing this, Clea fell silent, and Smudgy retracted her hand, seemingly acquiescing to Armand's counsel. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. The counterattack ability is indeed formidable. However, this is also due to the fact that the Big Mom pirates possess only one formidable shield in the form of the Yonko Big Mom herself, while her offspring are primarily offensive and lack defensive prowess. Even the mightiest among them, Karakuri, possesses rather inadequate defensive capabilities. He merely relies on his ability to foresee the fleeting future through observation hockey to evade enemy attacks. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei was about to utter a few courteous remarks. However, Smuggy interjected, "A swarm of buzzing flies is spoiling my dual mood." No sooner had she finished speaking than she drew her sword and struck at her chattering subordinates. In an instant, a copious amount of moisture erupted from their bodies, which Smuggy subsequently absorbed, causing her stature to grow even more imposing. Chapter 61. The onset of side effects. This sudden turn of events plunged the scene into an atmosphere of collective unease. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The Big Mom pirates were undeniably ruthless marauders, and for Smoker, the so-called subordinates held no significance whatsoever. Moreover, what of those ordinary individuals? With this thought in mind, his resolve to ensure a better life for the people of Tado Land grew even stronger. Nonetheless, the Big Mom pirates constituted an indispensable force for the protection of Tado Land. If they were to be driven away, who would safeguard the realm? Even the Whitebeard pirates, renowned for their sense of justice, levied protection fees for the territories under their dominion. Li Wei found himself in a predicament. The anti-pirate crew was indispensable, and the only course of action appeared to be compelling them to cease their extraction of soul lifespans. Contemplating this, he could only shake his head slightly. Such matters cannot be rushed, and change must be approached with careful deliberation, step by step. Suddenly, the expressions of those who awaited the exchange of their soul lifespans for monetary gain resurfaced in his mind. For them, the regular payment of soul lifespan might not hold significant importance. Indeed, the Soul Labor Society, born out of this system, while having committed numerous nefarious acts, had also rendered considerable assistance to these individuals. After all, from the perspective of the impoverished, the most trivial commodities were their time and their very bodies. Levi found himself unwittingly lost in deep contemplation, momentarily forgetting that he was still engaged in a wager with Smuggy. Have you zoned out again? Kraja observed Levi's distraction and promptly called out to him. However, upon hearing this, Smuggy's expression soured with displeasure. I truly feel underestimated, Levi. It seems you regard me with utter disregard. Transforming into her giant form, she pointed her blade towards her opponent. At this juncture, Levi regained his focus, forcing himself to cast aside distracting thoughts, and spoke. A transformation into a giant, is it? If memory serves correctly, in this form, you possess a strength far greater than before. However, I must forewarn you, the greater the damage I endure, the more potent the retaliatory harm becomes. It was precisely this fear that led Wang Oga to concede. Do not underestimate me. My Juju fruit abilities will undoubtedly lead to your defeat. With that declaration, Smuggy leaped beside Levi, placing her hands upon his shoulders and exerting a forceful upward motion. Levi smiled faintly, harnessing his innate strength as he stood firm, engaging in a test of might. Smuggy exerted every ounce of his power, yet found Levi to be as immovable as a mountain. Futile. For if it is a contest of strength, you shall not prevail against me. Levi spoke up, fully aware of the original plot, knowing well that Smudge intended to seize him and, akin to wringing out a garment, extract every drop of moisture from his body. Meanwhile, Korea interjected, Smudge, have you forgotten what I just mentioned? This lad possesses a strength reminiscent of his mother's. Ultimately, Smudge abandoned this tactic. She ceased her upward motions and instead sought to rotate Levi's shoulder, intending to harness the immense force gained from behind to once again attempt to extract his essence. Levi continued to withstand the onslaught with his indomitable iron balloon, and thus the two of them entered a protracted contest of endurance. It must be noted that the giant Smuggy's juicing ability had significantly intensified, causing Levi to gradually struggle, his breaths becoming increasingly labored. Yet, conversely, Smuggy, who was enduring Levi's retaliatory force, was clearly faring no better. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed, as she bore the weight of immense pain. The onlookers, including Clea and Armand, watched intently, their faces betraying concern. Slowly, the competition between the two began to reach a fever pitch, both steadfastly persevering. Indeed, you are considerably stronger than Clea. Li Wei suddenly relaxed, even managing to jest. However, you still lost. No sooner had the words left his lips than he swiftly turned his shoulder, freeing himself from Smoochie's grasp. How did your strength suddenly increase so much? Smoochie stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but she quickly regained her balance, breathing heavily as she asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Li Wei replied with a faint smile. Because I too can attain a state akin to giantism, granting me enhanced strength. 3 minutes had elapsed, and I had not been drained of my essence. Thus, you have lost. Very well, you have triumphed. Our Big Mom pirates shall no longer interfere in your matters with the Soul Work Agency. Smugly, she conceded defeat. Yet her curiosity persisted as she inquired, but Mother does not possess such abilities. This is a unique power of Li Wei. He can momentarily acquire strength several times greater than usual, yet this skill comes with a consequence. He will inevitably succumb to a state of weakness. Jia swiftly elucidated, as a thought seemed to dawn upon him, revealing a bittersweet smile. In truth, it's not solely Li Wei's ability. His technique bears a striking resemblance to that of Straw Hat Luffy. He then self-deprecatingly remarked, indeed, in this world, There are many whom I can never surpass, no matter how hard I strive. Li Wei discerned the implications behind his words, but smiled reassuringly, saying, the world is vast. There will always be a few prodigies adorned with the halo of a protagonist. However, Kelly Jia, do not underestimate yourself. Your talent ranks among the finest, and you will only grow stronger. After uttering these words, he reclined backward as the after-effects of his berserk state began to manifest. Smooji stood frozen, gazing down at Li Wei with a questioning look. Beside him, Kelly Jia resumed his role as the commentator. The side effects have set in this state. Li Wei is even weaker than an ordinary person. Isn't that our golden opportunity? Kelly Jia, we must seize this moment to eliminate this fellow. The ghostly figure, Lady Armand, slowly unsheathed her longsword, clearly intent on taking advantage of the situation to slay Li Wei. However, Kelly Jia intervened. Armand, remember that Li Wei is our benefactor. Yet he is also our adversary. Don't forget, this individual will take action against the Soul Work Society and will inevitably oppose us. We cannot remain passive. Armand, undeterred, exchanged glances with Smooji. Smooji understood her intent. Armand is right. We cannot commit the folly of letting a tiger return to the mountain. His goal is to enable the people of all nations to lead better lives, which will certainly place him at odds with us. Not far away, Blay remained silent, but she secretly concurred with her two sisters' perspectives. At this point, Kelly Jia found himself engulfed in uncertainty. There is no time to lose. I shall take action. With her longsword in hand, Armand prepared to strike. Yet, at that moment, Li Wei wore a confident smile. Chapter 62. The purpose of the establishment of all nations truly. What a ruthless pirate. Upon hearing Li Wei suddenly speak, Armand could not help but pause, fully aware that she was no match for him, and her expression shifted to one of caution. Observing this, Kelly Jia assessed the situation and added, he is still quite feeble. Indeed, I am quite weak. However, do you not wish to know the whereabouts of Bruin? Li Wei inquired. Li Wei, do you know where Bruin is hiding? Kelly Jia asked. His voice suddenly filled with urgency. Li Wei exhaled deeply, acknowledging that the Big Mom pirates were indeed fearsome individuals. However, they placed immense value on family. Had it not been for this consideration, he would not have dared to unleash his dangerously overwhelming berserk state. At that moment, Smuggy interjected with his perspective. Krija, use your intellect. Li Wei merely seeks to buy time. I share the same sentiment. Without hesitation, Armand swung his blade down with a resounding clang. Krija drew his sword to intercept Armand's strike aimed at Li Wei's sister. Witnessing this, Smuggy also unsheathed his weapon and, filled with fury. Question Krija, have you lost your mind? How could you raise your sword against your own family? Krija swiftly responded, I am defending my family by blocking Armand's attack. He then turned to Li Wei, demanding, speak. You have 10 seconds to reveal Brin's location or a swift death awaits you. Certainly, you are indeed a devoted brother. Your concern for Brin surpasses that of those two women, Li Wei retorted. Enough of this chatter. 10, 9, 8. As Krija began the countdown, Li Wei cast a glance at Smuggy and Armand and commenced his terms. If I disclose Brin's hiding place, will the Big Mom pirates spare my life? I will spare you. Your weakened state should last for another minute, leaving you with no alternatives. Krija, your solitary mercy holds no significance. Then prepare to meet your end. Krija declared, assuming a menacing stance. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Wei hurriedly remarked, every second of life is precious. He paused momentarily, then added, if my intuition serves me right, Brin should be with my friend William Hanna, residing not far from here. Please, once you locate Brin, do not forget our agreement. Indeed, your deduction is quite astute. I shall safeguard your friend, Krija responded, leaving no further glance at Li Wei as he strode out of the CF. Seizing the opportunity, Smooji spoke up, your time has come. Do not provoke our esteemed Madam Pirate crew in your next life. With that, she lunged a dagger towards Li Wei's heart. However, an odd occurrence transpired once more. Smooji did not witness the anticipated scene. Li Wei's chest did not erupt with blood, nor did he writhe in agony, gazing back at his own demise with a face of discontent. Levi, however, remained utterly unperturbed, as though he had not just endured a devastating blow. Armand, equally astonished, reacted swiftly, delivering another powerful strike aimed at Levi's head. This assault was resolute in its intent to eliminate him. With a sharp sound, Armand's blade glided swiftly across Levi's neck, and she promptly retreated. Upon closer inspection, she realized that there was not a single mark on Levi's neck. Her full-force attack had failed to inflict even the slightest harm. The prospect of severing Levi's head seemed utterly unattainable. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, Smuggy and Armand exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fear mirrored in each other's eyes. In unison, they raised their blades to shield their chests, adopting a defensive stance in anticipation of Levi's potential assault. Yet, Levi remained quietly reclined, his eyes wide open, speechless. Internally, he rejoiced, grateful for the skill of Indomitable Guardian, which granted him temporary immunity to lethal damage, thus sparing him from death at the hands of these two vicious women. This was his greatest reliance, The earlier information concerning Brin had merely served to buy him time. Li Wei was acutely aware of this, and he would not entrust his life to the goodwill of others. At that moment, Smuggy hastily issued an order. You all, hurry up. Whoever kills Li Wei will immediately be promoted tonight and receive a reward of 1 billion, no, 10 billion berries. However, no one dared to step forward, murmuring among themselves, this fellow is simply unkillable, otherwise, how could it be this way? Indeed, those who dare to strike against him will be the ones to perish. Once life is lost, money is of no consequence. Armand grew impatient. Do you dare defy my command? Have you forgotten the consequences of such disobedience? If you wish to avoid death, you must act swiftly. Smuggy attempted to continue her threats, yet her subordinates abruptly scattered, rushing toward the exit. Humph. If you lack the courage to confront him, do you expect us to sacrifice ourselves? Moreover, this woman has just slain several of our comrades. The heart of the most venomous woman is indeed treacherous. We should hasten our departure from this Big Mom pirate crew. It is not worth risking our lives for such a person. Neither Smuggy nor Armand anticipated such an outcome. They were momentarily stunned, compelled to watch as their subordinates fled. This exemplifies the fate of losing the support of the people. Having endured the side effects of his berserk state, Li Wei finally regained his composure. Springing to his feet and casting a malevolent gaze at Smuggy. Humph, I may not necessarily be defeated by you. Although Smuggy feigned confidence, her resolve was evidently lacking. Armand stepped forward. I am with you, and together with my sister Smuggy, you cannot easily vanquish us, as long as we have support. Support? Did you not witness your subordinates fleeing in disarray just moments ago? Although the Big Mom pirate crew is numerous, they are merely a collection of disorganized individuals, utterly insignificant. Li Wei smiled faintly and, in a different tone, remarked, you should contemplate how to better manage the myriad nations, as you have observed. If you do not regard them as allies, they are not foolish and will swiftly abandon you. However, should you treat the people of these nations with respect, I believe they would wholeheartedly assist you. Why then should you be concerned about the Blackbeard pirate crew? I doubt any pirate crew would dare oppose a kingdom united in purpose. Even the Navy, no, even the 5 elders would likely wish to avoid provoking such an organization. Li Wei spoke at length, casting a glance at the 2 women who regarded him with cautious vigilance. Finally, he added, do not forget the purpose of the establishment of the world government. The 4 emperors matriarch aspires to create a realm of equality for all. With that, he disregarded the astonished expressions of Smuggy and Armand and strode away. Li Wei remained unaware of the sudden emergence of a deeper shadow lurking beneath the tables in the CF. This shadow vanished in an instant, seemingly departing alongside him as he exited the establishment. Chapter 63, My fate is mine, not hers. As he strolled along the bustling street after leaving the CF, Li Wei resumed pondering the pressing question. How could the people of the myriad nations lead a more fulfilling life? It was evident that merely eradicating the Soulwork Society, the McGiddy faction, and the Big Mom pirates would not suffice to resolve the underlying issues. With the removal of these 3 groups, it was likely that new organizations would swiftly arise, preying upon the common populace. Furthermore, the absence of the Big Mom pirates' protection could plunge the entire realm into a renewed struggle for power, resulting in a state of warfare. In such a scenario, the citizens of the myriad nations would not only be deprived of a decent existence, but might also lose the very basic guarantees of life itself. Contemplating these grave realities, Li Wei found himself compelled to pause, engaging in deep reflection. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. The Big Mom pirates must be retained, and the only course of action available to him was to abolish their system of regular soul tribute. As for the Soulwork Society and the McGiddy faction, they must be eliminated, followed by the emergence of a new force dedicated to the welfare of the people. This was the only viable path forward. Li Wei nodded to himself, contemplating that such matters must be approached gradually. Taking too large a step could lead to unforeseen complications. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Is that not Li Wei? What brings you here? Levi looked up and noticed that the speaker was clad in suspenders and work pants. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled, this fellow is one of McGiddy's subordinates, the one endowed with the pipe fruit ability. At this point, the other party, seeing his lack of response, wore an expression of displeasure. What is the matter? Have you forgotten me? How could that be? In the world of pirates, individuals with spatial fruit abilities are quite rare. Your name is Fools, if I'm not mistaken. By the way, does your pipeline have the capability to traverse islands? Li Wei promptly responded, and then he heard Fools cheerfully exclaim, of course. My pipeline transcends the limitations of distance. As long as there is someone at the destination, it can directly reach there. Truly remarkable. No wonder McGiddy has the audacity to stand against the Soulwork Society and the Ant Pirate crew. Li Wei sincerely praised him, and his words brought a radiant smile to Fu Er's face. He appeared to be a young man without much guile. Yet, what could have led him to join a gang? Li Wei silently scoffed, unconsciously furrowing his brow. Fors noticed this and promptly voiced his speculation. Are you concerned about the relentless pursuit of the Blackbeard pirates? I can assist you in departing from this place. Oh, let it be 3 days hence. Once I have resolved matters here, I shall request your aid. That is certainly agreeable, Li Wei. May I inquire about the affairs that occupy your time? I have heard from Miss Christina that you are the one truly capable of ensuring a prosperous life for the people of the world. Did Christina truly express such sentiments about me? Li Wei was quite taken aback. If memory serves him right, that red-haired beauty seemed to harbor a strong aversion towards him. Of course, he had no intention of blaming himself for it. Li Wei merely felt that he had committed an error that any man might make. Fors nodded. She indeed mentioned it, which is why I sought you out. In fact, it was she who suggested that you would likely visit this coffee shop. Did you come specifically to find me? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, voicing the confusion that lingered in his heart. Christina revealed that Magidi merely sought to exploit his fruit abilities. Even if they vanquished the soul workers and the Big Mom pirates, they would merely replace them, subjecting the people of the world to even more dire circumstances. Did the red-haired beauty truly utter such words? Yet, is she not one of Magidai's allies? Christina, indeed, is a remarkable individual with extensive connections. I have heard that it was through her that Magidai's boss established ties with the Blackbeard pirates. Upon hearing this explosive revelation, Li Wei could not help but slightly part his lips, exclaiming, "This woman has ties to the Blackbeard pirates?" Indeed, and for this reason. Snake has always urged me to keep my distance from her. However, Christina has also advised me to withdraw sooner rather than later. At this juncture, Foal seemed to realize he had spoken out of turn and abruptly fell silent. Li Wei found the situation amusing, yet he concealed his amusement, feigning indifference. Observing this, Foals let out a long sigh and shifted the topic. Have you returned those members of the Charlotte family? Li Wei feigned a moment of realization, pausing briefly before responding. Indeed, by releasing them, we can better safeguard the myriad nations. Is this truly your perspective? I had assumed you genuinely wished for the citizens of the myriad nations to lead prosperous lives. Foals, allow me to finish my thoughts. Without the Big Mom pirates, those several dozen islands would swiftly become a sumptuous prize, attracting the attention of other pirates, gangs, and even the navy. In such a scenario, the myriad nations would be engulfed in flames of war, ultimately reduced to ruins. Until a new force supplants the Big Mom pirates, the lives of the people here would become even more arduous. I am well aware of this, which is precisely why I intend to support Boss Magid, aiding them in governing the myriad nations. Li Wei, join us. You have chosen the wrong party. Should Magid truly seize control over the myriad nations, the plight of the people would only worsen. Previously, they survived by engaging in usury, leading the populace to a life of suffering. If you doubt this, I encourage you to conduct your own investigation. Li Wei spoke earnestly, patting the shoulder of his companion. The Big Mom pirates are an immensely formidable crew, capable of safeguarding the entire realm. I possess the means to abolish the system that mandates the periodic surrender of soul lifespan. Furthermore, I shall eliminate the Soul Work Society and the Tyrant Magid, subsequently nurturing a more benevolent force that prioritizes the welfare of the people. You may join this new faction, and in due course, the inhabitants of this realm will experience a life slightly better than their current existence. Can you truly persuade the Big Mom pirates to abolish the soul lifespan surrendering system? Of course, if I were incapable of such a feat, then what purpose would my presence here serve? A person's life should undoubtedly be within their own grasp. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Or rather, it should be said, my fate is determined by me, not by her. With her referring to the Empress Big Mom. My fate is determined by me, not by her. Foals murmured, as if struck by lightning. Li Wei nodded solemnly and reiterated, indeed, my fate lies in my own hands, not hers. As for the emerging forces, I will begin to seek suitable candidates from this moment onward. Are you interested in joining? If you can accomplish what you just mentioned, I shall certainly join you. Foals responded without hesitation, only to add, moreover, I will keep my eyes on you and Boss McGiddy, to discern who truly embodies the savior of the nations. Savior? Ultimately, one is their own savior, and this is especially true for the people of this nation. Li Wei spoke with unwavering determination, yet refrained from elaborating. For Fu-ers would not comprehend. Farewell, Fu-ers, let us strive together. With that, he provided his contact number and waved goodbye as he departed. Chapter 64. Brin falls ill on Soft Island. Within the confines of an opulent chamber, a towering man sat in a chair fashioned from beast hide. A grand table before him adorned with a communication device. At that moment, a sinister voice emanated from the device. Mr. Tinnies, the Big Mom pirate crew has abandoned us. Sharps, is this information reliable? Absolutely. Following your orders, I have been covertly tracking Li Wei. He wagered with Miss Smuggy, with stakes concerning our soul workshop. If Li Wei emerged victorious, the Big Mom crew would cease their involvement in our conflict, and indeed, Li Wei triumphed. Oh, what were the terms of the wager? Li Wei claimed he could withstand Miss Smuggy's juicing attack. Through the communication device, Tinnies grasped the unfolding events. Astonishment flickering across his visage. Has this lad grown to such an extent? Even the 3 stars are no match for him. Indeed, he is formidable. And I have discovered that this young man possesses an immortal body. The individual named Sharp succinctly recounted how Smuggy and Armand had attempted to eliminate Li Wei, but their efforts were in vain. This revelation left Tinnies utterly astonished, murmuring inwardly, "An immortal body signifies an inability to be slain. Such an adversary is most troublesome." However, he quickly regained his composure, responding in a calm tone, "Well done. You have uncovered Li Wei's greatest weakness, providing us with an opportunity to eliminate him. Fear not, for in this world, no one possesses true immortality. Though I do not yet comprehend how this lad accomplishes it, it is certainly not true immortality. Otherwise, he would have been invincible long ago. Mr. Tinnies, I share your sentiments. I shall continue to shadow Li Wei, seeking out more of his vulnerabilities. Go forth, Sharps. I await your promising news." Upon concluding the conversation, Tinnies leaned back, pondering. Who would have thought that a mere waste could force me into such a predicament? He then resumed his seat and dialed another number. Once the call connected, Tinnies got straight to the point. "Jean Hom, gather all available forces and proceed to Coco Island. We shall officially retaliate against Magidi and his associates." "Understood, Mr. Tinnies. I have been anticipating your command and shall fulfill the mission. Do not rush. Upon your arrival at Coco Island, delay your actions. I will arrange for Carlson to assist you. Moreover, remember to avoid provoking a young man named Li Wei." "Li Wei? The one who dispatched Elgis? Why should we spare him?" "Mr. Tinnies, this approach may cause others to underestimate us further. Because Li Wei is indeed powerful, and he is also an enemy of Magidi. You must understand that the enemy of my enemy is my friend." "I comprehend, Mr. Tinnies. My rapport with Elgis was never strong. I shall not complicate matters." "That is good, Jean Hom. Proceed with caution. You are now my sole branch leader. In this critical juncture for the Soul Workshop, you must not falter. Rest assured, Mr. Tinnies, while I cannot claim to be able to contend with Magidi, Sneck and Thompson are no match for me. I have faith in you. That old fellow Magidi shall face me personally." With that, Tinnies articulated his battle strategy before concluding the call. After addressing all matters, he paced within the room, muttering to himself, "Christina? The success of this ambush hinges entirely upon you." As evening fell, on Coco Island, within a narrow wooden cabin, Li Wei wandered around Coco Island, indulging in a plethora of culinary delights. Yet, despite his gastronomic adventures, he heard no melodious system notification. Consequently, he returned to his abode and reclined upon his bed. Initially, he believed that savoring exquisite delicacies would be the simplest way to enhance his steel balloon skills. However, as he progressed, he discovered that the variety of required foods increased significantly, along with the challenge of locating them. Li Wei found himself at a loss for words, primarily due to the system's lack of intelligence. Not only did it fail to record the culinary delights he had indulged in, but it also neglected to inform him how many more delicacies he needed to sample in order to level up. After venting his frustrations about the system, Li Wei turned his thoughts to the enhancement of another innate skill, his extraordinary strength. Since his elevation to B rank, he had only interacted with Armand, completing his engagement with the Serpent Head tribe. The remaining tribes yet to be encountered included the Long-Arm tribe, the Dwarf tribe, as well as the elusive Lunaria tribe and the Giants, which were scarcely found in the world. Reflecting on this, Li Wei recalled the members of Big Mom's pirate crew from the original narrative. Indeed, the Yonko Big Mom had offspring from both the Long-Arm and Dwarf tribes. He realized he needed to devise a strategy to make contact with them. Just then, the sudden ring of a telephone snail startled Li Wei. He hurriedly answered, discovering it was William Hanna inquiring about his whereabouts. Li Wei did not conceal anything and voluntarily mentioned that he was currently at home. Shortly thereafter, he heard William Hanna speaking in a pleading tone. "Could I trouble you to visit the Caramel CAF once more? Miss Brin seems to be unwell and wishes to see you." "Miss Brin is unwell?" Li Wei was taken aback by the unexpected news. He turned his head to reflect on the original narrative, which seemed to lack any mention of Brin falling ill. Just as he hesitated, the voice of Kli Jia resonated through the communicator. "Li Wei, I implore you. I know that what we have done today has wronged you, but Brin is in grave danger, and perhaps only you can save her. What has happened to her? What about the ship's doctor of your anti-pirate crew? I must remind you that I am not versed in medicine. The ship's doctor is powerless. For Brin is not merely ill, she has likely awakened her powers prematurely due to a series of stimuli. I am aware of your exceptional intelligence-gathering abilities, which is why I am reaching out to you. I see now. Thank you for clarifying, Kli Jia. I shall come immediately. Please come to the mirror world. I will have Bulei meet you there for a swifter rendezvous." "Very well, I shall see you shortly." Li Wei hung up the phone and approached the mirror. Suddenly, the figure of Buell appeared within it, startling him. He quickly leaped into the mirror. Before long, the two of them arrived at the CAF. Upon entering, Li Wei was greeted by the sight of Bruin, clutching her head in agony, wailing and struggling, alongside Kelly, whose face was etched with concern. Meanwhile, William and Emily bore expressions of astonishment. In contrast, Smuggy and Armand displayed visages of shame. Levi greeted everyone before making his way towards Brin. Chapter 65, The Awakening of the Three-Eyed Tribe. "You have finally arrived, Levi. Brin has been in agony for the past hour or two." Kli Jia, clutching at straws, promptly recounted the events leading to his sister's affliction. It turned out that he had followed the intelligence provided by Levi to William Hanner's residence, where he found Brin along with 2 others hiding inside. Clygia successfully brought them back to the CAF. At that time, Brin appeared to be perfectly fine, but upon seeing Smuggy and Armand in a state of despair, she inquired about the circumstances. Immediately, she learned about the wager Levi had made with her 2 sisters. And suddenly, she let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching her head in distress. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Clygia instinctively assumed Brin was under attack. He commanded his subordinates to fetch the ship's doctor while he conducted a thorough search, yet found no adversary. Meanwhile, the observant Armand noticed Brin continuously holding her head, murmuring, "My forehead hurts so much. It feels like something is about to emerge." Together with Smuggy, she grasped Brin's hands and examined her sister's forehead, discovering a fissure beginning to form. At that moment, Armand speculated, Brin is likely on the verge of awakening. Although they had identified the cause of Brin's pain, they remained completely ignorant of what the awakening of the 3-eyed tribe entailed. In their desperation, Clygia suggested consulting Levi. Given his exceptional intelligence capabilities, which even Green Bull sought to leverage, they then obtained Levi's number through William Hanner. To this, William Hanner apologetically replied, "Levi, I believe these individuals are not malevolent. Therefore, there is no issue. I too require assistance from the Big Mom pirates." After understanding the situation, Levi nodded. To be honest, he too was uncertain of what the awakening of the 3-eyed tribe would entail, prompting him to ponder deeply. Clygia and the others, of course, would not interrupt Levi's contemplation. Instead, they wore expressions of hopeful anticipation. Once he had made up his mind, Levi spoke. "I am also unaware of what the awakening of the 3-eyed tribe entails. However, I do possess a method to alleviate Brin's suffering. Please, Levi, I will agree to anything as long as you can relieve my pain," Brin implored, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Levi's hand. Clygia, unable to bear witnessing his sister's distress, added, "If you can save Brin, we, the Big Mom pirates, shall be immensely grateful. Indeed, Levi, our actions today were truly excessive. We hope you will not hold it against us. We will never again assist the soul-working society. We vow to honor our word this time," Smuggy and Armand chimed in unison. Leeway cast a glance at the crowd, his heart filled with profound emotion. Although this group of pirates has committed numerous misdeeds, their strong sense of familial bonds is indeed touching. Noticing his silence, Clygia, in a state of urgency, urged, "Leeway, if you have any further requests, please feel free to express them. As long as they are not excessively unreasonable, we are more than willing to accommodate. All I can say is that it may alleviate Brin's suffering, but what will transpire after the awakening remains uncertain to me." Leeway candidly confessed, and soon he heard Brin anxiously exclaiming, "No problem, as long as we can alleviate it even a little, right, brother, sister?" "Yes, we all agree. Leeway, please hurry and state your conditions." "Clygia, I have 2 conditions. The first is that after healing Brin, I wish to have the opportunity to meet individuals from the Longhand clan and the Little People clan. I am aware that such races exist among your siblings." "No problem. That is certainly feasible. Leeway, please don't rush. I still have one more condition, which is that I hope you can abolish the system of periodic soul lifespan contributions." "That is impossible." Upon hearing Smuggy's resolute refusal, Leeway remained unfazed, merely smiling slightly without pressing the matter further. However, Clygia, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Leeway, such matters are not solely within our control. I understand, so I only require your agreement. As for Katakuri and the Empress of the Sea, I will handle that. This shouldn't be too much of a burden for you, should it?" Leeway had long prepared his thoughts, and regarding such a request, he could only proceed as far as this. However, upon hearing his words, William Hanner's eyes lit up with delight, clearly proud of his friend's unwavering commitment. Meanwhile, Emily's expression was far more complex, seemingly filled with regret over the potential loss of a good man. As for Leeway's proposal, Clygia and Smuggy fell into deep contemplation, internally grappling with their conflicting emotions. "It's all right, Mother is not here, and the souls and lifespans we have collected are of no use. Ah, it hurts so much." Brin lamented in agony. At that moment, Clygia finally made up his mind. "I promise you, if you can accomplish what you claim, we shall no longer impede your abolition of this system." "That is well," Leeway replied. "My approach is quite simple. We can share Brin's suffering, and as elder siblings, I trust you would be willing to sacrifice for your sister." Upon witnessing the achievement of his objective, Leeway promptly articulated his strategy. He intended to employ the soul contract skill to redistribute Brin's suffering among 4 individuals. Previously, he had already verified the practicality of this approach. However, upon hearing this, Clygia raised a query regarding the essence of the soul. "Of course, that poses no issue. But how do you intend to accomplish it?" Both Armand and Smoogie gazed at Leeway with expressions of confusion. Levi spoke with unwavering confidence, stating, "As long as you agree in your hearts to forge a contract with me, that will suffice." As he spoke, 2 small orbs of white light emerged from his palms. He added reassuringly, "You need not worry. This contract can be revoked at any time." Inwardly, Levi lamented the fact that he had voluntarily annulled his contract with Akiji in order to rescue Bruin. Krija scrutinized the luminous orb closely and inquired once more. Is it truly that simple? Levi replied, Indeed, it is that simple. If you doubt, you may inquire with Bruin. I just seized the opportunity while she grasped my hand to alleviate her suffering. Otherwise, how could she possibly articulate her thoughts? Li Wei said while pointing at Blin, you may also cancel our contract now. Well, I shall give it a try. Before Blin could finish her sentence, she tightly clutched her head, rolling on the ground in agony. The white sphere in Li Wei's hand transformed once more into 3. He bent down and placed the luminous orb into Brin's body. Immediately, her suffering diminished considerably. I believe you now, Li Wei. Your character is still something I can trust. Kelly promptly approached Li Wei, signaling for him to transfer the luminous orb into his own body. Levi shook his head, saying, You are the most sensitive to pain. Let Smuggy and Armand bear it instead. You are absolutely right, Levi. During this period, you must take good care of us, Kiliara. Smuggy and Armand stepped forward as Levi transferred the luminous orb into the bodies of the 2 ladies, who then displayed expressions of slight anguish. In contrast, Brin ceased her struggles. Although her complexion was pale and beads of sweat adorned her brow, the signs of suffering had significantly diminished. Thank you, Levi. I feel much better now. This is merely a service rendered for compensation, so there is no need for gratitude, Brin. Li Wei answered cheerfully, then turned to Smuggy and said, This is the essence of enduring suffering on behalf of others. Consider, the entirety of the world as populace is, in fact, bearing the pain for your pirate crew, the Soul Work Society, and individuals like McGiddy. Chapter 66. The Long-Armed Tribe and the Little People observing the indifferent expressions on Smuggy and Armin's faces. Li Wei understood that altering one's perspective is not an overnight endeavor. Yet, with steadfast persistence, change is inevitable. After all, such matters cannot be rushed. Hence, he refrained from prolonging the discussion. In an instant, the CAF was enveloped in an eerie silence. In this stillness, Li Wei acutely felt a pain akin to a toothache coursing through him, which was quite distressing. He glanced at Brin. Although Sanji's fiancée, he remained furrowed in concern. Her complexion gradually improved, no longer as pallid. With the burden shared, she was spared the agony of writhing in pain. Meanwhile, Krija observed his younger sisters, who were all frowning, evidently grappling with their own discomfort. Unsure of what to say, he remained silent. Shall we venture into the mirror world? Kizaru and Wang Oga may likely return to this CF, Brule suddenly suggested, sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward. Krija nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Kizaru arrives, we might all be transformed into ice sculptures once more. Excellent idea. In that case, Krija, I must trouble you to introduce me to your brethren from the Little People and Long-Armed Tribes. Li Wei, do you still possess the energy to meet others? Of course. A modicum of discomfort cannot hinder the relentless march of time. Li Wei spoke softly, turning his gaze towards Bilei. Please, lead the way. All right then, Bilei replied. She glanced at Kalia, and upon seeing her brother's nod, she consented. Soon after, Bilei activated her abilities, conjuring a large mirror, through which Li Wei boldly stepped into the mirror world. Kalia instructed a few of his younger sisters to proceed first, while he exchanged a few words with his subordinates in the CAF before following suit. Bilei, please escort Li Wei to meet Mengpile and Norman. Based on previous encounters, it should merely be a brief interaction. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, no problem at all, Kalia brother. Although Bilei was somewhat reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. Li Wei smiled gently and remarked, Kalia is correct. This matter will not take much time. Moreover, Bilei, you need not fear me so. I understand that you possess a delicate heart, and you are a considerate and gentle woman. Upon hearing these words, Bilei felt a tinge of embarrassment. Smoochie and Ammon also regarded Li Wei with peculiar expressions. Lev spoke with a gentle smile. I speak only with sincerity. If Brule could share a fragment of Katakuri's heart with the people of the world, then the lives of those here would surely improve. Are you aware of the matters between my brother Katakuri and myself? Brule, my intelligence is my greatest weapon. I am fully aware of how the scar on your face came to be. How could you possibly know of my childhood? Rest assured, I shall not divulge this to anyone. Now, let us proceed. It is time for you to inquire of the mirror. Li Wei wore a mischievous grin. Fully aware that to genuinely enhance the lives of the people from all nations, it was essential to win over the formidable ant pirate crew. Buell's mouth fell slightly ajar, her face a canvas of astonishment, completely taken aback. Eventually, it was Kelly who offered a gentle reminder. Li Wei harbors no ill intentions, Buell. It is time for you to act. Recalling herself, Buell inquired of the mirror, which mirror is closest to Brother Mengpiler. Not far away. A mirror gleamed with a silvery light. With this guidance, Buell led Li Wei out of the mirror realm and into an elegantly adorned room. As they materialized, a man's voice rang out. Who goes there? Brother Mengpiler, it is I, Buell. Buell, how did you come to be here? And who is the other gentleman? I am Li Wei, a scholar passionate about studying various races of humanity. Levi hastily introduced himself, stepping forward while extending his right hand, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize Montpil. The latter stood tall and slender, draped in a cloak of yellow and black, with a long nose reminiscent of Usopp's adorning his face. However, as a member of the long-armed tribe, Montpil's most distinguishing feature was undoubtedly his elongated arms, characterized by an additional elbow joint. At that moment, Montpil refrained from shaking hands and instead spoke in an accusatory tone. "Brule, why have you brought this stranger to me? I have heard that the Blackbeard pirates are attacking us." "Montpil, this is Levi. He has rescued me, Brule, and Sister Ammon numerous times," Brule quickly clarified. Liyue added, "This is all true. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with Kelly Jia. Naturally, I do not require your excessive gratitude. A handshake and a brief conversation will suffice." Mengpile regarded Liyue with a skeptical gaze, but refrained from producing his communicator. Buell hurriedly opened Brin's eyes, and Liyue succinctly recounted the events that alleviated her suffering. In conclusion, she added, "Mengpile, Liyue is a benefactor of our anti-pirate crew. Please grant his request. We have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here for too long." "I see. Then thank you," Mengpile responded, fully convinced. He extended his hand to Liyue, saying, "Feel free to ask any questions you may have. With such an impressive wingspan, you must excel at basketball." "What? Basketball? Never mind, please disregard that." Upon realizing the conversation had reached its conclusion, Liyue took the initiative to end the topic and bid farewell to the bewildered Mengpile. Subsequently, he followed Blay and, through the mirror, entered a children's room filled with an array of toys. Within this space, Liyue encountered the diminutive figure of Normande, a member of the Little People. It is worth noting that the Little People indeed possess a remarkably small stature. He had to stoop down to clearly observe the girl, who stood only a few centimeters tall. True to the original depiction, Normande was adorned with butterfly wings, donned a blue dress, sported short brown hair, and wore 2 yellow hair flowers, presenting an appearance that was rather unremarkable. Liyue engaged in a brief conversation with her, and at long last, the long-awaited system notification resonated in his ears. "Ding! You have interacted with 2 more races of humanity, and your innate superhuman strength skill has now been upgraded to grade A." Liyue felt a surge of joy within him. He had finally leveled up. Just as he intended to activate the system to review the descriptions of his talent skills, he heard Beeley-Eye's puzzled voice. "What is the matter? Why are you suddenly smiling so brightly?" "I merely saw a child, and was reminded of the children of the world. How wonderful it would be if they could also reside in such a charming room." Levi swiftly replied, and soon after, he heard Bree and Normand in unison exclaim, "What a peculiar individual." Chapter 67. The Gift of Innate Strength Upgraded. In the mirror world, upon seeing Levi and Bree's return, Clea immediately sensed something unusual and inquired, "You seem to have grown stronger." "Indeed, that seems to be the case. What has transpired?" Smuggy echoed the same question. However, Levi chose to remain silent as he was engrossed in reviewing the description of his newly upgraded innate skill. Innate strength. At the current level, one possesses the formidable strength of a 25-year-old matron, and this skill allows the user to lend their strength to others, with a maximum range of 10 meters. After reading this, Levi was momentarily taken aback. "I can bestow my strength upon others?" This is quite the antithesis to the shared damage of the iron balloon. For a moment, he struggled to envision practical applications for this effect. "Levi, are you lost in thought again?" Apologies, I'm feeling somewhat fatigued." Liyue regained his composure and noticed Kuli Jia was patting him on the shoulder. He quickly devised an excellent excuse. Kuli Jia, not suspecting anything, simply inquired further, "My observation hockey tells me that you have grown stronger. Even Smuggy has noticed it." Liyue did not deny it. Under the curious and expectant gazes of Smuggy, Armand, and others, he nodded. "I have emphasized several times that I am a genius. Is this rate of improvement excessive? To my knowledge, Big Mom injured an elder of the giant clan at the tender age of 5. As he spoke, he muttered to himself, "After tonight, Big Mom's innate ability will only last for 3 more days. If I do not seize the moment to eliminate the Soul Work Society and the gang led by McGiddy, it will be too late. Once her talent refreshes, I will have to undertake various tasks again and level up to regain the formidable power I possess now." As his thoughts raced, Liyue sighed again. "I never anticipated that this weekly refresh mechanism would be so troublesome." However, the term genius indeed implies rapid enhancement of strength. Yet it does not manifest as a sudden surge like yours. Clearly skeptical, Krieger pressed further, "There must be something amiss here. I suspect your sudden improvement is linked to your actions tonight." "Tonight's events?" Liyue pondered. "Could it be that I absorbed your strength?" "No, I feel some discomfort. Yet I do not sense any diminishment in my power." Smuggy immediately became alert, but upon scrutinizing her own body, she found no abnormalities. Armand shook her head as well and glanced at Liyue, offering her perspective. "I also do not feel any loss of my strength. Moreover, before tonight, his power had already increased significantly. Perhaps he truly is an extraordinary genius." Observing the discussion unfolding before him, Liyue adopted an enigmatic demeanor. "Do not attempt to pry into my affairs. I harbor no significant grievances against you, so simply remember that. Are you not seeking for us to relinquish the interests of the nations?" Upon hearing Smuggy smutter, Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. I desire a better life for the people of the nations. Your goal of ruling more effectively aligns with my interests to some extent. He paused briefly before continuing. As for the periodic surrender of soul lifespans, I merely wish for you to refrain from collecting them until Big Mom returns to the nations. Without her soul fruit abilities, even if you collect souls, you cannot manufacture homets, can you? Thus, this request is not unreasonable. After this statement, Smuggy and the others fell silent, unable to refute Li Wei's assertions. Seizing the moment, Li Wei pressed on. Since we share a common goal and a foundation for cooperation, we are allies within the same camp. For the sake of the people's welfare, I will stand with you against McGiddy and the Blackbeard pirates. Of course, if the soul lifespan surrender system is abolished, the Soulwork Society would have no reason to exist. After articulating his viewpoint, Li Wei surveyed the group, concluding, in the current situation, I believe my strength should suffice to counter Tynus's faction. Though they are numerous, they will not risk their lives against the Blackbeard pirates for your sake. However, I can. Additionally, I may even persuade Akiji, for I know what he desires most. If you can indeed manage Akiji, we can form an alliance, Krija interjected, but do not take it upon yourself. Such decisions must be made by Katakuri. Smuggy interrupted her brother, yet she regarded Li Wei with a serious expression. Li Wei smiled gently and interjected, rest assured, Clea, I shall present Katakuri with an offer he cannot refuse. Clea responded, indeed, I trust you, but at this moment, your strength seems to pale in comparison to that of Katakuri and Tini's. Li Wei replied confidently, my prowess is advancing at an astonishing rate. Perhaps by tomorrow, I shall surpass them. Li Wei spoke with unwavering confidence, yet as he surveyed the room, he discerned that while the crowd remained skeptical, they chose not to voice their doubts any further. Fortunately, his newly upgraded innate strength skill had earned him their respect. Otherwise, convincing them would have been no simple feat. Indeed, in the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. Li Wei pondered deeply within himself. Suddenly, he became aware of a peculiar sensation in his body. Almost immediately, he heard a voice beside him filled with joy. I no longer feel pain. How wonderful. Huh, Brin, it's true, I too am free of pain. Smuggy, you must also feel fine, right? Upon hearing Armin's words, Li Wei realized the truth. He indeed felt no pain, which signified that Brin, a member of the three-eyed tribe, had truly awakened her third eye. With this thought in mind, Li Wei, like the others, turned his gaze toward Brin. Yet he did not see the eagerly anticipated third eye. This was because Brin's bangs were styled in such a way that they perfectly concealed her third eye. In light of this, Smuggy straightforwardly made a request. Brin, reveal your third eye. Understanding his intent, Brin's eyes flickered with reluctance, yet she did not refuse. She swept aside her bangs, unveiling a brown eye. It doesn't seem much different than before, Krija questioned with confusion, but Li Wei interrupted him. Brin, you must understand that once members of the three-eyed tribe awaken their third eye, it is said they gain the ability to decipher ancient texts, which is precisely why the Blackbeard pirates sought to abduct you. Ah, I see it now. Within each of us resides a demon. Li Wei, the demon within you is the most formidable, Brin suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 68, The Demon Within. Residing with a demon? Armand, Krija, and Smuggy gasped in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment as they regarded Brin. Li Wei was utterly astonished. He was clearly not a user of the devil fruit. So how could there be a demon within him? Brin, is this the power of your third eye? Can you see through a person's body? Before he could finish his sentence, Krija observed Brin covering the eye on her forehead, while the other two eyes remained shut, tears streaming down her cheeks. He hurriedly inquired, are you all right? Yes. My eyes hurt greatly, but I indeed saw demons within you, Brin replied with unwavering certainty. At that moment, Li Wei regained his composure from the shock and offered his perspective. It appears that you have just awakened your ability, hence you cannot yet master this vision. Furthermore, I believe this third eye demands considerable physical and mental energy, and you are already quite fatigued this evening. Therefore, I suggest you take some time to rest. Li Wei's words resonated with reason. You all have worked hard tonight, so it is best to retire early, Krija interjected. He then addressed Brule, saying, you accompanied Li Wei to meet Normand and Montpilor tonight. You must be weary as well. Allow me to take charge here. Very well, Brule responded, somewhat taken aback. Before adding, rest assured, in the mirror world, should anyone intrude, I will be immediately aware. Upon hearing her words, Smuggy and the others nodded in agreement. Recognizing their own exhaustion, they assisted Brin to a quiet spot where they lay down to rest. Although Li Wei was greatly astonished by what Brin had just said, he could only set the matter aside upon seeing her walk away. Meanwhile, Kalia was evidently brimming with questions. What sort of devil fruit did you consume? How could it possibly transform you so completely? I am not a fruit user. Otherwise, when Akiji cast me into the sea yesterday, I would have perished, and you would never have seen me again. Li Wei candidly conveyed his thoughts, yet his mind was preoccupied with the capabilities of Brin's third eye. Judging solely by her ability to perceive the demon within, there appeared to be a semblance to the Byakugan from Naruto. However, Such an ability bore no relevance to comprehending the essence of historical texts. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei once again heard Kelly Jia's voice. So, how did the demon within you come to be? I surmise that your remarkable transformation, akin to that of a different person, is intricately linked to that demon. Perhaps Brin was merely experiencing a moment of confusion. After all, I had just mentioned that she had recently awakened her sight, and given that you all possess extraordinary abilities, it is understandable she might have misinterpreted, believing that I, too, harbored a demon within. Li Wei continued to defend himself. There is no need for you to speculate here. Once Brin recovers tomorrow, everything will be revealed. Very well, you should also take some rest. I genuinely appreciate your assistance this evening, and I hope we do not become adversaries. Did we not just form an alliance? Kalia, my demands are modest, akin to those of the people of the myriad nations. Therefore, if your esteemed pirate crew wishes to govern the myriad nations effectively, you should refrain from opposing me, for I have the entirety of the myriad nations backing me. Li Wei spoke with conviction, and thereafter, he moved to the side, reclined, and closed his eyes to rest. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Wei abruptly opened his eyes and, in an instant, surveyed his surroundings, discovering that Smuggy and the others were soundly asleep. Not far away, Kalia sat on the ground, cradling a long sword in his arms, eyes gently closed in a state of tranquil repose. Levi activated the system once more, noticing that there were only 3 days left for this week's talent. He let out a sigh and quickly rose to his feet. You're awake? Kreja, upon hearing the commotion, immediately opened his eyes. When he realized it was Levi, he breathed a sigh of relief and greeted him warmly. I have no choice. My time is quite limited. Do you mind if I awaken Brin? I was also hoping to inquire about her third eye. As he spoke, Kreja made his way directly to Brin, softly calling her name a few times. Soon, Brin, Blay, Smuggy, and Ammon were all roused from their slumber. Upon recognizing Kreja, they promptly rose to their feet. Kreja whispered a few more words, and the group immediately made their way toward Levi. Is there still a demon within me? What does it look like? Li Wei straightforwardly posed the question, cutting straight to the chase. Brin, brushing aside her bangs to reveal her third eye, cast a glance at Li Wei before surveying Kreja and the others. With an apologetic tone, she remarked, strangely enough, I misjudged last night, Li Wei. There is no demon within you. But what about us? Kreja immediately pressed for clarification, while Smuggy and the others displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Brin nodded in response. I can perceive the demons residing within you. They are concealed within your hearts. However, these demons are elusive and not easily discernible. I can only vaguely observe them. They possess varying spiral patterns, akin to those found on the devil fruits. It seems that the diverse abilities of the devil fruits are bestowed by these demons, which explains why one can consume only a single fruit. Li Wei, drawing upon the original plot, offered his insights, only to be swiftly countered by Kelly. Let us not forget that Blackbeard, Teach, has consumed 2 devil fruits. I surmise that he most likely possesses more than one heart. As Brin has just mentioned, the devil resides within the heart. Levi swiftly responded, moreover, the Blackbeard pirates are capable of hunting devil fruits, presumably by utilizing the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to extract the abilities from their hosts, and subsequently allowing them to inhabit the fruits. Upon hearing his words, Smug and the others displayed expressions of enlightenment. Bruley even murmured softly, so this is how it is. Is this the truth behind the devil fruits? Perhaps so, but I am not a wielder of such powers. Devil fruits hold little significance for me. I must take my leave. Levi fell silent, casting a glance at Blay. With her assistance, he exited the mirror world and returned to the CAF, where he was greeted once more by William, Hannah, and Emily. Upon recognizing him, they hurried over, exclaiming, Levi, are you all right? I am fine. How about you? He replied. Li Wei smiled as he responded, and then he noticed Emily's hesitant demeanor. She merely gazed at him deeply without uttering a word. William Hannah patted him on the shoulder, saying, We're doing well. Seeing you brings me peace of mind. Well, I must get back to my duties. Take care of yourselves. Things on the island may be a bit tumultuous lately. Li Wei finished his words and waved goodbye. Unbeknownst to him, Emily gazed at his retreating figure, a complex expression gracing her face. William Hannah gently patted her shoulder, offering a few comforting words. Chapter 69. The battle commences on Coco Island. In a secluded alleyway, Snake, adorned with snake-like tattoos, pointed towards a small wooden cabin not far off and inquired, Christina, are you certain that Jinham and one of his subordinates are hiding there? I can't be sure, Christina replied, but Mr. Akiji mentioned it. And his intelligence comes from the Big Mom pirates. He defeated Cracker and learned this from him. Tinnies had gathered the members of the Soul Work Society's Nut Island branch here, seemingly preparing for a desperate fight. Given your connection with Akiji, I believe this information, whether true or false, is worth pursuing. Snake contemplated, then nodded. He turned to a man with a black afro, a sharp nose, and small eyes, dressed in leather. Stockton. When we approach the cabin, as soon as I open the door, you launch your spikes. No problem, but Jinham's barrier fruit can neutralize my spikes. We must rely on Brother Thompson's abilities. You must have confidence in yourself, Stockton. Your spikes possess significant lethality, though Jinnam's fruit can create impenetrable armor. It may not withstand your piercing strikes. The speaker was a robust man with wet, long black hair and a face dotted with acne. He clapped Stockton on the shoulder and continued, while my fruit can generate flames, if the enemy retains mobility, they can easily escape. Thus, your spike attack is indispensable. Thompson was correct. We must annihilate the Soul Work Society's Nut Island branch. This way, Tinnies will be left vulnerable, and we can launch our final assault to avenge the fallen O'Neill. Snake continued, casting a glance at Christina, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, yet he spoke. Once we eliminate the Soul Work Society, we can concentrate our forces and ally with the Blackbeard pirates to expel the Big Mom pirates from the nations. At this point, he paused, adding, thus, this battle is of utmost importance. Christina, you will achieve great merit. Mr. Snake, it is my duty. As long as I can ensure the people of this island live well, my departure from the Navy will not have been in vain. I believe this is also what Mr. Akiji wishes to accomplish. Rest assured, Christina, our collaboration with Akiji stems from shared goals. Defeating the Big Mom pirates will liberate the people of the nations from the burden of regularly sacrificing their lifespans. This is the first mountain they must overcome. Moreover, Boss Majid can certainly manage the nations. With his financial prowess, he can significantly improve everyone's lives. Indeed, my choice to join Boss Majid is because of his wealth and strength, which can ensure the islanders lead prosperous lives. That Li Wei, despite his considerable strength, acts alone and remains too close to the Big Mom pirates. It is hypocritical, to say the least. Upon hearing Christina's cold huff and her turning away, Snake exchanged glances with Thompson, who continued, he is merely a young man who unexpectedly consumed a peculiar devil fruit and gained immense power. Such youngsters, filled with ambition and unacquainted with true strength, are prone to believe themselves invincible, capable of achieving anything. However, some young people are drawn to such boastful characters. Christina, you should also counsel Forza. I sense he is wavering. Furthermore, Li Wei's power and defense are indeed formidable. Once we deal with the Soul Work Society, he will become our adversary. Mr. Snake, I will seek the opportunity to speak with Forza. Very well, let us first handle the immediate matters, Snake concluded, leading the way towards the wooden cabin. Thompson, Christina, and the others followed closely behind. As the group gradually approached their destination, Snake exchanged a glance with Christina, who nodded in understanding. Her form slowly began to fade from sight. Stockton, with his afro, displayed a look of astonishment and muttered, "Is this the power of the chameleon fruit? Remarkable." But before he could finish, Snake shot him a glare, causing him to quickly silence himself. A moment later, Christina reappeared and whispered, "Inside the cabin, there are only two individuals, Jinham and Callison. We should remain cautious. Sharps may be lurking in the shadows. 2 years ago, he ambushed and killed many of our comrades with the power of the shadow fruit." Snake spoke solemnly, and everyone nodded in agreement. Thompson added, "Let us commence our operation according to the battle plan. Christina, please open the door first. Stockton and I will launch an initial attack, and then, Snake, you will engage Jinham while we concentrate our fire to eliminate Callison and the lurking sharps." Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, Christina vanished once more. Snake transformed into a massive rattlesnake, his body covered in gray scales adorned with horizontal stripes, his head morphing into that of a serpent, eyes gleaming with a green light as he flicked his tongue menacingly. Stockton, meanwhile, crouched low, morphing into a round, spiky hedgehog, his back bristling with sharp quills, while Thompson let his hands drop, droplets of thick black liquid oozing from his fingertips. The group exchanged glances and slowly drew closer to the wooden cabin. With a sudden crash, the wooden door swung open, and Stockton, facing away from the cabin, violently shook his body, sending his quills flying towards the two occupants inside. Thompson, too, spread his arms wide, unleashing torrents of the viscous black liquid that quickly coated the entire floor of the cabin. "Now's the time. Everyone retreat quickly," Snake shouted as he tossed a lit lighter into the cabin. With a thunderous roar, the wooden cabin erupted into flames, the black liquid serving as an excellent accelerant. Snake and the others reacted swiftly, retreating while remaining vigilant for any escapees from the inferno. Chapter 70. Ambush and counterambush. Although Snake and the others withdrew with great speed, they underestimated the explosion's force. The pressure wave sent several of them soaring into the air, struggling to regain control of their bodies. "What just happened? Thompson, the oil you released shouldn't have caused such a massive explosion." "Snake, I believe I know the reason. Look at that cabin." Following Thompson's direction, Snake saw paper scraps swirling in the air, resembling a curtain of embers that scattered everywhere. The once intact cabin was now engulfed in flames. It was the handiwork of Carlson, who had created a plethora of paper debris that significantly fueled the fire, ultimately causing an explosion. Snake immediately realized the situation and shouted a warning. "Everyone, be cautious. Since this fellow can conjure so many paper scraps with his paper fruit ability, he has likely escaped." However, my gaze never left the cabin, I saw no one flee from there. Even with all these large sheets obstructing our view, I would never overlook two living beings. Stockton, with his explosive hairstyle, clearly remembered his duty and spoke with confidence. Yet, Thompson posed a question. But where are they? Gene Home might harden his body, but he cannot withstand such high temperatures. There must be something amiss. We must be wary of surprise attacks. Could there be other abilities inside that room? What about Christina? Before he could finish, Sneck sensed danger approaching. Just as he prepared to issue a warning, it was too late. With a loud bang, a figure suddenly emerged from the nearby papers, launching a punch at him. Sneck reacted swiftly, raising his arms to block, yet he was sent flying several meters away. He recognized the assailant as the burly Gene Home, with his shiny bald head and a face full of muscle. Although the attack missed its mark, a faint smile of confidence appeared on Gene Home's face. Seeing this, Sneck quickly glanced to the side and noticed Thompson had transformed into a black liquid, a manifestation of his Logia-type stone fruit ability. However, the area around Thompson was littered with sharp paper scraps, which had cut his body into countless wounds, causing his oil to ooze out like blood, staining the ground. Sneck breathed a sigh of relief. Logia-type users are immune to damage. Though Thompson appeared severely injured, he was unharmed. Just then, a scream echoed from a distance. "Ah, my ribs. They're all broken." Sneck's heart sank. It was Stockton, gravely wounded. Turning his head, he saw an enormous brown-furred bear, which struck Stockton in the abdomen with a paw, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from him. "Huh, it's the giant bear, Audric. What are you doing here? Didn't you lose to Akiji?" Sneck exclaimed. Audric, however, did not answer. He steadied himself and launched another paw attack, leaving poor Stockton silent. Presumably dead. Audric laughed heartily. "Delightful. You gangsters are nothing but mindless fools. 2 years ago, you lost to us, and today you dare to provoke us again? You truly don't know when to quit. Audric, the branch leader, this dark oil man is still yours to deal with. My paper may be lethal, but it cannot harm him." Emerging from the flurry of paper was a short figure with white hair, pale complexion, but piercing eyes, clad in white attire, exuding an eerie aura. Audric readily agreed. "No problem, Carlson. Your paper fruit ability is indeed formidable, but relying too heavily on it will not suffice. You must quickly master hockey, or else you will lack the combat prowess to face a Logia-type user." Understood, Audric. Thompson and Sneck are the right and left arms of McGiddy. You and Gene Home are evenly matched. As for me, I suppose I must contend with that red-haired beauty. Carlson smiled, pointing. "Come forth. Though you can conceal your form, my paper can reveal your location. We owe you thanks for summoning the remaining 2 guardians. You saved me considerable trouble. Indeed, your soul work society is remarkably powerful. I now understand why you triumphed 2 years ago." Just as the words left his mouth, a red-haired Christina revealed herself. Although her appearance remained unchanged, she had grown a long tail, indicating her status as a zone-type user. Carlson, brimming with confidence, declared, 3 against 3? How intriguing. We must act swiftly, as the enemy has another pipeline fruit user who can provide rapid support. We might not hold the advantage." Gene Home cracked his knuckles, producing a creaking sound. Sneck surveyed the trio of adversaries and suddenly spoke. "Everyone, be alert. The enemy has another." "Indeed. Our attempt to ambush them has failed, resulting in their counterattack due to our ignorance of another enemy's presence. He is not the shadow fruit user, Sharps, but he too can assist Audric and the others in concealing themselves," Thompson added. Christina realized, "No wonder I only saw 2 earlier. It seems we are not the only ones hiding our strengths. The Soul Work Society has undoubtedly recruited more ability users over the past 2 years. Are you searching for me?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Sneck and the others scanned their surroundings, but found no trace of the enemy. "No need to search. With these papers as cover, my thin fruit ability can reach its fullest potential." As he spoke, Sneck and the others observed a face emerging from one of the papers, inflating like a balloon until it transformed into a figure dressed similarly in white, with white hair. "Pedigree, your thin fruit ability indeed complements Carlson S. However, I must say, I still dislike wearing white," Audric remarked, patting his chest with a thud. After demonstrating, he pointed at Thompson. "Let us battle, Oil Man." Chapter 71, Stone Fruit vs. Bear Fruit. "I have long desired to engage in a true battle with you, foolish black bear. 2 years ago, had it not been for Katakuri's intervention, you would have perished at my hands." Thompson, now returned to his original form, glanced at Audric and sneered. "I heard you were recently frozen into an ice sculpture by Akiji. I was saddened for a moment. Thankfully, you escaped, allowing me the chance to savor braised bear paw. Haha. Silence, you greasy oil man. Prepare to taste my attack, bear paw smash." Audric, consumed by fury, charged forward on all 4s. As he approached, he raised his massive paw, aiming a thunderous strike at Thompson's head. Naturally, Thompson was not one to succumb easily. He deftly evaded the blow, taunting, "Too slow, big bear. You're just as cumbersome as you were 2 years ago." However, before he could finish his quip, he noticed Audric suddenly propelling himself forward, his powerful hind legs driving his enormous frame toward Thompson once more, his front paw swinging down with alarming speed. Startled, Thompson realized he had underestimated Aldridge's agility. Missing his chance to dodge, he had no time to elementalize and was forced to block with his right hand. The impact sent Thompson flying, yet he managed to release a torrent of oil with his other hand, drenching Aldridge in the slick substance. Still resorting to that tactic? You've made no progress in these 2 years, and it truly disappoints me, Aldridge chuckled, shaking his head vigorously to rid himself of the oil. Then lunged at Thompson again without granting him a moment's respite. Faced with the relentless assault of the bear's paw, Thompson wisely chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he remained calm, letting out a scoff as he dodged while allowing more dark brown oil to seep from his body. What's happened to your bravado, Thompson? Didn't you claim you'd roast my paw? It's right here for the taking. Why not help yourself? Aldridge, sensing his advantage, began to provoke. Yet, moments later, he felt an unsettling shift. I called you a clumsy bear, and yet you're only now realizing that your attacks are ineffective? Perhaps you should focus on your footing. The ground is rather slippery. As if on cue, Thompson witnessed Aldridge stumble, nearly losing his balance and resorting to all fours to stabilize himself. This abrupt halt in his aggressive advance was puzzling. What is going on? Why is the ground so slick? Thompson, with a slight smile, explained. This is my newly developed technique, lubrication domain. It allows me to evade all attacks except explosions, as my body becomes exceedingly slippery. Your paw cannot harm me. Moreover, the ground becomes incredibly slick, making it impossible for anyone, except flying foes, to maintain their footing and launch an offensive. Aldridge, intrigued, inquired further. Isn't your oil only useful for burning? Thompson replied, I stumbled upon that realization, but you're right. My oil indeed serves as an excellent accelerant. Perfect for roasting your paw. He then glanced at Aldridge, who lay sprawled, cautious not to move recklessly, before raising both hands, fingers spread wide, and unleashing another torrent of black oil. Instinctively evading, Aldridge suddenly found himself crashing to the ground. The surface was far too slippery, leaving him struggling futilely to regain his stance. The scene appeared quite comical. Thompson erupted into laughter. What a big, foolish bear. The materials are ready. It's time to start the barbecue. He observed the drenched Aldridge and retrieved a lighter from his pocket. Flicking it open to reveal a tiny flame that he tossed toward Aldridge. You want to succeed, Thompson? I've discerned the weakness of your ploy. Before the lighter could reach him, Aldridge swiftly rolled aside. Thompson was taken aback that his imminent victory had escaped him. But he soon noticed the 5 holes left in the ground where Aldridge had passed, realizing, I underestimated you. Even a clumsy bear can have its moments of clarity. Using its paw to pierce the ground to prevent slipping. Your lubrication domain isn't all that impressive. Aldridge shook himself vigorously, shedding the oil, and shot a fierce glare at Thompson. Unfazed, Thompson chuckled. I merely wished for a more flavorful roast, so I thought to douse you in oil. But since you're so unappreciative, I shall settle for a different approach. With a declaration, he unleashed another wave of oil, cascading it like a torrential downpour toward Aldridge. A cruel smile gracing his face. Aldridge initially attempted to shake off the oil faster, fearing its adherence, but soon surrendered, allowing the oil to saturate his entire form. Have you given up? Thompson laughed maniacally, yet he failed to notice the peculiar smile on Aldridge's face. Due to his fur, he was oblivious to Aldridge enveloping himself in armed hockey. Let the roasting commence. I eagerly await the outcome. Sensing the moment was ripe, Thompson tossed down the lighter once more. With a resounding whoosh, Aldridge was engulfed in flames, and in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire, he swatted at his body with his paws. To achieve an even roast, one must constantly turn the paw. I never expected you to do it for me, making my task considerably easier. Thompson laughed triumphantly, convinced of his victory. Yet, suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Aldridge did not emit any cries of pain. I presume your lubrication domain cannot shield against fire attacks either? Upon hearing Thompson's mocking laughter, a sense of dread washed over him. What are you planning? I intend to roast you alongside myself. Aldridge roared, summoning all his strength to leap upon Thompson. No. Thompson's piercing scream echoed as pain engulfed him. Chapter 72. Hard fruit versus rattlesnake fruit. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cabin, Snake had transformed into a rattlesnake. His body exhibited a striking yellow-green hue adorned with diamond-shaped black-brown patterns, most notably his tail, which bore a series of keratin rings resembling a whistle. Is this the rattlesnake? Truly a vile creature. If I'm not mistaken, your most formidable attack must be your venom, adept at puncturing skin with your elongated fangs to inject poison. Kinholm observed Snake keenly, articulating his analysis. Snake, flicking his tongue, replied coolly, it seems you have quite the understanding of my fruitability. I don't recall engaging you in combat 2 years ago, did I? Indeed not, which is why you're still alive. Otherwise, you would share the same fate as that rotund fellow, perishing at my hands. Are you attempting to provoke me? Regrettably, I possess considerable knowledge regarding your formidable fruit abilities. Although your powers are indeed challenging to counter, the notion of vanquishing O'Neill is utterly implausible. I am acutely aware of my companion's strength. Sneak, undeterred, continued in his frigid tone. However, Jihome interrupted him. Alone, I cannot accomplish this feat. But what if I were to join forces with Boss McGiddy? That fellow was quite literally beaten to death by us. You must have seen that wretch's corpse, battered and bloodied. Ah, I see. Then I shall have the perfect opportunity to eliminate you and avenge my companion, Sneak replied. Although his tone remained unchanged, his visage was now etched with fury, his body uncoiling to reveal a peculiar tail. He incessantly whipped it, producing a cacophonous sound. Your tail is quite bothersome. Come now, bite my head. I wish to witness the prowess of your venomous fangs and snake poison. Facing Jinhome's provocation, Sneak remained remarkably composed. I am not so foolish as to bite an object I know you can harden. It seems that being well known can indeed be a troublesome affair. I recall when your corpulent companion struck me with his fists, relentlessly, until his hands were drenched in blood. Alas, his offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, akin to mere tickling. Silence, Jinhome. Rattlesnakes are inherently calm creatures. Once engaged in battle, they do not succumb to rage. Thus, I suggest you retract your ludicrous antics. This is the insidious nature of cold-blooded creatures, Sneak. I, too, am not one to initiate aggressive actions. What can be done? Your fruit abilities are poorly developed, limited solely to hardening your body. One technique suffices. Come, let me witness the might of the rattlesnake. Stubborn and oblivious. I shall introduce you to my newly devised technique, Rattlesnake Whip. With that, Sneak lashed his tail forcefully, aiming for Jinhome's face. Bring it on. Full body hardening, Jinhome thought, elated as he prepared to harden his body. Yet, just then, a resounding whoosh pierced the air, momentarily stunning him and preventing him from entering his hardened state. Bang! Jinhome was sent flying, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt, a gruesome, bloodied mark marring his face. Is this your hardening ability? In terms of defense, it appears rather lackluster compared to that insufferable Levi. Sneak observed the fuming Jinhome with a cold gaze, remarking, yet, you bear only a single scar, when compared to O'Neill. That is a significant improvement. Why does your sound induce dizziness? This inspiration was gleaned from Levi. You may curse him for it. However, I believe your greatest downfall lies in your complacency. 2 years have elapsed, and you still require time to charge for hardening. Pathetic. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sneak unleashed another rattlesnake whip, targeting Jinhome once more. With a sharp crack, Jinhome, who had just entered a hardened state, was again sent flying. This time, it struck his arm, thigh, and chest. Sneak's words quickened, mirroring the increasing speed of his tail strikes against Jinhome. Finally, Jinhome could no longer contain his agony, letting out a pained scream as blood splattered everywhere. Sneak's tail, drenched in blood from his continuous assault, mirrored the chaos. Have you finally cried out in pain? I must say, that sound is rather delightful, Sneak remarked coldly. You treated O'Neill in a similar manner, did you not? Please, relish the anguish he once endured. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. I have discovered the key to countering your technique. Jinhome gasped, wiping the blood from his mouth to reveal a sinister grin. Soon, you shall taste defeat. If you doubt me, test it. Blustering fool, facing death and yet remaining defiant. Had I not shattered one of your arms on my first strike, you might have been able to cover your ears with both hands and counter my sound. Alas, now you can only endure the beating. This time, I shall shatter your mouth. Without hesitation, Sneak continued his rattlesnake whip, once more launching it towards Jinhome's face. Jinhome, already poised, raised his remaining hand in a feeble attempt to block. Yet, the force of Sneak's tail was overwhelming. Bang! With another deafening crash, Jinhome was sent flying again. However, he quickly rose, grinning through his missing teeth. You have lost. Now it is my turn to attack. You are far too loud. It seems prudent to eliminate you, as I have grown weary of this game. Sneak remained unfazed, casting a chilling glance at Jinhome, preparing to unleash another tail strike. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous shift. His tail had become rigid, unyielding, akin to a wooden stick, completely unresponsive. Have you finally realized? Your tail has become uncontrollable. Jinhome, what trickery have you employed? My tail has hardened. This is your fruit ability? I thought you could only harden yourself. How is it that you can harden others? 2 years ago, I could only harden myself. However, through rigorous training, I now possess the ability to harden non-living objects. Sneak, observe your tail. What is it stained with? Upon hearing this, Sneak glanced down at his tail, and upon seeing the blood, realization struck. His opponent had hardened his own blood, rendering Sneak's tail immovable. You can only move your upper body now, while I, though battered and bruised, still possess one usable arm and 2 legs. What do you intend to do against me, Sneak? Jinhome's excitement surged. Having endured a brutal beating, he finally sensed a turning tide, explaining his newfound arrogance. Sneak frowned, refraining from reverting to his human form, knowing he would be unable to stand. A rigid tail was far better than 2 immobile legs. Now, with the balance of offense and defense reversed, Sneak could only envelop himself in armed hockey to shield against the impending assault. Witnessing this scene, Jinhome remained unperturbed. You cannot escape now, but I must remain cautious of your venom. Thus, allow me to demonstrate this technique. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a stone, tossing it lightly in the air. This ordinary stone, of course, cannot harm you. But what if it were enhanced by my hardening ability? Snake froze, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Haha, is this rattlesnake not known for its calm demeanor? What is this? Have you begun to fear? Too late. This time, I shall knock out your teeth. Jean Holmes sneered as he forcefully hurled a stone, which soared like a cannonball, aimed directly at the enemy's chin. Snake would not remain passive. He tilted his head to evade this onslaught. However, Jean Holmes continued to launch several stones at Snake in quick succession. Limited by his mobility, Snake could hardly dodge. He could only bow his head and shield himself with his arm, protecting his forehead. Thud, thud, thud. Several stones struck Snake, leaving his hands bloodied and bruised. Witnessing this, Jean Holmes became frenzied, incessantly bending down to pick up stones and throwing them with vigor. Does it hurt? But this is merely the beginning. Haha, I refuse to believe I can't knock out your teeth. One stone after another pelted Snake, causing him to suffer severe injuries. His body marred with wounds. With a thunderous crash, Snake could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing his adversary fall, Jean Holmes finally ceased his assault. Taunting, haha, you have become a bloodied mess like me. After uttering these words, he threw another stone, which struck Snake's head directly. Yet, in his agony, Snake remained unresponsive. His eyes tightly shut, as if he had already succumbed to death. Is this how you meet your end? You are far inferior to that fat man. Jean Holmes displayed an expression of disbelief, picking up more stones and hitting Snake repeatedly. But Snake remained utterly still. Such is the prowess of the three guardians of McGiddy. Utterly pathetic. As he spoke, Jean Holmes cautiously approached Snake, scanning his body with a vigilant gaze. Just then, a shriek echoed nearby, instantly capturing Jean Holmes' attention. He involuntarily turned his head to see two fiery figures rolling on the ground not far away. It was undoubtedly Audric and Thompson. I must swiftly dispose of Snake and aid Audric. Jean Holmes hastily took a few steps forward and landed a fierce kick to Snake's head. Thud. After a dull thud, Snake remained unresponsive. So you were already dead. Jean Holmes chuckled, leaning down to inspect the enemy's state. Suddenly, Snake's mouth opened, biting down on Jean Holmes' neck as if resurrected. Oh no, I forgot. Even a dead rattlesnake can launch a death strike. Jean Holmes struggled to free himself from Snake's grip, but the latter held on fiercely, refusing to relent. Ultimately, with a thud, Jean Holmes fell to the ground alongside Snake. Chapter 73. The Power of the Chameleon Fruit. Meanwhile, behind the small cabin, Carlson and Pettigrew exchanged glances, revealing a cruel intent in their eyes. Undoubtedly, the red-haired beauty was the weakest among their three adversaries. If they joined forces, they would likely dispatch her swiftly. At that point, they could return to assist the others. A flawless plan. Christina perceived the intentions of her two foes. Though her brow furrowed, she fearlessly declared, "Come on, let me show you my strength." Haha, do we still need to fight? You must be Christina, right? I've learned about you from President Tinnies. We ought to thank you for summoning the remaining two guardians. Pettigrew said with a smile, feigning a lack of hostility. Let us hurry and assist Brother Audric and Brother Jean Holmes. Silence. I informed Tinnies of the ambush plan beforehand. But I am not on the same side as you. Christina retorted. Humph, the Soulwork Society is also villainous. I merely wish to see you two turn against each other, hoping for a mutual demise. You, Christina, so it was all you're doing. I found it strange. According to the plan, you were only supposed to summon Snake. Thankfully, President Tinnies did not fully trust you. He sent additional reinforcements. Did you not anticipate that? We have outsmarted you. Surrender and die. Lest, Pettigrew, cease your prattling. Let us eliminate this chameleon, this fugitive from the Navy. As he spoke, the lean Carlson raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of white paper towards Christina. Sharp paper, is it? Unfortunately, it's too slow. No sooner had he spoken than Christina vanished before their eyes once more. Carlson quickly lifted both hands, releasing a massive amount of paper, filling the air and blocking out the sun. He and Pettigrew searched for Christina's presence, yet after a while, they found nothing. Strange, Christina is not nearby. Her chameleon fruit ability allows her to blend in by changing her body color. Logically, my paper should have been able to trace her. Carlson, could it be that she escaped? Pettigrew pondered. She just mentioned that she wanted us to fight each other. That makes sense. However, we must remain vigilant. Since she has defected from the Navy and joined McGiddy's ranks, she must have her own agenda. Bang! Just as Pettigrew finished speaking, a dull sound erupted nearby, prompting him to turn and see Carlson positioned defensively. Meanwhile, swirling paper outlined a graceful figure above them. There. Pettigrew reacted swiftly, attempting to kick the figure's head. Too slow. The figure vanished in an instant, causing Pettigrew's attack to miss entirely. Carlson hurriedly approached. That woman's speed is extraordinary. She must be employing Shay from the Navy S6 styles. We must be cautious. Navy S6 styles. It seems we underestimated Christina. However, she has also underestimated our strength. Carlson, let us show that woman the power of our combination technique. Pettigrew, I understand. It's up to you to sharpen these flying papers. Of course, thin them out. Pettigrew exclaimed, raising his hands, causing Carlson's released papers to become thinner and sharper. Not far away. Christina suddenly revealed herself, shielding her head with her hands, her body marred by numerous cuts and bloodied. Her once cool attire had become tattered. Haha. With the chameleon fruit's ability, your shave indeed offers greater concealment. However, my paper tornado inflicts area damage. The moment you approach us, you will be harmed. Don't forget my thinning technique, which enhances your paper's lethality. Carlson and Pettigrew harmonized in their taunts, their faces alight with confident smiles, clearly believing victory was assured. Christina lowered her hands, glancing at the swirling papers with a look of despair. It's over. Without further ado, Carlson waved his hand, and the sharp, blade-like papers surged toward Christina like a dense volley of arrows. Haha, we should go lend assistance. This battle will completely shift our unfavorable situation. Wait, that paper fruit user. Upon hearing those words, Carlson and his companions swiftly turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold Christina, ragged yet standing tall. Humph. Did you not anticipate that I have also mastered Iron Body? These flimsy pieces of paper cannot harm me. Iron Body. Is that the technique that renders one's body as hard as steel? Indeed, the Navy's 6 styles pose a significant challenge, but fear not, Carlson. I am aware that most individuals employing Iron Body are rendered immobile. Thus, she cannot simultaneously use it and attack us. After reassuring his companion, Pettigrew glanced at Christina once more. Are we to merely endure this standoff? I suspect you would prefer not to squander time on us. You are quite knowledgeable. It is true that one cannot move freely while employing Iron Body. Nevertheless, I really do not wish for you to witness the manifestation of my devil fruit abilities. As she spoke, Christina transformed into a colossal chameleon, her body cloaked in granular scales, her elongated limbs crawling on the ground. Her head features 2 large eyes that independently swivel in different directions, while her tail, slender and lengthy, curled up. In this form, I appear rather unsightly. Thus I must swiftly defeat you. With a self-deprecating remark, Christina surged forward on all 4s, charging at her adversaries. Observing the situation, Carlson bellowed, well met. Paper tornado. He unleashed his full power, causing the paper in the air to accelerate dramatically. Pettigrew followed suit, employing the technique of thinning, bolstered by the powers of the thin fruit. The paper became even more lethal. However, Christina, in her chameleon form, was armored with scales that repelled the paper's assault. Although faint scratches marred her skin, she approached with unhurried determination. Suddenly, at the periphery of the tornado, Christina altered her course. Her coiled tail sprang forth with the force of a spring. Tail attack. The speed of this strike was astonishing, leaving Pettigrew no time to react before he was struck in the abdomen. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, saliva drooling, emitting pitiful sounds. Witnessing his companion's plight, Carlson swiftly changed his strategy, transforming his hands into sheets of paper, which were evidently more potent than the swirling paper. Paper blade. Seizing the opportunity while Christina's tail was still extended, Carlson closed the distance, attacking her slender tail with his paper blade hands. Ah, that hurts. Christina's tail snapped in 2. And in her pain, she propelled herself towards Carlson, sending him flying. Haha, your tail is severed. What other tricks do you possess? Do show me. Yet, concerned that Christina might vanish once more, Carlson intended to unleash the paper tornado again to track the enemy's movements. Just then, he felt a binding sensation around himself. Looking down, he discovered it was Christina's tongue. One must admit, a chameleon's tongue is remarkably long, extending even further than the tail. How disgusting. Christina remarked before slamming Carlson into the ground. With a resounding crash, a large crater formed beneath him, rendering Carlson immobile. This tongue must be weaker than the tail, right? Upon hearing this, Christina instinctively tried to retract her tongue, but it was too late. A figure resembling a sheet of paper appeared above her tongue. It was Pettigrew, empowered by the thinning fruit. He, like Carlson before him, directed his thin hand to strike at the tongue. Snip! Christina's tongue also severed into 2, leaving her unable to maintain her chameleon form. This is dire, Christina thought to herself, catching a glimpse of Carlson rising from the ground, limping towards her. Haha, with both the chameleon's strongest tongue and tail severed, what can you still do? Pettigrew laughed maniacally, having reverted to his original form, scrutinizing the injured Christina, whose mouth bled profusely. Carlson approached as well, astonished by the tenacity of this woman. Had he not transformed into paper, that strike would have defeated him. We must act swiftly. Let us conclude this. Brother Aldrich and Brother Gene require our assistance. However, before he could finish his sentence, Carlson sensed something awry. The air around them had grown chilling. Pettigrew noticed it too and exchanged a glance with his companion, both attempting to retreat. How unchivalrous of the Soulwork Society to treat a woman so harshly. Suddenly, a tall man with black curly hair appeared beside them, whispering, "Frozen moment." Instantly, Pettigrew and Carlson were transformed into ice sculptures. This individual was Akiji, the user of the ice fruit. He approached Christina, helping her up. You, as reckless as ever. Thank you, Mr. Kazan. With a wounded tongue, perhaps it is best I remain silent. Akiji gently patted Christina's shoulder, continuing. I just witnessed the Soulwork Society and the McGiddy crew perish. They truly followed the script you wrote, resulting in mutual destruction. Hearing this, a radiant smile graced Christina's face, though the blood streaming from her mouth rendered her appearance somewhat ghastly. Chapter 74. The Purpose of the Sun Pirates on Coco Island. By the sea stands an abandoned factory. Watching the fishermen hurriedly gather various items, Levi understood their intent to depart from the land of nations and return to Fishman Island. Thank you, Levi. Without your assistance, Praline and I could not have escaped so swiftly. Aladdin, please refrain from such remarks. Had it not been for you, I would have long since met my demise in the sea. Levi regained his composure and replied with a smile. It is indeed a matter of fate. Fortunate that Green Bull happened to cast me adrift in these nearby waters. However, we did not rescue you from these waters. Prior to this, I received a call from Miss Christina, who instructed us to come to your aid. Upon hearing this, Levi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you saying that the red-haired woman informed you of my being thrown into the sea?" Indeed, Christina has striking red hair, and it was she who brought your predicament to our attention, allowing us to successfully rescue you. But hasn't she always disapproved of me? Li Wei found himself somewhat perplexed, and soon a greater question emerged in his mind. If Christina had indeed been present at the scene, witnessing his confrontation with Akiji, how had she managed to evade the scrutiny of Akiji and Van Augur's observation hockey? Given her capabilities, it seemed implausible for her to accomplish such a feat. I surmise that Christina must have been motivated by your concern for the people of the world, which prompted her to alert us to your plight. Regarding the conflict between you and her, she mentioned in the communication device that she wished to gouge out your eyes. Truly a peculiar individual. Upon hearing Aladdin's explanation, Li Wei was reminded of that peculiar person with the pipe fruit abilities, who seemed equally intent on improving the lives of the citizens of the world, leading him to join the ranks of myriad. Thus, it appeared that the red-haired beauty, Christina, shared a similar objective. Yet, even with an understanding of why she sought to rescue him, Li Wei remained baffled as to how she had learned of his being cast into the sea by Akiji. Contemplating this enigma, he subconsciously crossed his arms over his chest and stroked his chin with his right hand, rapidly turning his head in thought. You are quite the enigma yourself, Li Wei. I shall take my leave for now. As you mentioned, Boss Majid intends to declare war on the Big Mom Pirates and the Soul Society, which will undoubtedly plunge the entire world into chaos. We certainly wish to avoid being ensnared in that turmoil. With that, Aladdin observed Li Wei still lost in contemplation, and with a light chuckle, he departed. After a considerable time had passed, Li Wei found himself unable to arrive at any conclusions. When he finally regained his senses, he noticed that the fishmen had nearly completed their tasks. Aladdin and his wife, alongside Barnes, were conversing nearby. It seemed imperative for him to rectify this tendency to become so engrossed in thought. Li Wei self-deprecatingly remarked as he hurried over and greeted them. Aladdin responded with a smile. Have you concluded your tasks? We are also nearing our parting. Wait, if memory serves me correctly, the distance from the Kingdom of Nations to Fishman Island is quite substantial, and this journey is fraught with peril. Do not worry about us, Li Wei. While the Sun Pirates may not possess the formidable strength of the Big Mom Pirates, we are by no means weak. The sea is indeed the domain of our fishmen and merfolk. Allow me to finish speaking, Captain Aladdin. I have a method that is both safe and efficient, which can ensure your return to Fishman Island within the day. Levi waved his hand and spoke with a gentle smile. Aladdin and the others were momentarily taken aback, and several of them exclaimed, "Is that true? That is splendid." Even the other fishmen, who were originally preoccupied with packing their parcels, paused their tasks and turned their hopeful gazes towards Levi. Li Wei was taken aback by the overwhelming reaction of the Sun Pirates. After a moment of surprise, he suggested, "Perhaps we could return to Fishman Island via the pipeline." The pipeline? You mean Fulzer? Unfortunately, he is one of Majid's men. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Aladdin's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Well, let's consider this as a valuable experience. This journey has allowed us to witness the prowess of top-tier warriors. However, what astonishes me the most is you, Li Wei. I have never encountered a young man with such remarkable talent. I can get in touch with Fulzer. In truth, he is not of a malicious nature. Interestingly, he, like that red-haired woman, aspires to ensure a better life for the people of the world, which is why he aligned himself with Majid's faction." Levi withdrew his communicator and stepped aside to dial a number. Upon witnessing this scene, Aladdin opened his mouth, swallowing the remaining words he had intended to express, and exchanged a glance with Barnes, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Before long, Levi retracted the communicator and announced, "All right, Force will be here shortly. He has agreed." "Splendid. I truly appreciate your efforts, Levi." Aladdin exhaled deeply, a smile illuminating his face. Barnes, too, patted Levi on the shoulder, his expression one of gratitude. The other members also set aside their belongings to convey their thanks to Levi, engaging in fervent discussions. With a conduit established, we shall return home swiftly. To be honest, I find myself longing for my homeland, one remarked. Indeed, it has been several years since I last visited Fisherman's Island. This time, I intend to stay for a considerable while, another added. Yes, Captain Aladdin. We must take time to rest, indulge in delectable feasts, and then set sail again, they concurred. Aladdin nodded repeatedly, acquiescing to the crew's requests. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the enjoyment of exquisite cuisine is not confined to the myriad of nations. The delicacies of Fishmen Island are certainly something he has yet to experience. This opportunity also allows him to enhance his iron balloon skill. Li Wei, I am coming. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind him. Levi swiftly turned around to see the fruit user, Force, approaching. He promptly greeted him, patting him on the shoulder. From here on out, we shall rely on you. Indeed, Force, your abilities have been invaluable to us. We shall never forget your kindness. Force, taken aback by such warm reception, found himself momentarily at a loss. Eventually, with a gentle smile, Levi reassured him, isn't this what you desired? To assist others, and in return, they will express their gratitude. Indeed, let us proceed, Force declared with enthusiasm. Our destination is Fishmen Island. However, he quickly added, somewhat bashfully, but I have never been to Fishmen Island. Fear not. As long as someone is present on Fishmen Island, we shall be fine. Captain Aladdin, I trust you have acquaintances there? Levi inquired. Absolutely, Levi, Aladdin replied, immediately producing his transponder snail to make the necessary call. With the greatest obstacle now resolved, Force erupted with excitement once more. Fishmen Island, here we come. The group of fishmen echoed in unison, we are coming home, as Levi and his companions reveled in their merriment. They remained oblivious to the shadow that was gradually stirring in the corner not far away. Chapter 75, The Delicacies of Fishmen Island on Fishmen Island. Within the confines of a modest takoyaki shop, the space was filled with an assembly of fishmen and merfolk. Among them, an octopus fishman with a multitude of silver-gray locks. Resembling a starfish, joyfully exclaimed, at long last, I am able to see you all again, Brother Aladdin, Brother Barnes, and I am Pralani, a hammerhead shark mermaid and Aladdin's wife. Greetings, Sister Pralani, I am Xiao Ba, came the reply. Observing this harmonious scene, Levi stood quietly to the side, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Yet he refrained from uttering a word. Noticing this, Foles cast a glance his way and contentedly remarked, there is nothing quite like the sensation of aiding others, is there? Levi regained his composure and quickly gathered his thoughts before responding. It appears that you are indeed, as you claim, motivated by a desire to assist the people of the world, much like that red-haired girl. Are you referring to Christina? She is far more formidable than I. I should have mentioned that to you. The proprietor of McGiddy has forged an alliance with the Blackbeard pirates, a feat made possible through his connections. This is precisely what perplexes me. If my memory serves me correctly, the Blackbeard pirates are not known for their benevolence. How could Christina possibly be associated with such individuals? It seems that the Admiral, Christina, is acquainted with the user of the ice fruit. Upon uttering these words, Levi felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, as he instantly connected all the dots. So this is how it is. The answer has become evident. It was Akiji who informed Christina of his being cast into the sea, although she was not present at the time. As for Akiji's intentions, they are even more transparent. He has no desire to meet his demise in the ocean. With this realization, Levi exhaled in relief. It seems that Christina is indeed a person with a story to tell. She was correct. The owner of McGiddy does not genuinely consider the welfare of the world's people. Therefore, it is all the more imperative that you align yourself with her. Is that so? I intended to seek out Christina as well, but she mentioned that she had an urgent matter to attend to, asserting that by tomorrow, everything in the world will be transformed. Oh, did she not disclose the nature of her undertaking? No, she refrained from sharing any details. Yet I cannot help but feel concerned for her. Rest assured, that individual is quite powerful and possesses great discernment. She may very well summon a formidable ally to assist her. With a smile, Levi responded and soon noticed Aladdin approaching with his wife, Barnes, and Little Eight. After a brief introduction, Little Eight bowed to Levi and Foles, expressing his gratitude. Thank you both. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to reunite with my companions so swiftly. There's no need for thanks. Casting a glance at the blushing Foles, Levi chuckled heartily. If you wish to express your gratitude, then treat us to some delicious food. He then turned to Barnes and added, I want to savor the most distinctive delicacies of Fishmen Island, preferably something I haven't tasted by the seaside. Not a problem, young Levi. Let us start with my homemade takoyaki. Little Eight promptly began preparing the dish. While waiting for the takoyaki, Levi seized the opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the blue giant Jinbi. Aladdin did not conceal the information. Just yesterday, Captain Jinbi departed from the land of Weno. Not long after he left, I received a call from Christina. Is that so? Jinbi must safely reach Weno and join forces with the protagonist Luffy to defeat Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Levi, how do you know Captain Jinbi is heading to Weno? And the protagonist you mentioned, Luffy, is he truly the main character? Faced with this barrage of questions, Levi could only respond with a sheepish smile. Do not forget my intelligence network. Of course, I am aware of Jinbi's destination. After all, the son of the former General Odin is aboard the Straw Hat pirate ship. I see. Your intelligence capabilities are indeed formidable. It's fortunate we are not adversaries. Indeed, Aladdin. I find myself somewhat concerned for Teenies and McGiddy. Barnes chimed in with empathy, then suddenly glanced at Foles beside him and quickly corrected himself. My apologies. It's all right. Barnes. Foles does not pledge allegiance to McGiddy. He possesses his own principles, much like Aladdin's wife, who does not blindly follow the orders of the Big Mom pirates. Levi responded swiftly, while Foles beside him nodded in agreement. I will form my own judgments. In fact, over the past few days, I have consulted many individuals on the island, and their assessments of McGiddy are not particularly favorable, much like yours. Do not lose heart. Once we rid ourselves of McGiddy and the troublesome tinnies, I shall negotiate with the Big Mom pirates. At that juncture, the current system of mandatory soul lifespan contributions will undoubtedly be abolished. By then, to better safeguard the people of the world, you and Christina will have numerous responsibilities ahead of you. Upon hearing Levi's words, Aladdin's wife, Praline, displayed a look of astonishment. She crossed her arms over her chest and kindly cautioned, Levi, you are indeed formidable, yet Katakuri surpasses you in prowess. Do not fret. Given the current internal and external strife within the world, I believe he will acquiesce to my demands, for I shall present him with an offer he cannot refuse. Li Wei confidently declared, and shortly thereafter, he heard Xiao Ba's voice behind him. The takoyaki is ready. Li Wei and Fu Er's, please enjoy. Thank you, Xiao Ba. Li Wei took the takoyaki that was offered to him, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. Wow, this is absolutely delicious, he exclaimed. Indeed, I have never tasted such exquisite dumplings, Foles added, genuinely impressed. Xiaoba proudly declared, of course, my takoyaki is renowned for its exceptional flavor. After savoring several skewers of takoyaki, Li Wei requested Aladdin and Barnes to guide him to the Mermaid Bay on Fishmen Island. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, he finally heard the long-awaited system notification. You have consumed 10 different delicacies. The steel balloon skill has been upgraded to grade A. At last, the upgrade had come. Li Wei patted his bulging belly, sighing with relief. He then turned to the exhausted Aladdin and remarked, I am thoroughly satisfied. We must return now, Force. Thank heavens you've finally had your fill. My feet feel as though they might break from walking. Let us be off. Force, with a look of delight, immediately employed his ability to manipulate the pipes and traced a circle in a narrow alleyway. Farewell. Li Wei waved his hand and was the first to leap into the black hole. Chapter 76. Even enemies can join forces on Coco Island, within an opulent chamber. A robust man adorned in lavish attire sat behind a grand table. He was Tinus, the president of the Soul Work Society, currently listening to a phone bug positioned on the table. Suddenly, he amplified the volume and inquired, What? Are you saying there is an issue with Christina? Have we fallen into a trap? After a brief pause, the phone bug responded softly, Yes, President Tinus. I just overheard a conversation between Li Wei and Force, the user of the pipe fruit ability. They are in cahoots with Christina, all for the so-called happiness of the entire world. Now I understand, Tinus replied, a glimmer of clarity in his eyes. Well done, Sharps. Since Li Wei has already traversed through the pipe to Fishman Island, he is unlikely to return to the world for the time being. Please come back. Understood, President Tinus. As the line went dead with a beep, Tinus's face betrayed an unprecedented expression of urgency. He immediately grasped the phone bug and began dialing again. However, after a considerable time, no one answered on the other end. Goldholm is always so cautious. He must have his phone bug with him, Tinus muttered to himself before dialing another number, only to encounter silence once more. Is Audrich also unavailable? This is quite strange. It seems I have underestimated the situation. I never imagined that Christina would wish for us to perish alongside McGiddy, so that they could reap the benefits. How despicable, this naval deserter. With that, Tinus stood and began to pace, a heavy burden evident upon his brow. Suddenly, he halted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. At this juncture, I have no choice but to ally with McGiddy. Returning to his seat, he withdrew a small white phone bug from his drawer and murmured, Who would have thought that the phone bug I found on O'Neill 2 years ago would prove so pivotal today? He dialed the number and soon, a voice filled with confusion and surprise emanated from the phone bug. Who are you? How do you have O'Neill's phone bug? Ah, greetings, McGiddy. It is I, your sworn rival, Tinus. You scoundrel, Tinus. Are you courting death? Do not be so irate, McGiddy. It is precisely because I wish to avoid death that I have reached out to you. I presume you are also awaiting news from Snake and Thompson? Huh. What do you mean by that? Nothing sinister. I merely wanted to inform you that I recently attempted to contact Audrich and Goldholm, but neither answered. It seems something has gone awry. Haha. So you seek to beg for mercy, do you? Unfortunately, we must avenge O'Neill. Now, McGiddy, do not rejoice too soon. I suggest you also reach out to Snake and the others. Perhaps you will find yourself contacting me again. Surely, you have not forgotten O'Neill's phone bug number? With that, Tinus abruptly ended the call. Although his expression remained calm, the muscle twitching at his temple revealed his inner turmoil. A moment later, the white phone bug on the table emitted a sound. Tinus exhaled deeply, a slight smile gracing his lips. He inhaled a few more breaths, and once his composure returned, He picked up the phone bug again. McGiddy, what are your thoughts? Did I not predict this correctly? Tynus, what are you truly up to? Patience, my friend. Allow me to share the intelligence I have gathered. Tynus recounted the information he had just received from his subordinate, Sharps. Indeed, McGiddy responded with an irate tone. Are you implying that Christina had already informed you of our plans to ambush you? Precisely. To be accurate, it was I who orchestrated this battle. You see, Christina was once a member of the Navy. Disillusioned by their primary duty of upholding the Celestial Dragon's dominion, she abandoned them, mistakenly believing that you would champion the cause of the world's people. Alas, the arrival of Li Wei has sown seeds of doubt in her mind. Enough of your prattle, Tynus. That red-haired woman will not escape my wrath. Calm yourself, McGiddy. I must also inform you that besides Christina, your capable subordinate, the pipe fruit user who aided in the successful ambush of Soft Island, is also set to depart from your ranks. What? You mean Force? He could never betray me. Li Wei is to credit for this. I have just received word that he utilized his fruit ability to assist the members of the Sun Pirates in returning to Fishmen Island, accompanied by none other than Li Wei, whom we both detest. This is intolerable. Who would have thought we would be outmaneuvered by such a young man? President Tynus, I have heard that the Big Mom Pirates have abandoned you. Ah, your intelligence is quite commendable. Indeed, this is the case. Li Wei triumphed in the wager, leading Smugly and Krieger to pledge they would no longer interfere in our affairs. It appears we are both in dire straits. Another wager, is it? McGiddy fell silent on the other end. Tynus was well aware that Li Wei had indeed won Krieger, Armand, and Brule from Akiji and Wano through a wager. Yet he remained silent. After a long pause, a calm yet authoritative voice emerged from the phone bug. We are indeed in the same predicament. Without the three guardians, I am left as a mere figurehead. Likewise, McGiddy, thanks to your antics, all four of my branches have been eliminated, leaving me as nothing more than a figurehead. However, even as a solitary individual, I shall not allow Li Wei to escape my grasp. You know, President Tynus, Li Wei is also my foe. If you wish to confront him, why not count me in? That is precisely my intention, McGiddy. I must extend my apologies. 2 years ago, I was compelled to eliminate Mr. O'Neill. Let bygones be bygones. We should now set aside past grievances and collaborate earnestly to send Li Wei to join O'Neill. Indeed, McGiddy. Let us first join forces against that equally detestable Christina. Our synergy is remarkable. Furthermore, we must act swiftly against Force, as his fruit ability poses a significant threat. Here's to a fruitful collaboration, McGiddy. Likewise, President Tynus. Here's to our collaboration. As the call ended, Tynus crossed his hands atop the table, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he mused. Can we truly collaborate harmoniously? That old fox. Chapter 77. A-class skills are truly powerful on Cocoa Island. Near the Caramel Coffee Shop, in a secluded alleyway, Levi emerged from the dark cavern, casting a sweeping glance around until he swiftly recognized his surroundings. I must return. You have an incredible capacity for walking, he remarked apologetically upon hearing Fool's complaint. I'm truly sorry, but I simply couldn't resist indulging in all the delectable delicacies of Fishman Island. Never mind, I've overeaten as well. I need to rest now. Farewell, Levi. Please wait a moment. I didn't anticipate that you had established a passage near the CAF. This must be a request from McGiddy, correct? Indeed, after all, his adversaries extend beyond just the sole work agency. He has also tasked me with keeping a vigilant watch on the movements of the Big Mom Pirates. Seeing Fools unreservedly share intelligence, Levi smiled faintly. You need to be extra cautious. I suspect I am also a target for them. They will undoubtedly dispatch someone to monitor me, and perhaps McGiddy is already aware of our interaction. Rest assured, while my pipe fruit may not excel in combat, it is impeccable for escape. I must take my leave now, Levi. Farewell. If anything happens, please contact me immediately. I will rush to assist you. As Levi watched Fools leap into the passage, he softly addressed the receding dark circle. All right, but do take care. With the sound of Fool's voice echoing from the pipe, Levi looked up at the sun, which was now at its zenith. This visit to Fishman Island had consumed the better part of the day, yet the rewards were indeed plentiful. Li Wei busily activated the system to examine the description of the upgraded talent skill. Steel Balloon possesses advanced armed color hockey, entwined with hardened defensive capabilities, featuring a counter damage effect that reflects 50 of the damage received back to the attacker. Additionally, the skill's area of protection has also been enhanced, now capable of safeguarding individuals and objects within a radius of 50 meters around the user. At the current level, the Steel Balloon's defensive power can withstand the assaults of formidable adversaries, including the likes of the Great Blades 21 and the Vice Admirals, as well as top-tier warlords of the sea. Upon finishing the review, Li Wei tilted his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he exhaled deeply. Although this A-level Steel Balloon skill did not branch into other abilities, all its defensive effects had significantly improved. More importantly, he now possessed the strength to contend with Katakuri. At the very least, thanks to the Steel Balloon, even if he could not strike his opponent, he would not be easily defeated after just a few exchanges. After all, Katakuri wielded the ability to foresee the future briefly with his observation hockey, granting him an inherent high evasion, coupled with the unique qualities of the mochi-mochi fruit. His offensive capabilities were on par with those of Luffy, the user of the gum-gum fruit. Levi collected his thoughts and glanced at the nearby CAF. A notion blossoming in his mind. Now is the perfect moment to summon Katakuri through Smoker. With Broly's mirror fruit abilities, he would arrive swiftly. However, just as he was about to step out of the alley, a familiar voice called out, "Levi, you truly are in this vicinity." Turning around, he beheld the familiar figure of Akiji, his dark curls framing his face, as he supported a strikingly beautiful woman with vibrant red hair, wrapped in bandages. Christina. You're injured? It seems Fulzer's words were indeed true. You two managed to take down the Soul Work Society and McGiddy's gang together? Li Wei immediately discerned that Christina was quite injured, prompting him to inquire urgently. Christina, your tongue is hurt, so refrain from speaking, Akiji interjected, waving his hand. Soon, Christina fell silent, yet a proud expression adorned her face. Observing this, Li Wei gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. You managed to leave two nefarious organizations in disarray. This is a testament to your capabilities. Truly, you are worthy of being the navy that chases pirates across the globe." Christina, do not be hasty. I had previously informed you that Li Wei possesses unparalleled intelligence-gathering skills. It was only to be expected that he would uncover your past. Especially since Tinnies is aware of it as well. Before the beautiful woman beside him could voice her anxious inquiries, Akiji interjected. Li Wei scratched his head and revealed the truth. In fact, it was the members of the Sun Pirates who informed me, and I just reconfirmed this with Foles. Nevertheless, this is of little importance. Akiji, please proceed to recount the events. No problem. To be honest, my involvement in this matter has been minimal. After delivering his opening remarks, Akiji succinctly narrated the sequence of events. Upon hearing that both McGiddy and Tinnies had suffered significant losses in their main forces, Li Wei joyfully remarked. The dog-eats-dog strategy has proven successful. Indeed, it has. Now, Tinnies and McGiddy have very few personnel left at their disposal. Although Christina is injured, she wishes to convey this matter to you, urging you to seize this opportunity to eliminate them swiftly. However, it may not be so straightforward. Both of them are ruthless and cunning individuals, and I suspect they may very well form an alliance. Li Wei nodded slightly, expressing his opinion. However, Christina clearly disagreed and began to voice her objections. Qingji could only play the role of interpreter once more. What she meant was that this was impossible, as there existed a deep-seated enmity between the two parties, exemplified by the death of O'Neill, McGiddy's closest bodyguard, at the hands of Tinnies. Nevertheless, I agree with your viewpoint, Li Wei. Although McGiddy claims to seek vengeance for his fallen comrades and to ensure a prosperous life for all nations by confronting the Soul Work Society, it appears to me merely a pretext. Indeed, if his sole intention were revenge, why would he involve the Blackbeard pirates? Nonetheless, even if they were to join forces, I harbor no fear. Observing Li Wei's unwavering confidence, Qingji focused intently and then slowly remarked, "Your strength has surely grown? No wonder you chose to terminate our contract. Concealing one's power is quite the challenge. However, I still require your assistance. Qingji, I trust you will not refuse, will you?" As Li Wei spoke, he extended his palm, from which a luminous white sphere emerged. "Come now, I too eagerly anticipate the day when the nations will experience a transformation," Akiji said slowly. Then, under the perplexed gaze of Christina, Li Wei absorbed the sphere into his being. "Oh Christina, this is a secret among men. Do refrain from your curiosity," Akiji remarked with a slight smile, casting a glance at Li Wei. "Now that the matter has been conveyed, it is up to you. Do not let me down." "Rest assured, I shall succeed," Li Wei replied. "However, you are mistaken. It is not solely relying on me, but rather on Christina, Force, and the entirety of the world's populace." Li Wei uttered these words and then turned to look at Qingji with a serious gaze. "It is time to discuss your matters. What must I do to persuade you to abandon the pursuit of Brin?" Chapter 78, Intelligence of Historical Texts. As soon as Levi finished speaking, Christina immediately sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from the Admiral supporting her. She cast a surprised glance at him and then stole a look at Levi. "It seems you are also inclined to take action against me," Akiji remarked casually, scrutinizing Levi anew. "Moreover, your strength has evidently increased significantly. No wonder you were able to persuade Kizaru and Smoker. However, their abilities pale in comparison to mine, and at present, you are not my match. I am well aware that Kizaru and the others are merely high-ranking officers within the Four Emperors crew. Even Katakuri is nothing more than a Vice Admiral-level powerhouse, possessing a vast disparity in strength compared to an admiral like you. Levi, you are once again speaking in riddles. Please get to the point. Since I have already joined the Blackbeard pirates, I must take Broly with me, for she holds immense significance to Captain Teach. You intend to leverage the power of the Three-Eyed Tribe to decipher the true history, do you not? However, you may find yourself disappointed. Broly awakened her third eye last night, but she can only perceive the inner demons within those with abilities. Broly's third eye has awakened? Akiji interrupted Levi. His tone urgent as he inquired, but she can only see the inner demons of those with powers? Indeed, Thus, even if you were to capture Bruley, you would not fulfill Blackbeard Teach's demands. Conversely, I possess some knowledge regarding the true history. Levi, I will verify what you have said about Bruley. But you might as well share the intelligence you possess concerning the true history. Let me divulge a few details then. Akiji, you should be aware that within the true history, there are 4 road poneglyphs and 9 information poneglyphs. To uncover the path to the final island, Raftel, one must gather these 4 road poneglyphs. Reveal something I do not know, Levi. Very well, the educational segment is concluded. I can inform you of the locations of the 4 road poneglyphs. My intelligence network indicates that the current Blackbeard pirates have not yet assembled these road poneglyphs. You are correct, but that is not my task. Akiji pondered momentarily before shaking his head. Teach has already assigned others to seek the true history. My mission is to capture Bruley, is it not, Van Augur? Upon hearing this, Levi was momentarily taken aback, only to see Van Augur, adorned with a peculiar hat and bearing a long gun over his shoulder, emerging from the shadows. The observation hockey truly is a formidable skill. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Wei expressed a sentiment. However, Wang Oga paid no heed, instead casting a glance at Christina. She must be the contact, correct? Akiji, your continued communication with your naval colleagues complicates matters for us. Like myself, she has severed ties with the Navy. Otherwise, she would not have joined McGiddy's underworld. Without Christina's assistance, our journey to the territory of the Yonko Big Mom would not have been so seamless. After elucidating this point, Akiji deftly shifted the conversation back. You must have heard what Li Wei said. I am eager to hear your thoughts. Wang Oga no longer dwelled on Christina's identity, but rather addressed the matter directly. Li Wei, first, enlighten me about the intelligence concerning the historical texts of the road signs. If the information proves credible, we may refrain from apprehending Brin for the time being. Very well, I shall first disclose the location of 2 of the historical road signs. One resides in the world of nations, although I am uncertain of its exact position. I suspect you may have acquired it already? It appears your intelligence-gathering abilities are indeed extraordinary. The one held by Yonko Big Mom is certainly in our possession. What of the other 3? Regarding the other one, the remaining 2 will be disclosed following the establishment of a cooperative agreement. I assure you, Wang Oga. Please share it. I will report faithfully to Captain Teach. Should he agree to the transaction, we will certainly release Brin. After all, the ability to interpret the historical texts is not solely confined to her 3-eyed lineage. Very well. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall divulge an additional piece of information. One of the texts is located in Weno country, under the control of Kaido, while another is on Zou Island, intricately linked to Weno, as the Mink tribe on Zou Island shares an alliance with the Kazuki clan of Weno. Li Wei did not conceal much and spoke candidly. As for the final piece, he was aware that it resided in Fishmen Island. Yet considering that a cooperative relationship had not yet been established, he refrained from disclosing this information. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wang Oga on the opposite side scrutinized Li Wei once more. Upon noticing the young man's relaxed demeanor, he smiled and remarked, I will report this matter to Teach. And I hope we can collaborate effectively. He expressed his anticipation for the opportunity to work together, as he had promised the Big Mom pirates to safeguard Brin. He believed that Blackbeard Teach would make a choice, for the significance of the 4 road poneglyphs far surpassed that of Brin. With a sense of assurance, Levi addressed Akiji. Once you make your decision, do not hesitate to contact me. You are aware of my Den Mushi number. Akiji concurred with Levi's sentiment, but was acutely aware that such matters should not be overly disclosed to Christina. Thus, he took the initiative to escort the red-haired beauty away. Farewell, Levi. Before departing, Christina cast one last lingering gaze at Levi, before being led away by Akiji. The narrow alleyway was left with only Levi and Van Augur. Are you not going to avoid this? Upon hearing Van Augur's remark, Levi paused momentarily. Your actions are rather sluggish. Well, I shall await your news. With that, he exited the alley, making his way home. However, after only a few steps, the sound of his din mushi resonated from his person. So soon? He quickly retrieved the device, and upon answering, he recognized a familiar yet menacing voice on the other end. Levi, this is Johnson. If you wish to rescue Force, meet me at the abandoned factory by the sea. You should be familiar with the location. At that moment, For's anxious voice broke through the line. Do not come. McGiddy and his crew have set a trap. His words were abruptly cut off, replaced by muffled sounds, indicating he was silenced. Johnson then coldly remarked, I'll give you half an hour. If you're late, you may as well collect For's corpse. I am on my way now, and if you dare to harm Force, I shall not let you escape unscathed. As Levi heard the beeping signal of the din mushi, he swiftly stowed it away and rushed toward the seaside. Chapter 79. The plans of the Blackbeard pirates in a secluded alley near the Caramel CAF. Van Augur spoke into a din mushi, which was missing a few teeth and had several braids. Captain Teach, this encompasses all that Levi has conveyed. Ha ha ha, what an intriguing young man. I never expected there to be someone with a constitution similar to Charlotte Lin in this world. Van Augur, I sincerely hope you can bring him back to Hive Island. Captain Teach, I share a similar intention. The fate of this lad Levi should indeed align with our Blackbeard pirates. though he appears somewhat reluctant. What of Kazan? Even if this Levi possesses the ability to reflect damage, which counters your marksmanship, with Kazan's ice powers, it should be relatively easy to extract him. No? It is not so simple. Levi has already unraveled Kazan's freezing moments. Although that former admiral did not exert his full strength, from what I understand of Levi, he utterly despises being coerced into doing things against his will. A spirited young man indeed. I am beginning to take a liking to him. I believe our paths will cross one day. Indeed, Captain Teach, we must not rush into matters concerning Levi. Our immediate priority is to make a decision. Oh, Van Augur, are you referring to Levi's proposal? Since we aim to recruit such talent, let us acquiesce to his request. He is correct. Without gathering all 4 pieces of the road poneglyphs, capturing Bruley would be futile. Understood. I shall contact Levi immediately to ascertain the whereabouts of the final piece of the road poneglyph. There is no need to rush, Van Augur. You might first seek Kazan's opinion. While I harbor no belief that he would genuinely wish to join us, he is undeniably powerful, and we ought to show him a semblance of respect. Captain Teach, hearing you say that truly saddens me. Emerging from a corner, Aokiji wore an impassive expression. Van Augur frowned, about to speak, but was preempted by Teach's voice from the den mushi. Kazan, you have returned. I have just come back and missed most of your confidential discussions with Van Augur, Captain Teach. That is of no concern, Kazan. Since you are here, I shall directly inquire about your thoughts on Levi's proposal. Captain Teach, you have already arrived at your conclusion. My opinion holds little weight. Hearing Kazan's words, Van Augur interjected. Captain Teach intends to accept Levi's plan, so we can temporarily forego capturing Bruley. Is that so? I shall abide by Captain Teach's orders. After all, I am merely a newcomer to the Blackbeard pirates. Ha, Kazan, Van Augur, while you need not pursue Bruley, I do have a new task for you both. Aokiji responded swiftly. Is it related to the road poneglyphs? Since Van Augur and I have already obtained Charlotte Leanlean's poneglyph, shall we seek the remaining 3? Collaborating with intelligent individuals is indeed a pleasure. However, while this task is of utmost priority, there is no need to rush. You two should first return to Hive Island. I will also summon Burgess and Vasco shot back. Oh, Captain Teach, are you gathering everyone for a significant mission? Van Augur, you are correct. If Levi's information is accurate, our immediate destination must be Weno country, to retrieve the poneglyph in Kaido's possession. I understand. You wish for us to go to Weno with Burgess and the others to seize the road poneglyph from the beast Kaido? Aokiji, you are only partially correct. I will personally lead the expedition, for Weno is not solely occupied by Kaido. There is another emperor, Charlotte Leanlean, who is even more formidable than Levi. Very well. Captain Teach, we shall return at once. No, before you return, there is an additional task to fulfill. I know our ally, the leader of the Don Quixote pirates, McGiddy, possesses the Ricky fruit ability, which would be highly advantageous for Burgess. Upon hearing this, Aokiji comprehended and cautiously remarked, so that is the plan. As for the Soul King, Teeny's, his sake fruit ability should be better suited for Vasco shot to wield. Precisely. Your upcoming mission is to hunt down their devil fruit abilities. Understood, Captain Teach. I believe it will not take long to deal with those 2. Van Augur spoke into the den mushi, and soon after, Blackbeard Teach's voice echoed back. Then make haste to return. I require your strength. The communication was then cut off. Van Augur stowed away the den mushi, glanced at Aokiji, and stated, let us first deal with McGiddy. He is likely still hiding in his stronghold. Before we embark on this endeavor, it would be prudent to greet our old acquaintances to prevent any interruptions. Aokiji waved his hand dismissively, and then made his way toward the nearby CAF. Van Augur paused for a moment, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Silently reflecting, it seems your relationship with Levi is quite extraordinary, Aokiji. Moments later, he heard a warning from within the CAF. It's Aokiji, he has arrived. However, after a brief moment, the cacophony faded into silence. Wano discerned that Aokiji must have employed his fruit powers to transform the members of the Big Mom pirates into frozen sculptures. As he emerged from the alley, he observed Kureha, Smuggy, and others brandishing their weapons, confronting Aokiji. Yet, Aokiji refrained from striking. Instead, he spoke softly for a few moments. Subsequently, Kureha and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their faces adorned with expressions of disbelief. At that juncture, Aokiji turned and departed. Wano smiled faintly, perceiving Aokiji's support for the commoner's plan proposed by Levi. This development would compel the Big Mom pirates to earnestly consider the matters articulated by the young man. I am merely executing Captain Teach's orders, Wano reflected. Since we wish to win Levi over, but cannot forcibly take him, should we not assist him? By fostering a favorable impression, it is inevitable that Levi will eventually join the Blackbeard pirates. Wouldn't you agree? Aokiji smiled subtly and added, we should also commence our new mission. With that, he took his leave. Wano gazed at Aokiji's receding figure, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Chapter 80, a game of hide and seek in the thick fog Cocoa Island, above the abandoned factory near the seaside. Li Wei stood there, supported by his moonwalk, gazing downwards. Below him lay a thick fog, evidently conjured by Johnson's fog fruit ability. Is this an attempt to obscure my vision for a surprise attack? However, McGiddy should be aware that with their offensive capabilities, they are utterly incapable of breaching my defenses. Li Wei murmured to himself, his mind racing in an attempt to decipher the enemy's intentions, yet he remained unable to unravel their purpose. Never mind, time is running short. I must descend and observe what tricks this group may conjure. Li Wei silently recited a phrase in his heart, then descended directly into the thick fog, boldly calling out, Johnson, McGiddy, I have arrived. Come out and face me. Ha ha. Li Wei, do you truly believe yourself to be invincible? Johnson's reply soon echoed from a short distance away. Li Wei let out a cold snort and immediately dashed towards the sound. However, he soon sensed a sudden loosening beneath his feet, and his entire body plummeted downward. A trap? Surely, this was an underestimation of his abilities. Levi reacted swiftly, hurriedly attempting to employ the moonwalk from the Navy's sixth technique to stabilize his form and soar away. However, he soon sensed something descending ominously from above. And with a sardonic smile, he remarked, a mere parlor trick, yet you dare to present it for ridicule? Before he could finish his words, a thunderous explosion resounded, compelling him to endure the blast's fury, ultimately leaving him buried beneath the earth. As thick smoke billowed from the fog, the explosion came to a close. Although Li Wei remained unscathed, he chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Indeed, moments later, the voice of Johnson echoed from a distance. Ha ha. How does the taste of the bomb feel? I know this won't kill you, nor can I capture you. Upon hearing the voice, Li Wei executed the shave technique from the Navy's 6 styles, rushing towards the source of the sound. However, he found the area to be devoid of any presence. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Johnson's speed could not possibly be this swift. Could there be other capable individuals present? Amidst the whirlwind of his thoughts, he heard the taunting voice of his adversary. I am here waiting for you. Li Wei charged forward once more, yet he still grasped at nothingness. A grave expression etched upon his face. Johnson seemed to perceive Li Wei's demeanor and erupted into laughter, taunting. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? How is it that you cannot even graze my skin? It appears Mr. Akiji was right. You possess only commendable defense and strength, but you are dreadfully sluggish. Akin to a great, clumsy dog. This time, Li Wei remained unfazed by the provocation, having regained his composure. He realized that unless he uncovered the secret behind Johnson's swift movements, his futile sprinting would merely squander his energy. Oh, are you conceding so easily? Come, catch me. Li Wei, are you not concerned for your friend? If you seize me, you could exchange me for his freedom. Despite Johnson's words, Li Wei remained unmoved, his mind racing as he sought a strategy to counter the situation. This is becoming dull. The dense fog is ideal for a game of hide and seek. Since he refused to play with me, I shall seek out others instead. Poor Foles, he truly believes you will come to his rescue. Silence, Johnson. You aim to confront me, and besides, Foles was once your comrade. Upon hearing that the enemy dared to use Foles as a threat, Li Wei immediately retorted with indignation. However, Johnson, clearly aware of this vulnerability, responded with a smirk. In that case, why not indulge in a little game with me? Aren't you quite adept at gambling? Let us wager on this. If you can capture me, I shall release Foles. What do you say? Without hesitation, Li Wei replied, no problem. But prior to that, should you even lay a finger on Foles, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death, Johnson. You will come to know the true meaning of suffering. Li Wei spoke with resolute vigor and activated the system to examine the talent skills at his disposal, hoping to glean some insights. The venue was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Johnson hoarsely responded, I eagerly await to see how you intend to capture me, Li Wei. In this world, you are not the sole prodigy. My talents may very well rival yours. After a brief interlude, he continued, my time is limited, so I shall grant you 10 minutes. The fate of Foles rests in your hands, Li Wei. 10 minutes is more than ample. Let the wager commence. No sooner had he spoken than Li Wei darted forward, aiming to catch his opponent off guard. Yet, he was still a beat too slow. Johnson vanished as if foreseeing the move. Through the thick fog, Li Wei could only glimpse the strands of hair falling across his forehead. He could scarcely discern his own hands. In such an environment, Johnson, however, continued to provoke him from a short distance away, clearly aware of his own position. Li Wei seemed to have an epiphany. He needed to verify his thoughts, so he remained still in contemplation. In the thick fog, Johnson could no longer contain himself. Ha ha, Li Wei, why not try to be a bit quicker? Li Wei immediately dashed forward once more, this time sprinting in the opposite direction of the sound. Indeed, Johnson, somewhat perplexed, remarked, and then burst into laughter, exclaiming, too cumbersome. Have you become dizzy after just a few laps? Levi, however, paid no heed. He began to comprehend that Johnson's dense fog served not merely to obscure vision, but also enabled him to perceive the location of his adversaries. Upon grasping this insight, Levi's thoughts expanded, drawing parallels to the gaming experiences of his past, leading him to conjecture that Johnson could interchange positions within the fog, achieving an effect akin to teleportation. It was precisely due to these two abilities that Johnson could consistently evade capture. Reflecting on this, Levi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This fellow has developed his fruit ability remarkably well, exuding the aura of a formidable contender. It appeared that rather than being disheartened in recent days, he had instead ignited a fierce determination. Regrettably, Johnson was a gang member, channeling his diligence into nefarious pursuits. Contemplating this, Levi smiled. So, within just a few days, to maximize his strength, he had no choice but to delve into the development of his devil fruit power. Well done, Johnson. He then articulated his analysis point by point. Upon hearing this, Johnson was momentarily taken aback, but soon scoffed. Even if you discern my abilities, what can you truly do? The time is drawing near, and you have yet to devise a method to defeat me, have you? Li Wei, upon hearing this, scratched his head and once again examined the virtual panel before him. In Chapter 81, Shave versus Blink, it was indeed as Johnson had stated. Merely understanding how the opponent moved was far from sufficient. Li Wei once again delved into analysis. Although his speed in executing the shave was remarkable, Johnson's ability to blink was equally swift. Lacking the proficiency in observation hockey, he could only estimate Johnson's position based on sound. However, when Li Wei attempted to act, Johnson seemed to anticipate his every move, deftly evading his efforts. In this intricate dance of give and take, capturing Johnson proved to be an arduous challenge. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Li Wei discerned the key to unraveling this dilemma. He would need a skill akin to Johnson's, one that would allow him to precisely predict the enemy's next evasive maneuver. With such an ability, he might seize the initiative, rushing in immediately after Johnson blinked, ready to exploit any opening. For indeed, his shave surpassed Johnson's blink in speed. After formulating this strategy, Li Wei let out a quiet sigh. Within this thick fog, visibility was nearly non-existent, rendering sight ineffective. Furthermore, with the current physical prowess bestowed upon him by the Great Mother, he excelled in formidable defense and monstrous strength. Although the bizarre sound attack could induce a state of dizziness, it was evident that Johnson had taken precautions against such an assault. He must have donned earplugs. Thus, the chances of a successful ambush were exceedingly slim. Levi could only browse through the descriptions of the talents he had acquired. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he conceived a notion. The enhanced innate strength talent skill seemed to hold potential for alternative applications. Resolute in his decision, Levi immediately activated this skill, harnessing its ability to borrow the strength of others. Indeed, before his eyes, it was as if a radar scanning display unfolded, revealing a pulsating white dot within a circular perimeter. Li Wei felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, that must be the location of Johnson. The innate strength of an A-class can bestow its power upon others, and unlike the borrowing of skills which requires consent, it merely delineates the extent of its influence. Li Wei, starting from this point, speculated that his innate strength skill should be capable of scanning individuals within a radius of 10 meters around him. To verify this hypothesis, he charged towards the white dot. In an instant, the dot vanished, only to reappear behind him. Li Wei halted his steps, a smile gracing his features, and he refrained from making any further movements. Ultimately, Johnson could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Can you see me? Haha, what do you think? If we could both perceive one another, would you still consider me slow? Quite impossible. In this thick fog, you would be akin to a blind man. Moreover, Li Wei, I am aware that you are not particularly adept at perceiving the nuances of color and aura. While your assertions hold merit, you have overlooked the most pivotal aspect. I am a genius. The hallmark of genius lies in the ability to learn, especially in the realm of combat." Li Wei's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Otherwise, do you think I would have progressed so rapidly? You are but a trickster, and in this thick fog, no one can conquer me. Indeed, you possess remarkable combat intelligence. However, regrettably for you, your opponent is me. Thus, from the very beginning, this wager was destined for your defeat." Li Wei interrupted Johnson's words and charged forward. "Let us see who is truly formidable." Johnson, of course, would not concede defeat so easily. He immediately utilized his fruit ability to teleport above the dense fog. However, as he stabilized his position, he was astonished to discover that Li Wei showed no hesitation and was charging straight at him once more. This is impossible. He had made not a single sound. How could this man possibly know his location? Johnson could only teleport again, appearing repeatedly near Li Wei, behind him, above him, to the left, and to the right. Yet, no matter how he attempted to evade, he found himself continually pursued. Li Wei seemed to perceive everything with remarkable clarity and swiftly approached. The two engaged in a playful chase, darting through the thick fog. After a brief while, Johnson began to pant, his pace gradually slowing. In contrast, Li Wei, endowed with the extraordinary talents of a royal general by the system, became increasingly agile during the pursuit. Thus, the dynamics of their encounter shifted dramatically. Before long, Li Wei seized upon a momentary lapse in Johnson's defense and delivered a decisive punch to his face. With a thud, Johnson plummeted from the air, rendered silent. At that moment, the fog began to dissipate. After a while, observing the unconscious Johnson, Li Wei mused to himself, "Fortunately, my armed color hockey is quite commendable. And though this fellow has a knack for harnessing his fruit's abilities, his physical constitution is woefully inadequate, succumbing to a single blow. After this internal monologue, he recognized the necessity of utilizing Johnson to exchange for force, so he conducted a cursory search of his belongings and found a dagger, which he tucked into his pocket. Subsequently, Li Wei scanned the surroundings and noticed a small wooden cabin not far away. Without uttering a word, he hoisted Johnson and made his way toward it. As he walked, he employed his innate strength, activated radar ability to survey for nearby adversaries. Soon enough, a white dot reappeared on his radar. Undoubtedly, it indicated the presence of an enemy. Li Wei arrived at the doorstep of the quaint wooden cabin, gently pushing the door open. Upon entering, he beheld Majidi seated comfortably in a chair. Majidi, clearly aware of Li Wei's presence, greeted him with a warm acknowledgement. You have arrived? It seems Johnson was ultimately unable to impede your progress. Johnson, you say? He has made considerable strides. Compared to our initial encounter, he has grown significantly more formidable. Hearing praise for his son from his adversary, a gentle smile graced Majidi's face. Yet, he still fell short against you. Such is the nature of things. Even among geniuses, distinctions of strength and weakness persist. Nonetheless, let us return to the matter at hand. Where's Foles? Why is he not present here? Li Wei spoke candidly. For the radar chart revealed that only McGiddy was present in the vicinity. However, McGiddy refrained from directly addressing his query. Once you defeat me, you shall naturally have the opportunity to seek out Folzer. Upon hearing this, Li Wei patted Johnson on the shoulder. You must understand well the reason I brought this fellow along. Indeed, I am aware, Johnson replied, but regrettably, I am prepared for sacrifice, just as you are. If we cannot overcome you, we will all meet our demise. McGiddy coldly remarked, as if Johnson were not his own son. Such is the nature of the mob. They remain unmoved even when their own kin perish before them. In contrast, despite the many misdeeds of the Big Mama pirates, they at least uphold the value of familial bonds. Li Wei retorted without reservation. However, McGiddy gazed into his eyes and said, familial bonds? They are as ephemeral as a wisp of mist, vanishing upon touch. Only power and strength endure through time. Chapter 82, The Invisible Assault. Those who espouse such twisted reasoning, capable of forsaking even their own offspring, are unworthy of wielding power. Li Wei resolutely declared, for the sake of all nations, I must defeat you. Yet before he could finish his statement, McGiddy interrupted, you speak incessantly of nations. Your rhetoric may deceive Foles and Christina, but do you truly believe I would be swayed? Are you not also driven by a desire for power, seeking every means to vanquish the Soul Work Society and us? Do you think I am akin to your kind? It is utterly laughable. After I triumph over you and the Soul Work Society, I shall ensure a life for the people here that surpasses their current existence. You are deluding yourself, Li Wei, for all your grandiloquent words are merely a guise for business interests. I am acutely aware of your ulterior motives. Although you appear to hold the upper hand now, I am not destined to succumb to your machinations. Engaging in conversation with someone of your ilk is a futile endeavor. Let us instead let our fists speak. Enough of this prattle, McGiddy. Shall we engage in combat? Levi set aside Johnson from his shoulders and assumed a combative stance, only to be met with the peculiar smile of McGiddy across from him. McGiddy then coldly remarked, haven't we already commenced our battle? The moment you stepped into this room, the fight began. What do you mean? Levi was struck as if by lightning, stumbling slightly, nearly collapsing. Observing this, McGiddy chuckled again, your reaction is rather sluggish. It appears one must exercise caution in life. You indeed possess extraordinary talent, yet you are not without vulnerabilities. As McGiddy spoke, he noticed Levi shaking his head, attempting to regain clarity, and added, you've opposed us for so long, yet you remain unaware of my fruit abilities? And still, you boldly walked in here. I find your defeat quite justifiable. You must understand, I have spent a lifetime mastering caution. Women and children may afford to be careless, but men cannot. For those who lose find only the path to demise. Amidst McGiddy's incessant chatter, Levi felt increasingly dizzy, swaying unsteadily. Unperturbed, McGiddy continued, do you ponder why I invited you to this humble cabin? Yet, it seems you cannot concentrate on such thoughts now. A person who encounters success too easily often becomes overconfident and underestimates others. You've likely forgotten Akiji's assessment of you, haven't you? Indeed. In terms of defense and strength, your talent surpasses many, but do not forget your weaknesses, your lack of agility and your fear of being controlled. These flaws could prove fatal. Yet, rather than contemplatively addressing them, you have grown more reckless, seeking to eliminate us and the Soul Workshop within mere days. Our two organizations have thrived under the gaze of the Big Mom pirates for years, even decades. How much do you truly know of our depth? McGiddy grew more animated, his face reddening, eyes narrowing into slits, as he continued, I must admit, I overestimated you. Akiji mentioned your intelligence-gathering capabilities are formidable. I assumed you were already aware of my and Tinny's fruit abilities. To my surprise, you are utterly oblivious. This is the primary reason for your catastrophic defeat. As he spoke, McGiddy took a deep breath, a satisfied expression returning to his face. Despite the dizziness and confusion, Levi persevered, etching every movement of his opponent into his mind. Though his thoughts became increasingly muddled, he forced himself to dismiss all distractions, rapidly contemplating methods of resolution. For, should he falter, he might never awaken again. Like the formidable Big Mom, Levi understood that control skills were his greatest fear. Yet, how did the enemy strike? He meticulously recalled the scene upon entering the room. His interaction with McGiddy had merely been a conversation. Neither had adopted an aggressive posture. In this world of pirates, there were no illusions akin to those in Naruto. While the abilities of devil fruit users were indeed varied and extraordinary, they invariably required certain preconditions to activate. Even the immensely powerful toy fruit necessitated contact with the opponent to transform them into a toy and erase all memories of them from the world. However, McGiddy had not touched him, nor had Levi witnessed any strange behaviors. Leeway gently bit his tongue, allowing the pain to dispel his drowsiness, and he quickly turned his thoughts to other avenues. Meanwhile, McGiddy spoke with a hint of excitement in his voice. I never anticipated that you would possess such remarkable willpower. It's a pity that despite the passage of time, you are still able to stand. Yet, no matter how formidable a person's spirit may be, it cannot defy the instinctive reactions of the body. From his words, it seemed that McGiddy's assault had been relentless from the very beginning. Leeway seems to have grasped a crucial point, and he has also noticed that the other party's demeanor is somewhat off. In other words, this assault does not distinguish between friend and foe. Leeway made a judgment and then swept his gaze around the room. Recalling McGiddy's initial question, why meet in this small cabin? He observed the layout of the cabin, which was quite ordinary, aside from its cramped size. There were no plants or decorative elements present. Suddenly, he noticed additional details. The windows of the cabin were tightly shut, and a curtain hung down at the entrance. Leeway has come to a realization. The enemy has launched an attack through the air. No wonder, upon entering, McGiddy was so eager to ask questions. He was merely stalling for time to allow the poison permeating the atmosphere to take effect. Although the full extent of McGiddy's fruit abilities remains unclear, now that Leeway has discerned the method of attack and is aware of the opponent's offensive capabilities, everything seems manageable. With these thoughts in mind, Leeway suddenly burst into laughter. You are quite formidable. It's no wonder you are the leader of a gang. I have received quite the lesson. Do you concede? Leeway, it's just unfortunate that it is all too late. How could I possibly surrender? Seizing a momentary pause in McGiddy's speech, Leeway interjected. Allow me to demonstrate another of my abilities. With that, he drew forth the dagger he had found on Johnson and plunged it directly into his own heart. Thud. Levi leaned back and fell straight to the ground. Witnessing this scene, McGiddy was momentarily stunned, and after a while, he burst into hearty laughter. Would you rather perish than concede defeat? The youth often act impulsively and take extremes. Do you not realize that patience is the finest weapon of vengeance? As he spoke, a sudden look of horror crossed his face, and he instinctively pointed. To his astonishment, Levi, who should have perished, stood unscathed, his previous state of unconsciousness completely dissipated. This was evident from the clarity in his eyes. At that moment, McGiddy seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Is this your ability to defy death? Tinnies was not lying. But how did you accomplish this? Naturally, Levi would not foolishly divulge his secrets to the enemy. He held his breath and executed a swift move, vanishing from McGiddy's sight. This unexpected turn of events jolted McGiddy awake, prompting him to immediately adopt a defensive stance. With a thunderous crash, McGiddy felt a sudden brightness before him, as the sea breeze brushed against his face, leading him to realize that Levi had uprooted the entire wooden cabin with his formidable strength. Now it's my turn to counterattack, Levi declared, taking several deep breaths, as holding his breath had become quite uncomfortable. A look of astonishment flickered in McGiddy's eyes, but he quickly regained composure. It appears you have made a discovery. Indeed, you live up to the title of genius. Had you not spouted so much nonsense, I might not have deduced it. Yet your hesitance in taking action stems from your caution. Thus, it seems the toxins you released into the air were not lethal enough, which is why you waited for me to lose consciousness. With the refreshing sea breeze invigorating his mind, Levi articulated his insights. McGiddy conceded. It seems excessive caution may not always be a virtue. However, I do not regret it. One must tread carefully around a rising star like yourself, who repeatedly achieves astonishing feats. Indeed, caution is the mother of safety, Levi replied, but I am quite curious about your fruit abilities. If you wish to know, come and find out for yourself. Our battle is far from over, McGiddy retorted, preparing to unleash a torrent of flames as he took a deep breath. Leeway was well prepared. He swiftly withdrew, a phrase surfacing in his mind. The flame fruit is so undesirable that even dogs would refuse it. According to the current narrative, the flame fruit should have been consumed by Sabo. This implies that McGiddy could not possibly be the wielder of the flame fruit's powers. Yet he is still able to unleash flames. Leeway quickly replayed in his mind the ability of the fire-spitting fruit. Suddenly, a moment of inspiration struck him, and he realized the nature of his enemy's fruit ability. With a smile, he remarked, so that's how it is. I never expected that the former owner of the sake fruit would be you. You are aware of this fruit's ability, are you? Wait, former owner? What do you mean? Haha, McGiddy, you will soon understand the meaning of inviting a wolf into your home and reaping the consequences of your actions. In Li Wei's heart, a conjecture began to form. If his traversal had not altered the narrative arc, then, according to the progression of events, the powers of Majid's fruit would inevitably fall into the hands of the Blackbeard pirates. This would indeed be a case of self-inflicted misfortune, leading to one's own demise. Observing Li Wei lost in contemplation once more, Majid felt a surge of irritation. Even if you are aware of my fruit's abilities, you remain far from defeating me. Have you forgotten the recent calamity you endured? This very line was uttered by your son moments ago, and shortly thereafter, he faced defeat. Levi retorted directly, claiming he had already discovered a method to defeat McGiddy. Chapter 83, The New Technique of the Liquor Fruit. Observing Levi's arrogant demeanor, McGiddy frowned and refrained from launching another attack. What is it? Are you no longer going to advance? Li Wei once again took the initiative to provoke, feeling a twinge of regret for the measures he had just employed. He had the capacity to withstand the damage and leverage the effect of reflecting 50% of it to vanquish McGiddy directly. However, he instinctively retreated to evade the sudden appearance of flames, thereby missing a golden opportunity. McGiddy, of course, was not one to act impulsively. He tilted his head slightly to the side, deep in contemplation. Soon, he spoke. I almost forgot the words of Green Pheasant. Your defense possesses the ability to reflect damage. Since you can bounce back the bullets of Wano, and considering that I was intoxicated more rapidly and thoroughly than usual, it seems I was indeed influenced by the reflected damage. It appears that the technique of the drunken fire assault can no longer be employed. Such quick reflexes. No wonder he dares to challenge the formidable Big Mom pirates. As Levi observed the dwindling opportunities, he unabashedly voiced his admiration, yet swiftly shifted his tone. However, without the flames, what other techniques do you possess to vanquish me? Now that there is no enclosed space, you can no longer intoxicate me with your release of alcoholic vapors. You possess considerable knowledge of the capabilities of the sake fruit. Yet I have just conceived a technique that is most fitting to counter you. Upon uttering these words, McGiddy proclaimed the name of his technique, alcoholic bubble. He exhaled a bubble of 2 to 3 meters in diameter from his mouth, and then leapt onto it. The bubble ascended, carrying McGiddy several meters into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Levi's mind immediately conjured the image of Vasco shot from the Blackbeard pirates, who could also soar atop an alcoholic bubble. Contemplating this, Levi was beset by a new concern. Surely this fellow does not intend to flee? Given his recent actions, it seemed he would forsake even his own son to secure victory over Levi. McGiddy, clearly attuned to Levi's thoughts, chuckled heartily. Rest assured, I have no intention of fleeing. My entire enterprise is at stake here in the land of Weno. That is reassuring, yet for me in my current state, confronting an adversary with the ability to fly is not entirely insurmountable. Li Wei spoke as he forcefully delivered several kicks. Employing the gale foot technique he had recently mastered from the Navy 6th form, a series of shimmering blue crescent-shaped slashes sliced through the air, darting towards McGiddy with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, McGiddy remained unperturbed, skillfully maneuvering his alcohol bubbles to evade the attacks with ease. He smiled and remarked, Don't be hasty. Li Wei, I am aware that you have learned several techniques from the Navy 6th form, and you can perform the moonwalk as well, correct? But tell me, can you catch me at the pace of your moonwalk? As he spoke, McGiddy deftly directed the alcohol balloons, propelling them swiftly while executing a series of somersaults. After displaying his acrobatics, he smirked, revealing a menacing grin. The flight capabilities of these alcohol bubbles surpass even some users of bird fruit abilities. He continued, But what of it? You cannot defeat me, while I possess the power to obliterate your very stronghold. Although an ominous premonition surged within Li Wei, he spoke calmly. McGiddy shook his head once more, stating, I've already conceived a method to defeat you, Li Wei. To speak candidly, I must express my gratitude. If it hadn't been for our battle, I wouldn't have devised this strategy so swiftly. Your presence has helped me overcome the weakness of the intoxicated haze. I no longer require a sealed space to execute this technique. Upon hearing these words, Li Wei's heart jolted, yet he concealed his shock, scanning the surroundings once more. The sea breeze gently wafted in from the nearby shore. In such an open and ventilated area, how much alcohol vapor would it take to render him unconscious? It was simply an unattainable feat. Contemplating this, Li Wei smiled faintly and remarked, I am indeed looking forward to it. You have awakened the sake fruit, haven't you? Come on, McGiddy. You even know about the awakening of devil fruits. You truly are a perceptive young man. Alas, you are destined to perish here. McGiddy acknowledged this with approval, then took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. A balloon emerged from his mouth, growing larger and larger. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Could the lungs of this gang leader be so formidable? Yet soon, he discerned the truth. McGiddy was inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth. As the balloon's diameter expanded to several dozen meters, Li Wei began to realize, this fellow intends to envelop himself with that balloon, akin to Doflamingo's birdcage or Trafalgar Law's room. Having unraveled McGiddy's scheme, Li Wei immediately sought to escape. However, At that moment, McGiddy hurled the towering alcohol balloon, which swelled several-fold, completely engulfing him. Li Wei remained unfazed as he continued to run in a single direction. However, after a short while, he came to a halt. The reason for his pause was that the alcohol balloon was trailing him, moving at a considerable pace in the same direction. This meant that Li Wei had not escaped the balloon's pervasive influence. To make matters worse, he could already detect the potent scent of alcohol in the air. Above, McGiddy laughed heartily and exclaimed, "How do you like my alcohol balloon? Just wait until you faint. Observe how I counter your moves." Li Wei reacted swiftly. Realizing he could not outrun the situation, he resolved to shatter it with a stone. He picked up a rock and hurled it with all his might. However, surprisingly, although the stone grazed the edge of the alcohol balloon, it soared away into the distance, leaving the balloon unscathed. It was futile. If it were so simple to thwart my plans, all my efforts would be in vain. Even if you were to plunge into the depths of the ocean, my balloon would still confine you within its grasp. McGiddy wore an expression of assured victory as he looked down upon Li Wei. Alcohol is quite a delightful substance. Those inebriated are far easier to engage with than the sober. Li Wei was certainly not foolish enough to plunge into the sea. Suddenly, he recalled the principles of physics he had once studied. The density of alcohol is greater than that of air, causing it to descend. Thus, he immediately employed the moonwalk technique, soaring into the sky. I had anticipated you would resort to this tactic. You wish to leap into the ocean from above, do you? McGiddy teased, maneuvering the alcohol balloon with the cunning of a cat toying with a mouse, deftly guiding the massive balloon through the air. Li Wei still found himself unable to escape the fate of being engulfed within the balloon. Moreover, as his exertion intensified, he felt an increasing influx of alcohol filling his lungs, causing his mind to grow increasingly muddled. Chapter 84. The influence of the sea. The faster you move, the greater your chances of evading my alcoholic balloon. However, correspondingly, the more alcohol you inhale, the quicker your defeat. Floating in midair, McGiddy addressed Li Wei, pausing momentarily before adding, "How will you break this deadlock? Will you fight to the death or sit idly by, haha?" Of course, the choice would be to retaliate. Li Wei spoke clearly and succinctly before plunging into the sea. Observing this, McGiddy appeared momentarily bewildered, then chuckled. "I have always said that the alcohol balloon is unfazed by seawater." He continued to control the alcohol balloon, enveloping Li Wei tightly, leaving him no chance of escape. Meanwhile, Li Wei dove into the ocean, disappearing beneath the waves. Yet, McGiddy remained unfazed. He maneuvered the alcohol bubble to the edge of the balloon and took a deep breath. Exhaling towards the alcohol sphere, the already colossal alcohol balloon expanded once more, eventually engulfing the surrounding waters. McGiddy then ceased his actions, beginning his search for Li Wei's silhouette. After a brief moment, he finally spotted a head breaking the surface. "Ha ha ha, you are not a merman after all, Li Wei. This time, the alcohol balloon has grown even larger. Your escape will be increasingly difficult. You are bound to lose." "Not necessarily," Li Wei retorted, "for I have been waiting for this moment." Li Wei interrupted McGiddy, having regained considerable clarity due to the frigid seawater. McGiddy, evidently aware of this change, slowly responded. "Is coldness truly effective in dispelling dizziness? Does this method genuinely yield results?" As he spoke, he intensified the vaporization of alcohol, filling the entire balloon with its intoxicating fumes. McGiddy then added, "At this concentration, I dare say that even the most resilient drinker would struggle to withstand it. Moreover, thanks to your reflective damage capability, I am well aware that you are nearing your limit." "Haha. Limit? This is merely the beginning. Allow me to assist you," came the reply. Li Wei suddenly uttered a baffling remark, and then unleashed the range effect of his innate superhuman strength, forcefully lifting the surrounding seawater. A vast expanse of water rose abruptly, as if it were elegantly arranged upon a tray. Li Wei forcefully hurled the seawater towards McGiddy. This maneuver evidently drew inspiration from the capabilities of the Fishmen karate. However, McGiddy was already on guard. The alcohol bubble he occupied surged upwards suddenly. Although the volume of seawater hurled by Li Wei was substantial and its initial velocity swift, it ultimately failed to catch up with McGiddy. Furthermore, the ascent of the seawater gradually diminished, and soon it cascaded down like a waterfall, producing a crackling sound. The entire surface of the sea was transformed into tumultuous waves, surging and undulating. After narrowly evading this onslaught, McGiddy shouted downwards, "So this is your true intention, Li Wei. Well done, but alas, you have encountered me. I previously warned you that caution is the path to survival. How could I possibly fall for such a ruse?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he fell silent. A tremendous roar drowned out McGiddy's voice and nearly rendered him deaf. Immediately following, a dazzling flash of fire erupted across the sea's surface, accompanied by a formidable shockwave, sending McGiddy soaring through the air. Though bewildered by the unfolding events, he was acutely aware of his precarious position above the ocean. A fall would surely be fatal. Thus, he clung tightly to the alcohol bubbles below him. After considerable effort, McGiddy managed to stabilize himself. Upon looking down, he realized that the alcohol balloon he had just inflated had vanished, while traces of the alcohol scent lingered in the air. It was evidently insufficient to induce dizziness. McGiddy quickly deduced that the recent explosion had been triggered by his alcohol. However, he had meticulously controlled the alcohol's concentration, fearing an explosion that would allow Li Wei to escape. As he pondered this, McGiddy suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him. It seems you still do not understand how the explosion occurred, Li Wei. At the sound, McGiddy instinctively sought to flee. But to his dismay, he found himself unable to manipulate the alcohol bubbles, for Li Wei had already positioned himself atop them, pressing down firmly. In a contest of strength, McGiddy knew he was no match for Li Wei, and extricating himself from Li Wei's grasp proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, in light of the circumstances, McGiddy resolved to maintain his composure. I never imagined you would truly escape. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Could you enlighten me on how you achieved this? Of course. I am aware of your adeptness at controlling the alcohol's concentration. Thus, a direct detonation was out of the question. A cautious individual like you would never leave such an obvious flaw exposed. So why did it explode afterwards? McGiddy, that is simply because the concentration reached explosive levels. How does one increase concentration? By reducing the volume that the alcohol gas can occupy. Consider this. My disturbance of the seawater was not solely to knock you down. I see now. The seawater compressed the alcohol together, thereby increasing its concentration. I never anticipated that I had misjudged from the very beginning. No, it should be said that you cleverly concealed a contingency within the same tactic. Truly a brilliant strategy, Li Wei. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. Then join your son. Li Wei retorted. You are correct. It is indeed easier to interact with those who are intoxicated or unconscious than with the sober. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Wei struck McGiddy's neck with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. He then hoisted McGiddy onto his shoulder and, utilizing his moonwalk technique, returned to the shoreline, arranging the father and son neatly. After completing these tasks, he activated his system, employing his innate strength to search for those nearby. Yet, he found nothing. Levi sighed and murmured to himself, it seems that in order to rescue furs, I must pay a visit to the stronghold of McGiddy, and perhaps also spread the word about the gang and the Soul Work Agency. Resolute in his decision, he was about to depart when suddenly, he sensed something amiss and swiftly sidestepped. Whoosh! A dagger shot up from the ground, narrowly grazing Levi's face. An enemy was upon him, and a user of a devil fruit, no less. Li Wei immediately kicked the McGiddy father and son away, fully intent on confronting the hidden adversary. However, to his astonishment, as McGiddy touched the ground, his body suddenly slipped downwards, as if ensnared in a quagmire, and vanished. What kind of ability is this? How peculiar. With a swift stride, Li Wei rushed towards Johnson, who was still on the ground. However, he was regrettably too late. Johnson had already vanished into the shadows. Almost immediately, a burly man sprang forth from below, exclaiming with a thunderous voice, who would have thought that the formidable Li Wei, who strikes fear into our hearts, would appear so feeble and diminutive. Following the sound, Li Wei quickly recognized his adversary. It was none other than Tinnies, the leader of the Soul Work Society. Chapter 85, The Man's Takedown. I never imagined that you two sworn enemies would truly join forces. This is profoundly disappointing. Li Wei immediately understood. McGiddy had just mentioned this matter. Thus, he offered a slight mockery. However, Tinnies remained unfazed. All of this is merely to ensure your defeat. Yet, I did not anticipate that McGiddy would prove so vulnerable, being swiftly overpowered. In truth, his ability derived from the liquor fruit is quite formidable. I nearly found myself on the brink of defeat. Li Wei candidly reflected on the recent battle in his mind, acknowledging that without the unwavering protection of his skill, he would indeed have faced defeat. However, to Tinnies, Li Wei's heartfelt admission sounded more like mockery. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a disdainful snort and retorted. Enough of your meaningless chatter. Allow me to be your adversary. With that, he charged forward without hesitation. Levi was momentarily taken aback. Did this fellow truly remain oblivious to the fact that his defensive capabilities had a reflective effect? In that brief moment of distraction, Tinnies swiftly advanced, positioning himself behind Levi. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms tightly around Levi's waist, ensnaring both of Levi's hands in the process. Then, he extended his legs, bent at the waist, and with a powerful thrust, lifted Levi and slammed him to the ground. It was a beautifully executed shoulder throw. Yet despite the force of the impact, Levi felt neither pain nor discomfort. Just as he contemplated his escape, Tinnies denied him the opportunity. He once again seized Levi's waist, rose to his feet, and forcefully tossed him aside. After enduring several of these shoulder throws, Levi remained unscathed, though perplexed by Tinnies' intentions. Such wrestling techniques, while effective in restraining an opponent, possessed limited lethality. Consequently, the damage reflected from Levi's steel balloon was minimal. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. Within wrestling, there existed numerous holds capable of rendering an adversary immobile or even unconscious. With this thought in mind, Levi seized the moment, preparing to retaliate and free himself. He exerted force with both hands, attempting to break free from his bindings. However, he underestimated Tinnies' strength, The grip of his arms was as unyielding as steel, remaining steadfast regardless of Levi's struggles, firmly constricting his waist. What kind of power was this? It could rival that of the formidable Big Mom at the age of 25. Levi was taken aback. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only manage to make Tinny's hand quiver slightly. Haha, when it comes to a contest of strength, I am certainly not one to lose. However, Levi, your power has truly astonished me. I must retract my earlier assessment of MacGiddy. You are so formidable, and yet he has managed to endure beneath your grip for such an extended period. He must be considered quite a master. Even as the two engaged in their struggle, Tinny still possessed the energy to converse. Levi praised, you are indeed formidable. It is no wonder you have battled Katakuri for countless rounds. Tinny's, compared to your subordinates, you stand as a paragon of strength, a level above. I had misjudged your prowess. Alas, we must fight to the bitter end. For the sake of our fallen comrades, I must bring you to your demise. Many have sought my life, Tinny's, as you are well aware. Crick, Smuggy, Majid, even Akiji, and Wano all have attempted to extinguish my existence, yet they have all failed. You shall not be the exception. As they conversed, Levi swiftly bent at the waist, arching his back. His hands extended outward at the elbows, raising his arms to seize the exposed fingers of his opponent. If direct liberation was unattainable, then finesse was required. Prior to his arrival here, Levi had observed numerous wrestling matches and understood this as one of the methods to counter a waist-to-shoulder throw. However, Tinny's was not to be underestimated. He would not permit Levi to grasp his fingers without resistance. With renewed force, Tinny's executed another shoulder throw, lifting Levi and slamming him headfirst into the ground. You two comprehend wrestling, and in the midst of our dialogue, you sought to exploit the moment. I nearly fell for your ruse. It seems Majid was correct. To confront you, one must exercise utmost caution. Tinny's continued with a series of shoulder throws, leaving Levi unable to pry free from his grip. Nevertheless, Levi did not concede defeat. Empowered by the formidable strength and resilience bestowed upon him by the system, he might not escape directly, but he would not succumb to Tinny's throws either. The scenario that Li Wei was apprehensive about, wherein he might be ensnared by a python, leading to the shattering of his ribs and the inability to breathe, culminating in suffocation, did not come to pass. Aside from being embraced by a robust man, which was somewhat disconcerting, he found the rest to be tolerable. The prowess of the system was once again manifest in its entirety. It was evident that Tinny's also recognized this. He ceased to hurl Li Wei about, remarking, the rumors hold true. Your defense is indeed your greatest asset. Akin to Charlotte Lingling's iron balloon. This is the first time I've encountered someone capable of withstanding my throws. Yet, am I not in a similar position? Li Wei mused. Tinny's, you are the first individual I have encountered whose strength is comparable to my own. However, since your grappling techniques have proven ineffective against me, I presume it is time for you to employ some locking techniques. Levi directly articulated his conjecture, seizing the opportunity to grasp the fingers of his opponent, intending to pry them apart. However, Tinny's grip remained remarkably strong. He appeared to relish the contest of strength. With a chuckle, he exerted himself fully in response. The two men found themselves ensnared in a stalemate once more. For a moment, Levi was unable to escape Tinny's formidable embrace, yet suddenly, he recalled the pivotal tool that had turned the tide in his earlier battle with MacGiddy. Indeed, your strength is impressive, but I have discovered the means to counter it. Upon hearing this, Tinny's remained unfazed. After several rounds of competition with Levi, he assumed that if the lad possessed a solution, he would have employed it by now. Just as he was about to deliver a scornful remark, a sharp crack echoed, followed by an intense, searing pain radiating through his arm. How does it feel to be burned? Li Wei smirked slightly as he gazed down at the lighter he had just retrieved, its flame now scorching Tinny's arm. Is this your method of breaking through? Tinny's remarked, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his tone, yet the persistent burn was undeniably discomforting. Do not pretend that all is well. If it hurts, then simply let go. Li Wei offered his suggestions. Although he felt uncertain, he had no other choice. Ting Nic gritted his teeth and muttered, enough. Continuing this struggle is futile. Yet, you are truly despicable. This hurts immensely. With that, he released his grip with both hands. Li Weigang sought to depart, yet Tinny's abruptly seized his ankle, forcefully hurling him into the vast ocean. Chapter 86, The Herculean Crosslock. Observing Li Wei, akin to a missile launched into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight, Tinny smirked and suddenly declared, Sharps, do come forth. In an instant, from the shadow before him emerged a tall, slender man with flowing black hair, clad entirely in dark garments. His visage bore a countenance of gloom, and he spoke in a sinister tone. President Tinny's, congratulations on swiftly vanquishing that Li Wei. Sharps, do not underestimate Li Wei. That lad is not easily dispatched. His strength is not inferior to mine. Surely not? President Tinny's, you are the mighty wielder of the strength fruit. There is no one in this world stronger than you. Yet the evidence lies before us. However, I have discerned Li Wei's weakness, although he possesses remarkable strength and a modicum of wrestling knowledge. He lacks true mastery in the art. Thus, I can subdue him with grappling techniques. Sharps, I require your assistance. Of course, command me as you wish. What must I do? Naturally, a surprise attack is in order. Sharps, as I mentioned, in terms of strength, I am on par with Li Wei. Engaging him directly would make it challenging to secure him. Your shadow fruit ability is ideally suited for ambush. I comprehend. Please, retreat into my shadow realm, President Tinnies. As he spoke, Sharps waved his hand, causing his shadow to writhe and deepen into a velvety darkness, as if animated, crawling towards Tinnies. The latter slowly descended, disappearing from view. Sharps gazed out at the ocean, murmuring to himself, now, it falls upon me to keep watch over you. Several kilometers away, upon the ocean's surface, Levi surfaced, taking several deep breaths, inwardly cursing, damn that Tinnies for casting me so far away. With renewed determination, he leaped, employing the moonwalk technique to suspend himself in midair. Gazing at the faint outline of the coastline, he felt no urgency to return. For without discovering a means to defeat Tinnies, his return would be futile. Thus, Levi stroked his chin, embarking on a mental review of the recent battle, hoping to glean some insights. According to intelligence reports, Tinnies was presumed to be a user of a devil fruit. Yet he had not displayed any corresponding abilities during their confrontation. Instead, he relied solely on his innate strength. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Levi as he recalled Tinnies' persistent emphasis on a singular concept, power. If memory served him right, Tinnies took great pride in his own might. And indeed, he possessed the merit to be proud. His strength was astonishing. As these thoughts coalesced in his mind, an image of a particular devil fruit, the strength fruit, surfaced. Coincidentally, this fruit eventually fell into the hands of the Blackbeard pirates, with the notorious Captain Shirita being its user. Reflecting on the original narrative, Levi involuntarily parted his lips in surprise, furrowing his brow. Magadi is a user of the sake fruit, and coupled with Tinnies' strength fruit. Could it be that both would ultimately be hunted by the Blackbeard pirates for their powers? However, he chose not to delve deeper into this concern. For a more pressing matter loomed before him, how to vanquish Tinnies and rescue force. Yet, despite having discerned the enemy's fruit ability, Levi pondered long and hard about countering such a straightforward and brute force ability as the strength fruit, but he still could not devise a strategy. Reluctantly, he decided to return. Soaring back to the shoreline, Levi cast another glance at the remnants of the small wooden cabin not far off. He knew he had not strayed from his destination. However, despite searching left and right, Tinnies' figure was nowhere to be found. Had he truly departed just like that? Li Wei immediately refuted this speculation, for during the recent skirmish, Tinnies had seemingly held the upper hand, leaving no reason for him to flee. Soon after, Li Wei recalled the peculiar ability user who had rescued McGiddy. It appeared that Tinnies was hiding, biding his time for a chance to launch a surprise attack. Indeed, the adversary intended to employ a binding technique against him. Li Wei silently criticized the ant's physique once more, while her physical strength was formidable. Her significant weakness lay in her lack of control. Once ensnared by a technique, escape would be utterly impossible. Li Wei stood by the seaside, vigilant against any potential assault from Tinnies while simultaneously pondering strategies to counter the threat. Suddenly, a wave surged forward, soaking his ankles. Li Wei suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Indeed, this is the seaside, and the ocean is the greatest nemesis of those endowed with abilities. Moreover, as dusk approaches, a particular natural phenomenon is on the verge of occurring, making it the most opportune moment to vanquish the empowered. Li Wei smiled faintly. Having already conceived a strategy to overcome Tinnies, he took a few steps forward, denying the waves the opportunity to caress him. Simultaneously, Li Wei deliberately feigned a vulnerability, as if he had heard something, turning his gaze back. As he had anticipated, a burly figure suddenly sprang from the shadow ahead. It was Tinnies. In an instant, he lunged at Li Wei, seizing one of his arms with hands like iron clamps, firmly pinning it between his own legs and drawing it close to his body, then exerting a sudden, forceful pressure. Following this assault, Li Wei felt an immense strain on his elbow, as if a mountain were bearing down upon him, rendering him breathless. Tinnies, sensing his advantage, laughed boastfully. You knew I would ambush you yet dared to lose your focus. Prepare to be choked unconscious in my crosshold. Let us see who will succumb first. Li Wei refrained from unnecessary chatter. His immediate task was to hold his ground against Tinnies. With a clear mind, he awaited the tide's rise. Once the waters surged, victory would undoubtedly belong to him. Li Wei's strategy was audibly ambitious, yet the process proved to be excruciatingly arduous. Tinnies' crosslock wielded formidable power against him, compelling him to exert every ounce of strength to prevent his arm from dislocating. Thus, the two engaged in an intense standoff, with time inexorably slipping away. During this interval, Tinnies frequently expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "What astonishing strength! I almost feel as though my fruit of strength has been consumed in vain." Li Wei remained silent, his face flushed, focusing solely on resisting the pressure, while silently urging time to hasten its passage. Thus, he endured the most excruciating half-hour until the sea finally began to rise. This was dreadful. Tinnies also sensed the unease and wished to withdraw his hand. Levi, of course, would not grant him an opportunity. Instead, he clutched tightly to Tinnies' legs, denying him the chance to rise. Ultimately, the sea engulfed Tinnies' body, rendering him as limp as a deflated balloon upon the ground. Seizing the moment when the enemy loosened his grip due to the encroaching waters, Levi kicked Teenies into the depths of the ocean. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his nearly torn arm and shouted, "Come forth, you who lurk in the shadows, or I shall take the life of your leader without hesitation." Chapter 87. The terror of the shadow fruit. As he called out, Levi was certainly not about to allow Teenies to drift into the sea. He was equally concerned that the foe hiding in the shadows might attempt to rescue the hostage once more. Hence, with a swift motion, he approached Teenies, grasping his head to ensure it remained above the surface. Simultaneously, Levi pressed down on Teenies' body, submerging him in the water, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. "I will count to 3. If you do not emerge by then, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Leeway was about to commence the countdown when he noticed a figure emerging from the shadows on the nearby beach. A person with long black hair suddenly leaped into view, clutching a young man in a suspenders work outfit, who appeared to be unconscious. As soon as he emerged, the long-haired man wrapped his right arm around the neck of the other individual, shielding him protectively in front of himself. Levi immediately recognized the other individual. It was none other than the elusive force he had been desperately searching for. However, upon first laying eyes on his target, Levi instinctively furrowed his brow. Though he quickly regained his composure, his expression returning to normal. The long-haired man, holding Force hostage, menacingly remarked, "Levi, I trust you would not wish for this conduit fruit user to meet their demise? Since neither of us desires our comrades to perish, why not consider a prisoner exchange?" Leeway promptly offered his suggestion, yet when his counterpart remained unresponsive, he merely gestured towards his own mouth and remarked, "You need to speak up. I am aware of your vocal prowess." It became apparent that the individual was wearing earplugs, a precautionary measure to guard against the peculiar sonic assaults. Leeway suddenly realized and raised his voice, "Let us exchange 1 for 1, a swap of hostages." As he spoke, he gestured towards Teenies beside him and then towards Foles across the way. The long-haired man opposite understood the proposal and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us count to 3 and simultaneously relinquish our respective hostages." However, he paused, realizing that such a method may not be feasible. Levi, with a vigorous wave of his hand, emphatically dismissed the proposal. He then shouted, "Your fruit ability is too peculiar. I fear you may resort to trickery." After a brief pause, he added, "Let us exchange hostages. That would be a fairer arrangement." "No problem. You may ascend first, Levi." "Very well. But do not attempt any deceit. The fate of Teenies rests in your hands." Leeway swiftly responded, and then, with a precise strike of his palm, he delivered a blow to Teenies' neck, rendering him unconscious. It seems that those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit truly harbor a profound fear of the sea. Leeway meticulously examined Teenies and confirmed that he had indeed fainted. A thought occurred to him. It was undoubtedly the work of the seawater. With the most significant threat now eliminated, he surmised that the long-haired man opposite him was likely not skilled in combat. Otherwise, he would have allied with Teenies to confront him together long ago. Leeway swiftly made a judgment and then grasped Teenies, leading him back to the sandy shore. It must be noted that the long-haired man was quite cautious. He slowly retreated, maintaining a distance of 10 meters from Leeway. "Hey, if you don't allow me to get closer, we won't be able to exchange the hostage," Leeway remarked with irritation upon witnessing the situation. Only then did the long-haired man cease his movement, permitting Leeway to support Teenies as they approached one another, now merely 2 or 3 meters apart. Suddenly, the long-haired man smirked and said, "You've fallen for my trick, Leeway, shadow space." Upon hearing this, Leeway reacted swiftly, immediately gripping Teenies and attempting to retreat. However, he was a beat too late. Vast, pitch-black shadows surged forth from the ground, as if they had come to life, swirling incessantly. Leeway felt his body sinking. He tried to employ the moon step technique, yet he could not halt his descent. TSK, Leeway, having fallen into my shadow space in the dark of night. You shan't escape." Hearing this ominous voice, Leeway hastily hurled Teenies towards him. The long-haired man, taken aback by the unexpected use of the hostage as a projectile, failed to dodge in time and was struck directly. Leeway seized the opportunity and lunged forward once more, intent on capturing the long-haired man. However, the long-haired man was equally swift in his response. Mirroring Leeway's actions, he thrust the fours in his hand forward as a shield, while he embraced Teenies, seeking to escape into the shadows. Leeway flung aside furs, allowing the latter to plunge into the shadows. His objective was crystal clear, to capture the long-haired man. Regrettably, the opponent moved with remarkable swiftness, engulfed by the darkness and vanishing without a trace. Leeway heard a voice echoing, "Haha, Leeway, although you are formidable, having consecutively defeated President Teenies and McGiddy, you have failed to rescue the user of the pipe fruit ability, despite his unwavering trust in you. Silence yourself. Do not think I am oblivious to the fact that what you were holding moments ago was not a living being." Leeway immediately interrupted the other person's words. Had he not sensed something amiss, he would never have abandoned his friend. However, just moments ago, he had utilized his innate strength to scan the vicinity and discovered that only he, Teenies, and the long-haired man were present. Originally, Leeway intended to play along, seeking a way to approach the long-haired man and vanquish him up close, compelling him to release force. Nevertheless, Li Wei had underestimated the adversary's fruitability. He had not anticipated that the enemy could utilize the cover of night to conjure shadows within a radius of several dozen meters. Moreover, these shadows possessed a subtle allure, reminiscent of Blackbeard Teach's dark fruit. As he gazed at the swirling shadows, Li Wei hesitated, contemplating whether to leap into the fray to rescue his companion. Just then, a surprised voice emerged from the shadows. You can actually see through this? This is a doll crafted from the shadow of a fruit user. Created using the shadow fruit ability. How could you possibly discern it? A user of the shadow fruit indeed. Although Li Wei was aware of the other person's fruit abilities, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction upon reflecting on the recent events. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope and began to contemplate strategies with a calm mind. Suddenly, it seemed as though Li Wei had made another discovery. He smiled and replied, "Of course, don't you want to know how I found out?" "Oh, do tell," came the response. "My shadow puppet, aside from being unable to move, is truly capable of deceiving the senses. It's quite simple, really. You are a fool. And I am a genius. If a genius cannot see through the tricks of a fool, then how can they be deemed a genius? Never mind that. I have already achieved my goal. If you wish to save someone, seek me out at our branch on Cocoa Island." As soon as those words left his lips, the shadows began to dissipate slowly. Li Wei gazed at the ground, now restored to its normal state, yet his heart was no longer anxious, for he understood that Foles could rescue himself. Chapter 88. Krija and Akiji joined forces at the Caramel CAF on Cocoa Island. Krija, with his violet hair, initiated the conversation. "What are your thoughts on my proposal? I have no objections to eliminating the McGiddy crew, but I cannot agree to the same fate for the Soulwork Society." Smuggy echoed his sentiments. "Krija, I understand your desire to assist Li Wei in gratitude for his help. After all, he has freed Brin from the clutches of the Blackbeard pirates. However, you are aware that the Soulwork Society operates under our banner. If we strike against them, it would tarnish the reputation of our Big Mom pirates." The ghostly figure of Madame Armand clearly disapproved of Krija's proposition. Anticipating this, Krija paused momentarily before continuing. "But what if Tinny's allies with McGiddy? Wouldn't that provide us with justification to eliminate them?" "What did you say?" Smuggy and Armand inquired in unison. Krija nodded. "Ever since I discovered that McGiddy's ambition encompasses the entire world, I dispatched agents to investigate him. Just yesterday, my subordinate reported his collaboration with Tinny's. If it were not so, why would I wish to confront Tinny's? Is your intelligence reliable?" Armand asked, while Smuggy added, "Tinny's and McGiddy are sworn enemies. If I remember correctly, one of McGiddy's 3 guardians, O'Neill, fell to Tinny's. My intelligence should be sound. I suspect they have united solely to oppose Li Wei. Think about it. How many forces remain with Tinny's and McGiddy?" Krija reasoned, tapping his sword. Upon hearing this, Smuggy and Armand exchanged glances, revealing their hesitation. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the CAF entrance. "I can attest that Tinny's and McGiddy have indeed allied, as they have both become mere figureheads." "Who is it? Where are you?" Krija and the others, startled, sensed the formidable strength of the approaching adversary. The presence of several Hamid's guards nearby heightened their concern. This individual could enter unnoticed, indicating a powerful foe. They searched in vain for the source of the voice, but found nothing. Krija was the first to react. "An enemy capable of invisibility? Are you one of McGiddy's crew? The one with the chameleon fruit ability? Your intelligence is commendable, Krija. But you are mistaken. I am no longer part of McGiddy's faction." As she spoke, a red-haired woman with a clear demeanor emerged, revealing herself to be Christina. Leaning against the wall with a faint smile, she surveyed the 3 formidable figures without fear. Seeing her presence, Krija wasted no time and asked directly, "State your purpose for being here." "I am here to collaborate with you. A friend of mine has gone missing, and I suspect he has been captured by McGiddy." Christina stated her intent plainly, subsequently recounting how she orchestrated a scheme to pit Tinny's and McGiddy against each other. By the end of her explanation, Krija and the 2 sisters were somewhat taken aback. Finally, Armand regarded Christina with a knowing look. "Have you genuinely left the Navy?" "I have heard much about how the Navy employs such tactics to infiltrate various pirate crews. Indeed, I left the Navy because I refused to serve the Celestial Dragons. However, that is inconsequential. We share a common enemy, providing a basis for cooperation. The foundation for cooperation lies in equal strength." "And you are still too weak to ally with the Big Mom pirates," Smuggy interjected dismissively. At that moment, a languid voice floated in from outside. "Christina, why don't you also mention our relationship?" As the words fell, 2 figures entered through the door. One wore round sunglasses and sported black, curly hair. The other donned a peculiar black hat and carried a long rifle. It was none other than Akiji and Van Ogre. "Are you here to capture Brin?" Krija immediately unsheathed his sword, ready for battle. However, Akiji waved his hand. "Didn't I tell you? Thanks to Li Wei's assistance, we no longer need to take Miss Brin." After clarifying this point, he gestured towards Christina and continued, "She is my friend, and we now wish to confront McGiddy and Tinny's together. What do you say? Let us join forces, Big Mom pirates. Your pursuit of McGiddy and the Soulwork Society is also due to Li Wei." "Krija, you have misunderstood. Our aim is not the Soulwork Society. We merely intend to capture McGiddy and Tinnies. Their fates are sealed. No one can defy destiny. Wouldn't you agree? Van Ogre began to speak cryptically. Upon hearing this, Kreja and the two sisters quickly realized the Blackbeard pirates intended to hunt the powers of these two individuals. Akiji then offered his conjecture. We just searched for Tinnies' stronghold here, but found no trace of him. Perhaps you might possess some leads? Kreja and the others hesitated to respond. During the ensuing silence, Christina finally seized the opportunity to speak. We should act swiftly. Otherwise, I fear these two villains may escape. With Akiji's backing, she revealed the details of Foal's canal fruit ability. She concluded, time is of the essence. Though our goals may differ, our targets align. So let us not waste any more time. Upon hearing this, both Akiji and Kreja pondered briefly before reaching a consensus for cooperation. Van Ogre chimed in. This is also a matter of fate. Let us put fate aside for now. If I am not mistaken, Tinnies is currently hiding in the shadow realm of Sharps. I know of an entrance to that space. Kreja interrupted Van Ogre, seizing the opportunity to advance without allowing for a rebuttal, swiftly departing the CAF. Akiji and the others followed closely behind. Upon exiting, however, they found the previously stationed Hamit's guards sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Kreja and Smuggy fixed Akiji and Van Ogre with fierce glares. But Akiji merely raised his hands in mock innocence. Ultimately, Kreja relented and continued leading the way forward. Chapter 89. The Hunt for Devil Fruit Users Utilizing the Moonwalk Technique. Li Wei swiftly returned to the street from the shore. Drawing upon his memories, he hurried towards the Cocoa Island branch of the Soul Work Society. Yet, along the way, he was suddenly startled by a resounding commotion, a sound of battle. Li Wei suddenly halted his steps, contemplating inwardly. During his battle with the Shadow Fruit user, he had sensed the presence of foals in the depths of the shadow below, thanks to his innate extraordinary strength. Thus, he decisively chose to share his power, utilizing the ability to bestow strength upon others, dividing his own might in half for foals. It stands to reason that foals must have extricated himself from peril and engaged in combat with the Shadow Fruit user. However, Li Wei soon discerned an anomaly. Given the strength of the Shadow Fruit user, their confrontation with foals should not have generated such a commotion. Could there be other adversaries at play? Li Wei gazed at the area enveloped in thick, swirling smoke, and without hesitation, he rushed towards it with utmost speed. Upon arrival, he beheld several structures that had already collapsed, accompanied by the sounds of lamentation echoing around him. My home, reduced to rubble. Why are you all fighting here? Cried one. I borrowed a considerable sum to build this place, and now it's all gone. As he contemplated offering some words of comfort, a voice from above interjected with a mocking tone. Haha. Fours, you believe you are acting in their interest. Yet it seems these people are not on your side. McGiddy, don't you find this peculiar? When did the abilities of these pipe manipulators become so formidable? Questioned President Tinnies. There is indeed something amiss. I am well aware of Four's capabilities. He is not as powerful as he appears. Following the sound, Li Wei spotted two burly men standing amidst the ruins. Opposite them stood Fours, bloodied and disheveled, clutching an unconscious individual, none other than the Shadow Fruit user with long black hair. Surrounding the trio, a gathering of onlookers huddled in clusters, eagerly observing the unfolding drama, whispering among themselves. Isn't that McGiddy? I heard he's sworn enemies with the Soul Work Association. How did they end up fighting side by side? Shh, keep your voice down. Are you not afraid for your life, speaking ill of them behind their backs? What is there to fear? Can't you see? With McGiddy and Tinnies here, it indicates that Li Wei has indeed cornered them. Why do you say that? Think about it. If they weren't forced into a corner, would they personally intervene? If I were the owner of that house, I would be laughing rather than weeping. The speaker noticed the puzzled expressions of those nearby and elaborated. Because if Li Wei defeats McGiddy and the others, those indebted will no longer have to repay their loans. Ah, I see. I know the owner of that house. I shall convey this splendid news to him. One individual immediately dashed off with a smile. Hearing these rumors, Li Wei furrowed his brow, intending to speak, but was interrupted by McGiddy's voice. Firestorm Barrage? Upon uttering the name of his attack, McGiddy unleashed a torrent of flames aimed directly at Four's face. Another one of those? Fours reacted swiftly, raising his hands to conjure a wall that thwarted the fiery assault. However, just as he lowered the barrier, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face, sending him reeling. Aha, your strength may be formidable, but your combat skills are lacking. How could you possibly stand against us? With a triumphant air, Tinnies proclaimed, having rescued Shaps. You think you can take on two major organizations all by yourself? How naive. Not necessarily, Tinnies. Fours is not alone in this fight. The voice belonged to Li Wei, who raised McGiddy in a similar tone. Upon witnessing this, Tinnies' expression shifted dramatically. You. When did you arrive? Meanwhile, Fours joyfully exclaimed, Li Wei, you have finally come. Splendid. I just got here too, Fours. You have done well. You have not let me down. Now, leave the rest to me. Li Wei smiled, genuinely praising him before retracting the power he had lent. He then turned to Tinnies with a sneer. You two from the major organizations are quite shameless, teaming up against a mere youth. How outrageous. Humph. Li Wei, had it not been for the seawater, I would not have lost to you. Enough of your idle chatter. Let us battle. But in your current state, how could you possibly be my opponent? Li Wei cast a glance at the panting tinnies, already dismissing him with indifference. At that moment, Folzer seized the opportunity to interject, indeed. Let you savor the taste of being besieged. As he spoke, he attempted to lift the wall, yet it remained utterly immovable. With a hint of bewilderment, he remarked, "What is happening here? Do not speak. I have already stated that it is now in my hands." Li Wei found himself in a state of bemusement, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. Seizing the opportunity while Tinnies was engrossed in Foals, he let out a furious roar. Instantly, he observed Tinnies' body begin to sway unsteadily. This was precisely the effect of Li Wei's peculiar sound attack. The upgraded version of this technique allowed for concentrated force and pinpoint strikes. Thus, even a master like Tinnies could not escape the impending dizziness. Li Wei seized the opportunity and swiftly executed a strike, arriving beside his opponent with a speed that was almost imperceptible. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Tinnies crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Li Wei raised his fists, raining blow after blow upon Tinnies' face. As the disorientation subsided, Tinnies found himself besieged by a relentless barrage of punches, forcing him to shield his head with his hands as he exclaimed, "You are at it again with your sneak attacks." Li Wei disregarded his agonized cries and continued to strike fiercely. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers displayed expressions of fear. Exchanging glances, their mouths slightly agape, yet remaining silent. Rest assured, Li Wei is a gentle soul. It is only when confronting villains that he appears so fearsome. A red-haired beauty approached, soon recognized by some. She was one of Majidai's people. Following her, the crowd then spotted the formidable figures accompanying her, the three generals of the Big Mom Pirates, Lord Cracker and Lord Smoothie, along with former Marine Admiral Akiji and Sniper Van Auger. How had this assembly come to be here? However, the group did not respond to the spectators' murmurs. Christina, relieved to see Fours unharmed, called out with enthusiasm, "It's wonderful that you're all right." Christina, you've come too. And how is it that so many powerful individuals are with the Big Mom Pirates?" Upon a brief moment of surprise, Fours regarded Cracker and the others with a hint of wariness. Christina pointed at Li Wei, stating, "We have all come for them. Did you hear that? It's Li Wei. They are here for him." "Not necessarily," another voice chimed in. "Li Wei has become a renowned figure across the nations. They might be here to offer assistance." Amidst the speculation, Li Wei finally managed to knock Tinnies unconscious, leaving the president with a battered visage, unrecognizable from the beating he had received. After concluding his assault, Li Wei immediately turned his gaze towards Akiji, disregarding Christina and Cracker. He spoke first. "If I am not mistaken, you seek the fruit abilities of Magidi and Tinnies, correct?" "Oh, young Li Wei, your intelligence is truly remarkable. We have just received Captain Teach's orders, and yet you are already aware?" Akiji's eyes widened in surprise, though he did not conceal it further. Beside him, Van Auger, Cracker, Smoothie, and others also exhibited expressions of astonishment, not anticipating that Li Wei would make such a deduction. As for the other onlookers, although they were vaguely aware of the Blackbeard pirates hunting for ability users, they could not immediately connect the dots. They merely observed the experts, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Casting another deep look at Li Wei, who maintained an air of nonchalance, Li Wei surveyed the crowd, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with their reactions. He then spoke in an enigmatic manner. "Intelligence is a weapon. I am well aware of Blackbeard's intentions. And I also know to whom he wishes to bestow these two fruits." At this juncture, Li Wei cast a glance at the unconscious Teenies and McGiddy. To be candid, he held little regard for their lives. On the contrary, he would gladly trade their existence for something of value. This was precisely why he had unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches against Teenies. He aimed to swiftly incapacitate the two, for only by having them in his grasp could he negotiate terms with the Blackbeard pirates. Moreover, during these deliberations, Li Wei sought to ignite the fighting spirit of the people of Weno. Only in this manner could he leverage this situation as a bargaining chip to discuss matters of governance with the Big Mom Pirates. With his resolve solidified, Li Wei declared his answer: "The Gura Gura no Mi will be given to Helmsman Jai's Bages, while the Sake no Mi will ultimately be consumed by the colossal Bask Chode." Upon hearing this, Wang Oga could no longer contain his excitement. What an extraordinary young man indeed. "It appears that my greatest gain from coming to Weno is not these two devil fruits. But you, Li Wei, your destiny is to join us, and I must ensure that you return to the hive with me." Akiji then regarded Li Wei with a penetrating gaze before responding. "Whether Li Wei will join us remains uncertain. Yet I am unequivocal that he will barter these two devil fruits for something of significance." He then raised his voice. "Speak, Li Wei, what is it that you desire?" "Truly, as a Marine Admiral, nothing escapes your notice. My demands are quite simple. I require a substantial sum of money to aid in the development of Weno." Li Wei candidly presented his conditions, leaving everyone present momentarily speechless. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. Chapter 90. The Deal with the Blackbeard Pirates. What? Li Wei desires money? Given his current prowess, acquiring wealth should be a trivial matter for him. Indeed, if he were to join the Blackbeard Pirates, wouldn't he be able to amass as much wealth as he wished? Not only that, I have also heard that the Big Mom Pirates are vying for his allegiance. With the attention of these two Emperor-level pirate crews, Li Wei should be in no shortage of riches. After a brief pause, the onlookers erupted into fervent discussions, their voices rising and falling like a cacophony of irritating flies. Wang Oga raised his spear, signaling for silence. With a resounding bang, the crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Though their confusion remained, they lacked the courage to speak further. Observing the scene, Li Wei smiled and remarked, "You formidable individuals ought to heed the voices of the masses. Though they may be insignificant, their collective strength is formidable. Enough with the diversion, Li Wei. What is it that you truly seek?" Wang Oga, evidently suspicious of Li Wei's intentions, lowered his spear and began to speculate. "Do you aspire to rule over the nations? If that is the case, we could assist you." He cast a glance at Krija and the others before fixing his gaze back on Li Wei. "If you join the Blackbeard pirates, the nation shall be a gift from us. Humph, do not underestimate the Big Mom pirates." At this provocation, Krija and Smooji could no longer contain themselves, interrupting Wang Oga and assuming combat stances. Krija even summoned several cookie soldiers. As the situation began to escalate, Li Wei quickly interjected, "Wait, I merely wish for the people of the nations to lead better lives. I have no intention of conquering them. Please, calm yourselves." Upon hearing this, Wang Oga grew increasingly perplexed. Krija and the others exchanged glances and collectively sighed in relief, fully aware that, in the presence of Akiji and Wang Oga, numbers held little significance. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the homies on the island had lost their mobility and reverted to their original forms. These homies represented a significant force for the nations. Although Krija and the others were still unaware of the cause, it was clear that something unfavorable had transpired. In such circumstances, opposing the Blackbeard pirates and Li Wei would indeed be an unwise course of action. As Krija's thoughts swirled, Li Wei continued, "What I desire is straightforward, 400 million berries and 2 devil fruits. Is this request unreasonable? Do you truly only seek money? It appears your past experiences before gaining strength have profoundly impacted you," Akiji remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. Though Wang Oga still bore an expression of disbelief, he nodded in agreement with his companion's perspective. "I see now. As long as you become one of us. 400 million berries is a mere trifle. 40 billion berries would pose no issue whatsoever." Upon hearing their exchange, the onlookers shared knowing glances, and those familiar with Li Wei's exploits wore peculiar smiles. "You've misunderstood. I do indeed desire money, but it is for the owner of this house. Thanks to Tamajidi and Teenies, numerous houses in this vicinity have been destroyed. Though they are no longer present, the obligations for compensation remain." Li Wei discerned the thoughts of those around him and promptly offered an explanation, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding the actions of the original owner. His words alleviated the doubts of the crowd, for Li Wei had now become a formidable individual. In particular, the homeowner exclaimed in astonishment, "How wonderful! My house can be repaired." "Indeed, Li Wei, thank you." As several homeowners expressed their gratitude, Qingji nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "What a reasonable young man you are, Li Wei. My admiration for you continues to grow. Wealth, much like fate, operates according to its own logic. I can provide you with these 400 million berries. You may handle them as you wish. Now, please hand over these 2 individuals to me," Wang Oga added, stepping toward Li Wei. However, Fol seemed to recall something and interjected, "Wait a moment. If I am not mistaken, the majority of this property also belongs to McGiddy, who has been defeated." "You are correct, Foles," Li Wei affirmed. "McGiddy has been vanquished, thus these assets now belong to you. You shall succeed him as the leader of the subordinate organization of the Big Mom pirates, and together lead the people of the nations toward a brighter future." Li Wei dropped a bombshell, his words leaving Fu-ers momentarily stunned. The onlookers initially felt a sense of joy, as it seemed the debts they owed could be absolved. However, as they gradually grasped the situation, disappointment washed over their faces. It was evident that they had merely exchanged one leader for another. Li Wei surveyed the group before addressing Kelly Jia, stating, "My 400 million berries shall serve as the initial capital for our new organization, and I sincerely hope for your support." He continued, "If this new entity can operate similarly to the Soul Work Society, I have no objections. I believe Katakuri would also concur." Kelly Jia, representing Foles, clarified that Foles stands in for Majidi and Tinnies. "The Majidi faction is not under your command," he asserted. "Thus, while Foles' organization may not be on equal footing with yours, it certainly shall not be considered subordinate." Levi interrupted Creel's words, gently patting Fools on the shoulder. "This fellow is quite formidable. He has endured under the hands of McGiddy and Tinnies for quite some time. If you doubt this, you may inquire with the others present." Creel cast a skeptical glance at Fools, his expression one of disbelief. However, Wang Oga interjected, "If it is Levi's intention, I sincerely hope you all give it due consideration. For we stand with him. You should refrain from intervening, Wang Oga. This is a matter for our nations. You wouldn't truly wish to provoke a conflict between the 2 emperors, would you?" Li Wei waved his hand and steered the conversation back, saying, "Force. It is now your turn to showcase your prowess. Besides you, I believe Christina should also demonstrate her abilities." "Well then, what should I do?" Naturally, you must exhibit your strength. Go and shatter those objects. Li Wei gestured towards the biscuit soldier behind Kelly, indicating for Foles to step forward. Kelly furrowed his brow slightly, but did not object. He doubted that this somewhat timid young man could accomplish such a task. What Li Wei desired was precisely this outcome. He then proposed a wager. Gambling is my greatest passion. If Fours can achieve this, I shall acknowledge your new organization, Smuggy. Do not blink at this moment. We indeed require assistance. Kelly immediately acquiesced. Li Wei chuckled heartily. Foles, do not worry. You are exceptionally strong, as you must have sensed. While speaking, he unleashed the effect of his innate strength, bestowing his power upon Foles. Foles' expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. He replied, Ah, indeed, now I understand. With resolute steps, he advanced towards the cookie soldier. Akiji and Van Oga exchanged glances, both comprehending the meaning reflected in each other's eyes. Foles had suddenly become significantly stronger. Is this another manifestation of Li Wei's ability? How intriguing. Van Oga nodded. This is an ability that stands in stark contrast to Captain Teach's. He must harbor great interest in Li Wei. Alas, it seems Li Wei holds little interest in us. Perhaps it is simply the hand of fate. Akiji timely doused the conversation with cold reality, leaving Van Oga momentarily speechless, prompting him to concede. Let us observe the outcome of this gamble. Subsequently, both men, like all others present, refocused their attention on Foles. As Foles strode past Krija, his fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. He then bellowed, Prepare to experience my might. With that declaration, he summoned all his strength and struck the cookie soldier with a powerful punch. Bang! Foles' fist pierced through the cookie soldier's body, and he followed up with several more blows, utterly shattering the soldier. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Initially, he had harbored concerns that his own fraction of power might not suffice to breach the cookie soldier's defenses. After all, it took Luffy entering Gear 4th to defeat a cookie soldier. However, upon observing Van Oga dispatching a cookie soldier with a single shot, Li Wei realized that this pirate world resembled the animated version. Krija's cookie soldiers had been significantly weakened. Thus, he had encouraged Foles to take action, establishing his prowess. I did it. I truly did it. Foles' jubilant exclamation pulled Li Wei from his reverie, and he replied with a smile, From now on, you must continue to strengthen your training. Only by becoming more formidable can you genuinely protect everyone. I understand, Li Wei. Thank you. We need not be so formal with each other. Li Wei waved his hand, and then turned to Kalia, saying, In this wager, I have emerged victorious. Indeed, our anti-pirate crew accepts defeat. Li Wei, we acknowledge your establishment of a new organization, Kalia replied readily. Levi nodded and said then, Let us name the new organization the Citizen Service Corps. Fools, you and Christina must lead this organization diligently, working together with everyone to achieve the beautiful life we aspire to. Absolutely, both Fools and Christina replied in unison. They exchanged glances with the crowd present, and Christina spoke with pride, From now on, we shall strive together. Indeed, our organization's motto is My fate is determined by me, not by others. No one, regardless of who they are, can compel us to undertake actions we do not desire, Fools added with enthusiasm. However, the crowd exchanged glances, their faces revealing only indifference. Akiji shook his head slightly. Do you truly believe it is simple to uplift the spirits of the people? Moreover, that slogan sounds rather confrontational to me. Wangoga. It seems they adhere to the belief that destiny is in one's own hands. Silence. I have no interest in such childish play, Akiji retorted. Is that so? Yet your expression suggests otherwise. Akiji, we should escort the two ability users back now. After speaking, Wangoga approached Levi and got straight to the point. Your business is concluded, I presume? Then it is time for me to take these two away. Payment upon delivery. Without payment, how could I possibly hand them over to you? Li Wei decisively declined. Chapter 91, The Duel with Akiji. Wangoga, unfazed, proposed Li Wei. Since I am conducting business with you, I have no intention of deceiving you. How about this? You accompany us, escort these two individuals to Hive Island, and at that moment, we can exchange payment for goods simultaneously. He gestured towards Foles, adding, with his ability to utilize the pipe fruit, you will swiftly secure your payment. I can even offer an additional 1 billion berries as a reward for your efforts. Surely, you could use the money at this juncture? His words stirred Foles' eagerness. However, Li Wei shook his head, replying, Do not presume I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Once I set foot on Hive Island, there will be no escape for me. You intend to coerce me into joining the Blackbeard Pirates, do you not? Wangoga, I am no fool. Rest assured, the Blackbeard Pirates never force anyone to join. Moreover, given your current strength, no one could compel you, could they? Li Wei, you surely possess at least that much confidence, do you not? I still reject your proposal. You are a band of nefarious, untrustworthy pirates, and I will not be deceived by you, Wangoga. Hey, Li Wei, I am still present. Do not tarnish our pirate crew's reputation. Akiji interjected, addressing his companion. Wangoga, I understand your desire for this lad to join us, but cannot you see? He harbors disdain for pirates, and thus his assessment of us is less than favorable. Cease your attempts to win him over. We ought to resolve this matter in true pirate fashion. Akiji, I shall handle this. Wang Oga retorted, do you not believe in fate? For you, if something is destined, it cannot be altered. Yet I adhere to the principle of strength. I speak through power, which is precisely why I joined the Blackbeard pirates. For Captain Teach also reveres strength. Akiji sharply interrupted Wang Oga, cracking his knuckles with an audible pop, and addressed Li Wei, your strength is formidable. But you are still not my match. Mr. Kazan, do you wish to assist Li Wei? However, before me, whether the enemy is 1 or 100, it makes no difference. This is a battle between men. You should observe from the sidelines. Akiji waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Christina, and surveyed Krija and the others before adding, Li Wei, since you have a penchant for gambling, let us wager once more. Wager on what? I am quite curious about the stakes, as I am already aware that you seek to determine my allegiance. Am I correct? Upon hearing that the situation had taken a turn, Li Wei eagerly inquired further. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Akiji would suddenly take such decisive action. If this former admiral truly intended to resort to force, neither he nor anyone else present possessed the strength to contend with him. Thus, the existence of this wager provided a means to buy some time. And with time comes the opportunity to enhance one's abilities. Reflecting on this, he cast another glance at Force, recognizing him as a pivotal figure in the quest for advancement. Akiji seemed to sense the direction of Li Wei's gaze and raised an eyebrow, stating, to ensure your full conviction, the terms of our wager will revolve around your greatest strength, your innate talent, correct? Therefore, I shall grant you 3 days. After this period, I will engage you in a fair duel, which aligns perfectly with my intentions. A surge of joy welled up within Li Wei, although his expression remained serene. He nodded and declared, 3 days are unnecessary. I require but 2. In 2 days' time, by the seaside, I shall demonstrate to you the essence of unparalleled genius. Upon hearing this proclamation, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Even Clygia, who held the highest regard for Li Wei, wore an expression of disbelief, muttering, have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, Smudgy and Armand scoffed derisively, remarking, what an ignorant fool. The surrounding onlookers displayed a mixture of shock and admiration. Their gazes toward Li Wei infused with skepticism and reverence. Li Wei remained unfazed as he surveyed his companions, Kelly and the others. Everyone, you must be present to witness my duel with Akiji. At this moment, Wang Oga sighed, Akiji, is this truly your brilliant plan? Are you not aware of our pressing commitments? Wang Oga, can you propose a more advantageous alternative? Akiji retorted, if we remain for just 2 more days, we will acquire 2 devil fruits along with a prodigious young talent. Surely, these 2 days are worth the wait. Pausing briefly, Akiji then gestured towards Christina and continued, furthermore, my friend has sustained injuries, and I must keep a watchful eye on her. I understand, replied Li Wei, in truth. I too yearn to witness the day when the world transforms. As your future ally, I shall await your completion of your endeavors. Wang Oga, quick to grasp the essence of Akiji's words, responded promptly. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly discerned their intentions. Truly, the Blackbeard pirates thrive amid chaos. For the more tumultuous the situation, the stronger they appear. Force, Christina, it seems we can only be utilized for a time, he remarked. Thank you, Mr. Kazan. Christina said earnestly, yet the other party merely waved a dismissive hand and turned to depart. Wang Oga, speaking in a soft voice, added, I eagerly anticipate your ability to transform the world and even more so, your triumph over Akiji. Should you succeed, you shall become the captain of our 10th ship. With that, he followed Akiji and also took his leave. Li Wei inwardly cursed. This fellow appears to be encouraging me, yet in truth, he is merely stoking the flames beneath me. Indeed, after watching the 2 depart, Kelly immediately approached him. Li Wei, are you considering an alliance with the Blackbeard pirates? Do not misunderstand, Li Wei replied. How could I possibly join them? As I mentioned earlier, our objectives align. But the system of regularly surrendering one's sole lifespan must be abolished. Li Wei candidly remarked that there was no need for him to conceal anything regarding this matter. Klia's expression softened, as if a thought had struck him. He suddenly said, if it were now, perhaps you could indeed achieve it. But ultimately, it all hinges on Katakuri's intentions. At that moment, Smudge beside them suddenly winked at Clea. Li Wei sensed the anomaly and murmured to himself, what unexpected event has transpired? However, he had no time to pose the question, as Fools approached with an expression of exhilaration, exclaiming, our organization has finally been established. Indeed. We must convene and discuss further. Li Wei seized the opportunity to address the subsequent arrangements with the 2 individuals, while also intending to leverage Fool's abilities to further enhance his skills. As for MacJide and Tinnies, he entrusted them to Kelly. Although Kelly initially contemplated a refusal, he ultimately acquiesced. In the end, the onlookers gradually dispersed, eager to relay the news of the impending duel to others. Consequently, the word of Li Wei's battle against Akiji swiftly spread throughout the entirety of the realm. Li Wei and his companions arrived at a secluded location. Just as Christina was about to speak, Force interjected, suggesting, Let us go to my home for a while. Utilizing the abilities bestowed by the pipe fruit, he transported Li Wei and Christina directly to his abode. Once settled, Force expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Li Wei. I know that without your assistance, I would have been utterly incapable of defeating that cookie soldier." "What do you mean? Are you implying that Li Wei intervened discreetly?" Christina inquired, perplexed. "But how could that be possible under the watchful eyes of so many?" Li Wei quickly clarified, "I did lend a bit of support. But it was indeed Force who triumphed over the cookie soldier. I possess the ability to bestow my strength upon others. Indeed, it appears that when I managed to free my bound hands and escape from that long-haired man, it was thanks to your power, Li Wei. Your abilities are truly remarkable. I suddenly feel immensely stronger. Force, remember, this is ultimately the strength of another. You must dedicate yourself to rigorous training henceforth. Only by becoming stronger will you gain more influence." "I understand. I will strive diligently, although I may not measure up to you. I will not be outdone by McGiddy and Tinnies, no matter what." "That's the spirit." Li Wei nodded in approval and turned to Christina, saying, "For the next couple of days, with Akiji around, the Big Mom pirates are unlikely to make a move against us. However, this is not a sustainable solution. We must devise a strategy to earn their complete trust in our capability to assist in governing the Land of Dawn." "Li Wei, is my victory over the Biscuit Soldier not sufficient proof?" Christina interjected. "Moreover, with your strength combined with ours, should the Big Mom pirates opt for confrontation, we would be ready to face them." "Foz, hold your tongue for a moment and allow Li Wei to finish," Christina continued, then inquired, "What are your intentions? Surely, you do not plan to depart from the Land of Dawn so soon." "What? Li Wei, are you leaving?" Foz, noticing the expression on Christina's face, hastily swallowed his words and chuckled awkwardly. "I misspoke. Please continue your discussion." Seeing this exchange, Li Wei found it somewhat amusing. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "After defeating Akiji, I intend to leave the Land of Dawn and proceed to Weno, as I must seek out the Empress Big Mom. This is the only way to truly abolish the periodic soul tribute system." "I see. So that would be in 2 days," Christina remarked. "But Li Wei, do you genuinely believe you can defeat Mr. Kazan? He is one of the strongest men in the world." "I will do my utmost." You must have noticed that Akiji's desire for a duel is primarily to buy time, ensuring that we can effect real change in the Land of Dawn. Akiji has not forgotten his principles of justice, Li Wei elaborated. He added, "During the actual confrontation, Akiji might allow me to triumph. However, this hinges on my ability to compel him to exert his full strength and engage in a stalemate, thus giving him the opportunity to feign defeat. But that is quite a challenge, Li Wei. I do not intend to discourage you. I have witnessed your prowess, and indeed, you are formidable. Yet the disparity between you and Mr. Kazan is substantial. Christina, I am fully aware that Akiji could easily dispatch me in my current state, but we have 2 days. And anything is possible," Li Wei responded confidently. "Precisely, Christina. You must have faith in Li Wei. In just a few days, he has transformed from a scorned underdog into a top-tier powerhouse capable of defeating Tinus and McGiddy, while even attracting the attention of the Blackbeard pirates." Upon hearing these words, Li Wei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing as he contemplated the original owner's shortcomings. However, Foz, oblivious to Li Wei's discomfort, earnestly declared, "On that note, I too wish to train diligently. Li Wei, why not guide me over these next 2 days? With your mentorship, I believe my strength could significantly improve." My methods may not suit you, yet I indeed require your assistance." Li Wei pondered over his words and said, "Utilize your ability to manipulate the fruit of the pipeline and take me to Fishmen Island. Are you planning to go there for training?" Before Foles could finish speaking, he noticed a peculiar smile spreading across Li Wei's face. Reacting swiftly this time, he hurriedly inquired, "You don't intend to indulge in feasting again, do you?" "Indeed," Li Wei replied, "culinary delights can elevate one's spirits, and with a joyful heart, my strength will significantly enhance." Li Wei, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Furthermore, I intend to visit Fishman Island to obtain Jinbe's transponder snail number from Captain Aladdin. It will prove useful for our subsequent journey to Weno." "Very well, but this time, I shall not accompany you on your excursion to Fishman Island." "To Fishman Island? I wish to go as well," exclaimed Christina, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I have heard that there are many beautiful garments there." Li Wei smiled. "Then let us set off, Force. I am counting on you." "Did you not just mention the importance of diligent training? You asserted that only by becoming stronger can one truly have a voice," he added with a hint of disdain. Force muttered something under his breath, but ultimately utilized his pipe fruit ability to transport Li Wei and Christina a short distance. In the caramel CAF, Krija cast a glance at the unconscious Magidi and Teenies, sighed, and then retrieved his snail phone to dial a number. Soon, a robust voice echoed from the other end. "Krija, your call suggests that even the Hommets on Coco Island have lost their mobility, am I correct?" Katakuri. How did you know?" Krija replied, shooting a glance at Smuggy, Armand, and Brin and Blay, who all shook their heads. With a tone of concern, he inquired, "Has this situation also arisen on your Weed Island?" "Indeed, and I have consulted Mondor and the others. It seems the hobbits across the nations are incapacitated. This is an ominous sign. I suspect something is amiss with Mama, but alas, I cannot reach Perispero. That fellow always falters at critical moments. Kriege's greatest fears had materialized, and Li Wei's image flashed through his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "There is another piece of bad news I must relay to you. Katakuri, Teenies and Magidi have both been defeated by the same individual, Li Wei." Li Wei? Is he part of the Blackbeard pirates? On the contrary, Wang Oga has been eager for that lad to join the Blackbeard crew, yet he has declined, Kriege clarified. Get to the point, Smuggy interjected, unable to contain herself. Li Wei not only triumphed over Teenies and Magidi, but he also seeks to abolish our Big Mom pirate system of regular soul lifespan contributions. What? Why did you not stop him? Upon hearing Katakuri's incredulous inquiry, Smuggy found herself momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it was Brin who divulged the truth. Interesting. I shall head to Cocoa Island immediately and should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Katakuri's voice resonated with a hint of excitement through the snail phone. I will ensure he understands the might of the Big Mom pirates. Chapter 93. The S-Class Iron Balloon Skill, Fishman Island, Marin Shopping Center. Christina gazed in awe at the myriad of products and delicacies, exclaiming, I never imagined such a splendid place existed on Fishman Island. Forzata have brought me here sooner. It is not too late for you to come now, after all. You two will be together for some time, and can always return, Li Wei replied. Humph, that may not be the case. Look at Force, upon arriving at Fishman Island. He has hidden himself in the takoyaki shop, unwilling to budge. How infuriating. He has been here before, and indeed, he is rather lazy. However, Christina, I presume you wish to purchase clothing and bags. I am solely interested in the culinary delights, so it seems we must part ways for the time being. Li Wei chuckled inwardly as he recalled how he had once dragged Foles on a shopping excursion, leaving an indelible impression on him. Christina, not one to dwell on the matter, promptly responded, All right, Li Wei, until when do we plan to enjoy ourselves? Let us meet 3 hours later at the takoyaki shop run by Xiaoba. Foles will be there as well. With that, Li Wei waved goodbye to Christina and set off in search of delectable treats. Relying on his memory, he sought out dishes he had yet to sample. At last, 2 or 3 hours later, he was greeted by the familiar sound of the system notification. You have tasted 10 new delicacies. The steel balloon skill has been upgraded to grade S. Finally, it has arrived. Li Wei promptly activated the system to examine the description of his upgraded talent skills. Iron Balloon possesses top-tier armed color hockey, enveloping and hardening defensive capabilities, along with a reflective damage effect that can rebound 100 of the damage received back to the attacker. Moreover, the protective range of this skill has also been enhanced, now capable of safeguarding objects within a radius of 100 meters from the user, while also reflecting damage sustained by individuals within this range. At the current level, the defensive power of Iron Balloon can withstand attacks from the Supreme Greatsword 12 crafts and damage inflicted by individuals of the caliber of the 4 Emperors or Admirals of the Navy. After perusing this information, he revisited the entire system's description and, upon noticing the number 5 in the talent skill section, Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. He quickly scrolled down and, indeed, found the explanation for the new skill. Damage transfer. The user can accumulate the damage they endure and transfer it. The objects to which the damage can be transferred are not limited to the attacker. However, the user can only redirect this damage to individuals or objects, with the maximum transfer distance not exceeding 1,000 meters. While accumulating damage, the user cannot simultaneously rebound the damage back to the attacker. This is an exceptionally useful skill, akin to an enhanced version of Luffy's Gum Gum Fruit ability. Luffy can utilize the powers of his Gum Gum Fruit to inflate his body and bounce back projectiles aimed at him. In Li Wei's mind, the image of Luffy's rotund figure immediately surfaced, prompting him to inwardly exclaim, this skill of his, the ability to transfer damage, can redirect all harm with precision. Coupled with his formidable existing defenses, it is truly invincible. Li Wei can allow his enemies to attack him, accumulating damage before transferring it away. He employs their own tactics against them. The more ferocious the enemy's onslaught, the swifter their eventual defeat. Truly, this is a remarkable innate skill, granting him the strength to contend with even the likes of Akiji. However, amidst his joy, Li Wei ponders how to upgrade his innate strength. He is yet to engage with the Giant and Lunaria tribes. Unfortunately, these two races are not part of the myriad nations, and they are also the ones that the formidable Big Mom yearns for. Although several characters from the Giant tribe have made appearances, they are merely minor figures. Aside from Elbath, the Giant Kingdom, their homeland remains scarcely mentioned in the original work. Even though the pipe fruit possessed by Fours allows for inter-island teleportation, without a known destination, reaching them is impossible. As for the Lunaria tribe, the situation is even more dire. In the vast pirate world, only the lone figure of Jean from the Beast Pirates remains. Yet, he is an adversary. Even if Li Wei were to utilize the recently acquired contact information of Jean Bei to venture to Weno, establishing communication with Jean would be nearly unattainable. Reflecting on these challenges, Li Wei can only sigh. Elevating his innate strength to S rank seems a Herculean task, Ultimately, he gathers his thoughts, acknowledging that the gains of the night have been substantial. Upon returning to the takoyaki shop, he soon awaits the arrival of Christina, burdened with packages, before accompanying Fours back to the myriad nations. In his cozy cabin, Li Wei collapses onto his bed and quickly drifts into a deep slumber. For him, today has been yet another day of bustling activity. The following day, as noon approaches, Li Wei awoke feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloping him. He stretched lazily and instinctively activated the system, only to discover that the remaining time displayed a mere 2 days. In other words, after tomorrow, the week's unique physical prowess bestowed by the ant would come to an end. He would once again need to refresh his talents, complete various tasks anew, and embark on the journey of upgrading once more. Li Wei let out a sigh. Time was indeed running short. He needed to resolve the affairs of the world while still possessing the strength of a sovereign. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the window, as if something significant had transpired. Li Wei furrowed his brow and sprang up with a sudden movement. After a brief wash, he stepped outside. As he wandered down the street, he noticed a number of pedestrians gathered in small clusters, whispering among themselves. This unexpected anomaly bewildered him, prompting him to approach and discern the cause of their murmurs. However, as he drew nearer, he was instantly recognized. The atmosphere erupted with excitement, as discussions erupted all around. It was Li Wei, the young man who had triumphed over Tinnies and McGiddy. Indeed, it was he. Rumor had it that both the Ant Pirate crew and the Blackbeard pirates were fervently vying for his allegiance. He had become the most renowned figure across the realms. What intrigued me more was his announcement of establishing a new organization to supplant the Soulwork Society. Our lives were poised to improve. Ah, he is approaching. Before Li Wei could approach, he noticed that these individuals had simultaneously fallen silent. They regarded him with wary and apprehensive glances. Li Wei, feeling quite helpless, could only manage a faint smile as he greeted them, then inquired, "What are you discussing?" However, no one responded to his question. After a brief moment, a burly man finally mustered the courage to speak, saying, "Well, today is supposed to be the day we submit our soul lifespan, so I arrived early to queue up." Li Wei suddenly realized, having been so preoccupied in recent days that he had forgotten this crucial detail. He was about to say a few more words when he heard the other party continue in a tone of astonishment. "However, even now, we have not seen anyone come to collect lifespan, and more bizarrely, I have heard that all the homies on Coco Island have vanished. Not only that, but I have also contacted friends from other islands, and it seems that the entire world's homies have disappeared." At this moment, someone nearby added a remark, and they resumed their lively discussion. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he had thought that Kreeja and Smuggy had halted or postponed the collection of soul lifespan payments. After all, these two had indeed agreed to his request after losing in the gamble. However, upon hearing about the disappearance of the homies, Li Wei's mouth involuntarily fell slightly open. After a moment of contemplation, he came to a realization. The homies might not have vanished, but rather lost their ability to act. Combining this with the original storyline, Li Wei made a conjecture. This was likely a consequence of the defeat of Big Mom or her being kicked into the sea by Ace, resulting in memory loss. Of course, he was uncertain whether the events in Weno would unfold differently after his traversing, so he could not confirm this. After all, Brin and Smuggy's fates had already changed. Without Li Wei's intervention, Brin would have been captured by Akiji and Wang Oga at this moment. In the original work, Smuggy was supposed to accompany Big Mom, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Perispero to Weno, and during the ascent of a waterfall, she would be kicked off the pirate ship by Ace. Yet now, Smuggy remained in the land of Weno, deviating from the original plot. Nonetheless, Li Wei speculated that the old emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, would likely lose to the alliance of the supernovas, Luffy, Law, and Kid. And this outcome was improbable to change. Having gathered this understanding, Li Wei felt it was good news, with Big Mom's crew lacking the formidable homies. The newly established Citizen Service Corps would have even greater significance. Katakuri and the others urgently needed to bolster their strength to counter the predatory Blackbeard pirates and other hostile forces. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was interrupted by the voice of a burly man. "Li Wei, is it because your newly established organization that Big Mom's crew has ceased collecting lifespan?" "Indeed, it must be so. Thank you very much." Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd exhibited expressions of excitement. This was monumental news for them. Li Wei felt a pang of reluctance to disappoint the crowd, yet he hesitated to utter falsehoods. Rest assured, that day will soon arrive, as long as we unite our efforts. However, his words failed to achieve their intended effect. The onlookers responded with downcast expressions, voicing their sentiments. "Huh? We are merely ordinary individuals, unlike a genius such as yourself. Indeed, no matter how hard we train, we cannot become masters." Observing the despondency etched on their faces, Li Wei smiled and rallied them with conviction. "Do not underestimate yourselves. With our numbers, if we work in harmony, even the smallest grains can accumulate into a vast beach. Though the Big Mom pirates are formidable, they are not invincible." "Humph, Li Wei. How long do you intend to mislead them? You must understand that in the presence of true power, numbers hold no significance." At that moment, a voice laced with disdain emerged from the crowd. Shortly thereafter, Li Wei heard another familiar voice state, "Make way, we have urgent matters to attend to." The passers-by quickly parted to create a path. Li Wei then discerned the newcomers. They were none other than the three sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker. Following them were the other offspring of Big Mom and the combatants of her crew. The group approached with great intensity. Yet, Li Wei stood undaunted. He had been seeking Katakuri, and now fate had delivered him right to his doorstep. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "It seems the affairs of Whole Cake Island are about to come to a close." Chapter 94. The Gathering of the Three Commanders. Li Wei, your presence here is fortuitous. Look, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie. Who would have thought all three sweet commanders would arrive? Upon following the voice, Li Wei beheld the figures of Force and Christina, who rushed towards him, clearly out of breath from their haste. Katakuri, ever astute in his intelligence operations, cast a glance at the two individuals standing behind Li Wei and nonchalantly inquired, Are these the members of your newly established citizen service corps? They seem rather weak. Li Wei, having powerful allies is crucial. I had thought your refusal to join the Blackbeard pirates was in hopes of becoming one of us. Force and Christina are indeed formidable. Katakuri, do not underestimate them." Li Wei gazed directly into the eyes of his counterpart, standing tall as he spoke. He then gestured towards Kelly and Smuggy, asserting, "If you doubt it, we can engage in a contest." Christina interjected, fully aware of the formidable strength of the three generals. She could not guarantee her ability to triumph over such adversaries. In contrast, Foles exuded confidence as he turned to his beautiful companion, saying, "Do not worry. With Li Wei here, we must trust his judgment." "Indeed, Christina. Since we aim to establish a new organization among the nations, we must engage with the Big Mom pirates. You are well aware that in the world of pirates, strength reigns supreme. Thus, we too must showcase our prowess and demonstrate our capabilities." Li Wei offered a faint smile, understanding that the crux of this contest lay in not allowing the opponent to perceive any diminishment, for otherwise, upon departing from the international alliance, the operations of the Citizen Service Corps would encounter insurmountable challenges. Upon hearing this, Christina grasped the situation, casting a glance at Foles before turning her gaze back to Li Wei, and nodded, declaring, "Then let us engage in a match." "Li Wei, you must have underestimated us, haven't you? Setting aside the abilities of this fruit user. That woman has yet to recover from her injuries, and you are already thrusting her into the fray?" Plaka interjected with a tone of dissatisfaction. "I refuse to compete with someone of such ilk. I have no desire to battle an injured opponent. Even a victory would bear no significance," Smudgy added, pouting as she pointed at Foles. "I shall deal with him, Plaka. Do not attempt to usurp my challenge. Your crew, the Grandma Pirate Group, indeed exhibits commendable integrity by refraining from taking advantage of the weak amidst the pirates." Li Wei curled his lips and replied, "Force, it's your turn. Engage in a proper battle with Smuggy." "No problem. Since you are one of the three stellar generals, I cannot regard you as an ordinary woman," he continued. "Come forth. Conduit wielder. To deal with a weakling like you, 3 minutes will suffice." Smuggy interrupted For's words, waving her hand, prompting the other combatants of the matron pirate crew to disperse the gathered crowd. The group then made their way towards the grand square of Cocoa Island, which boasted a large stage, perfectly suited for a duel. Moments later, Li Wei beheld the long-absent grand square. It must be noted that this expansive area featured a prominent elevation in its center, serving as the stage. Throughout the journey, although Christina remained silent, her worried expression clearly indicated her concern. Li Wei offered a few reassuring words, first lending his strength to Foles, and discreetly utilizing the soul contract skill to share defensive capabilities among himself, Foles, and Xingji. This arrangement meant that Foles would only need to bear 1/3 of the damage. After completing these preparations, Li Wei patted Foles on the shoulder, saying, "Go ahead, be cautious of Smuggy's juju fruit ability." "Absolutely, await my good news," Foles replied confidently as he strode towards the center of the square. He cast his gaze around and noticed the edges of the square were filled with people, many of whom were children, all of them looking at him with eager and fervent eyes. "Whoa, I must perform exceptionally well," Foles exhaled deeply, then glanced sideways at Li Wei and Christina. Li Wei nodded slightly, fully aware that this was For's battle of renown. It was not necessarily imperative to defeat Smudgy. It sufficed for Katakuri to witness the extraordinary prowess of this young man. "Let us commence swiftly, Smudgy. Our skirmish is merely an appetizer. The main course is the duel between Li Wei and Katakuri. Thus, there is no reason to squander time." Force began to urge onlookers, addressing the audience below. "If Li Wei emerges victorious, then no longer shall we be required to forfeit a month of our soul's lifespan every 6 months. Our civic service group upholds the creed my life is my own, not dictated by her," with her referring to the formidable Empress Big Mom. At this juncture, Force paused momentarily before continuing. No one can claim our souls." The proclamation ignited the crowd into a fervor. "Well said. My life is my own, not dictated by her. What a splendid motto. Is it truly the case that we need not sacrifice our soul's lifespan any longer? That is splendid news. Li Wei, you must exert yourself." However, the opposing party was none other than Katakuri. A middle-aged man clad in tattered garments, with unkempt hair and an unpleasant odor, began to speak, only to be interrupted by a shove from a nearby individual. Do not utter such pessimistic words. Li Wei is a genius capable of besting even an admiral. Is Katakuri truly stronger than an admiral? Indeed, I recognize you. You do not wish to relinquish your soul. Rather, you seek to exchange your soul's lifespan for riches. You indolent individual. The middle-aged man retorted defiantly, what is wrong with trading one's soul's lifespan? That Li Wei, previously, how can one like you even dare to compare with him? Li Wei has vanquished the Soul Work Society and the underworld factions. You would do well to focus on earning a living. The crowd cast scornful glances at the man who stood apart, forcing him into silence. However, soon enough, the others fell silent as well, for Katakuri bellowed. You are all far too noisy. This singular utterance rendered the entire assembly speechless, exchanging glances in trepidation. Katakuri furrowed his brow and signaled to Smuji. Smuji leapt forward, positioning herself before Force, ready to speak. Yet, her opportunity was swiftly snatched away as Force immediately drew a circle upon the ground and leapt into it, vanishing without a trace. Such a trivial trick, Smuji scoffed, soaring into the air and surveying the square, scanning for For's whereabouts. After an extensive period of searching, For's remained conspicuously absent. Growing impatient, Smuji turned to Li Wei. Surely that fellow hasn't he fled? Absolutely not. He shall present you with a grand surprise. As soon as Li Wei's words fell, Smuji scoffed. Let us hope so. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure suddenly emerged from above. It was Force, who wasted no time and launched a powerful punch directly at her. Although Smuji sensed the impending attack and attempted to block it with her forearm, she soon furrowed her brow. With a resounding thud, she was sent hurtling downwards like a cannonball. As she struck the ground, Smuji tried to regain her balance forcefully. But under the immense impact, while she did not fall completely, she was compelled to kneel on her right knee. Looking up, she noticed that Force had vanished once more into the air. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers displayed expressions of delight, with a few unable to contain their cheers and applause. Upon witnessing this, Li Wei stroked his chin, inwardly expressing admiration. Faz is quite impressive. He has managed to draw circular conduits in midair. It appeared that this young man not only heeded his advice, hastening the creation of the conduits, but also demonstrated an ability to extrapolate, drawing circles from a distance. Indeed, commendable, this child shows promise. While reflecting on this, Li Wei was suddenly interrupted by a voice from across the way, tinged with irritation. Smuggy, give it your all. If you continue to be so nonchalant, you will face defeat. The speaker was none other than Katakuri, who cast a peculiar glance in Li Wei's direction. Levi was momentarily taken aback. This individual excelled in the mastery of observation hockey. Could it be that his diminished strength would go unnoticed? Nonetheless, he maintained an air of composure, returning a faint smile. Chapter 95. Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing Katakuri's warning, Smuji's countenance grew grave. She straightened her posture, unsheathed her long sword, and turned her gaze towards the now grounded foals. Her brow furrowed as she declared, do not celebrate too soon. You shall soon taste the bitterness of defeat. After uttering this, Smuji glanced at the audience, revealing an odd smile, and advanced step by step towards the edge of the plaza. Observing this, Levi quickly deduced her intentions, inwardly cursing, this woman thrives on chaos. He promptly activated his iron balloon technique to shield the onlookers who sensed something amiss. Indeed, Smuji cast a cold gaze at the spectators who, gripped by fear, began to shove each other backward. The corners of her mouth curled into a sinister smile as she mused, let your fear bolster my power, Juice Giant. As she spoke, she pointed her long sword menacingly at the innocent crowd. Witnessing this inexplicable act, the previously curious onlookers displayed expressions of sheer terror, hastening their retreat, with some children and elderly individuals even being knocked to the ground. Fear not, for I am here. Smuji cannot harm you, Levi reassured them. Li Wei shouted loudly, striving to calm the crowd, lest a stampede truly ensue. However, Smuji coldly chuckled. Do you really believe you can protect so many? How naive. No sooner had she spoken than her expression abruptly shifted, as she once again brandished her longsword towards the onlookers. Yet, aside from inciting further panic among the people, Smuji's demeanor remained unchanged. It was then that she realized, casting a bewildered glance at Li Wei, was it you orchestrating this? How did you manage it? However, before she could finish her sentence, she was sent flying by a punch from Foles. Humph, you despicable fiend, you shall not harm these innocent souls. After landing a blow, Foles bellowed, no longer holding back, as he continuously utilized the abilities of the pipe fruit, appearing beside Smuji in quick succession, delivering forceful punches. Splendid, well done. Indeed, the Big Mom pirates had gone too far, daring to assault us. Phew, we've been saved. I thought I was doomed. All gratitude was due to Li Wei and that equally formidable young man. By the way, it seems their organization is called the Citizen Service Corps. After this false alarm, the crowd could no longer contain themselves and erupted into cheers for Foles. Simultaneously, they cast grateful glances towards Li Wei. They were not foolish. From Smudgy's reaction and Li Wei's words, they discerned who had rescued them. Witnessing this scene, Katakuri furrowed his brows and shouted, "Smudgy, this is utterly disgraceful. Quickly defeat that bothersome fly." He then directed his ire towards the onlookers, demanding silence. Yet this time, the crowd did not cease their discussions. Instead, they grew more animated. Humph, the Big Mom pirates are nothing extraordinary. They prey on the weak and, in their desperation to vanquish their foes, extend their sinister grasp towards us. Thankfully, Li Wei stands stronger than any member of the Big Mom pirates. Li Wei offered a faint smile, recognizing that the actions of Samoji had inadvertently stirred the spirit of resistance among the populace. However, he understood the importance of moderation. Thus, he raised his hand and said, "Let us all enjoy the performance without disturbing the efforts of force." Clearly, Li Wei held significant respect among the crowd, as they immediately fell silent, some even shushing in fear of interrupting force. Katakuri paused for a moment, casting a sweeping glance over the audience before deeply scrutinizing Li Wei. Li Wei gazed unflinchingly into the eyes of his adversary, smiling as he remarked, "The power of the masses is indeed formidable. Though these individuals may appear weak, when united, they are capable of rivaling the might of McGiddy. Well said, young Li Wei, we shall strive with all our might. Indeed, we cannot solely rely on others." Li Wei's words once again ignited the crowd, the square resonating with a cacophony of discussions. "Silence, you bunch of trash." Katakuri could no longer contain his fury and shouted once more. His voice was so thunderous that it instantly silenced the entire venue. Thud, thud. Moments later, members of the Big Mom pirates began to collapse one after another, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, yet remained unharmed. In the square, Folger ceased his circular motions, swaying slightly before finally stabilizing himself, murmuring, "Is this the power of Conqueror's hockey? But how is it that the ordinary people are unscathed?" The spectators also recognized the predicament of the Big Mom pirates, and some had caught wind of the term Conqueror's hockey, prompting them to cheer once more. Haha, what is that guy doing? It seems he has knocked out his own subordinates. Li Wei is truly remarkable. I believe he might actually succeed. So you didn't believe in him from the start? A look of astonishment crossed Katakuri's face as he turned to glance at Li Wei, a peculiar smile emerging. Seizing the moment, Smoothie finally broke free from Folger's onslaught, brandishing her sword, poised for retaliation. "Be careful, that woman intends to launch a surprise attack." The crowd began to warn. Folger, initially planning to evade, found it too late. He could only cross his arms to shield his forehead. Clang. The anticipated scene of his arm being severed did not transpire, leaving him momentarily stunned, while Smoothie, albeit briefly taken aback, swung her blade down again. Crack. Her most forceful strike, however, still failed to pierce Folger's body. "Humph, I gave you a chance, but you were utterly useless." Folger, now unreserved, launched a punch that struck Smoothie squarely in the face, sending her flying with a resounding thud. Haha. Folger would not repeat the same mistake. He pressed on with his assault. Observing the tide of battle shift once more, Li Wei exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the iron balloon skill has been upgraded to the highest S rank, and I have also forged a soul contract with Akiji. Otherwise, that last blow could have been perilous for Folger. The onlookers also breathed a sigh of relief, erupting into cheers once again. The sound of applause reverberated throughout the square. Suddenly, Folger was kicked aside. The assailant was none other than Katakuri, who gazed down at the fallen Smoothie and softly declared, "You have lost. Now let me take over." With that, he gestured, and soon members of the Big Mom pirates approached the stage to assist Smoothie back down. Katakuri then surveyed the crowd, his formidable presence rendering them mute, before turning to the other side. "Li Wei, our battle is about to commence." "I had every intention of that." Levi leaped into the center of the square. Chapter 96. This is the observation hockey of the foreseen future. As Levi made his entrance, an eerie silence enveloped the entire plaza. The spectators were transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the two figures on the stage. Levi and Katakuri locked eyes, each intent on overwhelming the other with their presence. A palpable tension radiated from both, stunning the onlookers into silence. After a prolonged moment, a sudden uproar erupted, akin to the crashing of waves, sweeping through the crowd. Excitement lit up the faces of all present. The moment they had awaited was finally upon them. "Come on, Levi." In a nearby inn, Akiji and Van Ogre observed the spectacle unfolding in the square. "Is it finally happening? Do you think Levi can win?" Van Ogre inquired. Akiji replied slowly, "Whether Levi can triumph, I cannot say, but I am certain that the world is on the brink of transformation." His gaze returned to the imminent clash. Van Ogre's eyes flickered with astonishment, yet he chose to remain silent. On the stage, after engaging in a battle of wills with Levi, Katakuri shed his initial disdain, adopting an offensive stance, clearly intent on striking first. This was precisely what Levi desired. Although the powers he had awakened from Big Mom endowed him with formidable strength, they lacked an offensive capability. Conversely, with the upgraded bouncing damage effect from the steel balloon, Levi preferred to absorb blows, allowing his adversary to suffer the consequences of their own aggression. Thus, Levi cast a sidelong glance at Katakuri and extended his hand in a provocative gesture, inviting an attack. Humph, this brat is truly arrogant, muttered Cracker from the sidelines. However, Smoker discerned the underlying strategy, adding, Levi intends to leverage his rebound damage ability against Katakuri. Let us hope he does not fall for the trap. Before she could finish her statement, Katakuri lunged forward, shouting the name of his technique, Machi Spike. Harnessing the power of the Machi fruit, he transformed his arm into Machi, enveloping his trident and spinning his arm forward to strike. Come on. Li Wei stood his ground, unflinching, prepared to endure the impact. It was evident that he had retracted the power lent to foals. In facing Katakuri, a formidable vice-admiral, Li Wei dared not underestimate the situation. With a thunderous clash, Katakuri's trident struck Li Wei, producing a resounding echo. However, almost immediately, Katakuri's expression shifted to one of concern as he noticed a gaping wound in his own body. Meanwhile, Li Wei remained unscathed. Katakuri's assault had failed to even force him back a single step. Intriguing. Could this be the reflective damage ability that Krija spoke of? Katakuri withdrew, gripping his trident firmly, and spoke slowly. As Li Wei observed the gradual recovery of his opponent's physique, he swiftly came to a realization. Indeed, this was a formidable individual who possessed the ability to momentarily foresee the future through the observation haki, as well as the unique power of a paramecia-type devil fruit that allowed for elemental transformation. Moments ago, Katakuri had evidently activated his elemental form in advance, successfully evading the rebound damage. Reflecting on this, Li Wei discerned a vulnerability in the steel balloon's rebound damage. It could be circumvented altogether. This was proving to be quite a challenge. Li Wei cast another glance across the way, where Katakuri wore an expression that was exactly as he had anticipated, uttering, Before the prowess of my observation haki, your rebound damage shall prove ineffective. No sooner had he spoken than Katakuri launched another assault, his trident relentlessly thrusting towards Li Wei. Li Wei, undeterred, continued to withstand the damage with his steel balloon, reflecting the blows in return. The onlookers were treated to a bizarre spectacle, though the aggressor was Katakuri. His body was riddled with gaping wounds, only to heal and reappear moments later. Witnessing this, the audience began to murmur among themselves. Am I mistaken? That kid Li Wei seems utterly powerless. Can't you see that Katakuri's body is a patchwork of injuries? I suspect Li Wei's strikes are just too swift for us to discern. Indeed, Li Wei, you must persevere. Soon, chants of encouragement erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, Krija observed subtle cues, explaining, truly impressive, Katakuri manages to evade all the damage that rebounds. Indeed, have you not noticed that Katakuri's strength has significantly increased? Smuji remarked with admiration. In a nearby inn, Akiji and Wang Oga were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. Katakuri is a formidable opponent, effortlessly countering Li Wei's ultimate move. Wang Oga, do you truly believe you will succumb to Katakuri? Akiji, refrain from such talk. There exists a relationship of restraint among fates. Is that so? So you believe Li Wei's fate restrains you? Wang Oga, is that why you wish for him to join us? Enough of that. After tomorrow, Li Wei will be one of us. That is his destiny. Wang Oga cast a glance at Akiji, adding, unless, of course, your fate is to be defeated by him. Perhaps not. Who can truly decipher the whims of fate? Akiji muttered through clenched teeth, seemingly troubled, as he gazed down at the battle, asserting, it appears Katakuri is on the verge of breaching Li Wei's defenses. The Big Mom Pirates are acquiring yet another formidable adversary. On the arena, under Katakuri's relentless assault, Li Wei could no longer maintain his stance, forced to retreat repeatedly. Is this approaching my limit? Li Wei, brace yourself for my move. Cut, Machi. With the name of the technique proclaimed, Katakuri ceased wielding his trident, transforming his arm into Machi and expanding it, resembling a spiked club. He then infused it with haki, spinning the makeshift weapon at high velocity, striking like a meteor hammer. This must be Katakuri's ultimate technique. If memory serves, it was this very move that sent Luffy, in his snakeman form, plummeting into the abyss, rendering him unconscious. Li Wei gathered his thoughts, cradling his chest with both hands. His feet were slightly bent, yet he remained unyielding in his stance, for he possessed unwavering faith in the upgraded steel balloon. No matter how formidable Katakuri might be, he could not surpass the might of a sovereign-level attack. Furthermore, should he manage to reflect such intensity of harm, even Katakuri's swift elemental transformations would be unable to evade it entirely. Come, let us determine our fates in this decisive battle. Levi let out a fierce roar, his gaze resolute and unflinching. Katakuri, fully focused, ignited with fierce determination, his fist already unleashed. A thunderous sound echoed, leaving the audience momentarily dazed, instinctively covering their ears. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, compelling them to shut their eyes. The magnitude of this clash caused even the likes of Cracker and others to take several steps back, not to mention the two combatants, Levi and Katakuri. Upon their initial contact, they were instantly forced apart. The immense recoil propelled them both backwards. Katakuri was even split in two. As for Levi, Despite having Akiji to mitigate some of the damage, he felt a tumultuous surge of blood in his chest, nearly spitting it out. Nevertheless, drawing upon his innate extraordinary strength, he quickly regained his footing and quietly watched as Katakuri was hurled beyond the confines of the arena. Victory was his. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief, wishing to soothe his chest. Chapter 97. Katakuri's Defeat. Just as Katakuri was about to tumble out of the square, a whip made of rice cakes suddenly extended from his hand, swiftly wrapping itself around Li Wei. This is troublesome. Li Wei felt a sense of foreboding. He was acutely aware of the formidable restraining power of this technique. Even Luffy in his fourth gear was unable to break free, and had suffered greatly as Katakuri wielded his whip with relentless force. However, after a moment's reflection, he concluded that in a contest of strength, he would undoubtedly prevail. Resolute in his decision, Li Wei grasped the machi whip with intent, preparing to engage Katakuri in a test of might. Yet, Katakuri exerted a powerful pull, leveraging the force to return to the arena. Li Wei had anticipated this moment. He responded with a smile, "You are too courteous. Now it is my turn to counter." As he spoke, he deftly tugged at the rice cake, catching Katakuri off guard and drawing him closer. Subsequently, Li Wei delivered a powerful punch that struck Katakuri squarely in the face. With a resounding thud, Katakuri was sent flying, but before long, he was reeled back in. Li Wei understood the rarity of the opportunity. He certainly would not grant his adversaries the time to react. After all, these rice cakes were produced by Katakuri, who could revoke them at any moment. Levi clenched his fists, poised to strike once more. However, Katakuri's lips curled into a smirk as he waved his hand, causing the rice cake that had ensnared Levi to vanish in an instant. Although he continued to advance towards Levi, he executed a high knee lift, summoning forth white rice cakes that subsequently multiplied into several legs. With remarkable speed, Katakuri's legs launched forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Levi. Such an assault, however, would prove ineffective against me. Levi let out a cold snort, intending to endure the impending damage. However, the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble. In an instant, he found himself engulfed as if he had sunk into a quagmire. "You've fallen for my trap. Taste my mirror rice dumpling," Katakuri exclaimed with pride. It turned out that while Levi's attention was diverted by the rice cake, Katakuri had touched the ground, utilizing the awakened powers of the mochi fruit to transform the terrain into a sticky rice cake, which he then manipulated to press down upon his opponent. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Is this how Levi will be defeated? Their faces were etched with concern, exchanging worried glances. Yet they fell silent. The atmosphere once again descended into an eerie stillness. Kizaru and Smoker, however, wore expressions of exhilaration, clearly believing the outcome was already determined. On the hotel balcony, Kizaru and Wang Oka refrained from making comments, an unusual occurrence. Particularly, Kizaru stroked his chin, appearing deep in thought. Wang Oka, furrowing his brow with a grim expression, soon picked up a spear and aimed it downward. "Are you intending to interfere with their duel, Wang Oka? Surely you do not underestimate Levi?" Kizaru inquired with a hint of skepticism in his tone. Wang Oka shook his head. "Have you forgotten that Levi possesses another ability? I simply do not wish to squander time. Do not underestimate him. Look at the ground." Before Kizaru could finish his sentence, Katakuri leaped back, for a colossal fist was suddenly before him. It goes without saying that the assailant was Levi, who, with formidable strength, had forcefully broken through the confinement of the transformed ground and initiated his counterattack. If the rebound damage proves ineffective, then it is time to let my fists do the talking. In his heart, Li Wei silently recited a phrase, and immediately, he was met with thunderous applause resonating from the square. Remarkable. The young lad, Li Wei, is unharmed. The once apprehensive crowd erupted into a tidal wave of cheers, each wave cresting higher than the last. The spectacle astonished Li Wei. He involuntarily cast a glance at the exuberant crowd before resolutely tightening his fists and striking towards Katakuri. Meanwhile, Christina and Fours felt a wave of relief wash over them. Exchanging glances, they perceived the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Katakuri, realizing he could not evade the confrontation, found the ground beneath him transforming into a mochi-like substance once more, swiftly taking the shape of a donut. His hands became enveloped in this sticky mass. Subsequently, Katakuri forcefully swung his fist, causing the donut to extend a colossal black arm, shrouded in the aura of Haki. The formidable machi. This dark appendage mimicked Katakuri's movements and directly countered Li Wei's punch. With a resounding impact, the black arm shattered, eliciting another round of cheers from the audience. However, this interruption diminished the ferocity of Li Wei's assault. Katakuri discerned the shift in momentum and promptly conjured two more donuts, from which emerged two machi arms imbued with Haki. He commanded these appendages to strike at his opponent. The name of Katakuri's technique barely left his lips when the two arms disintegrated upon impact with Li Wei's punch, which was now firmly poised before him. A serious strike. As Levi first called out his technique, Katakuri instinctively sought to utilize his observation Haki to predict and evade the incoming attack. However, he soon found himself frozen in disbelief. In the future predicted by his hockey, Levi's fist felt inescapable, akin to an insidious curse. Left with no choice, Katakuri resorted to offense as defense. In an instant, countless donuts materialized behind him, each adorned with a massive arm enhanced by machi, all lunging directly at Levi. As the name of the technique echoed, Levi was struck by this multifaceted assault. Yet, prior to this, his fist had already connected with Katakuri, sending him hurtling away. Simultaneously, the rebound damage from Levi's steel balloon finally took effect. Katakuri reaped the consequences of his own attack, suffering the full brunt of the damage he had inflicted. Unable to maintain control, he was flung beyond the arena, crashing onto the plaza floor. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Victory was theirs. Moments later, someone shouted, "We won." Instantly, voices joined in chorus, growing louder until the phrase "we won" reverberated throughout the venue, accompanied by thunderous applause. Many were moved to tears, their faces alight with joy. For the people of the world government, the oppressive system of soul taxation was finally coming to an end. Witnessing this, Levi couldn't help but smile. The same joy was reflected in the faces of Christina and Force. Meanwhile, Klisha and Smuggy hastened to assist Kakuri, glancing back at the crowd's reaction, rendered speechless. In the end, Akiji nodded slightly, content with the outcome. Wang Oga, initially inclined to laugh, glanced at Akiji and cautioned, "I didn't expect Levi to have grown so formidable. Are you confident about tomorrow's battle?" "Me? Do you wish to see me engage in a life or death duel with him?" Akiji shrugged and added, "The battleground tomorrow will greatly favor my fruit abilities. The outcome of my confrontation with him should soon be revealed." Chapter 98. The power of the people amidst the audience's jubilant cheers. Levi, who stood on the platform, suddenly collapsed backward. He had utilized his berserk state to extricate himself from the machi-covered ground, relying on a surge of tenfold strength to decisively overpower Katakuri. However, with the 3-minute effect now elapsed, he lay feebly on the ground. Soon, Klisha and Smuggy noticed his plight, exchanging glances that conveyed a singular intent: to seize this opportunity to eliminate Levi and maintain the current regime of the world government. On the other side, Christina and Force also grasped the situation, sprinting toward the stage to rescue Levi. At the same moment, Smuggy and Armand approached, drawing their swords to block Christina and her companions. "What? Are you trying to cheat?" Force directly inquired. Smuggy retorted with a cold laugh. "Levi is a formidable victor over Katakuri and a friend of the Big Mom Pirates. We merely wish to invite him. Do you truly expect us to believe your deceitful words?" "Smuggy, you all will not take Levi away. Is that so? Then do not blame us for being impolite." Smuggy countered sharply, her sword pointed unwaveringly at Force. However, Force remained undaunted. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in shock, gazing at the unfolding scene on the platform. Suddenly, someone whispered, "Levi stood on this stage for our sake." "Indeed. We cannot allow him to be taken by the Big Mom Pirates. It is time for us to protect him. My life is my own, not hers. Even if the Empress is not present, I will protect Levi." In an instant, the crowd surged forward, faces etched with determination, fists clenched, ready for battle. Yet, Smuggy scoffed. "You worthless fools, are you willing to sacrifice your lives?" Armand, more direct, aimed her sword at the crowd with a cold expression. Initially, they believed such actions would intimidate the masses. To their surprise, their actions only fueled the outrage of the already discontented crowd, who stepped forward rather than retreating. Among them, an elder sneered, "If you Big Mom Pirates have the courage, go ahead and kill us all." A burly man comforted a weeping child on his shoulder. "Do not fear. Remember Levi's face. He is an extraordinary person." The child wiped his tears, still somewhat confused, but nodded in agreement. Though the crowd varied in age and attire, a shared determination and fierce resolve shone in their eyes. Witnessing this, Levi, despite his weakness, felt a surge of fervor. The actions of the people gave him a sense that his struggles over the past few days had not been in vain. Christina and Force were equally filled with joy, silently observing the young man who had transformed the spirit of the people in mere days. Smuggy and Armand were taken aback by this sudden display of courage from those they had deemed weak and submissive. They had expected to quell the crowd easily, believing they could eliminate them all in no time. However, they hesitated to act, for the expressions on the people's faces indicated that any conflict would be a fight to the bitter end. "Well done, everyone, but do not act impulsively, otherwise all I have done will be in vain," Levi proclaimed with all his might. His words ignited a fervor throughout the arena. "Levi, do not worry about us. Did you not say that to achieve a better life, we must all strive?" Suddenly, a resonant voice emerged from the crowd. "Smuggy, Armand, do not engage in such disgraceful conduct. Return." The speaker was none other than the recently defeated Katakuri. Beside him, Klisha added loudly, "Do you still not comprehend the situation?" Ultimately, Smuggy and Armand could only depart begrudgingly, squeezing through the throng to rejoin Katakuri. He gazed up at a nearby 2-story building, sighed, and commanded his group to leave. Following this brief interlude, Levi gestured appreciatively toward those who had stepped forward. The side effects of his berserk state had faded, and he transformed back into the formidable warrior he was. The onlookers erupted into deafening cheers once more. Li Wei seized the opportunity to share some motivational words with the crowd before finally squeezing through the throng alongside Christina and Force. Upon returning to the quaint cabin, the group engaged in a discussion regarding the mission of the Citizen Service Corps and the subsequent plans. As a keyboard warrior, Li Wei was already well-versed in various people-centered theories, and having pondered these matters over the past few days, he articulated his thoughts so eloquently that both Christina and Force were left momentarily stunned. Once he had clarified these issues, Li Wei concluded, by tomorrow, once my matters with Qing Ji are resolved, I shall depart from the United Nations. Are you leaving so soon? He queried. I fear that I may not manage well with Christina and Force. You must have faith, he replied, as you have just witnessed. The people of the United Nations represent a formidable force. You must learn to unite this strength. Moreover, this is the most vulnerable moment for the Big Mom pirates. And thus, Katakuri will not impose undue hardships upon us. Without Hamit's combat prowess, they are in dire need of allies to fill the void left by the sole work agency of Teenies. Levi encouraged. Yet he found himself perplexed by Katakuri's final command to Smoker to let him go. However, he chose to use this as evidence of the necessity for the Big Mom pirates to court the Citizen Service Group. Christina, a former Navy officer, nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Levi has articulated it perfectly. The power of the people is boundless. With their support, we can certainly stand against the Big Mom pirates. Upon hearing their sentiments, Force composed himself and solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door, interrupting their discussion. Force cautiously glanced at Levi for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod, he rose to open the door. As he swung it open, Levi beheld a figure cloaked in black, wielding a long-haired rabbit, accompanied by a white-feathered crane with a long black neck. Is that not Hamit's? How has the Emperor Big Mom already regained her memories? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback when he heard the rabbit speak. Li Wei, Katakuri has invited you to meet at the Caramel CF. He mentioned that his mother wishes to see you. Big Mom. All right, I shall head there immediately. Randolph, let us go. In the perplexed gazes of Force and Christina, Li Wei readily acquiesced. This presented a splendid opportunity to enhance his innate strength. He silently repeated this thought to himself. Chapter 99. A Conversation with Big Mom Randolph. The rabbit was taken aback by Li Wei's swift agreement, and in a tone of astonishment, he inquired, Ah, you really agreed? Indeed, Li Wei replied. But you must be cautious, they are ruthless pirates. Our impulsive approach could very well lead us into an ambush. Force tugged at Li Wei's sleeve, his expression laden with concern. Levi smiled reassuringly, saying, Rest assured, if Katakuri truly intends to make a move against me, the arena presents his most opportune moment. Therefore, I believe Randolph's words hold merit, and I genuinely wish to converse with Big Mom, for the key to abolishing the mandatory soul lifespan contributions lies with her. This implies that my encounter with her is inevitable. I found Levi's reasoning compelling, given our, or rather Levi's current strength. The Big Mom pirates would not be foolish enough to act now. Christina concurred but suggested accompanying him. Thus, Levi, along with Force and the others, followed Rabbit Randolph to the Caramel CAF. There, they encountered the three sweet commanders along with Bruley and other offspring of Big Mom, all regarding Levi with expressions of curiosity, bewilderment, and incredulity. Katakuri waved his hand, initiating the conversation. Levi, it is well that you have arrived. Regarding our wager, the ultimate decision rests with Mother. Hence, I understand. I too have matters I wish to ascertain through the Empress of the Sea. Levi nodded, signaling that the other party could contact his mother. Katakuri waved his hand, and soon, one of his subordinates brought over a white snail phone. He took it and dialed a number. Instantly, a boisterous woman's voice emerged from the phone. Katakuri. Is it the one who dares to challenge the soul lifespan system? Yes, Mother. The one who defeated me is named Levi, and he is right beside me. Levi? Such an unusual name. Never mind. Let him take the call. Big Mom, I am listening. At an opportune moment, Li Wei uttered a remark, yet in his heart, he was contemplating another matter. How to persuade Ling Ling to assist him in establishing contact with Jean of the Beast Pirates. Just as this thought began to take shape, he was interrupted by the words of the Yonko Big Mom. I heard from Katakuri that you possess abilities akin to mine? Yes. However, to be more precise, aside from lacking your soul fruit powers, I believe I should surpass you in terms of physicality. Li Wei spoke candidly, acknowledging that his words had indeed sparked discontent among the members of the store's anti-pirate crew. Yet, these individuals could only harbor their anger in silence. After all, Li Wei had undeniably defeated their strongest member, Katakuri, in the arena. In contrast, Katakuri maintained a composed demeanor, likely due to his enhanced mental resilience following consecutive defeats by both Monkey D, Luffy, and Li Wei. Haha, Lin, this young man is quite audacious. However, I find myself rather fond of him. Youngster, why not join our beast pirates? Upon hearing a hearty voice emanating from the transponder snail, Li Wei felt a surge of joy, recognizing it as Kaido, another formidable emperor of the sea. Contextualizing this with the original storyline, Li Wei recalled that the Emperor Big Mom had lost her memory after falling into the sea. In her quest for red bean soup, she had stormed into the prison quarry overseen by Queen, leading to a fierce confrontation. Although Big Mom overwhelmingly thrashed Queen during their battle, she was ultimately reminded of her past and succumbed to slumber. Seizing the moment, the astute Queen shackled Big Mom with handcuffs made of 100 pure sea prism stone and administered several hundred doses of anesthetic before delivering her to Onigashima. Thus, the historic meeting between Big Mom and Kaido unfolded, their clash splitting the heavens anew. Reflecting on these events, Li Wei smiled and responded, the Blackbeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and now the Beast Pirates. All these emperors of the sea seem quite eager to recruit me, don't they? Oh, did Teach extend an olive branch to you as well? Indeed, Captain Kaido, but I declined. Li Wei responded with a sound, intending to delve into the main topic of conversation with Jean, when unexpectedly, the formidable Big Mom interjected. Kaido, do you wish to engage in another battle with me? Li Wei is my adversary, Lingling. I wouldn't mind having another good contest with you. Come now, Kaido, Captain Lingling. Let us not allow our tempers to flare over a boy we have yet to meet. That must be Jin's voice. Li Wei immediately discerned the situation and promptly replied, Captain Lingling, I am not your adversary. If my memory serves me correctly, your aspiration is to transform the world into a realm of equity, where all races and entities coexist harmoniously, regardless of their status. How do you know this? Did Katakuri inform you? How could Katakuri possibly relay such information to me? In truth, yesterday marked my first encounter with him. As for how I am aware of your dreams, it is due to my extensive intelligence network. I seek to abolish the soul lifespan system. Do you not perceive this as a significant stride toward fairness? Fairness? In this world, only strength embodies true equity, does it not, Lingling? Before the Empress of the Sea could respond, Kaido interjected, Indeed, Li Wei, I shall grant you an opportunity. You may challenge me in Weno, or await my return in the land of Weno. Very well, Empress, I shall journey to Weno, and perhaps, I might even bring you back to the land of dreams. Levi chuckled lightly, his confident demeanor capturing the attention of all around him. Furs inwardly marveled, thinking, Levi is truly remarkable. He can effortlessly engage in banter with two of the four emperors. I must learn from him. Lost in thought, he unconsciously straightened his posture. Meanwhile, the formidable Big Mom let out her signature laugh. Mamama, then I shall wait for you right here. Kaido joined in with hearty laughter, exclaiming, How amusing, it seems. My dear Lingling, that you may very well find yourself in a predicament. In the world of pirates, anything is possible, for instance. The once thought extinct Lunarians still have a presence in Weno, do they not? One of the three calamities, Ash, perhaps? Seizing the moment while the two emperors were laughing, Levi swiftly shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. Sure enough, a puzzled voice emerged from the transponder snail. Ash, fear not. My interest in your race is merely curiosity. Shall we converse? Levi continued, I understand that members of the Lunarian race can generate flames upon their bodies. And when the flames extinguish, your speed significantly increases, correct? You know even that. Finally, upon hearing Levi articulate the unique traits of his lineage, Ash could not help but respond. Li Wei offered a slight smile. Indeed, as I just mentioned, my intelligence network spans the entire pirate world. However, rest assured, your adversary is not me, but rather Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates. I hope you can triumph over him. An intelligence network? My interest in you, Li Wei, is growing ever stronger. Once you conclude your battle with Ling Ling, regardless of your victory or defeat, the gates of the Beast Pirates will be wide open for you. Boss Kaido, you should first attend to the matters concerning the Supernova Alliance. Li Wei kindly offered a reminder, and subsequently returned the phone bug to Katakuri, addressing him with the words, Our discussion regarding the regular submission of soul lifespan has concluded. Before the matriarch returns, I trust you will honor your commitment. Upon receiving a nod from Katakuri, he added, I must take my leave. With that, he departed the CAF, accompanied by Christina, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 100. The gaze of the goddess and her friends once back on the street, Fours was filled with questions. Just as he was about to voice his inquiries, a passerby interrupted him. Oh, isn't that Li Wei? And you too as well. What a surprise to encounter individuals who have battled against the Big Mom Pirates. Greetings to you. Hello, sir, came the reply. Levi politely greeted those around him, and soon a crowd gathered, chattering incessantly. You just came from Miss Brin CAF, right? How was it? By the way, Levi, I see Hametz has recovered. The Big Mom Pirates did not trouble you, did they? Don't worry. Just look at Levi's strength and demeanor. Does he seem like someone who has been harassed? In response to these inquiries, Levi shook his head vigorously. We are all fine. Katakuri called me over because the Emperor Big Mom wishes to see me. I have already arranged to meet her in Weno country to discuss the complete abolition of the soul lifespan tribute system. At this revelation, the onlookers' faces lit up with delight, and they could not help but cheer. Fantastic. From now on, we will no longer have to pay the soul lifespan tribute. After more than a decade, I never thought this day would come. Watching the jubilant crowd, Fours and Christina also felt exhilarated. fully aware that these changes were brought about by the young man beside them. Thus, they exchanged pleased glances and patted Levi on the shoulder in silence. Not far away, two individuals observed the focal point of the gathering, Levi. One of them, a girl in a princess dress, sighed, "I never expected Levi would truly accomplish this." "Emily, you should be happy for him. Levi is doing this for us," William Hannah replied. "I am glad for him, but reflecting on the past, I realize I seem to have missed out on so much," Emily lamented. "Don't think like that, Emily. Perhaps what that Blackbeard pirate said is true. This is fate's arrangement." William reassured her with a smile. With a sigh, Emily responded, while William continued, "Levi is already an incredible celebrity. We must strive to keep up." He took a step toward Levi, then turned to Emily with a furrowed brow. I think I won't go. I believe Levi might not want to see me again." Emily offered an awkward smile, and William scratched his head, with so many people around him. "I think I'll wait a while before approaching." The two fell silent, their gazes returning to Levi. Levi was oblivious to the presence of his former idol and friend nearby. Observing him intently, his mind was consumed by a singular ambition to enhance his innate strength ability. Thus, after engaging in conversation with the people from the myriad nations, he contrived an excuse to extricate himself from the crowd and return to the small wooden cabin. As soon as he closed the door, Force finally seized the opportunity to voice his concern. "Levi, are you truly planning to venture to Weno?" "Of course," Levi replied. "I have already mentioned that if all goes as planned, following my bout with Akiji tomorrow, I shall traverse your conduit and make my way to Weno. However, Levi," Force interjected, "there is more than just the formidable Big Mom among the 4 emperors in Weno." "Fear not, Force," Levi reassured him. "In just a few days, you will read in the newspapers about the downfall of 2 of the 4 emperors." Levi spoke with unwavering certainty, then turned to Christina and inquired, "You previously served in the Navy at the headquarters, correct? What was your rank?" "Ah, indeed, I was stationed at the headquarters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Kazan. As for my rank, I hold the title of colonel in the Navy." Upon hearing this response, Levi nodded and further questioned, "I recall there is a giant corps within the Navy. Are you acquainted with any of the giants?" "Of course, why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know?" "I possess a keen interest in the diverse races of this world, Christina. As you observed, during my phone conversation with the Yonko Big Mom, I had quite the discussion with Jean, as he is one of the last survivors of the Lunaria tribe." "Is that so? Levi, you are indeed an intriguing individual. However, I happen to have the den mushy of a giant vice admiral. Please hold on. I will contact him right away." As she spoke, Christina retrieved a den mushy from her chest and dialed a number. Witnessing this, Levi and Force exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting mutual surprise. At that moment, the den mushy connected, and a rugged voice resonated from the other end. "Christina? What brings you to call me at this hour?" "It's me, Vice Admiral LaCroix. I have a friend named Levi who harbors a great interest in the giants. So I thought to reach out to you." With that, Christina handed the den mushy to Levi. "Go ahead, feel free to ask whatever you wish." In Levi's mind, he continued to ponder the figure known as LaCroix, yet this giant army had only made an appearance during the War of the Apex, leaving him with no recollection of such a character. Nevertheless, he took the communicator and posed the question he had meticulously prepared. "General, greetings, this is Levi. I wish to inquire if giants have a substantial appetite." "Ah, does that even need stating? Our stature is several times that of ordinary humans, hence our consumption is considerable. Thank you for your response. Additionally, I am curious to know which race possesses greater strength, the giants or the fishmen. Undoubtedly, we giants are superior." "Christina, your companion seems rather dim-witted to be asking such peculiar questions." Beside them, Christina felt somewhat embarrassed. She glanced at Levi, who wore a smirk, and quickly retorted, "General LaCroix, you are indeed correct. Levi is quite the oddity." Even the nearby Force, feeling a bit abashed, muttered, "What sort of questions are these? Are you all right?" He then patted Levi on the shoulder. However, Levi remained unresponsive, as a melodious system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding. You have engaged with 2 new races. Your innate strength skill has now been upgraded to S rank." Christina, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "Levi, you haven't zoned out again, have you?" Upon hearing her voice up close, Levi regained his focus. He noticed the peculiar glances from Force and Christina directed at him, and quickly clarified, "I'm fine." Then he addressed the communicator again. "Thank you, General. I have no further inquiries. You really ought to reflect on yourself, Christina. Not everyone deserves your friendship." "Of course. General LaCroix, thank you for your counsel." With that, the call was terminated. Christina sighed, and Levi waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Thank you. I now feel more confident about tomorrow's duel." Chapter 101. The S-rank innate strength skill. Initially, Force wished to voice his thoughts, but seeing Levi's demeanor, he chuckled. "A quirky yet formidable individual. Oh well, Christina, this is Levi. You should be aware that he harbors a multitude of secrets, yet he is indeed our friend." "I certainly know that. Alas, I feel rather unfortunate. It is rare for me to reconnect with my former superior, only to make a fool of myself." "Christina, Force. It's getting late. Let us go and grab something to eat." Li Wei's suggestions were naturally met with the approval of both individuals, and thus, the group departed from the quaint wooden cabin. Seizing this opportunity, Li Wei activated the system to examine the descriptions of his newly upgraded skills. Innate might. At the current level, he possesses the formidable strength akin to that of a robust matron at the age of 35. This skill allows him to bestow his strength upon others within a radius of 100 meters. Furthermore, the user of this skill can inflict area of effect damage with their attacks. After perusing the skill description, Li Wei cast a cursory glance at the other explanations, only to discover that after reaching S rank, he had not acquired any new skills. Unlike the assorted effects accompanying the steel balloon's skills, innate might remained rather straightforward and unadorned. Levi contemplated silently, pondering whether the strength of a 35-year-old woman would be sufficient to engage in a contest with Akiji. As he mused, he heard Christina beside him exclaim with excitement, "We've arrived. I absolutely adore the cuisine of this establishment." "Then let us proceed. It is my treat," he replied. Fools joined the conversation, casting a glance at Levi. The proprietor of the establishment soon emerged, greeting them warmly. "Welcome, everyone. Ah, isn't this the young Levi, accompanied by the Citizen Service Corps? I am Fools. And this is Christina. We hope for your continued support and guidance." This time, Fools introduced them with remarkable fluency. The shopkeeper, visibly pleased, responded, "Please, come inside. The arrival of the three of you is an honor for our humble establishment." As he spoke, he ushered Levi and the others into the premises. However, only a few steps in, they were interrupted by an impatient voice from outside. "You again, Ambry. You are not welcome here. Mr. Azad, I merely seek employment." "I beg you," came a somewhat obsequious male voice. It seemed he had spotted the shopkeeper and called out eagerly, "Mpunza, please grant me a chance." Upon hearing this voice, Levi instinctively turned to look back, only to hear the man seeking work exclaim joyfully, "Ah, Levi, you're here." Ignoring the shopkeeper's attempt to deter him, he rushed inside. Mpunza blocked Levi's path, speaking in a disdainful tone, "Ambry, do not overstep your bounds. I just wish to see the person who has transformed the world up close." "Dear shopkeeper, Levi is my idol," Ambry retorted. "Humph, Ambry, Levi has abolished the mandatory soul lifespan contributions and disbanded the Soul Work Society. You can no longer rely on selling souls for money. I acknowledge that I was a scoundrel in the past, but I have turned over a new leaf. All thanks to you, Levi." Hearing the sincerity in his words, Levi's expression shifted. He waved a hand, halting the shopkeeper's continued mockery, and smiled. "I was once like you, trading my soul's lifespan for monetary gain. Mpunza, please refrain from ridiculing him further." "Ah, very well, Levi. I was in the wrong." The shopkeeper quickly adjusted his attitude towards Ambry. At that moment, Fools cast a rather peculiar glance at Levi, so the rumors were indeed true. Of course they are true. Everyone makes mistakes. My past is not a dark history, but rather a testament to my journey. Li Wei could finally acknowledge with composure that, although these actions were indeed those of the original owner, it mattered little now. Upon hearing this, Puli's expression brightened momentarily, only to fade soon after. He sighed. Remaining silent, Li Wei appeared to perceive his companion's thoughts and promptly patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Do not lose heart, as long as you strive for redemption. It is never too late, regardless of the moment." With that, he took another look at Ambuli and remarked with a smile, "I recognize you. You were one of the spectators during my duel with Katakuri, weren't you?" "Indeed, I am grateful to have witnessed your battle with Katakuri. It transformed me." "That is wonderful," he continued, "and I hope you can live the life you desire." Levi once again inspired his comrade, having confirmed his opponent's doubts. Before the battle, Ambry had expressed his disbelief in his own victory. To Levi's surprise, winning transformed Ambry's perspective entirely. Upon hearing Levi's encouragement, Ambry excitedly waved his hand, proclaiming, "I will strive to be like you, changing others' perceptions of me." "All right, Ambry, Levi is here to dine." The owner of the establishment chuckled, then addressed a nearby staff member. "Azad, please assist Ambry in familiarizing himself with the workings of the restaurant." "Wait, Boss Mpanza, does this mean I am hired?" Ambry exclaimed with joy. Upon receiving a nod from the owner, he leaped with delight. "Wonderful. I will work diligently and not disappoint you." The staff member, observing Ambry's enthusiasm, smiled and remarked, "Well then, it's time to get to work. Underperformers will have to take their leave." With that, he led the newly hired Ambry away. Witnessing this scene, Levi gave the restaurant owner an approving thumbs up, stating, "Truly commendable, you possess great vision as a proprietor." "Levi, I must express my gratitude to you. Without your efforts in eliminating the McGeed faction, we small businesses would have been obligated to pay protection fees every month. Now, things have changed for the better." Upon hearing this, Fours and Christina exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their shared surprise. Li Wei chuckled, "It is no crime to be insatiable. We should go dine now." "Indeed. A meal is essential. Only with strength can we aspire to transform this world." The boss nodded in agreement, leading the way ahead. Li Wei and his two companions indulged in a hearty meal at the establishment, while the proprietor attended to them personally. During this time, Fours attempted to speak on several occasions but was subtly deterred by Li Wei's glances. Upon exiting the quaint eatery and returning to the wooden cabin, Li Wei smiled and remarked, "Fours, I am aware of what you wish to express. However, you have not committed any misdeeds under Mac Giddy's supervision. Moreover, the Citizen Service Corps has just been established, providing you with ample opportunities for redemption in the future. Indeed, Li Wei is correct. It is only natural for the youth to err, as long as we learn from our mistakes." Christina chimed in with a carefree demeanor, encouraged by their words. Fours also smiled, saying, "Very well, let us strive together. But efforts must be preceded by proper rest. It is getting late, and you two should return," she added. Levi issued an eviction order, for he needed to conserve his energy for the duel with Akainu the following day. Foles and Christina, displaying their understanding, waved goodbye and returned to their respective homes. In the small wooden cabin, only Levi remained. He surveyed the familiar surroundings, and although he had only spent 6 days there, the thought of leaving after tomorrow filled him with a sense of melancholy. Yet, he quickly shook his head, resolute. "I must not squander my talent." With that, he lay down and fell asleep. Chapter 102, Dreams and Farewells. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Levi was still lost in slumber when a sudden knock at the door jolted him awake. He hastily opened his eyes and rose to answer the door. Standing before him were William, Hannah, and Emily. Levi's eyes brightened as he greeted them warmly. "I apologize for waking you so early. I hope I haven't disturbed you," Emily said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. William quickly interjected, "It was unavoidable, Levi. You're so busy these days that I feared if we came later, you might not have time to see us." "Not at all. We have been friends for many years. There is no such thing as disturbance among us. Besides, I was just hoping to see you," Levi replied with a smile, giving William a friendly pat on the shoulder. This gesture only served to lift William's spirits further. He cast a glance at the quietly introspective Emily before declaring, "You truly have achieved something remarkable, Levi. Both Emily and I are immensely proud of you." "I share in your joy as well," Levi chuckled. "Emily, William, I shall be departing from Cocoa Island today, but fret not. We shall have the opportunity to reunite." "What? You're leaving today? Why the sudden haste?" William exclaimed, taken aback by the news. Emily, too, looked up at Levi, her eyes filled with astonishment. Li Wei nodded slightly. "I have certain matters to attend to, thus I must take my leave for now. However, I have a friend who possesses the demonic ability to traverse space, so I shall return whenever possible." Upon hearing this explanation, William Hannah let out a faint sigh. "I understand. Given your strength, it is indeed inappropriate for you to remain confined to this small island, yet I did not anticipate your departure would come so soon." "Neither did I, Li Wei. I have yet to offer you a proper apology. My previous behavior was far too capricious and lacking in foresight." Emily hesitated for a moment before, blushing. She finally articulated the purpose of her visit. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Have you forgotten? We clarified everything 3 days ago, so we remain good friends. Moreover, the majority of the previous misunderstandings were primarily my fault, while you merely acted in accordance with human nature. On the contrary, I repeatedly erred, and my attitude towards you in the initial days was truly deplorable." "Haha, Emily, please don't take it to heart." "I haven't taken it to heart," Emily replied, her voice gradually diminishing. An indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes before she let out a long sigh. Observing her demeanor, Li Wei could only feign ignorance and shifted the conversation to inquire about William Hannah's mother. My mother is much better now. I genuinely thank you. Because of your influence, the ship's doctor from the ant pirate crew came personally to treat her, and she can now walk normally." "That's wonderful, William Hannah. Your filial piety has finally been rewarded." Li Wei responded sincerely. Upon seeing William Hannah, he quickly shook his head and said, "There is truly no need for such formality between us. Without your support, I would not be who I am today. Well, I shall refrain from saying more. Please take good care of your mother, William Hannah." After this, Li Wei turned to Emily and said, "You too, do not forget your dreams. Life is rather peculiar. Years from now, as you look back, you will realize that your past self was both endearing and somewhat foolish." I understand now, Li Wei. I will strive to do my best as well. Indeed, let us endeavor together." Li Wei ultimately uttered a comforting phrase, causing Emily's eyes to sparkle with renewed brilliance. Beside them, William Hannah chuckled, adding, "It is wonderful that you all have dreams. Mine is rather simple. I merely wish for my mother's good health." This too has become another shared dream between Emily and me. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Li Wei, you seem quite cheerful." Turning around, he saw that it was Christina, accompanied by Force. In life, the most important thing is to be happy. Li Wei took a brief moment to collect himself before introducing his friends on either side. He particularly emphasized the newly established Citizen Service Corps. Emily cast a wary glance at Christina, but quickly turned to greet her warmly. Upon learning that Foles was the individual Li Wei had mentioned, William Hannah earnestly urged him to maintain regular contact with Li Wei, expressing the hope that he would visit often. Indeed, it was essential for Li Wei to return frequently, as the Citizen Service Corps required his presence. After hearing Foles' words, Li Wei paused momentarily before responding, "No problem. Once I wrap up matters concerning the Land of Harmony, I shall return." With Li Wei's assurance, smiles graced the faces of the four individuals. Suddenly, Christina remarked, "It is nearly time. We should set off." "Yes, and the most formidable adversary awaits me," Li Wei responded. "William Hanner, Emily, I must make my way to the seaside." Li Wei's expression was tinged with regret as he explained. However, Emily and William Hanner spoke in unison. "We are aware of your duel with the former admiral, and we wish to witness it ourselves. Then let us depart. With my conduit, we shall reach the seaside in less than a minute," boasted Foles. He then employed his fruit ability, drawing a circle upon the ground, which promptly transformed into a dark, gaping void. "Is this the capability that transcends islands? How truly remarkable!" William Hanner exclaimed, bending down to inspect the dark hole. Li Wei smiled gently and said, "Then let us go together." Following this, he was the first to leap down. Upon reaching the seaside, he noticed that a considerable number of people had already gathered. After a brief moment, William, Hannah, Emily, and others arrived one after another. The appearance of Li Wei ignited the scene, as those present gazed upon this transformative young man with fervent eyes, willingly parting to create a pathway for him. Li Wei waved his hand to the crowd and made his way through, eventually spotting Akiji, Van Augur, and Katakuri, the core members of the Big Mom Pirates. It was evident that they were all keenly interested in this confrontation. "Well, you finally arrived, Li Wei," Akiji remarked. "Of course, I would not miss this appointment," Li Wei replied. Levi smiled slightly and exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Forzer to wisely lead William, Hannah, and Emily away. Christina also followed suit. "Levi, you have arrived at a crossroads of fate. Be cautious not to choose the wrong path," Wano remarked, reiterating his philosophy on destiny. Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly, declaring, "My fate is dictated by me, not by the heavens. This is my life philosophy." "Wano, you should step down. This is a duel between Li Wei and myself." Green Pheasant interjected, "You are mistaken. This is a confrontation between the Blackbeard pirates and Li Wei." Wano suddenly corrected him, causing Li Wei to pause momentarily. Clenching his fists, he produced a creaking sound and inquired, "How does this differ from what was agreed upon yesterday?" Chapter 103, Another betting game. Do not be hasty. "Li Wei, the one you are to duel remains unchanged. It is still Green Pheasant," Wano hastily clarified. However, he swiftly added, "Moreover, I shall not partake in the contest between the two of you." "Then why do you assert that I am facing the Blackbeard pirates?" Li Wei directly expressed his doubts, gesturing to Foles to refrain from acting impulsively, lest the situation escalate. Wano elucidated his reasoning. "This confrontation determines your potential membership in the Blackbeard pirates. My assertion is not erroneous. Is that all there is to it?" Levi spoke in a tone of disbelief, fully aware that the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates was no ordinary foe. However, before Wano could respond, Akiji interjected, stating, "If you wish to win Levi over, why not speak plainly? This roundabout way of conversing only serves to complicate matters further." "I understand, Levi. We are all aware of your ability to unleash a surge of power in a short span of time. I find this rather unjust," Wano remarked. "How is that unfair?" replied Levi. "Indeed, my technique can significantly enhance my strength, but it comes with the severe drawback of extreme weakness afterward. Allow me to clarify," Akiji continued. "While I would relish the opportunity to engage you in a fierce battle to truly ascertain our strengths, our animosity is not profound. Given your current prowess, a full-scale confrontation would inevitably result in casualties and require considerable time to resolve." "That is indeed true," Akiji added. "If memory serves, your battle against Admiral Akainu lasted 10 grueling days and nights before a victor was finally determined." Li Wei began to comprehend the situation, yet he realized that such an act of exposing wounds was never his intention. However, Green Pheasant remained unfazed and continued, "Thus, there is no necessity for us to engage in this deadly duel. Let us not forget that the nation is the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, who eagerly anticipate our mutual destruction." As he spoke, he gestured toward Katakuri and the others, who were watching with keen interest. Levi acquiesced to this perspective but raised a query. "So, you wish to continue this contest through a wager?" "This is precisely what I desire, after all. I too am rather occupied." "Indeed, we shall employ a gamble to determine your allegiance. However, for the sake of fairness, I would prefer that you refrain from utilizing the ability you demonstrated against Katakuri. Indeed, Levi, should you resort to that power, I will seize the opportunity to bind you on Honeycomb Island during your moment of vulnerability." Wano interjected, seizing the moment. At this juncture, Levi comprehended that this was the essence of their discourse, and he began to ponder the nature of the impending wager, which likely pertained to strength. Yet, he could not ascertain the specifics. After a brief contemplation, Levi candidly inquired, "Let us first ascertain the terms of the wager. If it is fair, I shall naturally acquiesce to this condition." The terms of the gamble were straightforward. "You shall plunge into the ocean, and I will utilize my ice fruit powers to encase you in ice. If you can extricate yourself, then victory shall be yours, of course. This must be accomplished within a time limit of 10 minutes. Upon hearing Akiji's proposal, Levi nodded without hesitation. "No problem, I accept." He mused internally, Fortuitously, I have upgraded my innate strength skill. With my current power, I am comparable to the peak of Big Mom's strength. Therefore, no eyes should be able to confine me. More importantly, Akiji and Wang Oga had witnessed his confrontation with Katakuri yesterday, which might lead them to misjudge his current capabilities. Reflecting on this, Levi began to understand why Katakuri had spared him. With his observation haki, he must have sensed their presence nearby. With this thought, Levi shook his head and turned to look at Katakuri, feeling fortunate to have caught the attention of the Blackbeard pirates. Otherwise, he might have truly perished at the hands of Big Mom's crew. In the midst of his reflections, he heard Akiji's remarks. Your strength seems to have significantly increased. You are indeed a formidable genius. Wang Oga's discernment is truly impressive. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. It was clear that the exceptional ability of observation haki was not exclusive to Katakuri alone. A foreboding sensation began to swell within him, yet having given his word, he felt compelled to press on with determination. With the wager now established, it was time to commence, was it not? Wang Oga took the initiative to speak. And upon seeing Li Wei nod in agreement, he strode purposefully towards the crowd. Li Wei and Akiji followed closely behind. The onlooking crowd parted ways, allowing the three of them to pass through. Limited by distance, they remained unaware of the gambling situation, thus engaging in hushed discussions. What is happening? Isn't that Li Wei planning to fight Akiji? Indeed, how did they leave like this? Could it be that Li Wei intends to join the Blackbeard pirates? Katakuri and others displayed expressions of confusion as well, yet they trailed behind, clearly placing immense importance on this confrontation. Furzer wished to catch up with Li Wei to seek clarity, but was halted by Christina, who softly said, "We must trust Li Wei, and besides, given our capabilities, we cannot assist in his duel with Akiji." As she spoke, she glanced at Li Wei's retreating figure, adding, "I hope he remains unharmed." Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Wei approached the seaside and then leaped into the water. Witnessing this, the others were taken aback, with some even believing that Li Wei had surrendered. Furzer was eager to dive in and rescue him, yet once more, Christina restrained him. Kriya curiously inquired, "Li Wei, what do you intend to do?" Katakuri, with a contemplative expression, remarked, "So that is how it is. These individuals are indeed quite cautious." "You figured it out? Do tell," Kriya urged. "Look for yourselves, Kriya. Smuggy. Use your minds and reflect on how Akiji defeated you," Katakuri retorted impatiently. Wang Oga then turned to Akiji, stating, "It's your turn to make a move now. Be careful not to harm Li Wei." "Rest assured, I am well aware of my actions," Akiji responded. As soon as the words left his mouth, he soared into the air, employing Jeppo to approach Li Wei, then firmly stepped onto his shoulder. "You bastard," Li Wei exclaimed. Before Li Wei could finish his words, he was violently thrust into the depths of the ocean. Akiji then shouted, "Ice Age." A frigid aura emanated from his entire being, instantly encasing the surface of the sea in ice. Chapter 104. Akiji's Ice Age to Furas and the onlookers. It appeared as though Akiji had suddenly launched a sneak attack on Li Wei. Consequently, the scene erupted in uproar. Isn't this utterly unfair? Is that man truly an admiral of the Navy? How despicable. No wonder he was expelled from the Navy. I am more concerned about Li Wei's safety. Surely, he will be all right. Fear not, for just yesterday, Li Wei found himself in a similar predicament. He shall extricate himself swiftly. Oh, let us hope so. Amidst the clamor, the crowd directed their hostile gazes toward Akiji, who had returned to the icy surface, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Though he merely smirked without offering an explanation. "You scoundrel, resorting to such underhanded tactics?" With those furious shouts, Furas dashed toward the frozen sea, intent on rescuing him. Christina attempted to restrain him, but time was not on her side. While she had faith in Akiji's character, the unfolding events compelled her to follow suit and inquire about what had transpired. Wang Oga refrained from advancing, instead casting a wary glance at the equally bewildered Katakuri. Evidently guarding against potential opportunists, Akiji chuckled and recounted the wager he had made with him, concluding, "Ice Age is my most formidable technique. Although Li Wei's strength has indeed surged since yesterday, escaping this icy grasp remains an impossibility." Despite comprehending the reason behind Li Wei's entrapment after hearing Akiji's words, Furas vehemently disagreed with his conclusion. "It seems you are still unaware of the true extent of Li Wei's prowess. A mere block of ice cannot possibly contain him. Young man, my observation haki is quite potent. Do not underestimate me." Akiji interrupted Furas, turning to Christina to say, "Congratulations to you all. Once I defeat Li Wei, should you require assistance, Wang Oga and I will dismantle the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. Ah, Mr. Kazan, I believe you need not trouble yourself. Like Furas, I too believe in Li Wei's ability to escape. This is not a doubt in your strength, but rather a testament to Li Wei's remarkable feats." Christina spoke with careful consideration, bowing slightly to Akiji. In response, Akiji smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then let us await the final outcome." As he spoke, he peered down at the ice, seemingly striving to discern Li Wei's condition. Furas and Christina mirrored his actions. Although the discussions among Akiji and the others were subdued, They were audible enough for the onlookers to grasp the situation regarding Li Wei's ambush and subsequent encasement in ice. A collective sigh of relief spread among the crowd, especially among those who had witnessed Li Wei's battle with Katakuri, each expressing their opinions. If it comes down to a contest of strength, I doubt anyone could rival Li Wei. I share that sentiment. I heard that the head of the Soul Work Society, Tennis, was a formidable titan after consuming the strength fruit, yet he too fell to Li Wei. Then I can rest easy. Amidst the chatter, Tennis, shackled by sea prism stone handcuffs, wore an increasingly grim expression. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but was preempted by Karika, who interjected, "A loss is a loss, Tennis. You must understand that there are some individuals in this world you cannot surpass, no matter how hard you strive. You were simply unfortunate to encounter one such person." Is it merely bad luck? Tennis scoffed defiantly. Did you not also suffer consecutive defeats at Li Wei's hands? And you, Katakuri? Indeed. I was bested by Li Wei, yet that experience has imparted a deeper understanding of this truth, rendering me stronger as a result. Karika did not refute the claim. After speaking, he delivered a powerful punch to Tennis's abdomen, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. Observing this minor altercation from a distance, Wang Oga returned his focus to the frozen sea. As time progressed, the vast expanse of ice remained still and silent. Eventually, Furas began to exhibit signs of distress. Although he did not voice his concerns, his pacing betrayed his agitation. Christina, too, furrowed her brow, occasionally bending down to glimpse the situation within the ice. However, Akiji's ice age was so potent that it had frozen the depths of the sea for dozens, if not hundreds of meters below the surface. The ice, while crystalline and translucent, could not be penetrated by mere eyesight. Thus, all present remained oblivious to Li Wei's current predicament. Only Wang Oga, possessing the keenest vision, bore an expression that indicated Li Wei was in dire straits. Indeed, this was the case. Li Wei exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet the colossal iceberg remained utterly unmoved. After all, the entire sea surface was encrusted with ice, stretching endlessly before him. This icy expanse was at least several times larger than the iceberg that Diamond Jaws, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, had hurled at Marine headquarters during the legendary battle. Furthermore, the freezing effect wrought by Akiji could endure for an entire week. One can only imagine the formidable resilience of the iceberg that encased Li Wei. Li Wei felt that compared to his predicament yesterday, he was now facing 100-fold more difficulties. Even though he had upgraded his innate strength skill, breaking free from the ice was akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Qingji remarked, "It seems we have triumphed over Li Wei. He is utterly immobilized within the iceberg." Wang Oga slowly added, casting a glance at Foles and the others. "You should congratulate him. Li Wei's destiny should not be entwined with the likes of you weaklings. He would serve a greater purpose within the Blackbeard Pirates. You, Foles. We must have faith in Li Wei," Christina interjected, pulling her irate companion back. "Unfortunately, Li Wei's fate is his to determine. He will absolutely, unequivocally not join the nefarious Blackbeard Pirates, and he will certainly not lose. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. There are merely 5 minutes remaining." Wang Oga did not argue further. As for him, it was now a countdown. Suddenly, Qingji recalled something and turned to Foles, saying, "In 5 minutes. You must use the pipeline to rescue Li Wei. Frankly, I lack the strength to break through this vast expanse of ice." This statement left Foles speechless, and he could only pray internally, "Li Wei, please emerge swiftly." Many of the hundreds of onlookers shared his sentiment, their faces etched with anxiety as they began to chant in unison, "Li Wei, come out quickly. Yes, do not let these pirates bask in their triumph." Yet, these voices could not reach Li Wei's ears. He too was filled with urgency and felt utterly helpless. Chapter 105. The power of borrowed strength trapped within the iceberg. Li Wei found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Having exhausted his indomitable guardian skill for the day in an attempt to escape, his time was running short. Should he fail to break free, he risked not only losing this gamble, but also his very life. What should he do? The strength he prided himself on seemed utterly futile, which was a significant surprise to him. However, he understood that in dire circumstances, maintaining composure was crucial. Thus, he ceased his struggles, recognizing them as meaningless. Instead, Li Wei activated the system to review the descriptions of his skills. Deep down, he sensed that an S-level innate strength should not merely enhance the effects of this talent, it ought to yield new skills as well. After all, the last time he had acquired a new skill in terms of strength was at the B level, making it improbable for such a potent system to have successive upgrades without introducing new skills. With this thought in mind, Li Wei scanned the system's skill descriptions again, but found no new skills, leaving him perplexed and disappointed. Just then, a sudden realization struck him as he meticulously scrutinized the dense text on the virtual panel. Finally, he discovered something. While there were indeed no new skills, the elevation to S level had not only enhanced his innate strength, but had also significantly improved another skill he had seldom utilized. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. Li Wei busily gathered his thoughts, casting his gaze upward before commencing this life-saving skill. On the icy surface, Foles was already in a state of fervent anxiety, pacing back and forth with his head lowered. Suddenly, he halted, glancing around only to meet Christina's equally perplexed expression. It was as if they were in sync, both nodding simultaneously. Soon after, they both sensed an abrupt disappearance of the power within them. Foles staggered, nearly losing his balance. Yet he quickly steadied himself and turned to Christina. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Foles noticed a hint of weakness in her demeanor as well. Just as he was about to inquire, he suddenly perceived something unusual in the atmosphere. The once boisterous cheers in support of Li Wei had vanished, replaced by scattered murmurs. Moreover, the faces of the crowd appeared somewhat pallid, yet this did not hinder their quiet discussions. Did you just hear that? Li Wei is calling for our help. Of course, he heard our voices and responded to them. He is drawn upon our strength. Indeed, if it can be of assistance, I would willingly offer all of my power. Upon hearing these murmurs, although Foles did not comprehend the unfolding events, he sensed that something favorable was about to transpire, for he too had just heard Li Wei's voice. This peculiar scene caused Katakuri and others to furrow their brows. Katakuri employed his observation haki to scan the surroundings, growing increasingly grave as he muttered, "Why does everyone here seem significantly weakened? Did you not hear Li Wei's voice?" Krija suddenly interjected. At his words, Katakuri immediately asked, "Li Wei's voice? What did he say to you?" "Li Wei wishes to borrow my strength, but I did not consent," Krija replied, his tone laced with confusion, only to be interrupted by Smudgy. "I did not hear Li Wei speak, but that fellow possesses many peculiar skills. He can share pain. Do you not recall? Days ago, when Brin awakened, suffering immensely, Li Wei managed to transfer his agony onto us. Pain transfer? And the borrowing of strength? Where on earth did Li Wei acquire such strange abilities?" Katakuri mused. Meanwhile, Akiji seemed to have noticed something as well, stroking his chin. Borrowing strength? Borrowing defense? Li Wei certainly possesses an array of unusual techniques. Wang Oga, could you please check on his current condition? Certainly. Wang Oga promptly focused his attention, utilizing his keen eyesight to observe that the once despondent Li Wei was once again mustering his strength. To his astonishment, he noticed cracks forming in the eyes surrounding Li Wei. However, Wang Oga quickly speculated, in the face of life and death, has Li Wei finally been compelled to act? This might work to our advantage. Once he falls into a weakened state, we can rightfully take him away, and at that moment, he will be powerless to resist. Are you suggesting that Li Wei has employed that technique to temporarily enhance his power? Akiji inquired. Though he soon shifted his stance, I do not believe he would make such an error, and did you not hear the discussions among the crowd? Everyone's strength has diminished. Wait, are you implying that Li Wei borrowed the powers of these individuals? But what can the combined strength of these weaklings accomplish? Wang Oga clearly expressed his skepticism. Katakuri shared this doubt, having just recovered from his own shock, scoffing, no matter how many ants there are, they cannot compete with an elephant. He then questioned several siblings, discovering that only Krija had heard Li Wei's voice, yet he had declined to lend his strength. Hence, Katakuri speculated that Li Wei had resorted to the technique that had previously defeated him, as the crowd held differing opinions. A crackling sound echoed from beneath their feet on the ice. The meaning of such a sound required no elaboration. Consequently, Foles and the multitude of spectators displayed expressions of delight, yearning to cheer, yet finding themselves unable to leap, ultimately settling for exclaiming, "Li Wei is about to win." Indeed, I never imagined I could contribute even a modicum of strength to his victory. He is right, we must not underestimate ourselves. Our numbers are great and united. We can surely alter our circumstances. Indeed, that is what Li Wei wishes for us. In response to these voices, Wang Oga and Katakuri merely exchanged derisive smiles, perceiving the naivety of the crowd, who were often the loudest and most optimistic. Moments later, the fissures in the ice widened, and many had retreated to the shore, their faces aglow with excitement. Foles clenched his fist tightly, and finally, the ice split open, with Li Wei emerging, exclaiming in thunderous tones, "Ha! It appears I have emerged victorious." Instantaneously, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of jubilation, akin to a boiling pot. Akiji, however, remained silent, wearing a smile. Wang Oga, interjecting at an inopportune moment, remarked, "Not so fast, Li Wei. Have you forgotten the terms of the wager? Using that technique will result in your defeat." "Let us see." Li Wei retorted, "You are well aware that if I truly employ that technique, I shall succumb to weakness in mere minutes." Levi spoke with an air of confidence, his demeanor causing Wang Oga to feel a tinge of confusion. Chapter 106. Katakuri's resolve. After a considerable pause, Levi struck his chest forcefully a few times, raised an eyebrow, and called out to Wang Oga, "The time is nearly upon us. Do you wish to engage in a contest with me?" "No need," Wang Oga replied candidly. "Though my observation haki may not be particularly refined, I can still perceive that your aura remains undiminished." He then inquired further, "How have you accomplished this? Were you concealing your strength before?" "Guess," Levi responded enigmatically. "I believe fate shall reveal the answer to you." Certainly, Levi would never divulge his secret. Yet he felt a profound sense of gratitude for the opportunity to calm his mind and meticulously peruse the skill description while ensnared in the ice mountain moments ago. He had nearly overlooked a life-saving ability. With this thought in mind, Levi once again directed his gaze toward the virtual panel before him, where lay a skill he had persistently ignored and had not employed in days. Strength borrowing. This skill allows the user to borrow the strength of others to enhance their own capabilities. The prerequisite for borrowing strength is the consent of the other party. This skill can borrow the strength of up to 500 individuals at once, with a maximum borrowing duration of 5 minutes and a range of 5 kilometers. Note, during the period of strength borrowing, the lender will experience profound fatigue, though their ability to act remains unaffected. It was precisely through this ability that he managed to unravel the ice age of Aokiji. Upon finishing his reading, Levi glanced once more at the jubilant crowd surrounding him. He bowed sincerely and expressed, "I am truly grateful to all of you. Without your trust and assistance, I might have met my demise here. Such words are unnecessary. It is our duty. You are our hero," came the chorus of voices. "Indeed, Levi, you've done so much for us. There's no need for such formality," another chimed in. "Absolutely, it brings us joy to be of help to you." As Levi's words of gratitude resonated, the onlookers erupted in exuberant chatter. Forrest chuckled softly. "For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. However, recalling how you previously lent me your strength, you truly are an astonishing individual. Indeed, your rapid enhancement of power and the array of unique abilities you possess are remarkable. Not to mention, you seem unperturbed by the weaknesses of seawater and sea stone. With you among us, perhaps we can indeed transform this repugnant world," Christina earnestly remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Wei smiled faintly and said, "Do you wish to change the world? This is not a feat that can be accomplished by a single individual. However, I believe you have begun to grasp this truth. Look at these people. If we could unite their strengths, then transforming the world would no longer be a mere fantasy." His words once again ignited a fervor among the crowd. They exchanged glances, their faces radiant with passionate determination. For Li Wei was the first, and perhaps the only one, to acknowledge their power. In the past, those who exploited the weak, the pirates, the gangs, and even many in the navy, viewed themselves as superior, mercilessly oppressing others, often proclaiming, "Survival of the fittest, blame your weakness if you suffer." Yet, despite their limited strength, these individuals unabashedly declared with all their might, "Our power can indeed change this world." Until today, I had never contemplated this idea, until Li Wei's arrival. We must unite. We cannot rely solely on others. Indeed, let us come together. Together, in unison. The crowd echoed this rallying cry, with Forrest and Christina joining in as well. Li Wei wore a gentle smile, observing the scene before him with a sense of satisfaction. Although their powers had been temporarily borrowed to assist him, rendering them in a state of weakness and lowering their voices, the unified rhythm and synchronized chants resonated like thunder, echoing far and wide. Witnessing this, Wang Oga raised an eyebrow, falling into silence. A playful expression adorned Qing Ji's face, though he said nothing. He exchanged a knowing wink with Christina, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Christina reciprocated with a glance and a solemn nod, as if they were conspiring about something. Not far away. Upon hearing the rallying cry, Katakuri could not help but adjust his ears, frowning slightly as he remarked, "The voices of these weaklings are rather loud. This is something I never anticipated." It seems Li Wei has a point. He suggested that if we wish to truly govern the nations, we must heed the voices of the common folk. "Krieg, have you fallen under Li Wei's spell? We are pirates. Why should we heed the words of these weaklings?" "Smokey, do not misconstrue my intent. I mean to express the importance of paying attention to the thoughts of the common people. Although they are indeed as feeble as ants, their numbers far surpass those of our Big Mom pirates, by hundreds or even thousands," Krieg hurriedly explained, pausing for a moment before adding, "Losing to others, while difficult to accept, also presents an opportunity for growth. Smokey, it is undeniable that Li Wei is indeed stronger than us." "What do you mean by that, Krieg? Are you suggesting you wish to engage in battle with me? Smokey, have you caused enough trouble? Do you wish to embarrass yourself before Li Wei, the Blackbeard pirates, and these so-called weaklings?" Katakuri intervened, possessing an unparalleled authority among his siblings, leading Smokey to fall silent. The others refrained from speaking as well. Only Bre, after surveying the group, finally spoke. "Now that we lack both Mama and the Soul Society's powers, compounded by the recent events concerning Hamets, we must unite all forces to confront the Blackbeard pirates." Bre is correct. I will endeavor to fill the void left by Mama's departure from the island. As for the Soul Society, did not Li Wei and his companions establish a citizen service group? We should develop them into our subordinate organization, Katakuri summarized. Glancing around to find no objections, he relaxed his tone slightly, saying, "The Blackbeard pirates are not in a position to deal with us, so there is no need for excessive concern. Now, we must properly conclude the matters of these past few days." With a subtle gesture from Katakuri, his subordinates nudged Majid and Tinus forward. "Let us proceed. It is time to fulfill our obligations." With that, Katakuri led the two prisoners towards Li Wei. Chapter 107. The initial funds secured amidst the deafening chants, Krieg had to raise his voice to say, "These are the prisoners you entrusted us to guard, Tinus and Majid. Now that your battle with Qing Ji has concluded, they should be returned to you. Thank you, Creek. You truly are a reliable pirate. Levi marveled at the circumstances. After the duel with Katakuri yesterday, he reflected on the inadequacy of his personnel to effectively monitor fours and tinnies. Thus, he shamelessly requested the handcuffs made of sea stone from the opposing party. This was the only strategy he could conceive to manage the two formidable ability users. To his surprise, Korea demonstrated remarkable understanding by offering to assist in guarding the prisoners. Although Fours and Christina vehemently opposed this, and Smuggy and Armand exchanged sinister smiles, Levi stood firm against the dissenting voices, nodding in agreement. He jestingly remarked, Korea, I regard you as a friend. I trust you will not betray the faith that allies or friends place in you, as Tinnies did. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on this adversary and those who conspire with them. Korea readily acquiesced, casting a glance at Smuggy and Armand. At that moment, Katakuri interjected. Those who betray their allies become our enemies. Levi, you will stand with us as an ally, will you not? We have always been allies, have we not, Korea? Levi smiled and bid farewell, saying, see you tomorrow. I shall defeat Akiji. Reflecting on this, Levi cast a knowing glance at Foz, who, perceptively, offered a subtle smile towards Kizuru and Katakuri before accepting Tinus and Majid from the hands of the Big Mom Pirates combatants. At that moment, Wang Oga began to comprehend the situation. He scrutinized Levi and Katakuri with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to fathom how these two, who had engaged in a life-and-death duel just the day before, now appeared to be allies. Akiji observed this scene with keen interest, as if pondering something profound, remaining silent. Well, Wang Oga, here are the two individuals you sought. I trust you are prepared with the necessary funds? Li Wei directly addressed the matter at hand, adding with a touch of kindness, while a mere 400 million berries may be a trivial sum for your Blackbeard pirates. I mentioned yesterday that if you currently lack such funds, I could arrange for fools to make a trip for you. There's no need for that. In this world, there are more spatial abilities than just the pipe fruit. My teleportation fruit also allows for traversing between islands. Wang Oga interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He extended another olive branch. There are other prodigies in this world besides you. I have only taken 2 or 3 days to develop my devil fruit abilities to this level. So what do you say? Join us, Li Wei. There's no need for that. Perhaps one day we will fight side by side, but today is not that day. Li Wei unhesitatingly declined, extending his hand. Then let us proceed with the transaction of cash for goods. Very well, please wait a moment, came the reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Aojia vanished in an instant. Moments later, he returned, bearing a box in his hands. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, recalling the original storyline. If memory served him right, Wang Aojia had been following Blackbeard Teach, intent on capturing Luo, and could only teleport within his line of sight. Contemplating this, Li Wei sighed. His arrival was indeed altering the narrative. This suggested that the further he ventured into the story, the less reliable his foreknowledge would become. However, the immediate priority was to secure the payment. Thus, Li Wei refocused, accepting the box Wang Aojia offered. Upon opening it, he found it brimming with large denominations of cash, 400 million berries, not a single note missing. Now, you may hand over Tinnies and McGiddy to me. Li Wei had no reason to refuse this request. Very well, they are yours. Ignoring the terrified gazes of Tinnies and McGiddy, he instructed Fours to deliver the prisoners. Who would have thought such a formidable figure would display such a disgraceful expression in the face of death? Wang Aojia remarked with disdain as he and Akiji each took hold of one prisoner. Turning to Li Wei, he added, until we meet again. Fate shall bring us together once more, and that day is not far off. Farewell, Li Wei, Christina. I hope to see news of you in the papers soon. Akiji waved his hand in farewell. With a swift motion, they vanished, taking the 2 captives with them. After completing the transaction, Li Wei publicly handed the box of money to Fours, stating, this shall serve as the initial funding for our citizen service group. I trust that over the past couple of days, you and Christina have grasped what needs to be done next. Indeed, we will act according to your directives, Li Wei. Upon hearing Fours' response, Li Wei surveyed the crowd, their eager eyes fixed upon him. He raised his right hand and proclaimed with utmost fervor, remember this, my fate is mine to command, not hers. My fate is mine to command, not hers. My fate is mine to command, not hers. The shoreline erupted with renewed fervor, the rallying cry resonating through the heavens. Levi and Folzer exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. In his heart, he mused that this slogan would inevitably resound across the skies of all nations. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Katakuri and Krijo wearing contemplative expressions, which further bolstered his confidence. After a considerable time, the roar of the crowd gradually subsided. Li Wei gazed at Katakuri and smiled, saying, now, it is time for our discussion, isn't it? Indeed, I was just thinking the same, Katakuri replied directly. He added, let us proceed to the Caramel CAF for our conversation. I have heard that it is where your legendary transformation began. No problem at all. Li Wei glanced at Fours once more. This young man clearly understood. He had harnessed the power of the pipe fruit to construct a direct pipeline to the Caramel CAF. Anyone is welcome to listen in. although it is certainly not as spacious as here. Levi addressed the crowd once more, and then he was the first to plunge into the pipe. Upon reaching their destination, Levi led Fors and Christina into a CAF. Outside, a multitude of people from various nations stood, their faces alight with excitement, even though they could hardly comprehend the proceedings. This was, after all, their inaugural engagement in such matters. Levi, with the intent of safeguarding the lives of these individuals and enhancing their living conditions, presented his demands to Katakuri. He also pledged that the entire civic service group would stand shoulder to shoulder with the Big Mom pirates. During the discussions, Smuggy attempted repeatedly to decline Levi's requests, yet Krija believed it prudent to consider the proposal. Their disagreement escalated into a heated argument, while the decisive Katakuri remained noncommittal. Eventually, Levi smiled and remarked, "Let us take Cocoa Island as a precedent. Frankly, we too harbor doubts about your pirates fulfilling the promises I have articulated." Thus, a preliminary cooperation agreement was reached between the Civic Service Group and the Big Mom pirates. When Fors conveyed this news to the eager crowd waiting outside, they erupted in thunderous applause, nearly shaking the very roof of the CAF. After concluding these affairs, it was already late into the night. The trio had a light meal before returning to their modest wooden cabin. Subsequently, Levi arranged to meet Fors at their lodgings the following day, to which Fors consented. As he lay down, Levi silently pondered, what talents would be refreshed tomorrow? With this curiosity lingering in his mind, he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 108. Arrival in Weno country the next morning at the break of dawn. Leeway awoke and immediately began to examine his own body. Although he had yet to master the observation haki, he could still perceive that the extraordinary power he had previously possessed had vanished completely. It seemed that the remarkable innate ability of Lingling was indeed lost to him. Leeway sighed, activated the system, and checked which talent had been refreshed this week. This week's talent, the artistry of Kazuki Oden. Activation progress, 0. Talent level, none. Talent description, none. Talent skills, 0. Permanent skills, 1. Strange sound attack, an active skill of C rank, allowing the user to emit peculiar sounds that can stun or inflict minor damage on foes who hear them. The effectiveness of stunning and damage depends on the enemy's strength. The more formidable the enemy, the less effective this skill becomes. Note, the skill user can concentrate the strange sound attack on a single enemy as needed. When targeting a single adversary, the resulting stun and damage will be significantly enhanced. Method of upgrading. The talent holder can upgrade the strange sound attack skill by rescuing Charlotte Linlin and her children. After the current talent activation period ends, the permanent skill can still be upgraded according to this rule. Remaining time, 6 days. Indeed, after reaching the rare S rank, Charlotte Linlin's attributes had been entirely depleted, leaving only the strange sound attack as her permanent skill. Subsequently, Leeway paused for a moment, glancing again at the new talent, pondering within himself, was this merely coincidence? Or does the system possess a certain empathy? He was just about to head to Weno country when the system presented him with a talent related to Oden. Based on the activation conditions of the first talent, all he needed to do was visit Weno and meet with Momonosuke or the Red Scabbards to successfully activate it. Leeway subconsciously rubbed his eyes and glanced once more at the virtual panel before him. Indeed, this week's talent was the artistry of Kazuki Oden. At that moment, Leeway couldn't help but jest. Is Oden's artistry merely about dancing in the nude? However, he was acutely aware of the system's formidable capabilities. The immediate priority was to activate this talent, ascertain the conditions for its enhancement, and subsequently bolster his combat strength. With these thoughts in mind, Leeway sprang to his feet, retrieving his phone bug to contact Furs. He was reluctant to venture outside, as encountering Katakuri could prove perilous. With his opponent's observation haki, he would instantly perceive Leeway's diminished strength, potentially leading to a cascade of unnecessary complications. Shortly thereafter, Furs arrived, accompanied by Christina. Clearly cognizant that the time for their separation had come, Levi did not linger, requesting Fors to utilize his fruit abilities to establish a conduit to Weno country. After a few attempts to dissuade him, seeing Levi's unwavering determination, Fors could only concede. Subsequently, Levi produced a transponder snail to contact Jinbe. Fortunate that he had yet to depart from Weno, Fors then proceeded to construct the passage, remarking, "Levi, do make sure to visit us often." "Absolutely, with your fruit abilities. I can return at any time," Levi replied. With those words, he leaped into the passage, under the reluctant gaze of Fors and Christina, silently declaring, "Weno country. Here I come." Moments later, Levi suddenly experienced a dazzling brightness before him, instinctively squinting his eyes to adjust. "You must be Levi, the young man who rescued Aladdin," a voice inquired. Turning towards the source, Levi found himself face to face with Jinbe, the helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon encountering a member of the main cast, he quickly scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of Luffy and the others. Noticing Levi's lack of response, Jinbe pressed on, "You have been a tremendous help to me. I truly owe you my gratitude." "Oh, there's no need for such formality, Jinbe. I must extend my thanks to you as well. Without your assistance, my arrival in Weno would not have been so seamless." Levi hastily responded, seizing the opportunity to appraise Jinbei's appearance, as depicted in the original work. The latter possessed a complexion of pale blue skin, adorned with a top-knot hairstyle. His physique was robust, characterized by two prominent tusks protruding from his jaw, a short, coarse black beard gracing his chin, and a chest emblazoned with the sun's symbol of the Sun Pirates. Dressed in a patterned yukata and wooden clogs, he exuded an amiable demeanor. Noticing Levi's silence, Jinbei slightly furrowed his brow and introduced a new topic. Surely, Aladdin and the others also utilized this means to return to Fishmen Island? What a remarkable ability it is. Indeed, the capabilities of the pipe fruit are undeniably convenient. By the way, Jinbei, given the circumstances, you must have triumphed over Kaido and Big Mom, correct? And what of Luffy and the others? Where is that little rascal, Momonosuke? Li Wei promptly shifted to the main topic, eager to inquire about the whereabouts of the pivotal figure responsible for activating his talents. Jinbei swiftly responded, last night. We exerted ourselves to the utmost, and indeed defeated the alliance of two Yonko. Currently, Luffy and Zoro are resting. However, I find it quite peculiar that you are aware of this matter. Oh, didn't Aladdin inform you? My intelligence network is quite formidable. I am also aware that during the battle against Kaido, Luffy awakened the powers of the Gum fruit and mastered Gear 5th. Li Wei, were you here yesterday? It appears I was correct, but Jinbei, I have only just arrived in Weno. I am delighted to hear of your victory over Big Mom. It has provided me with an opportunity. Li Wei spoke candidly once more, revealing his desire to locate the formidable four emperors, Big Mom, and to genuinely abolish the system of regular soul payments imposed by the world government. Upon hearing his words, Jinbei's eyes widened in astonishment. He glanced at Li Wei with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, inquiring, are you suggesting that you have bested Katakuri? Am I mistaken in my perception? You do not appear particularly formidable. It is indeed perplexing, for Aladdin has stated that you are an exceptionally gifted warrior, and even the likes of Akiji and Wang Oga have fallen before you. How do you account for this? Levi had not anticipated the formidable prowess of Jinbei's observation haki. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I, too, have harnessed certain powers to triumph over these elite warriors. It is akin to Luffy activating his Gear 3rd. Once the skill concludes, one inevitably succumbs to a state of weakness. Ah, I see, Jinbei responded. Well, Aladdin has mentioned that you are a young man who has risen suddenly, much like Luffy. I shall refrain from inquiring further into your affairs. Seeing that he had successfully impressed Jinbei, Levi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, though this system is powerful, the weekly refresh mechanism can be rather vexing. He was eager to activate this week's abilities and thus inquired once more about the whereabouts of Momonosuke. However, Jinbei shook his head, saying, Momonosuke is quite exhausted. It would be best not to disturb him at present. Nevertheless, in a few days, we shall host a grand banquet, where you will have the opportunity to see Luffy and the others. Levi nodded slightly, yet he cast a glance at Jinbei and inwardly mused. They must be utterly exhausted from battling Kaido. Yet here you are, a distinguished warlord of the sea, having only faced Fuzz from the Flying Six during the grand conflict. No wonder you appear so well rested. Nevertheless, Levi remarked, Jinbei, my dear captain, you should also take some time to rest. I shall wander about for a while. Upon receiving Jinbei's nod of agreement, he turned and departed. Chapter 109. Kazuki Momonosuke and Hiyori. As Levi traversed the bustling streets, he encountered numerous individuals adorned in traditional Japanese kimonos. Though their garments appeared tattered and worn, each visage radiated with a profound sense of joy. He understood that this elation stemmed from the triumph of Luffy, Momonosuke, and their companions over the formidable antagonist Kaido, thus bringing an end to the latter's two-decade reign of terror over Weno. A bright tomorrow was on the horizon, and it was only natural for the people to rejoice. However, as he observed the crowd, he noted that many were laughing heartily, even amidst their conversations, their mirth seemingly uncontainable. In Li Wei's heart, a sudden jolt surged through him. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative, he comprehended that these individuals had consumed the failed smile fruits, resulting in the deprivation of all expressions save for smiles. Whether they were angry, sorrowful, disappointed, or furious, they could only convey their emotions through laughter. The culprits behind this tragic fate were none other than Kaido of the Beasts and Orochi. Although Luffy and Momonosuke had emerged victorious in the war, it appeared that these people were condemned to perpetually wear smiles. Such a pity it was. Contemplating this, Li Wei resolved to exert every effort to assist these victims in reclaiming their normalcy. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, he was suddenly drawn by a commotion nearby. Curiosity piqued, Li Wei hastened towards the source of the noise, where he beheld three ragged old men obstructing an individual clad in a headscarf and wrapped tightly in a gray coat. The old men wore lewd grins, tugging at the person while uttering, At last, we have found you. If you wish to keep your secret hidden, you must obediently accompany us. It is the price you must pay. Indeed, you have taken so much of our money, and it is time you paid us back. The beleaguered individual, though desperate, found himself powerless against the odds. Despite his earnest struggle, he was outnumbered, and to complicate matters, he cradled a similarly swathed child in his arms. Ultimately, he could only plead, "Please let me pass. I need to take the child for medical treatment." However, the child in his arms erupted into hearty laughter, seemingly unaffected by any ailment. Surrounding this scene were numerous onlookers, who merely pointed and whispered about the three men, yet none dared to intervene. Witnessing this, Li Wei shook his head slightly. Reflexively, he felt compelled to step forward, only to realize that the distressed individual bore a strangely familiar guise. Judging by her slender and tall figure, it was evident she was a woman. A swift glance at the men confirmed his recognition. They were the foolish nobles from the original tale, who, enamored by beauty, had been duped by Kazuki Oden into losing their fortunes. Levi cast another glance at the person cradling the child, and through the headscarf, he faintly discerned the green hair. It was indeed Kazuki Hiyori. Undoubtedly, the girl in her arms was the adopted daughter of the Shimatsuki family, as well as Hiyori's maid and dear friend, Toko. Upon recognizing their identities, Levi immediately approached, seizing the hand of one of the older men and with a forceful tug, sent him sprawling backward, tumbling onto the ground. The other two men, taken aback by this unexpected intervention, regarded him with hostile glares yet refrained from taking any rash action. Li Wei, displaying utter disdain, retorted, "Begone, you wretched lot. If you wish to preserve your pitiful lives, refrain from further entangling yourselves with this enchanting lady." Humph, the notion of a gallant rescue, young man. Do you truly believe this to be admirable? Before this woman, only wealth holds significance. She is a ravenous fiend, merciless and voracious. The elderly man, previously sprawled on the ground, rose abruptly, brandishing a knife he had produced from his garments, directing it menacingly at Li Wei as he growled, "Stop with the idle chatter. Ah, dear benefactor, do exercise caution." Keigetsu Hiyori, playing her role with finesse, gasped in feigned alarm, her visage betraying a veneer of fear. Truly a master of performance. She effortlessly transitions between the grace of a princess and the allure of a courtesan. Li Wei remarked with a hint of sarcasm that he effortlessly seized the enemy's blade in a single stride, adding, "If one's skills are lacking, one should refrain from wielding a knife, for it may very well inflict harm upon oneself." The three elderly men recognized Li Wei's remarkable prowess, and momentarily, they hesitated to act recklessly. Li Wei seized the moment, casting a cold glance at them before brandishing his small knife in a feigned display of aggression. The three elderly men recoiled repeatedly, thoroughly frightened by his antics, which elicited laughter from the onlookers. Ultimately, they, with flushed faces, blustered about their inevitable retaliation. Offering cautionary words to Li Wei, and awkwardly departed. Li Wei sheathed his small knife. As Keigetsu Hiyori expressed her gratitude, he waved his hand and directly addressed the matter at hand. "Hiyori, let us first resolve the issue concerning Kiku. What has happened to her? Ah, you know us." Upon noticing Hiyori's wary demeanor, Li Wei quickly offered a gentle smile and reassured her, "Rest assured, I am also acquainted with Momonosuke and Zoro. Furthermore, with Kaido and Orochi now defeated, there is no need for you to remain so vigilant. However, you are not a resident of Weno." Keigetsu Hiyori maintained her guard. Li Wei found himself at a loss for words. He could only gesture towards the moaning and laughing Huji and said, "Let us discuss my matters later. Focus on her for now." Clearly, this statement resonated with Keigetsu Hiyori, who hesitated for a moment before explaining, "Huji is in this state because she drank contaminated water." The contaminated water referred to the river polluted by Kaido's weapon factory? Indeed, Huji was so famished that she could not resist drinking the water to stave off her hunger. Understanding the situation, Li Wei recalled a similar incident from the original tale, where Kurizumi Tama suffered from stomach pain after drinking polluted water, ultimately being saved by Kinemon's wife, Tsubaki. With a plan forming in his mind, he approached the onlookers and, after inquiring, learned that the Chahati house, where Tsubaki was located, had been destroyed by the beast's pirates, yet she was rumored to be in the vicinity. In a corner, a man with long brown hair clad in a sleeveless pink kimono, with a scroll clutched in his mouth, observed everything. He suddenly chuckled, "Hiyori. So that woman is the daughter of Keigetsu Oden? How intriguing." With that remark, he vanished once more. Returning to Li Wei, he took Huji into his arms and, guided by a kind-hearted soul, led Keigetsu Hiyori to their destination. Fortunately, Tsubaki was present in the establishment. Li Wei hurriedly handed the herbal medicine to the crane maiden, who, being quite experienced, swiftly produced some herbs after listening to the patient's condition. Meanwhile, Guang Yue Ri, having received the herbs, began to brew them in a flustered manner. Adhering to the instructions, Li Wei assisted beside her, but soon found himself in a state of bewilderment as a virtual panel from the system suddenly materialized before his eyes. Li Wei suddenly realized, casting a glance at the text on the panel, where it boldly stated, 100. This week, the artistic talents of Keizuki Oden have been activated. The virtual panel now displayed an abundance of text. Li Wei felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately began to read. Chapter 110, The Talents of Kazuki Oden. This week's talent, the talents of Kazuki Oden. Activation progress, 100. The abilities of Thousand Soak Physique and Flowing Cherry Blossom Power have been activated. Talent level, D grade. Talent description, 1000 soak physique, possessing remarkable evasion capabilities. At the current level, the user can completely dodge attacks from those with weaker haki. When facing opponents with comparable haki, the user can evade after enduring one attack. Flowing cherry blossom power. Mastering the techniques of basic haki at this level, the user possesses the lethality of an ordinary sword. Talent skills. 2. Samurai spirit. Active skill. Allowing the user to forcibly eliminate negative states such as sleep or weakness. Note, this skill can be utilized a maximum of 3 times a day. Lunar elegance. Active skill. When activated, can enhance the user's combat power tenfold, lasting up to 1 hour. Note, this skill can only be used on a full moon night, and its effect will be significantly diminished if clouds obscure the moon. Permanent skill. 1. Strange sound attack. C grade. Active skill. Capable of emitting bizarre sounds that cause dizziness or minor damage to enemies who hear it. The effects of dizziness and damage depend on the enemy's strength. The stronger the enemy, the less effective this skill becomes. Note, the user can concentrate the strange sound attack on a single enemy as needed, significantly amplifying the effects of dizziness and damage. Leveling method. 1. During the talent activation period, 1000 soak physique can greatly enhance evasion abilities through soaking in various baths. Flowing cherry blossom power requires gaining favor from different beautiful women to level up. As levels increase, these 2 talents and their associated skills can be enhanced, with a chance to awaken new talent skills. 2. The talent holder can upgrade the strange sound attack skill by rescuing Charlotte Linlin and her children. 3. The talent holder can acquire permanent skills and upgrade them by reading historical texts. After the current talent activation period ends, the aforementioned permanent skills can still be upgraded according to this rule. Remaining time, 6 days. Upon finishing the description of this talent, Li Wei immediately recognized that, unlike the previous talent, the talents of Kazuki Oden did not possess invincible defensive capabilities or monstrous strength. However, it granted the user the ability to evade attacks and enhance lethality. One cannot say that one is superior to the other, they merely emphasize different aspects. Moreover, although Charlotte Linlin's constitution talent had become ineffective, Li Wei sensed that his strength had not completely vanished. Compared to before his transmigration, he was significantly stronger, as evidenced by his recent act of effortlessly pulling down that old man. It seems that while various skills may fade after the talent becomes ineffective, certain foundational attributes of power and speed remain preserved. Li Wei speculated that he could still employ the few techniques he had mastered from the Marine 6 styles. This system truly lives up to its title as an exceptional royal-level talent system. After marveling once more at the system's might, Li Wei redirected his attention to the medicinal herbs being brewed by Kazuki Hiyori. From the rich aroma of the concoction, he discerned that the herbs prepared by Hiyori were nearing completion. Consequently, he made his way to the small room where she resided. Upon arrival, he encountered the crane maiden cradling the herbs, evidently aware, as a healer, of the necessity to administer the medicine to the patient. The two exchanged greetings and engaged in light conversation. Seizing this opportunity, Li Wei took a moment to observe the wife of Kinemon. She possessed a beauty reminiscent of ukiyo-e portraits, her hair styled in a traditional Japanese bun, adorned in a blue kimono, and her countenance frequently betraying a melancholy expression. Li Wei understood that the other party simply missed her husband, so she smiled and reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. The person you long to see will soon be by your side." "Oh, Mr. Li Wei, why do you say that?" Missy asked. "Because I have heard your story. For the past 20 years, you have been alone, never considering remarriage. Your bond with Jean Weimin is truly touching. How did you know my husband's name?" Before Ms. He could finish her question, she cast a glance at the now lifted head of Guang Yue, and a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. Li Wei smiled gently. Just as he was about to respond, he was preempted by Hiyori. "You are the crane maiden? So you are the wife of Kinemon. I am Kazuki Hiyori, the younger daughter of Kazuki Oden. Is it truly you, Princess Hiyori? How wonderful that you are still alive," exclaimed the crane maiden, her face blooming with excitement as she hurried forward to perform a deep bow. Hiyori quickly helped her up, yet she fell silent, instead casting an inquiring glance towards Li Wei. At that moment, the crane maiden recalled the events that had just transpired, prompting her to be more forthright. She asked, "Mr. Li Wei, you are not from Weno. How is it that you are aware of the events that have transpired in my life over the past 20 years? Well, allow me to attempt an explanation." Li Wei scratched his head and smiled lightly, saying, "My intelligence-gathering abilities are quite impressive, which allows me to be aware of many happenings in Weno and the entire pirate world. For instance, over 40 years ago, Kinemon pilfered your money and stole a pure white wild boar from 3 individuals, ultimately triggering the attack of the mountain god. Fortunately, at that time, Kazuki Oden intervened and defeated the colossal mountain god, thereby averting a great disaster." As Hiyori gaped in astonishment, Li Wei gestured towards Kazuki Hiyori, continuing, "I am also aware that you were born aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. In your childhood, your favorite greeting to Momonosuke was delivered with a flying kick." Now it was Kazuki Hiyori's turn to be utterly astonished. Both of them instinctively pointed at Li Wei, their mouths agape, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Li Wei, sensing that the situation had escalated, quickly added, I harbor no ill intentions. You should be able to discern that. Therefore, please do not worry. At this juncture, he gestured towards the steaming clay pot, inquiring, is the herbal concoction nearly ready? Ah, yes. Let us first administer the medicine to Huzi, responded Hinu, regaining her focus. As she and Getsu Haya chose to disregard Li Wei. After all, the paramount concern was to restore health. Just as Hinu lifted the clay pot, poised to pour the herbal infusion into a bowl, Li Wei suddenly heard a rustling sound of footsteps. He froze for a moment, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Yet he saw no trace of anyone. Hinu's grip on the clay pot faltered, and it appeared as though it would plummet to the ground and shatter. With a swift stride, Li Wei immediately seized the earthen pot, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation of searing pain coursing through his hand. Momentarily losing his balance, he nearly stumbled to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself and place the pot securely on the ground. Li Wei was engulfed in profound confusion. What had just transpired? It seemed as though his body had reacted autonomously. Chapter 111. The enemies lurking in the shadows, Kong Nu and Kagaya Hiyori, gazed at the intact ceramic pot, their relief palpable as they repeatedly patted their chests in gratitude, casting thankful glances towards Li Wei. Thank you ever so much. The herbal concoction I painstakingly prepared was almost spilled onto the ground, which would have rendered all my efforts futile. It's entirely my fault. I nearly delayed the treatment for Huji. Fortunately, with you here, Mr. Li Wei, you truly are a dependable man, Kong Nu expressed with a tone of self-reproach, while Kagaya Hiyori offered soothing words of comfort beside her. However, Li Wei remained unresponsive, preoccupied with replaying the recent events in his mind. First, there were faint yet peculiar footsteps. Then, Kong Nu nearly knocked over the ceramic pot. And finally, there was the inexplicable loss of control over his own body. It was evident that they had encountered an ambush. Li Wei pondered intently, rotating his head as he searched the surroundings, yet found nothing. His peculiar behavior aroused the curiosity of the two beautiful women. The crane lady could not help but inquire. What is it, Mr. Li Wei? It's nothing, he replied. I merely believe that with your extensive experience in brewing medicine, such an error as earlier should not have occurred. Li Wei turned to inquire, his intuition suggesting that the enemy remained concealed nearby. Upon hearing this, Tsurunu furrowed her brows and slowly remarked, it is indeed peculiar. Just a moment ago, I felt a sudden pain in my hand, as if someone had struck me. However, it might also be attributed to a physical discomfort. I cannot be certain. Indeed, this was the case. After listening to Tsurunu's words, a chill ran through Li Wei, leading him to conclude that the enemy possessed the ability to render themselves invisible, which explained why he had only heard sounds without perceiving anyone. Yet, what could be the cause of the unusual staggering of his body? With this question lingering in his mind, Li Wei surveyed the small wooden cabin once more and conducted a cursory examination of his own body. Everything appeared normal. It seemed the enemy was quite cunning. In order to avoid alarming the adversary, Li Wei smiled and said, fortunately, the herbal soup is unharmed. Let us hasten to administer it to Hyuko, as she has been in pain for quite some time. With this reminder, both Tsurunu and her companion regained their composure. One assisted Hyuko to sit up while the other took a spoon, gradually feeding her the medicinal concoction. After consuming the herbal soup, Hyuko drifted into a drowsy slumber, allowing Tsurunu and her companion to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, Li Wei continued to ponder the events that had just transpired. Recalling the characters that had emerged in the Weno country arc, it seemed there were no figures with the ability to become invisible. It appeared that, akin to the situation with the world government, these were entirely new characters not mentioned in the original work. Li Wei was somewhat at a loss for words. But upon recalling the enemy's ability to become invisible, he couldn't help but mutter, they say that the smoke fruit is so unpalatable that not even dogs will touch it. It appears that the invisibility fruit is no different. Within just a week of entering the pirate world, he had already encountered two individuals possessing the power of invisibility, Christina and the recent adversary. Additionally, there was Sanji, who could also achieve invisibility through his battle attire. The prevalence of invisibility fruits was indeed becoming alarming. The reign of the Blackbeard pirates, Shiryu, had even foolishly consumed the transparent fruit, a decision that seemed utterly foolish. After his moment of lamentation, Li Wei shifted his focus to analyzing his own unsteady movements. He was quite certain that he had momentarily lost control of his body. In other words, he had stumbled about involuntarily. What kind of fruit could grant such an ability? He couldn't recall any devil fruit from his memory that possessed such powers. Moreover, what kind of fruit could simultaneously confer invisibility and induce a loss of control? Such a power seemed overwhelmingly formidable. At this point, Li Wei couldn't help but furrow his brow, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Kazuki Oden. With his large, expressive eyes fixed upon him, Oden inquired, it seems that Toko has recovered quite well. Li Wei, do you have a moment? I would like to discuss something with you. Go ahead, he replied. Li Wei quickly responded, but upon observing the other's hesitance, he subsequently suggested that they converse while strolling. Guan Yue readily acquiesced. Stepping out of the quaint wooden cabin, they arrived at a secluded spot. After a brief moment of contemplation, Guangyue re-inquired, "You must be aware of my other identity, correct? The courtesan Xiaozi? Indeed. You know that I am a woman of the brothel and the daughter of a general, which could bring disgrace upon the Guangyue family, especially during these tumultuous times." Li Wei came to a profound realization. In a nation such as Weno, where the honor of the samurai is held in the highest regard, the actions of Kazuki Hiyori could indeed bring immense shame upon her family. Gazing at the somewhat helpless beauty before him, Li Wei could only offer words of comfort. "You acted out of necessity at that time. As a young girl striving for survival, I believe the people of Weno will understand. Moreover, they have long awaited your return for 2 decades. They would not dismiss you over such matters. It is precisely because they have waited for the Kazuki family for 20 years that I must not let them down. I fear that if anyone were to discover my true identity, it could cause significant trouble for my brother and the others. I believe you are overthinking this. If the people of Weno truly mocked you for once being an yearn and looked down upon the entire Kazuki family, then they would not be worthy of your efforts to save them." Li Wei spoke with a resonant conviction, observing Guangyue Ri's contemplative demeanor. He added, "Moreover, that young woman, Xiaozi, has already passed away. Many witnessed her burial. Therefore, no one is aware of your true identity. Given the contrast between your identities, it is unlikely anyone would associate you with Xiaozi, so there is no need for you to fret. Let us hope that is the case. Otherwise, I would be at a loss," she replied. After this exchange, Guangyue Ri appeared considerably more at ease. She performed a courteous bow towards Li Wei, smiling as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. You are truly a good person." "Oh, and there it is, a good person card issued to myself," he mused to himself. Li Wei quietly murmured a phrase, and then replied, "I believe that even if people are aware of your past, they will hold you in greater esteem. For you have generously shared the wealth earned as a courtesan with those in need. Furthermore, I hope you do not forget the harrowing existence of the common folk. Upon reclaiming your identity as a princess, it is imperative that you strive to secure better welfare for them. This is the duty you ought to embrace. I comprehend now. You are truly a man skilled in offering solace to others, in stark contrast to another individual." Upon hearing the conversation, Li Wei immediately deduced that Kazuki Hiyori was referring to Zoro. A subtle smile graced his lips, yet he refrained from speaking, silently pondering the irony. "While you profess disinterest, your body betrays a different truth. In contrast to the warm-hearted Sanji, it was evident that you favored the rugged charm of the green-haired warrior." Nevertheless, he kept these thoughts to himself, for he too was eager to witness the scene when all members of the Straw Hat Pirates would gather together. After exchanging a few more idle remarks, Li Wei concocted an excuse and returned to the bustling street. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that not far away, the brown-haired man, still clutching a scroll in his mouth, had suddenly reappeared. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "The princess and the courtesan? Should the people of Weno become aware of this scandal, it would surely be quite amusing." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Let us make use of those 3 elderly gentlemen from earlier. They would likely be more than willing to assist." With that, the brown-haired man vanished once again, leaving behind only the faint rustle of leaves, a testament to his fleeting presence. Chapter 112. A soak with Jinbei. Upon returning to the street, Li Wei temporarily set aside thoughts of his recent adversary and approached a passerby to inquire about the nearest bathhouse. He had no choice. To elevate his 1,000 soak skill, he needed to immerse himself in various baths. Based on his experiences across the world, he had resolved to explore every bathhouse in Weno. Fortunately, such establishments should not be difficult to locate in this land. However, upon hearing Li Wei's request, the passerby displayed a look of discomfort, which took him by surprise. According to the original storyline, the Straw Hat Pirates had frequented bathhouses multiple times. Just as Li Wei began to feel perplexed, he noticed the flicker of hostility in the passerby's eyes and soon understood. The people of Weno were notably insular, and his appearance as an outsider understandably elicited their reluctance to engage. Li Wei surveyed his surroundings once more, observing that many pedestrians traversed the road, yet all regarded him with vigilant eyes. This left him feeling quite helpless, and he muttered to himself, "Taz's ambition to establish a nation is fraught with challenges." However, such matters were no longer of concern to Li Wei. With an awkward smile, he resolved to seek out answers on his own. Fortunately, at that moment, a cheerful voice resonated from behind him. "At last, I found you. I thought something might have happened since you hadn't returned for so long." Turning around, Li Wei was greeted by a familiar face, Jinbei. His arrival was indeed timely. He quickly offered a greeting before transitioning to the main topic at hand. Jinbei did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a moment to exchange pleasantries with the passers-by. With his presence, the glances directed at Li Wei from the pedestrians grew considerably more amicable. Clearly, the people of Weno had come to understand that the Straw Hat Pirates had triumphed over Kaido and Orochi. As a friend of Jinbei, the locals began to embrace Li Wei, extending their goodwill towards him. The very pedestrian Li Wei had just inquired of even took the initiative to apologize. "It turns out you are a friend of our benefactor. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. No worries, Li Wei replied. You cannot be blamed for that. As an outsider, newly arrived in Weno, and given the unfortunate events that have unfolded here, it is entirely reasonable for you to exercise caution. Li Wei waved his hand, signaling his understanding. Jinbei smiled at the two of them, then turned to Li Wei and said, Let us go. I shall take you to the bathhouse, as I, too, yearn for a soothing soak. After a brief walk, the duo finally arrived at their destination. Livy looked up and observed that the entire bathhouse was constructed from wood and stone, divided into 2 levels. At the entrance, there hung a curtain that opened from both sides, adorned with the character for bath. Following Jinpei's lead, Livy stepped inside and was warmly greeted by the owner, who evidently recognized Jinpei. The first thing that caught his eye was the steamy, expansive bath, formed from several massive stone slabs. Above the bath, a gentle mist wafted, mingled with the distinctive scent of sulfur typical of hot springs. Colorful murals adorned the surrounding walls, evoking a sense of ancient elegance. However, for reasons unknown, the vast bath was sparsely populated with only a few men, which left Livy feeling somewhat disappointed and perplexed. Jinpei then gestured towards a small room nearby and said, We should go change. Li Wei nodded. After both donned their bathrobes, he followed suit and stepped into the pool, reclining gently. It must be said that soaking in the hot springs indeed brings immense pleasure to both body and mind. No wonder it is so beloved by the locals. Li Wei couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Observing this situation, Shun Ping suddenly inquired, Is this your first time indulging in a hot bath? Yes, indeed. However, I hold a profound interest in these baths and hope to have the opportunity to experience every bathhouse in Weno country. Li Wei smiled in response, intending to ask a few more questions when he noticed the boss approaching once again. This unexpected arrival left both of them somewhat taken aback. Jinping stood up, casting an inquiring glance at the boss. The boss, exhibiting a conflicted demeanor, sighed and said, Master Jinping, I understand you are quite occupied, but I find myself in a predicament. What troubles you, Boss Lucci? Please, do share. Master Jinping, I trust you have observed that my business is suffering gravely. This revelation genuinely astonished me. I recalled that just a few days prior, the establishment was nearly at full capacity. Oh, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. It is all due to complaints from patrons who claim to have noticed someone surreptitiously watching them while they bathed. The voyeur was never apprehended, or rather, I did not even catch a glimpse of him. It is as if he possesses the ability to become invisible. Were it not for the numerous complaints from regulars, I would question the very existence of this individual. Upon hearing the term invisible, Li Wei's eyes brightened, and he instinctively recalled the adversary he had encountered earlier. He glanced again to find Jinping frowning in contemplation, yet he soon shook his head. This expression elicited an inexplicable amusement in Li Wei. It seemed that the helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates might be suspecting that the invisible voyeur was Sanji. However, the gesture of Jinping shaking his head was interpreted by the boss as a rejection, prompting a look of disappointment to cross his face. Li Wei reacted promptly and said, Boss, rest assured, this matter will be resolved with the assistance of Jinbei, right? Indeed, I shall do my utmost, Jinbei affirmed. Upon receiving Jinbei's assurance, the boss's expression brightened, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you ever so much. Please, continue your soak. With that, he took his leave, casting a lingering glance at Li Wei before departing. Once the boss had exited, Li Wei cut straight to the chase and asked, This incident couldn't possibly be the doing of Sanji, could it? You are quite knowledgeable about Sanji, Jinbei replied. To my understanding, Sanji has just acquired a family battle suit that grants him invisibility, and he immediately rushed to the bathhouse to sneak a look at Nami, as it is his dream. Your intelligence-gathering abilities are impressive, yet I assure you, this situation could not have been orchestrated by Sanji. I concur, it does not seem to align with his character. To be frank, I believe I have just encountered an adversary capable of invisibility, and I suspect it could very well be him. Oh, you encountered an enemy upon your arrival? Yes, indeed. Li Wei succinctly recounted the recent events, sharing the intelligence he possessed regarding individuals with the ability to become invisible. He concluded with a notable remark. Kazuki Hiyori is the sister of Momonosuke. Jinbei, once again impressed by Li Wei's prowess in gathering information, suggested they seek out Kazuki Hiyori, yet ultimately redirected his focus to the elusive observer. Thus, their discussion commenced. Suddenly, Li Wei sensed something amiss. He heard a faint sound and swiftly turned his head, launching himself toward the source. Almost simultaneously, Jinbei glanced in the same direction. Regrettably, Li Wei's leap proved fruitless, leaving him puzzled as he distinctly perceived a noise. Jinbei rose from the bath and approached, inquiring, Did you notice as well? It seems my observation hockey has not failed you. Was there truly someone present? Observing Jinbei's look of confusion, Li Wei hastily clarified, My hearing is particularly acute. I detected a disturbance just now. However, since you, Jinbei, also sense an intruder. I must not have been mistaken. Yet, the enemy vanished abruptly, as though they had sunk into the earth. Their ability is not merely invisibility. Jinbei responded gravely. Chapter 113, Kazuki Hiyori has disappeared. Is this yet another enemy who comes and goes without a trace? Li Wei found himself somewhat speechless. He had only been in the land of Weno for half a day and had already encountered 2 invisible foes. Seeing Li Wei lost in thought, Jinbi inquired further. What is the matter? Do you have any clues? Not at all. I have a rather unfortunate habit of becoming deeply absorbed when I ponder. Li Wei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He added, however, prior to arriving at the bathhouse, I encountered an unseen adversary. I am uncertain if they are the same individual. After pausing for a moment, Li Wei continued, by the way, I met Momonosuke's sister and Kineman's wife. Allow me to take you to see them. Very well, please lead the way. I too wish to behold them. Let us go. Li Wei emerged from the bathhouse, donned his attire, and departed with Shenping. Shortly after their exit, a visage unexpectedly materialized upon one of the bathhouse walls. The figure let out a sigh of relief, pondering the formidable prowess of the observation haki possessed by the 2 individuals. Fortuitously, his assimilation had been swift, otherwise, he would have been uncovered. Nevertheless, it was time to report to Lord Yoshino. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the visage vanished abruptly. In the little cabin of Tsurujo, as Levi and Jinbei entered, they happened upon Tsuru, who was tidying up in the courtyard. Upon seeing the 2, a look of perplexity crossed her face. Likely due to the presence of Levi, a newcomer, in the company of a fisherman, particularly as he sought her out. Li Wei first provided a brief introduction to Jinbei. Upon learning that Jinbei was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates who saved Weno country and a close friend of her husband, the female crane promptly bowed in greeting. Jinbei reciprocated with a warm salutation and engaged in a brief conversation with her. Li Wei inquired about Huzi's health and learned that she had fallen asleep after taking the herbal medicine. He then shifted to the main topic, Shenping. It is time for you to meet Riho. Princess Riho? She is in my little cabin. The crane maiden promptly set aside her broom and led the 2 into the cabin. However, upon entering, they found it utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Li Wei felt an ominous premonition and urgently called out, Rai. Yet, there was no response. At that moment, he exchanged a glance with Jinping, and they both discerned a shared understanding in each other's eyes, the enemy capable of invisibility. They reacted swiftly, immediately parting ways. One hastened towards the rear of the small wooden cabin, while the other exited the courtyard in search of the whereabouts of Kazuki Hiyori. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no results. Consequently, Li Wei returned to the small wooden cabin, where Jinping was also present. They conducted a cursory examination and found no signs of a struggle within the room. However, they did discover a pink floral hairpin, unmistakably belonging to Kazuki Hiyori. This indicated that she had been abducted without much resistance. As if she had left of her own volition, the hairpin would not have fallen to the ground. Li Weigang sought to inquire about the situation from Lady Crane, who soon arrived, breathless, and said, Huff, Huji is still asleep. She is fine. As long as Huji is safe, that is reassuring. By the way, Lady Crane, when was the last time you saw Haya? Approximately 20 minutes ago. I even spoke with her. During that interval, did you hear any unusual sounds? Mr. Li Wei, I did not hear anything unusual. I was tidying up in the yard, and if Princess Haya were to leave, I would certainly have noticed. Moreover, I did not see anyone else enter during that time. Upon hearing this, Li Wei glanced again at the small cabin. Apart from the front door, there was only a small window at the back, which was too narrow for anyone to enter. Thus, he realized that the foe might indeed be the one possessing stealth abilities. Jinbei added, It seems that this adversary not only has the power to become invisible, but can also render others invisible while taking them away. Li Wei nodded, recalling the characters that had appeared in the original work. He realized that, aside from the user of the transparent fruit ability, none of the others seemed to possess such a power. While pondering this, he absent-mindedly toyed with the ornament in his hand, remaining silent. Upon noticing the ornament, Tsuru asked, Princess Hiyori wears 2 hairpieces, doesn't she? Suddenly, she hurried away. As this scene unfolded, Li Wei snapped back to reality and observed Tsuru bending down to retrieve another identical ornament from beneath a chair. The fact that Princess Hiyori had left her hairpieces scattered in the room did not bode well. Hearing Tsuru's remark, Li Wei extended his hand to accept the ornament she offered, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a discrepancy. The 2 ornaments were slightly different in size. Tsuru quickly noticed this as well, and, puzzled, inquired, These are clearly a matching pair. How can they differ in size? Jinbei also approached, his face reflecting similar confusion. Li Wei found the situation rather perplexing. After considerable contemplation, he spoke with a measured tone. I surmise that those who abducted Princess Riho may possess the ability to shrink. If this is the case, it would aptly explain why Lady Tsuru could not perceive the enemy, and why the 2 hair ornaments vary in size. The ability to shrink? Jinpei pondered for a moment, agreeing with this notion. However, he added, if that is the case, then the foes we initially encountered, as well as those we recently faced in the bathhouse, are likely different individuals. Yet, what could be the motive behind the abduction of Princess Riho? That remains unclear. Perhaps they are affiliated with the Black Charcoal Serpent. Li Wei pondered again, speculating that the reason he refrained from claiming it was Kaido's men was due to the fact that the beast pirates, led by Kaido, predominantly consisted of Zoan-type devil fruit users, and most of Kaido's subordinates had already made their appearances in the Weno arc. However, Tsuru held a contrasting opinion. Could it be the work of thieves in the mountains? Thieves? Li Wei responded, "Indeed, Mr. Li Wei, this area is rife with thievery, and they frequently come to plunder our belongings, which causes us considerable distress." Upon hearing Tsuru's words, Li Wei, recalling the original storyline, realized that these thieves were actually subordinates of Ashura Doji. Thus, he shook his head. To my knowledge, none of the thieves possess any devil fruit abilities, and they likely remain unaware of Hiyori's true identity. Since this is our only lead, we should conduct an investigation. Jinbei suddenly interjected, expressing concern for Hiyori's current predicament. Levi pondered for a moment, and based on the intelligence he currently possessed, it seemed that there was no other option available. However, just as the two were about to step outside, a series of peculiar beeping sounds emanated from Jinbei's person. He retrieved his transponder snail, and upon connecting, a cute, urgent voice filled the air. "This is bad, Jinbei. Luffy and the others are in a troubling situation. You must return quickly." Chapter 114. Luffy and the others have also been attacked. Upon hearing that voice, Levi immediately deduced that the speaker was Chopper. Indeed, Jinbei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Chopper, please calm down and tell me what has transpired." It was highly unusual that Luffy and Zoro had yet to awaken. They had been engaged in battle with one of the 4 emperors and the 3 calamities, exhausting themselves physically and mentally. Such fatigue was to be expected. "No, Jinbei. This is far from normal. I have examined their bodies, and I can assure you that something is gravely amiss. Their recovery from fatigue and injuries is alarmingly slow, even inferior to that of an ordinary person. It is entirely different from before." "Chopper, what are you implying?" Jinbei questioned, his confusion evident. Chopper continued, "It's not just Luffy and Zoro. Even Kinemon and Sanji are in the same predicament. Their injuries are not severe, and they should have awakened by now, yet they remain in slumber." "What of Kinemon? How is he faring?" asked the concerned Robin. "Kinemon has not woken either, Jinbei. Now you must understand how dire the situation is. None of those who participated in last night's battle have regained consciousness, and I have examined their bodies. I am certain that a problem exists." "Chopper, are you suggesting they were ambushed? Right under your nose?" "Indeed, although I cannot ascertain the enemy's methods. It is clear they have been attacked. I understand now. I shall return immediately." Just as Jinbei finished speaking, Levi added, "Could it be yet another adversary with the ability to become invisible? Based on my knowledge of Chopper, he would not stray far from his patience. In other words, the enemy executed a stealthy ambush on so many right beneath his eyes." "You make a valid point, Levi, but forgive me. I cannot accompany you in search of Princess Hiyori," Jinbei replied apologetically. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I can handle this myself, and in fact, I have gathered some clues." "That's excellent. If you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me," replied Jinbei as he exchanged contact numbers with Li Wei. Once Jinbei departed, only Li Wei and Tsuru remained in the quaint cabin. Li Wei was aware that Tsuru wished to reunite with Kinemon soon, yet she was unable to accompany Jinbei due to her responsibilities towards Katsu. Nevertheless, he found the age disparity between the two rather perplexing, though he believed it would not pose a significant issue. Even though Kinemon had traversed 2 decades into the future, while Tsuru had endured 20 solitary years, their bond was such that this minor detail would hardly impede their reunion. Thus, Li Wei redirected his focus towards locating Kazuki Hiyori. After bidding farewell to Tsuru with a wave, he departed from the small cabin. Upon returning to the bustling street, he recalled the troublesome bankrupt aristocrats who had been harassing Kazuki Hiyori. Li Wei perceived this as a breakthrough. However, the question remained, how to locate the other party. This compelled him to halt his steps and engage in contemplation. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound emanating from a corner behind him, as if someone were furtively whispering. He swiftly turned to look and beheld a man with a receding hairline, wielding a bamboo pole, his tattered garments indicating a state of disrepair. This was indeed one of the 3 men he had encountered earlier. Li Wei swiftly approached. Upon seeing Li Wei, the man hurriedly turned to flee. However, he could not possibly outrun Li Wei, whose physical abilities had significantly enhanced. Thus, it was not long before he was apprehended. Li Wei seized the man and inquired, "Are you following me?" The man stammered, I am not." Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he attempted to call for help. However, Li Wei swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike. After executing this, Li Wei scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of the other 2 individuals. Unperturbed, he supported the unconscious man back to the small wooden cabin. He Chao, taken aback by Li Wei's swift return, assumed another had fallen ill upon seeing him assist someone else. However, Li Wei shook his head, and under He Chao's astonished gaze, he ushered the man into the room. He then splashed a handful of water onto the man's face. Startled by the sudden shock, the man jolted awake and, upon realizing his predicament, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Li Wei coldly remarked, "You have been covertly following Xiaozi. What exactly do you intend to do?" "I was merely walking along the road. Why did you apprehend me?" replied the other party. Hearing the man's words, he knew interjected, Mr. Li Wei. Surely you haven't mistaken the identity of this gentleman? He does not appear to be a thief. Indeed, release me at once. You must understand that I am a wealthy individual. Silence. Do not attempt to deceive me. You are simply a man who, seduced by beauty, has been swindled out of your fortune by Xiaozi. Earlier this morning, you and 2 others sought to entangle Xiaozi. Li Wei interrupted the man's speech, tightening his grip on his fingers, producing a creaking sound, then menacingly declared, if you comply, I may grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, what do you intend to do? I know nothing. Before the man could finish his sentence, Li Wei delivered a powerful punch, leaving him dazed. In a chilling tone, he continued, the disappearance of Xiaozi must be connected to you, am I correct? The man stammered, no, Xiaozi's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Li Wei quickly scrutinized the man before inquiring, do you know that Xiaozi is actually Rihi? Tell me, who informed you of this? If you refuse to speak, we shall see whether my fist is mightier than your flesh. Ah, no, please, I will tell you, the man replied, clearly lacking resolve. He wiped the blood from his nose and continued hastily. This information was divulged to me by a peculiar man. Upon hearing it, Ping Hao and I thought it a splendid opportunity, and thus we circulated the news. At this revelation, Li Wei's anger flared, and he could not suppress a punch. He then demanded, you wretched lot, what did the person who revealed Rihi's identity to you look like? Ugh, he appeared to be a ninja, with long brown hair and a scroll clutched in his mouth. It was he who informed me that Xiaozi is Princess Rihi and instructed us to disseminate this information. A ninja? Li Wei once again engaged his intellect and swiftly identified a character from the original work that matched the described appearance. It dawned on him that this individual was a member of the Orochimaru's elite guard, known as FN, who was particularly adept in the art of invisibility. With this realization, Li Wei comprehended why this adversary had remained unseen. Aside from those with special abilities, ninjas could also master the art of stealth. However, upon further contemplation, he recalled the 2 distinct hair ornaments and deduced that the person who had abducted Hiyori was likely not FN, for the latter lacked the capability to render the kidnapped Hiyori invisible as well. Nevertheless, this was the only lead he possessed at present. Therefore, Li Wei inquired, aside from conveying this information, what else did that ninja say? Nothing. He simply departed after speaking, came the reply. And what of your 2 companions? Where are they now? Bing Hao and Wenya? They have gone to seek Lord Munikata, intending to inform him that Little Purple is not dead. Who is Lord Munikata? Li Wei felt a sense of curiosity, for this character had not appeared in the original work. At that moment, the crane maiden beside him elucidated. Lord Kinoshita is a wealthy merchant from the land of Wa, possessing more than half of the nation's grain. Thus, it became clear to him. Li Wei began to comprehend the situation and inquired about the whereabouts of his counterpart. The crane maiden kindly cautioned him, Mr. Li Wei, you must not act impulsively. Lord Muxia is surrounded by formidable experts. I understand. I shall not act recklessly, he replied. With that, Li Wei delivered a punch that rendered the man unconscious. He then intended to bid farewell to the crane maiden, only to be met with her response. Mr. Li Wei, please do not rush. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 115. The gang leader arrives. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. As he presumed there was some urgent matter at hand, he promptly inquired, Miss Crane, do you possess any new leads regarding the disappearance of Princess Riho? Not at all, she replied. It is merely noon now. You ought to have something to eat to regain your strength for the investigation. At her words, Li Wei couldn't help but smile gently. Indeed, I have yet to indulge in the culinary delights of Wano Kuni. He reminisced fondly about his previous days, when his extraordinary physique had allowed him to savor the gourmet offerings in the nations of the world and Fishmen Island, where he had feasted abundantly to enhance his abilities. With that thought, Li Wei activated his system to review the skill descriptions. Upon discovering that the enhancement of the flowing cherry blossom power required the favor of various enchanting women, he instinctively cast a glance at Ms. Crane. However, she remained blissfully unaware of his musings, having already stepped out to fetch several plates of food. These are but simple fare. I hope you find them to your liking. Mr. Li Wei, she said. Rest assured, Ms. Crane, the cuisine of Japan, or rather Wano Kuni, tends to be quite mild, which aligns perfectly with my palate. With that said, Li Wei took a seat alongside Ms. Crane and began to partake in the meal. During their repast, he took the opportunity to glean some insights into the circumstances of Wano Kuni. Although Ms. Crane had resided there for several decades, her knowledge of the various factions was somewhat limited. Nonetheless, she was aware of the whereabouts of Lord Kinoshita. Li Wei conveyed his concerns for Ms. Crane's safety, to which she responded with a faint smile, Do not worry, the most challenging times for Wano Kuni have passed. I will take care of myself. Well, it seems I underestimated you, Ms. Crane. With a sense of regret, Li Wei expressed his admiration for the resilient woman before him. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, he cast another glance at the man he had rendered unconscious, now securely bound. Noticing that everything was in order, he prepared to leave. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Li Wei cautiously approached and opened the door, revealing a woman with a butterfly-shaped hairstyle adorned with hairpins, her forehead graced by a cascade of long, curly locks. He tilted his head in contemplation, recalling that a character resembling her had indeed made an appearance in the original work, seemingly a leader of the underworld. However, the name eluded him. The woman, evidently recognizing Li Wei, initiated the conversation upon noticing his lack of response. You must be the esteemed Li Wei, correct? I am Dai, a friend of Lord Shinping. I have heard of you. Your arrival is quite timely. Please come in. Yet, she did not step inside, instead posing a question to Li Wei. You have heard of me? This is indeed Jiu Li. Has my name become so renowned? I am aware that you are the leader of the gang under Ling Ho, and that you were previously captured by Kaido, forced to labor in the quarry. I am delighted to hear of your escape. How do you know so much, Mr. Li Wei? No wonder Lord Shinping speaks highly of your intelligence capabilities. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's heart leaped with joy. Was this an expression of interest in him? Unfortunately, the system failed to provide any corresponding hints, leaving him uncertain about how to win a woman's favor. While Li Wei was lost in thought, Dai, still smiling, inquired, Can you guess the purpose of my visit? You have come to protect Lady He, am I correct? That is why I mentioned your arrival is most fortuitous. I must seek Princess Ri He. Li Wei promptly articulated his answer, prompting a fit of laughter from the gang leader, Dai. You guessed correctly. With your presence, I am certain that the men of the Great Serpent's Yut band will think twice before acting recklessly. After this exchange, Li Wei led Dai into a small wooden cabin. Under the curious gaze of Lady Crane, he recounted the entire sequence of events. I am immensely grateful to you, Lord Dai. No need for formality, Lord He. Just call me Dai. If it weren't for Lord Luffy and Lord Kinemon, we would still be hauling stones every day. Very well, you may call me He as well. Following this courteous exchange, and having established their respective titles, Li Wei finally felt at ease to depart. Following the direction indicated by Lady Crane, Li Wei walked for some time until he arrived at the vicinity of an imposing structure. At the entrance of this edifice stood 2 stone lions, exuding a regal presence, flanked by several samurai wielding swords. Although the people of Weno were notoriously insular, preventing Li Wei from seeking confirmation, he surmised that he had indeed arrived at the correct location, as a sign above the entrance bore the name Yukinokata. However, a pressing question lingered: how to gain entry. This posed a significant dilemma for Li Wei. As he pondered, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of weeping. Turning around, he saw a group of ragged individuals, both adults and children, kneeling on the ground, pleading, Please, grant us a morsel of food. Our children have gone days without a meal. Be gone, you worthless scum. Do not tarnish the entrance, sneered the guards, one of whom even kicked away a man clutching his leg. Witnessing this scene, Li Wei furrowed his brow. He quickly connected Lady Crane's earlier comments with the unfolding narrative, deducing that these suffering souls were merely seeking to satiate their hunger, compelled to beseech the landlord, Yukinokata. Yet, more despicable were the landlord's lackeys. Li Wei approached swiftly,